A tall, dark-haired woman wearing a dark countenance appeared from the shadows. She then wordlessly stepped out and kneeled in front of Michael. And at that moment, the Shadow Knight released a wave of pressure as its entire body tensed. Its ghastly red eyes underneath its helm flashed fervidly as it stared at this newcomer. There was something within the Unity clone that seemed to have garnered the ire of this soulless piece of diva. In the next instant, the Shadow Knight disappeared from everyone's sight. Before anyone could react, he and Alpha reappeared in the center of the convoluted staircases, their fists crashing together and creating a thunderous collision that shattered the very ground they stood on. This confrontation sent the entire castle trembling erratically. Platinum couldn't believe his eyes. This placid, taciturn woman was able to react and withstand the Grandmaster's diva head-on. Sure, it was only a small sliver of the true thing, but the fact that it even remained unharmed was a terrifying revelation. Was this woman another nascent spirit cultivator? Where did she come from? Just then, the two reticent figures disappeared and reappeared up in the air, with the knight having performed an uppercut while Alpha defended with her hands. Before the booming tremble of their clash reached Michael and Platinum, the two disappeared again and reappeared in another spot, having engaged in an equal brawl. This happened multiple more times in the span of a second, each one ending up in a neutral position where neither was winning or losing. This was even more surprising to Platinum. The Shadow Knight was the Grandmaster's diva. It inherited his unbeatable fighting style, albeit a little bit more basic. Yet Alpha was fighting with it head-on, giving no ground against the Shadow Diva. With a final clash, the two separated, each with their backs against the wall. The Shadow Knight looked down on the ground, seeing its own shadow elongated along the spiraling staircase. With its hand, it reached down into its own shadow and grabbed it from the ground, turning it corporeal. His shadow morphed into the shape of an estoc, a two-handed edgeless sword with a pointed tip. With this new weapon in hand, the Shadow Knight lunged at Alpha, blurring and leaving no trace of itself behind. The Unity clone tried to move, but found its feet fettered by its own shadow. Unbeknownst to her, the Shadow Knight had used its ability power. With her feet tied, Alpha bent her back, with the estoc barely grazing past her head. The Shadow clone returned to its position, having readied another thrust. But just as it was about to lunge forwards, it suddenly lurched forwards, its armored face falling head first into the ground. It immediately looked to its feet, seeing a similar shadow manacle binding its feet to the ground. What? That's Grandmaster's ability power. Platinum was shell-shocked to see Alpha using the same techniques as the Shadow Diva. How could this unknown woman suddenly manifest the same power as the Grandmaster? This was no coincidence. After all, this was the first time that Alpha had shown any type of ability power at all. Before Platinum could get answers to his question, and before the Shadow Diva unfettered itself from the manacles, Alpha extended her hand and grabbed at seemingly nothing in the air. At that moment, the drone shimmered into existence, its invisibility dropped and its shadow now forming on the ground. Alpha wrenched the drone's shadow, holding its corporeal form in her hands. With a single command, the amorphous gaseous shadow began to condense and form into an object that fit squarely in her hand. To Platinum and the Shadow Diva's piercing red eyes, this object was completely unknown. But anyone from the modern world would know it immediately. A prismatic light emanated out of the handgun's barrel, before a beam of Unity shot out and hit the Shadow Diva's helm, perfectly squeezing its way through the slits in its helm. The Shadow Diva staggered for a second, before its shadowy figure became even more fuzzy than before. Stygian gaseous mist flowed out of the knight's body, its corporeal form starting to become translucent as it lost its energy. Right before Platinum's eyes, the Shadow Knight diva that he'd been so proud of suddenly dissipated into nothingness. The oppressing aura of a nascent spirit cultivator diminished, finally allowing Michael to breathe a sigh of relief. Alpha, having done its job, turned back towards Michael and curtsied. Without another word, she descended back into the shadows. Speechless, Platinum felt his whole world turning upside down. All the energy, excitement, and vigor inside him drained out with the blood. He fell back on the ground, his face as pale as a ghost. Michael suddenly appeared from the corner of Platinum's disappearing vision. "Thanks for the info." Those were the last words Platinum heard before a Unity saber pierced through his skull, ending the fight. Michael, having survived an encounter with a nascent spirit diva, plopped into the ground, with his limbs sprawled. Then he heard the sound of footfalls echoing in the room. He turned his head, seeing Katerina standing there with an odd look at her face. Katerina took in everything in sight. She saw Platinum's dead, the hole in his skull still smoking as part of his brain turned mush. Then her eyes gazed at the golden pendant on the ground, with the pieces of shattered midnight gem still spread everywhere. She knew what had happened. Platinum had died, even as a nascent spirit diva protected him from harm. Then she looked towards Michael, who was hurt, but looked largely unaffected by the whole ordeal. She didn't have to be a genius to figure out what happened. In fact, she'd have to be a dunce not to connect the pieces. But she just couldn't comprehend it. How could Kyo have defeated a half-step ninth stage? Body formation, magnetic, and a nascent spirit diva at the same time. In the body formation realm, magnetic strives to create a corporeal form for their diva. And once they achieve that, they would be able to manifest them outside of their own psyche, becoming an indomitable armor that grants its user solidified ability power. In the nascent spirit realm, a cultivator must now form their diva spirit. This was their soul. Most cultivators keep this spirit deep in their own psyches, hoarding it until they form a full soul for their diva, thereby ascending to godhood. But nascent spirit cultivators could also choose to bifurcate this soul, leaving it behind an item like that midnight. This would allow their diva to briefly manifest in a location away from the magnetic. Most people called that a nascent piece. Katerina never thought that the platinum of this stronghold had a nascent piece in his arsenal. If she knew, she would have never allowed Kyo and Lady Farron to go into the castle alone. Although this nascent piece was only a fragment of the real thing, a tiny slice of a ginormous pie, it still contained genuine nascent spirit power. It was not something that even a half-step ninth stage body formation cultivator could ever hope to defeat. But somehow this golden-haired boy did it. Against all odds, he deprived them of a valuable platinum leader and his stronghold. Not only that, but he achieved something that even Katerina was not able to do. He was able to injure the Grandmaster. After all, although that nascent piece was bifurcated from its magnetic, it was still inextricably linked to its owner. It was still a limb in its body. Its death would bring unimaginable pain and suffering to its magnetic. It would be akin to feeling your mind and heart get struck with millions of needles, while simultaneously getting sliced apart into pieces. The loss of a nascent piece was even greater than losing a piece of limb. This was their soul. Grandmaster was losing a vital part of his soul. Katerina could only lament the fact that she couldn't see that heinous bastard's face as he felt the repercussions of losing one of his nascent spirits. He must be clutching his chest in his tall ivory tower, his face filled with confusion and anger. His frustrations would only continue here on, as he learns that one of his strongholds was unceremoniously sieged deep into the night, leaving no survivors at all. And to think that they had originally thought they'd succeeded in their plans. They successfully brought chaos and destruction in the Elven village, stole its most powerful mithril weapon, and got away with it without anyone even knowing. This would have been a crucial step in their plans. But then, in the span of a few minutes, everything turned into a fiasco of disastrous proportions. Katerina felt extremely jubilated. Who would have thought that their greatest victory would come from a boy who didn't even know the war he was fighting? "I'm dead tired," Michael muttered, his body sprawled on the floor. "You could have died," she said, half awed and half reprimanding. A nascent piece is not something that even cultivators in our realm can easily deal with. Michael pushed himself off the ground, arching his back in pain. "That's because I didn't know anything. You didn't tell me about platinum or that nascent piece you're talking about." Katerina turned silent, agreeing with his words. When they arrived in the stronghold, she only told them to take Lyra and escape as soon as possible without fighting anyone. She never told them why. "Are you going to tell me about this organization now?" Michael demanded. "After all this, I think I deserve to know." She pursed her lips, still undecided on the whole situation. There was a reason why they kept everything tightly sealed. This was forbidden knowledge. If they began spreading information about them to anyone who would listen, they would suddenly wake up to see bodies littering the floor. After all, they were dealing with extremely powerful people, people who were on the brink of achieving godhood themselves. Telling Michael of everything would get him killed, or maybe put him into a path of something much worse. In Katerina's eyes, he would be much better off ignorant about the underbelly of the world. But seeing the look in his eyes, she had a feeling that he would only be pushing himself into the darkness whether she told him or not. And at that point, letting him go in blind would only assure his death. But if she led him and guided his way, there was a very small chance that his unique capabilities could ultimately end up helping them win the war against the darkness. He'd already shown that tonight. Dad, is this why you chose him as your protege? Perhaps the professor saw something within the kid, and in a moment of prescience, realized that he was the key that they needed to finally turn the tides of battle. Katerina took a deep breath, a pensive countenance written on her face, before she finally nodded. Okay, I'll tell you what you need to know. Let me introduce myself properly for once. My name is Katerina Petrovich, and I am the only daughter of the great Grunwald Liechtenstein, she said with pride. This was the first time Mitchell heard of the professor's real name. He thought Liechtenstein was his first name, not his last. But why is her last name Petrovich and not Liechtenstein? Since this wasn't really relevant to the mystery of their organization, Michael decided to reserve this question for himself. He was much more interested to know about where they came from. We are a part of an organization called the Eternatus Consortium, a gathering of like-minded people with the express intent to save the world from the ruinous ideology of those who want to bring down the apocalypse. We only exist to do one thing: destroy the ersatz and their cataclysmic doctrine. Katerina nodded. They are a group of savages that disregard the sanctity of life and the world. They brutalize the natural order and think that they can create something better on their own. They believe that the ancient era is nothing but a footnote in the history of the world. They believe that it's outdated, no longer useful or pertinent in these modern times. Michael tilted his head, confused. Upon first impressions, the ersatz didn't look really all that bad. The fact that they don't like the ancient era for some reason didn't mean that they were evil. So they don't like history. You don't understand. They disdain anything that relates to the ancient era. They want to erase it from our past and build something anew. Take the God Forge pieces, for example. As you may or may not know, the God Forge pieces were once a solid object, a mythical hunk of metal that brought peace, prosperity, and power into the ancient world. This was a prominent source of power for the ancient humans. It's what gave them the otherworldly strength that could shift reality itself. They didn't need to surgically insert a God Forge piece in their hearts to use ability power. It was already inherent to them thanks to the God Forge. The Eternatus Consortium aims to rebuild that monument. We want to regain the natural power that all life on Earth should have as their birthright. But the ersatz have other plans. They don't just intend to stop the reconstruction of the God Forge. They intend to destroy it entirely. They want to strip it of its power. Michael didn't understand that. Why would ersatz want to destroy the very thing that gave them powers? But then he remembered. Katerina nodded. That's right. They wish to destroy the God Forge and replace it with their own creation, the artifice. Michael raised his eyebrows. Creation? You mean they created the artifice? He couldn't believe that. He always wondered how they got a hold of the artifice, seeing as no one had ever heard of it before. But as it turned out, they didn't discover it from a buried tomb or an underground tunnel. They created it themselves. This revelation brought a moment of realization for Michael. He finally understood why he felt something so unnatural within the artifice when he first saw it. Unlike the God Forge pieces, which exuded a natural, mythical power that seemed to come from nature itself, the artifice was the exact opposite. It was cold, lifeless, and disconnected from everything in reality. We do not know how, but someone called the artificer was able to create an object that could replace the God Forge pieces in a magnetic's heart. It could grant them ability powers that looked no different from the real one. They intend to replace the God Forge pieces with the artifice, letting that relic from the ancient era become obsolete. In a superficial sense, this looked like a noble cause. Since God Forge pieces were extremely scarce, only a select group of people with the wherewithal to amass millions upon millions of sand dollars could use its reality-changing powers. Conversely, since the artifice was something that they created themselves, They could theoretically produce as much as they wanted, even to the point where every single human being on the planet became a magnetic. This looked like a win-win scenario for everyone. Except for one crucial detail regarding the artifice, the side effects. The artifice goes against the natural rules of the world. It is an abomination that should have never been made in the first place. Because of that, it is discordant to nature. Our own hearts treat it as something repugnant, something that should be expelled by any means necessary. That's why anyone who carries an artifice would eventually succumb to the death of their own hearts. That's why those hooded figures had cold hearts, Michael realized. When he first saw the artifice, he immediately noticed its lack of warmth. It emitted a cold frost that seemed to turn the magnetic into an undead zombie. And as it turns out, he was right. The artifice was killing them, albeit slowly. Then she gestured to the tens of magnetics lying on the ground in a pool of their own blood. These hooded figures that you see lying before you, do not feel sorry for their deaths. They had already killed themselves long before you arrived. Due to the power of the artifice, those magnetics will still live and breathe like a normal human, but do not be mistaken. They are no longer human. They are simply a gathering of soulless, moving chunks of flesh that are neither alive nor dead. They are entirely reliant on the artifice to live. Without it, they will die, and with it, they will remain an abomination. Michael finally understood the pure hatred and vitriol that he felt for these hooded figures when he first saw them. It was his natural instincts as a human telling him, feeling repugnant of something that shouldn't exist in nature. How could they stomach becoming a monster like this? Michael asked. He couldn't understand why they would sell their own soul for a piece of power. The ersatz believe that the artifice is the key to the future. They say that it's our next form of evolution, a version of the humans that will become even better than the ancient ones. They are so adamant in this doctrine that they are willing to conquer the world for it to become acceptable. They know the backlash against the artifice, but they do not care. If they had the world on the palm of their hands, who would stop them from forcing humans to submit to their ideology? That's why our work is important. The Eternatus Consortium will do everything in our power to stop their advances. But it is an uphill battle. Each day, the ersatz grow their army at a commensurate rate. They sacrifice humans in order to make magnetic soldiers who would do everything they told them to do. That's why we need your help. Join us, Kyo. Michael was a tad bit surprised after hearing her proposition. It wasn't just a few minutes ago, where she refused to tell him anything about their secret organization. What will I get if I join? In his perspective, there wasn't really any benefit in joining a super-secretive organization with a vendetta against another super-secretive organization. It was the same reason why he didn't join the Guild of Arcana when Cerberus invited him some time ago. He valued his freedom too much. And seeing as how it took him besieging an entire stronghold for Katarina to finally tell him the truth, he had a feeling that his freedom of speech would be more than curtailed in this organization. Let me guess. I'll have to swear by some oath never to tell anyone about it. Katarina's silence was an implicit admission. He'd be doing more than just keep his mouth shut about the things in the Eternatus Consortium. He'd also have to go on missions mandated by their authority, either spying on a potential stronghold or sieging one with their army. Of course, there were a lot of benefits in joining the consortium. For example, all of his cultivation resources would be paid and accommodated for by the organization. He'd be lavishly given all the God-forged pieces he needed if he showed himself as a worthy talent. Not only that, but the Eternatus Consortium had a vast connection of people all around the globe. If he were to join, he would get access to everything they had, including the forbidden knowledge, esoteric texts, and everything else in between. If he needed to get inside an impenetrable or restricted room, there was always an agent on standby that would allow them that access if needed be. Unfortunately, those connections couldn't be used to live an opulent life. They couldn't sumptuously use organization funds to purchase something that didn't directly correlate to their goal of defeating the ersatz. Because of that, the Eternatus Consortium was best for people with an inexorable zeal to protect the world. This was the reason why Professor Lichtenstein was attracted to the organization in the first place. They had a mutual enthusiasm to protect the ancient era from those who wished to destroy it from the history books. In short, if one didn't have an ardent or fervent loyalty to their cause, then they weren't the right fit to become a part of Eternatus. Kyo didn't seem like the type. I feel like we'll need you more than you need us, Katarina confessed. She still remembered the strange, flying metal saucer that seemed to disappear and reappear at will, and how it could fly faster than even the fastest eagles. Then she remembered the compound bow. He seemed to imply that he had more of those mythical weapons on hand, which was unbelievable in and of itself. That alone would have made Kyo a point of interest to the Eternatus Consortium, below only that of the professor himself. And add in to the fact that he defeated a platinum-level magnetic and a nascent spirit piece all by himself. Well, suffice it to say, they'd be the one doing the begging to have him join. But perhaps you don't have to join, she added. What do you mean? What I mean is that you'll be a secret, honorary member of the Eternatus Consortium, mandated on my behalf. Michael leaned in, interested. This means that you'll be able to participate in our organization's missions in a less direct approach from the shadows. No one, not even those in our organization, will know of your existence except for me. This would allow you to keep your freedom and your safety while we're engaged in a war against the Ursats. Michael rubbed his chin, deep thoughts running through his head. So you want me to help you fight for free? She was basically treating him as an intern. That's the only way for you to keep your identity a secret. If you were to receive the benefits, then I'll have to officially log you into the records. You'll have to swear an oath at that point, she argued. But still, she was cognizant of the fact that this wasn't really all that fair to him. A smile curved up on his mouth. I know that you can't give me any God-forged pieces, but how about that? He gestured towards the dead hooded figures lying bloodless on the ground. Their artifice. Give it to me, he demanded. This time she was surprised. After a second of thought, a concerned and slightly wary expression flashed on her face. What are you going to do with them? He waved off her concern. Don't worry, I'm not going to use them on any humans, I just want to experiment on them. Katarina inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, then, with a little bit of thought, acquiesced at his request. All right, that can be arranged. Our organization is not above in getting our hands dirty to find out the enigmatic secrets of the artifice. Maybe you'll be able to make some headway where our scientists haven't. I can't give you the artifice from those I killed, but you can take the ones you've killed on your own. These 10 pawns and that platinum are your possession now. Katarina extended her hands, emanating a shockwave of tangible ability power. Then she wrenched something from the air. Immediately, the dark, glassy anthracite icebergs burst out of the Ursat's guards' chests, sending chunks of bone and frosty viscera flying into the air. As soon as these artifices felt the presence of oxygen in the air, a predetermined set of reactions was suddenly activated. A reddish hue glowed from their core, pulsating with an increasing frequency. The black, tenebrous gas gathering at its edges became more and more solid as it showed signs of an eruption. But with a single snap of Katarina's hands, an even more powerful ability power seemingly cut the tension like a knife, dispersing the tenebrous black gas into nothingness. The artifice turned benign just like that. A pile of artifice landed on Michael's hands, each one as light as a feather. He didn't know how much these were equivalent to God-forged pieces, but it must be a lot. 10 of those magnetics were in the 3rd stage, while platinum was at the peak of the 9th stage, just a half step away from the nascent spirit realm. It was definitely enough to turn another Unity clone into a quasi-nascent spirit magnetic like Alpha. That was the main reason why he agreed to Katarina's proposal. Seeing as how Alpha was able to best even a nascent spirit piece, he knew from then on that he should focus on turning his other Unity clones into the same as her. If he were to encounter another one of those disembodied diva witch in his luck, wasn't that far-fetched, then he'd feel a lot safer knowing that he could summon any one of his Unity clones and have them defeat the nascent piece. According to Katarina, the one he encountered was only a tiny sliver of the real thing. If he had encountered a much bigger piece, it was more than possible that Alpha would be the one in the ground right now. And if he encountered a true nascent spirit cultivator, his only chance of survival were those Unity clones. If not for defeating them, then for purchasing enough time for him to escape. Are there more of these guys in Ursats? Michael asked Katarina, gesturing at the dead, debonair man on the ground. She nodded, There are multiple levels in their organization. The ones that you saw here today populating the stronghold are simple pawns. They range from the first stage to the 8th stage of the body formation realm. Now once they reach the 9th stage, then they are eligible to become a platinum. So that wasn't his name but his title. Then how about Grandmaster? Katarina's eyes shifted imperceptibly as he mentioned that name, but with nary a change in expression or countenance. She continued on as if she was unaffected by the name. Grandmaster is a title meant for the strongest beings in Ersatz, a realm just a wisp away from godhood. He is in the 9th stage of the nascent spirit realm. After hearing that, Michael couldn't help but thank his lucky stars. As it turned out, that shadowy night diva came not just from an ordinary nascent spirit cultivator, but one at its peak. Grandmaster was only a half step away from breaking through to the next realm. Michael didn't even know there was a next realm. Even with all of his strengths and advantages, he was 100% certain that he wouldn't stand for even a second in an encounter. Against him, the gap was too large. He wouldn't know I defeated his nascent piece, would he? He asked with consternation. She shook her head. No need to worry, he won't know. You've killed the only witness. Nascent spirit pieces were connected to the main magnetic, but they couldn't communicate back to them. In each Ersatz stronghold, you'll find only a single leader. In this case, the entire castle was led by a platinum. This is probably because this stronghold doesn't have that much of a significant value to their organization. Usually, strongholds are guarded by emeralds, diamonds, or even masters. According to Katarina, emeralds were nascent spirit cultivators in the 1st to the 3rd stage. Diamonds ranged from the 4th stage to the 6th stage, and masters from the 7th stage and onwards. Wait, I thought grandmasters were for cultivators in the 9th stage of the nascent spirit. She shook her head. Those in the 9th stage are considered as masters, but those in the peak of that realm are worthy to become grandmasters. Some say that the difference between the two are as massive as the difference between the body formation and the nascent spirit realm. In short, Michael should let go of any thoughts about dealing with the grandmaster. In fact, he should avoid Ursa's strongholds entirely at least, until he also reached the nascent spirit realm. The more important the stronghold, the more powerful its protector, Michael tried to confirm. Yes, but make no mistake, the fact that only a platinum guarded this stronghold doesn't mean its significance is mild. Each stronghold destroyed is another wrench in their plans. Trust that they will feel the ramifications of what we've done today, of what you've done. It did give him comfort in knowing that the spread of artifice would be hindered because of today. But there was something that Platinum said that was still making him uneasy. Then, does that mean that the stronghold in New Sparta contains extreme importance for Ersatz? Katarina furrowed her brows, her eyes shifting at the implication of his words. Before he died, Platinum said that he'd return to the Grandmaster's side in New Sparta. A huge gale of wind burst in front of Michael as Katarina rushed to his side. Is this true? Her eyes were burning with fervid hate and vitriol. Her diamond armor was subconsciously manifesting around her body, as if reacting to the intense emotions rumbling through in her mind. Michael furrowed his brows, realizing that the hate wasn't directed towards him. Her hateful eyes were unfocused and hazy, as if her mind was embroiled in her own emotions and memory. Katarina despised the Ersatz, but not to this extent. The resentment she felt for this Grandmaster was visceral, it was personal. After a few seconds, Katarina's emotions calmed, with the diamond armor around her body dissipating back into motes of light. She stepped back, mortified at her own outburst. He stopped her. It's okay, I understand. With a nod, Katarina pursed her lips. If Platinum is telling the truth, if he is in New Sparta, then this means that we're underestimating the importance of this place. I have to tell this to everyone. This information needed to be relayed with the utmost haste. She needed to tell them herself. But just then, they heard the sounds of hurried footfalls echoing through the chambers. Lady Farron came strutting into the room, her face filled with anxiety and consternation. In her hands was a little elf girl, with very short black hair, a scrappy and almost grungy set of clothes, and a permanent defiant expression on her face. It was Lyra. Michael had never seen her in person before, but he knew immediately that there was something wrong with her. The girl's face was pallid and insipid, with absolutely no color at all, a complete contrast to the lively and rambunctious child that he heard before. Not only that, but even with Lady Farron holding her close, the little girl was still breaking out in a cold sweat, shivering as if she was out on the dead night of winter. As the two elves got closer to them, Michael stepped forward, intending to try and help alleviate some of the girl's pain. But just as he did, a set of texts passed by his vision, staggering him. "What's wrong with her?" Katerina asked hurriedly. "I don't know, she just collapsed and started to shake. I think her curse is starting to return." Suddenly, Lyra clutched her own chest, her face twisting into pain. Lady Farron's fears had come true. Lyra's Tao heart had once again shown its fragility. It was no wonder. The traumatic experience of having been kidnapped by an unknown organization with seemingly no hope of getting out would have stressed even a normal heart, much more something that was already vulnerable. "Lay her down on the ground," Katerina implored. With the extensive history they had in the Eternatus Consortium, the curse of the beast folks was one thing that they had been researching deeply for some time. Everyone knew that the curse of the Tao heart was a death sentence, something that gave anyone a foreboding sense of mortality once its effects started to show. Once it was confirmed, there was basically no way of making a recovery. Most people blamed unfortunate luck, deplorable circumstances, or simply a freak genetic mutation that caused these curses. But Katerina knew differently. The curse of the Tao heart was simply a remnant of the ancient era. Lady Farron laid Lyra down into the ground, with the little girl immediately turning into a fetal position. "The curse of the Tao heart is due to the abundance of ability power in someone's heart," Katerina explained. "They are a manifestation of extreme talent, overwhelming nascent potential, and a hidden heritage that dates back to the ancient humans." Lady Farron frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means that Lyra is too powerful for her own body. Ability power is billowing inside her, causing her heart to insidiously inflate, almost making it burst at the seams. The curse of the Tao heart used to be a gift. It is the sign of a 1 in a million talent that even the ancient humans worship as the pinnacle of strength. It is scarce, but there are doctrines portraying children with the curse of the Tao heart as the people who were all but guaranteed to transcend into godhood," Katerina revealed. This greatly shocked Lady Farron and the staggered Michael. The image that she was portraying was in complete contrast to the vulnerable and ghastly appearance of the little girl. How could someone on the brink of death also be the same one with the potential of ascending above the nascent spirit realm? "But fate is cruel," Katerina grimaced. "What was once a sign of divinity now became a mark of death. Gift turned curse. Those afflicted with this talent no longer have the proper resources needed to nurture them into maturity." With most of the ancient era texts turning decrepit due to the deteriorating effects of time, almost no one knew how to cure these curses. But she recovered, her Tao heart stopped deteriorating, Lady Farron begged. "She just needs to use the compound bow." Katerina pursed her lips before reaching out her hands and wrested something towards her. A second later, a rift in space appeared, showing a dark storage room filled with weapons and sundry treasures that this stronghold plundered throughout the years. An ornate golden chest inside suddenly started to rumble before its lid blew wide open as an anachronistic compound bow flew out towards Katerina's hands. She held it for a brief second before pushing it towards the little elf girl. Lady Farron's eyes became filled with hope. But as the seconds passed and Lyra's condition continued to worsen, her countenance started to turn weary and dreadful. "Why isn't it working?" Katerina sighed. "I'm sorry, but there is no cure to the curse. Whatever respite she felt must have only been temporary. It's not uncommon for cursed children to feel healthy and lively for a brief period of time before their conditions worsened." She wanted to say that no cursed child in recent history has yet to go above the age of 10, but decided not to worsen the mood anymore. After all, the only way for a cursed child to recover was through. "Wait," Michael said, stepping forward. He gestured for Katerina and Lady Farron to give him some space, and despite their confused faces, they acquiesced to his request. Then he kneeled next to Lyra. "Hey, can you hear me? You gotta follow my voice, okay?" With both of his hands outstretched, Michael closed his eyes and focused on the power deep inside his soul, tapping into something intrinsic within himself. What are you? Katarina's words dropped off as she felt a change in the atmosphere. Light, almost ethereal aura penetrated throughout the room, even bypassing Katarina's natural nascent spirit defenses. It felt as if gravity itself had lessened, titans released. Her eyebrows furrowed. This wasn't ability power, this wasn't magic, it was something else entirely, something divine. A prismatic light emanated from Michael's hands, its glow spreading towards the grimacing elven girl. But after being touched by this ethereal light, her expression lightened, relief coursing through her body. Michael heard Chat JK5 voice echoing in his mind. Would you like to awaken Lyra's talent? A few moments ago, Michael saw a notification he hadn't seen for a long time suddenly pop up in his vision. The golden nose detects the presence of someone with great talent. He hadn't seen that notification since the first creation of the nation of Reborn. If he remembered correctly, the last time this skill popped up was when he first met the Dragonborns. After that, it never showed up again, making him forget about it completely. But now, it suddenly popped up out of nowhere. His eyes immediately gazed at the room as he tried to find the source of that smell. But this was weird. The only people here were him, Katarina, and the two elves. At first, he thought that his skill was sensing someone in the vicinity of the stronghold, maybe someone who happened to pass by in a moment of pure serendipity. This was the reason why he was a little bit distracted while Katarina and Lady Farron talked about Lyra. But then he suddenly heard something about the curse while he was in the middle of his reverie. The curse of the Tao heart is a manifestation of extreme talent. These few words brought him out of his daydream. Perhaps the golden nose was actually talking about the little elven girl in front of him. But that didn't make sense. After all, his second supreme talent, one for bestowing gifts and awakening talents to other people, only worked for humans and demi-humans. Beast folks were not in this category because they were under a completely different source of power. He couldn't awaken anyone from the mermen because their strengths rallied under the purview of the Ocean King. The vampires and werewolves, on the other hand, were being led by the Monster Queen. This was the same for the other beast folks, the Dragoconians and the elves as well. In short, those beast folks already awakened their talent. But after hearing the specialness of the curse of the Tao heart, Michael began to think that the golden nose had something to do with Lyra. With nothing to lose and everything to gain, Michael stepped forward and tried to awaken Lyra's innate talent. Lady Farron and Katarina stepped back, in complete awe and shock as a golden, ethereal light began to encompass Lyra's entire body. This tangible, out-of-this-world power began to pick her up, making her float into the air. Somehow, this strange power was able to quell the degenerative curse in Lyra's heart. Inside her body, the intense, fervid power of her innate talent was trying to break out of her own heart. This led to the deterioration of its walls and muscles, to the point where her heart's lining was only a thin layer away from rupturing completely. But somehow, this new golden light was able to enclose the unbridled energy coming from Lyra's soul, taming it and forming it into something with a little bit more structure, more organization. The golden light became a guiding tunnel, allowing the rampant ability power in her heart to focus all of its vivacity to empower her body instead. With this didactic, ethereal golden power, Lyra's curse suddenly transfigured into a different substance. No, this wasn't sudden. It was as if the golden light that got infused inside her heart awakened something that was already latent within the curse. It was as if a switch had been turned, turning the curse from a festering, destructive solid force into a panacea-like liquid that began to repair and reconstruct all of the damage that it had been doing after all this time. All of them watched as Lyra's face softened, her pallid face slowly having more color of vividness than before. Not only that, but the ability power emanating from her body was gargantuan, almost godlike, to the point where she had a mien of an ethereal goddess descended from the heavens as she floated in the air effused by a golden light. What's happening to her? Lady Farron asked out loud, both confused and awed. Katarina opened her mouth, about to say something, but even she couldn't bring herself to bring out the words. After all, she knew exactly what was happening. It's been written in the texts. The golden ethereal light, the divine-like power, and the gargantuan density of ability threads coursing through the elf's veins. Everything pointed to the fact that Lyra was currently awakening her latent talent. But that was thought of to be impossible. The power to awaken a cursed Tao heart was long lost during the great cataclysmic event that separated the ancient era from the modern one. When the ancient humans disappeared, so did humanity's ability to wield all 8 elemental mana along with it. Thanks to the retrieval of the God-forged pieces, humanity was able to somehow regain their ability powers. But even now, no one had ever been born with the mythical prismatic talent. And according to the ancient texts, only someone with the ability to wield unity could transform the curse of the Tao heart into gift. Katerina stared at the golden-haired boy in front of her eyes gazing at the prismatic light coming from his palms. That was unmistakable. Like an explosion going through her head, all of the disparate clues started to finally coalesce into one single truth. The truth as to why and how her father activated his failsafe. He figured out that his protege, his student Kyo, was none other than the mythical talent only talked about in the legends. Just then, the golden light surrounding Lyra finally subsided. Slowly, she floated back down on the ground, landing squarely on her feet. She opened her eyes, showing a new sense of power, clarity, and peacefulness in her gaze. The little elven girl had changed for the better. She looked down at her own chest, no longer feeling that piercing pain in her heart. It was gone, replaced by an effervescent power brimming to the surface, giving her energy and vigor unlike anything she'd felt before. She knew then and there that she was finally cured. The platinum-led Urset's stronghold, which hadn't seen the light of day in years, had now been blown wide open, thanks to a motley group of 3 people who had a particular set of skills perfectly suited to rescue a little elven girl. Just a few minutes after that its rampart walls had been broken down, there were already hundreds of people wearing sun masks entering the entire palace. Katerina had sent a private message back to the Eternatus Consortium, telling them about the successful assault against an Ursat's stronghold. At this point, Michael, Lady Farron, and Lyra were already out of the castle's walls and were on their way to return to New Sparta. While Lyra was entertaining herself with the amazing, futuristic technology inside the drone's control room, Michael instead focused on a single screen depicting the fading view of the stronghold. "So that's the Eternatus Consortium," he muttered. The members of this secretive organization donned a complete white attire in contrast to the dark outfits that the Ursat's assassins wore. Unlike those hooded figures, members of the consortium wore this elaborate and conspicuous sun mask with 8 distinct rays depicting the different mana elements. These people searched through the rubble, taking proper records of the deceased Ursat's assassins lying on the ground. There was also no doubt in his mind that they were currently going through every single convoluted tunnel room inside the castle, hoping to disinter a few important relics and treasures that the Ursat's deemed important. "Phew, I'm glad I didn't join your consortium, or else I would have had to wear that awful white robe," Michael said sarcastically. According to his agreement with Katerina, Michael would become a secret member of the organization, with records of his identity never seeing the light of day. That was why they had to get out of there before the consortium agents arrived. "Bro, you've been holding out on me. I should have had your flying weapons instead." Michael snapped out of his reverie once he realized that the little Lyra already had her hands on one of the mini drones. He was about to scold her, but stopped when he looked at the screen. One of the screens showed the first-person perspective of a mini drone gliding through the thick branches of the forest down below, doing flips, turns, and barrel rolls with absolute and consummate proficiency. He was so shocked that he stood there and gawked at the screen while the sounds of furious button clicks and mashing echoed in the control room. Is this part of her monstrous talent? She was a prodigy when it came to technology. She was able to figure out how a phone and a drone worked in such a short amount of time. While Lyra was having fun, she was suddenly interrupted as Lady Farron lunged at her from behind, taking her into a breathtaking hug. Relief, shock, and a flurry of pent-up emotions broke out of her at this moment and almost turned her into a slobbering dog. "Who? You made me worried there." Conversely, Lyra had an almost annoyed look plastered on her face. She tried to push Lady Farron away, like a rebellious teen embarrassed of their own parents. "You're overreacting, it's fine, I'm fine," Lyra insisted, a teardrop building up in her eyes. "Can you really no longer feel that prick in your heart? It's gone, right?" Yes, I told you that already. While the two elves were having a merry time celebrating this miraculous moment, Michael was distracted as he saw a woman appear on the screen. It was Katerina, flying in the air beside the drone. After Katerina finished up her report to the consortium agents, she immediately caught up to the drone for a one-on-one talk with Michael. Their conversation was fairly mild, talking about his supposed prismatic talent and other such things. You can really use all 8 elements. Yes, is that so hard to believe? Her reaction was warranted. After all, the Eterinitas Consortium focused all of their efforts on restoring the ancient era, and one of the things that was important in their objectives was to figure out how someone could wield unity. That was the reason why their emblem was a sun with 8 rays. It symbolized their hope of once again bringing all 8 elements into one unifying force. It was one of their end goals. After all, according to Professor Lichtenstein's research, the only foreseeable way of returning unity into the hands of humanity was if the God-forged pieces were returned into one solid block. They would have never thought that someone had already achieved it. Michael decided to tell her the truth. He told her that he was born with this power, a latent skill that he had even before he awakened his talent. He briefly conjured 8 simple spells in the air, symbolizing his mastery in all of them. Amazing! It is an extraordinary stroke of luck that I happened to run into you. The unique powers you wield will help tremendously in our war against the Ursets. Kyo was only in the 7th stage of the body formation realm, but if he were to reach the nascent spirit realm, he stood a very good chance of fighting against emeralds, diamonds, and even masters. The fact that he reached this level while still being so young meant that he was more than likely than others to achieve a nascent spirit. In fact, by the rate he was even going to defeat Katerina's record of the youngest nascent spirit cultivator ever. Thanks, Michael said, scratching his head awkwardly. He never really knew what to do after being complimented. I will help you in any way I can. We need to break down every stronghold that we can in New Sparta. Katerina then explained that despite knowing that the Grandmaster had a stronghold in New Sparta, they couldn't exactly go in there, guns blazing, like they did the last time. First of all, they didn't even know where it was placed. Knowing him, the stealth and defenses they placed there was something that even Katerina could break on her own. They'd need an entire army. Second of all, they'd be putting themselves and everyone else in danger if they didn't put in any planning for the siege. According to Katerina, it would be better to weaken their footing in New Sparta first. It would be like the famous saying, divide and conquer. With such an important strategic location, the Ursats wouldn't just put one single stronghold there and call it quits. No, they would supplement them by placing it amongst other strongholds that were held by leaders with a very strong defensive capability. Unfortunately, those strongholds wouldn't be defended by mere platinums. There would be a genuine nascent spirit cultivator waiting for them there, which was someone Michael wanted to avoid. Because of Michael's anonymity, he couldn't exactly be placed amongst the consortium's army as well. He'd have to work in the shadows, attacking the strongholds indirectly while their realm army sieged when the time was right. Michael was okay with that. In fact, that was what he wanted. After all, he wouldn't be risking his life fighting nascent spirit cultivators, while still gaining all of the loots that he would have had otherwise. In his agreement with Katerina, he deserved at least a few scraps of artifice or God-forged pieces during the siege. This would help him strengthen himself until he could eventually transcend the body formation realm and go to the nascent spirit realm. As much as I would like to kill that bastard, I have to wait. You must get stronger first, Katerina said. Michael nodded. Sure, I'll also have my friends and allies help us when need be. She immediately shook her head. Adding civilians into the mix wouldn't be the best idea. I told you, this is a war of gargantuan proportions, but it must be fought with absolute silence. No one can know about it unless they absolutely had to. Even if they're magnetic, she interrupted him. If they don't know what they're fighting, they're basically just a simple dead weight. You'll be risking their lives without the proper setup. Of course, unless they are in the nascent spirit realm. Michael crossed his hands on his chest. I really think that the Dragonborns can help with this, he insisted. Katerina pursed her lips before eventually shaking her head. This is a matter for the Eternitas Consortium. The more people involved, the harder it is to keep you a secret. Even if they can also use unity, even if. Wait, you said what now? Michael shrugged. They can use unity. Her eyes went wide in complete shock and disbelief. What, but I thought that you got your powers because of your birth. He nodded. Yeah, but they also awakened the power to wield all 8 elemental mana after I awakened their talents. In fact, everyone in the nation of Reborn can do it. After that revelation, Katarina simply couldn't take it anymore and had to get out of her drone to relieve all of her pent-up shock and stupefaction. It was as if she was looking at a completely different person. At first, she thought that her father picked Kyo up because of his extraordinary talent in history and whatnot. She even had a brief thought that he was an illegitimate child. But as it turned out, he was neither of those things. He was someone called Michael, who owned the Reborn company and its subsequent nation. This group was no normal gathering of humans and demi-humans. Thanks to Michael's unique powers, they had all awakened the power to wield unity like him. Someone who was deeply entrenched into the lore and history of the ancient era, she knew just how big of a deal this was. One of the Eternatus Consortium's goals was to recover unity from the annals of history. They thought that if they could bring it back to the modern world, they'd be one step closer to recreating the ancient era. But who would have thought that a kid from a backwoods part of the royal continent was actually born with that specific power already awakened? If he could awaken anyone's talent and proficiency in unity, then he could basically recreate the ancient era all by himself. This was a revelation that was far too large and big of a scope to keep a secret. So, with Michael's permission, Katarina decided to tell one of the very top leaders of the consortium, the only person that she and her father trusted with everything in their lives. After Katarina left, Michael and the 2 elves returned to New Sparta. The village, which had been ravaged by fire, was now slowly recovering little by little. The gargantuan acacia trees glowed with these soft, gaseous green light as elves kneeling at the roots used their Tao heart to heal their guardians of their injuries. And in the middle of this serene recovery state, a giant metallic hovercraft suddenly descended from the heavens, its propellers bringing down gusts of heavy gales that ruffled the trees and the anxious hearts of all the elves. The question on all of their minds was soon answered as the drone landed on the open ground, and a small, short-haired elven girl reappeared beside it. It was Lyra, safe and sound. The little elven girl squirmed under the gazes of all her neighbors, the very people she tormented with pranks and all sorts of antics that warranted a little bit of anger towards her. She looked down, thinking that they'd be expressing their disappointment at her return. But just as she was about to say something, a furious, tumultuous roar of jubilation and exultation rang out in the elven village. Lyra looked around warily, wondering why they were suddenly celebrating something. But then the elves started to crowd around her, warily checking if she had any bruises or injuries. It wasn't until Lady Farron exited out of the drone did the rest of the elves turn their focus onto her. What happened, Lady Farron? Thank the earth Lyra was all right. Did you catch those no-gooders? Wait, stop crowding around them. You're stressing Lyra out. Lady Farron looked around at the villagers and gave them a reassuring smile. I will explain everything in due time, she said calmly. But for now, let us rest and give time to heal, for tomorrow there will be many celebrations to do. The next day, Michael woke up to find the sun blaring its rays through the windows of his room. He sluggishly got up out of the bed the elves accommodated for him and looked out the window. The first thing he noticed was the bright orange skyline hanging above the entire village. As it turned out, he slept through the entire morning and only awoke in the afternoon. How long did I sleep? That was perhaps the best sleep he's ever had in a long time. But of course, that's to be expected after what happened last night. The whole thing went like a blur for him. His adrenaline pumped through his body for the entirety of their siege in the stronghold and only wore out once he was back in bed. Let's see. We breached the stronghold. I defeated Platinum and a nascent piece, rescued Lyra, awakened her talent, and revealed my true identity to Katarina. He certainly did a lot yesterday. After taking a big stretch, he decided to go out of his room and meet up with Lady Farron. He exited the room, went down the elevator vines, and landed back down on the building's lobby. And as soon as his foot touched the ground with an audible thud, hundreds of elves turned towards his direction. He stopped in his tracks, staggered by the amount of people in the room. The lobby wasn't this populated back then. The weird part was that every single one of the elves were silent as they looked at him. He could feel a pin drop. They gawked at him with a mix of awe, shock, and bewilderment. Then, a couple of moments later, all hell broke loose. "Sir Keo, you are a hero to all elven kind. I really admire you, Sir Keo. Please leave your hand imprint in my bow. Can I touch your golden hair?" Michael backed away at the surge of fanatic elves besieging him from all sides. He was very much confused by all of this. He was quite known within the elven community because of his involvement with Lady Farron, but not to this extent. Overnight, he practically became a celebrity within the village, paparazzi and all. Cornered back into the elevator vines, he suddenly heard a whisper echo from the top. He looked up, only to see the familiar image of an elven child clinging onto a vine high up on the tree. Except this time, the image was clear. "Come on, I know a way out," she said, gesturing for him to follow her. Michael shrugged and followed after her, floating through the vines until he finally reached a small crawlway tunnel that led him outside the tree and out into the open. He stepped out of the tree, finding himself perched atop a thin branch high up in the gargantuan acacia tree, overlooking a vista of the whole elven village. On the end of this branch was Lyra, sitting down precariously at the bending branch, hugging her knees as she solemnly looked at all the activity down below. Michael sat beside her and looked down. There he saw a slew of colorful powder spewing everywhere, as elves mindlessly shot arrow after arrow at the confetti fruits in the trees. The familiar sounds of harmonizing zithers and violins beautifully echoed throughout the entire village, played by elves using their bows as musical instruments. The whole forest was in a festive mood, no doubt. "What happened?" he asked Lyra. And so the little girl relayed to him about the events that transpired early in the day. According to her, Lady Farron awoke everyone in the village and gathered all the elves under one roof. There, she told the heroic story of how he rescued her and Lyra from certain doom. She may have added a few touches of dramatized retelling of the story, but the important scenes were there. This included the part where he gave Lady Farron another compound bow, the part where he defeated her captor, and the part where he saved Lyra from her cursed Dow heart. After hearing all of this laid out, Michael finally understood all the fanfare he got from the elves. But what he couldn't understand was why Lyra didn't seem all that happy given that she was finally free from her curse. She shrugged, "I'm not, I just feel." Her words trailed off. After hearing that her death was inexorable for all of her life, it was a strange thing to suddenly hear that she was finally cured of everything. It was hard to believe, even. She had no idea how to properly process what she was feeling. It was a lot to go through, especially for a young girl like her. And the worst part was that she was all alone. She might have had the support of Lady Farron and all the elves in the village, but they would never truly understand what she was going through. This was quite a lonely place to be. Michael, knowing that he could do nothing to alleviate this loneliness, sat next to Lyra. "Give me your phone," he said. The little elf girl glared at him. "You won't take it away, would you? I earned it fair and square." He chuckled, "No, of course not." After glaring at him with disbelief, Lyra eventually relented and gave him the phone. Once he had it, he inputted a few commands in the phone before giving it back to her. "What did you do?" she asked him. Michael smiled. "I gave you the number of someone whom you'll find a lot of similarity with." Meanwhile, in a room cut away from the world, with no windows or doors, no end nor beginning, stood an old woman wearing a button-down white robe. Despite her balled-up hair showing grayish and white tones, the old woman looked stately and solemn, as if her very presence demanded respect and adoration. She had a mien of a queen, similar to that of the Duchess Regina, but with a hint of mystery and depth that gave her a sharpness that should make anyone wary of crossing her. She stood in the room patiently, waiting for something or someone. Finally, a rift in space appeared right in front of her, the fraying edges of the crack becoming crystallized with calcified diamonds with multiple facets that reflected prismatic light. Then a young, black-haired woman stepped inside. This was none other than Katerina Petrovich. "Thank you for coming on such short notice," Katerina bowed, showing this old woman the obeisance she needed. After all, this dignified and majestic woman was the leader of the Eternatus Consortium itself. She was a busy woman, and even Katarina's stature as a nascent spirit realm cultivator wouldn't have been enough to suddenly request a private meeting out of the blue. "Oh, please, Kati. No need for that formality," the old woman said warmly, shaking her hand. "You make it seem as if we haven't known each other all your life." Katarina knew this woman since her birth. She was the one who nurtured her into the woman that she was now. Her entire life would have been different if it weren't for her timely guidance during a very troubling period of her life. When her parents weren't around, she was there, giving her all the maternal love she needed. In fact, their countenance towards each other would have been more warm and affectionate if it weren't for the purpose of today's meeting. This gathering wasn't centered on family members catching up. It was between a member of Eternatus and its leader. "Is it true?" the old woman asked. Immediately, the subject of today's private meeting was put forth. Both of their expressions turned grim and serious, with thousands of emotions and memories rushing through their minds. "Yes, the Grandmaster is in New Sparta," Katarina confirmed. A cold breeze rang out into the room. Just the mere mention of this name would have brought anger, fear, and anxiety towards any member of the Eternatus Consortium. But for these two, only a serious and focused expression flashed into their eyes. In fact, there was even a hint of zeal into their expression, a steadfast enthusiasm that came less from a place of fear, but a place of impatience. Finally, the old woman muttered, "They've been tracking down this heinous bastard for a while now, to no avail. They spent valuable resources all across the globe, hoping they'd catch a glimpse of this guy's name. However, he was too slithery. A shifty knave, the Grandmaster never even lets other people know his name so as to prevent anyone from tracking him down. For a man who loved the shadows and isolation, who would have thought that they'd find him in New Sparta, where the entire place was bursting with life, conversation, and strife. Do not let him know we're onto his tail," the old woman commanded. "He'll run away, guaranteed. Keep doing what you've been doing in New Sparta and pretend as if you don't even know he's there." What? Katarina's visceral outburst brought her nascent spirit armor manifesting around her. But despite being encompassed by this tangible pressure, the old woman remained unfazed. Not a single hair follicle of her shivered. "Katarina, listen to me. You cannot defeat him alone. We have to gather all of our forces in New Sparta, and only then will we have a chance at finally laying our vendetta to rest. Let our agents do the work." "No, I'll search for him myself," Katarina insisted. "I can't just dawdle while knowing he's out there somewhere, just mere inches away from me." The old woman sighed, her eyes gazing at the conspicuous diamond armor manifested around Katarina. "Your ability power is the opposite of what we need. He'll be able to catch a glimpse of your reflection from halfway across the world. You do not have the necessary skills to spy against him. Especially, we have a lot of agents capable of doing this job better than you. Let them." Katarina's nose was flared, still insisting on her own way. The old woman then walked over towards her and patted her shoulders. "You're not the only one with a score to settle," she said. The Grandmaster wasn't just her enemy, it was the entire consortium's. The old woman walked past Katarina, about to exit this isolated dimensional plane, when Katarina spoke up. "Wait, that's not the only reason why I called you here today." This certainly caught the old woman's attention. "I found out the reason why Father activated his failsafe," she admitted. With a single eyebrow raised, the old woman turned around and faced Katarina with an expectant gaze. "What did he find out? It may help us in bringing your father out of his coma." "It's about unity, or more importantly, who has it." Katarina then began to explain the details of what Michael told her in the drone. His power to control all 8 mana elements, his skill that allowed him to awaken other people's talents, and as well as his feat of killing the Grandmaster's nascent piece. The old woman's expression went from mild shock to complete and utter disbelief. The story of a golden-haired boy doing all of those things were truly far-fetched to be in the realm of possibility. At first, a slight chuckle burst out of the old woman. Katarina must have been exaggerating, right? But as Katarina's story came to an end, and there was no hint of humor in her countenance, the old woman quickly turned silent. Katarina was no liar either. She may have had a brief stint in becoming a problem child during her earlier years, but she would never blatantly lie about something this absurd, especially when it came to the Grandmaster. The old woman paced back and forth, her eyebrows furrowed as she debated on whether she should believe it or not. Yes, Katarina said decisively. I have witnessed it myself. He cured that elf child's cursed Tao heart. Prismatic light came out of his hands. It can't be anything other than unity. It wasn't that she didn't trust Katarina, but this matter was simply too important to be dismissed with no evidence. The ramifications of such a miraculous power would certainly shake the very foundations of the world. An elf awakening a talent, not a demi-human with no Tao heart, but a genuine beast folk. This was simply too earth-shattering. It's good that you brought this to my attention, the old woman said. But this should be kept a secret for as long as possible. Katarina was surprised. I would have thought you would push for his permanent addition to the consortium. The old woman nodded. Yes, the power that he wields, if true, will shift the scales of war towards our direction significantly. But it's too much. If the ersatz find out that there was someone who can bring the power of the ancient era into our present, then they do whatever it takes to destroy him. This grim and foreboding thought made Katarina worried. What should we do? You do nothing. For now, the fact that he has remained unknown for this long means that the ersatz won't find out about him unless we give him special attention. Keep him close, but from a distance. Michael still remains unknown from the rest of the world. If there were any rumors about him, they only remained as such. After all, the extent of his power was too far-fetched to be believed. The ersatz certainly thought so, given that they haven't found out about him. We will be deploying most of our forces in New Sparta soon. So whatever they are doing there, we will be there to stop it. The old woman glanced at Katarina and saw that she was still not assured. Do not worry, I will be in New Sparta myself, said the old woman. This greatly surprised Katarina. Her presence in New Sparta would certainly deter any major moves from the ersatz. Just her name alone would make them quiver in fear, forcing them into the squalid hiding holes they call their strongholds. I shall await for you in New Sparta, Katarina kneeled. The old woman nodded. I'll be finishing up some business here, making some excuses to justify my coming there. Katarina nodded before turning around and extending her hand, about to create another rift in the spatial dimension. Oh, and Katarina, it would be nice if we had some dinner once in a while, the old woman said warmly. Katarina smiled. Yes, Monsieur. Michael flew through the slew of organic, powdery confetti flying through the skyline of the elven village, and eventually arrived on the front steps of Lady Farron's quaint cabin. With a knock on the door, he let himself in and saw a busy elf surrounded by even more busy bodies. As soon as the door creaked open, they turned their heads towards his direction. Their eyes glistened with awe and adoration as they recognized his face. Sir Keo, you've awoken. Michael was once again besieged by the elves on all sides. They became so rowdy at his presence that he could barely even understand what they were talking about. They talked over each other like a bunch of small birds chirping for another worm. Okay, settle down, Lady Farron commanded. I'll handle this. She forcefully pushed the crowd of overly enthusiastic elves out of her house, leaving her alone with Michael. Finally, they could both heave a sigh of relief. Lady Farron chuckled. They're just fans of yours. The circumstances of yesterday's turmoil have been spread throughout the elven circle. Now, they're treating you as an important figure akin to the mythical heroes of old. Lyra is a beloved member of this community. The fact that you rescued her from a fate of doom is enough to earn adoration from us elves. Now, this brings me to my question. What happens with Lyra now? Lyra was saved. That was a fact that all elves had gotten to know after these past few hours. But the circumstances, or more importantly the extent of her rescue wasn't exactly common knowledge. Only Lyra, Lady Farron, Michael, and Katarina knew of what really happened that night. For most elves, they simply thought that Michael was a heroic figure who unfettered Lyra from the evil vandals who dared to kidnap her. They never knew about the fact that Lyra's Tao heart curse had resurfaced. They thought that she had already been cured by the compound bow. So no one was privy to the fact that Lyra's curse was cured due to an awakening of her talent, something that was thought of to be impossible by normal standards. She has a talent now, just like humans. Is she no longer a beast folk? Michael was hesitant to answer that. After all, even he didn't even know how to explain this situation because this was the first time this had ever happened. To be honest, I don't know, but I am sure that she has a talent. An image flashed back into his mind. a set of bold text that appeared in his vision the moment that he awakened Lyra's talent. SSS Class Divine Trickster. That was Lyra's talent. Those few words gave credence to the fact that Lyra was no longer just a beast folk, but she also wasn't a human either. She was a combination of both, something that transcended the two categories. The exact meaning of this, Michael didn't know. After all, having a talent meant that a person was able to awaken a diva if they became a magnetic. This was the reason why only humans became magnetics. Only they had talents to awaken. Demi-humans and beast folks had none. It was only when Michael awakened the talents of a beast folk would they be able to awaken their divas, like the dragonborn siblings. But the beast folks were different. Unlike the demi-humans, they already had a way to access ability power without manifesting a diva. They had a Tao heart, allowing their bodies to possess the power of a magnetic without a talent. The fact that Lyra, a beast folk, now had a talent was simply unheard of, until now. Would Lyra manifest a diva? If so, would it interfere with the natural powers inside her Tao heart? Michael had no idea. How would she increase her cultivation? Would she need to obtain God-forged pieces like all magnetics, or would she only need to stimulate her Tao heart for it to grow? There were way too many unknown variables in this situation. I'm just worried for her. I don't want her to feel isolated even more than before, Lady Farron muttered. Don't worry, Michael assured. She's not alone. Michael smiled. What, you don't think Lyra's the only one who had a cursed Tao heart, right? There's this mermaid girl who was also cured from her curse. Lady Farron's eyes widened with hope. Really? Yes, I've already linked the two together so that they have each other to talk to. Michael even had an idea about creating a school meant for cursed childs like Lyra and Nixie, where they could interact with each other and grow their talents in a safe and free environment. Now that Michael knew that cursed Tao hearts were an indication of extreme talent, he was more willing to help them and recruit them over to his side. Speaking of which, I need to visit Nixie soon. Maybe I'll see if I can awaken her talent. There was no reason to think that Lyra was the only cursed child to have a potential for talent. Perhaps Nixie simply didn't have the proper requirements in order for her to manifest a talent. For example, Lyra showed great signs of recovery after being in contact with a mithril artifact. Perhaps that was what Nixie was missing. Maybe if she held a weapon that she could call her own, she'd also be able to manifest a talent. Hopefully, some company will galvanize that recalcitrant kid into practicing her compound bow for a change. Lady Farron yearned. Then, Lady Farron took out her compound bow and caressed its metallic surface. The combination of dynamic and modern energy of the bow and the ancient stalwart aura of the Darkwood made from some amazing harmony of power. But maybe I'm just projecting. It's not Lyra's responsibility to become stronger. It's ours. If I hadn't hoarded the Darkwood in a vault and instead empowered my army using it, then those vandals wouldn't have even been able to set foot in our village without getting shot down. So the fact that you can supply Darkwood for us in a consistent manner will be greatly appreciated. Michael nodded before pointing at the compound bow. You know, if you want, I can add in an order of compound bows with the Darkwood. Lady Farron stopped and stared at Michael. Are you serious? Yeah, like I told you before, I have lots of spare compound bows back in the nation. I could even deliver complete compound bows and Darkwood already installed inside it. She was shell-shocked to hear Michael's proposition. Ahem, of course, it's going to be hard to produce. Michael coughed awkwardly, implying his need for a generous offer. Lady Farron immediately knew what he wanted. If you can deliver those weapons to us, then I can offer you 500,000 sand dollars for each one. Michael's greedy eyes flashed as soon as he heard that. 500,000. The Darkwood alone was worth 200,000 sand dollars. And if he added in the mithril needed to create the compound bow, which he estimated to also be 200,000 sand dollars, then that meant that he got an extra 100k SD from this transaction. This was an amazing deal. If he could deliver 8 compound bows plus Darkwood to the elves, this would net him 4 million sand dollars each month. And if he ever upgraded his capacity on the isolated rooms, he could grow that number even further. Deal, Michael emphatically agreed. It was a win-win for both parties. Michael enriched himself with more sand dollars, and the elves armed themselves with the best bows in existence. "This is great, let us." Just as Lady Farron was about to shake Michael's hands, the door suddenly burst open as a menagerie of elves stumbled through. They had been pushing through the door so much that its hinges broke entirely. "I'm sorry, Lady Farron, but we just have to ask one question to Sir Keo." The group of inquisitive elves picked themselves up from the ground and slowly approached Michael. "Sir Keo, is it true that the reason why you were able to find Lyra is because of this thing called a phone?" Michael looked at the expectant eyes on the elves and answered, "Yeah." Then he reached into his pockets and presented them with his own phone. With the real thing right in front of their very eyes, the elves immediately burst into excitement and ardent zeal. "I can't believe there's an object with such magical properties. It can capture the scenery of something with an even better quality than paintings, and it can communicate with others at such long distances, even without using magic or Tao heart. Can we have one?" Lady Farron immediately pushed the group of strange phone enthusiasts out of her room. "Okay, now don't get too excited. This object is extremely rare." But Michael stopped her with a hand. Then he turned to the zealous elves with a glint in his eyes. "You can get one. For a price, a measly little price of 10,000 sand dollars. Anyone could buy a miraculous metal brick that can communicate across vast distances, capture scenery with complete accuracy, and other such amenities. Who wouldn't want to buy it?" The elves certainly did. They sumptuously ordered 100 phones without blinking. In truth, they wanted to buy thousands of phones for all the elves in the village, but Michael limited them to only 1,000. He still didn't have a reliable way of mass-producing phones, so he didn't want to bite off more than he could chew. Still, this was another million sand dollars in his pocket. After counting the sand dollars now in his inventory, Michael was glad to know that he had about 3.3 million SD now. He couldn't wait to spend it all on upgrades. Speaking of which, the drone upgrade shop has probably refreshed all of its items. I should visit it soon. But that was for later, once he exchanged it for Sue drops. "I'll only be able to deliver the phones in a few weeks," Michael said to Lady Farron. But instead of a response, the only thing he could hear was the clicking of buttons. Lady Farron was too absorbed in the phone in her hands, furiously texting and taking pictures of everything inside her quaint little bungalow house. If Lyra was here to see this, she'd feel indignant. She was getting scolded exactly for this reason, yet Lady Farron was doing it herself. "Oh, oops, sorry. It's just that this phone is too amazing. Can I really order a case of this beer and have it delivered in a few days? And I can see the location of anyone with a phone. I'll finally be able to track that rowdy little child wherever she goes." Knowing Lyra's ability to weave around technology, the little girl would probably find a way to turn off her location-sharing services. "I know now more than ever that an alliance between our groups is the best decision I have made. In return for all you have given us, I will make sure that you obtain that antique from Romeo," Farron said decisively. And with a big sigh, she continued, "If the antique is that important to you, then I'll relent to Romeo's request." Michael shook his head. "You don't have to accept his advances just for this." No, it's fine. An alliance with a draconian will take the elves into the next level. Perhaps the children we sire will become transcendent." Even in elven terms, she was getting up there in age. She nodded. "Yes, he's been saying that he wants my bloodline for quite some time now." Michael staggered after he heard those words. What if she was misunderstanding Romeo's words? What if the bloodline he was talking about was the elves' ancestor, not their progeny? "He says he wants your bloodline," Michael asked on the brink of a realization. "Yes, that's what's written on his letters." What if he means the opposite? What if he wants the blood of the ancient humans? It made total sense. The antique always tested the blood of anyone who touched it. Those who failed will be refused entrance to its inheritance, but those who had the prerequisite blood will be granted access to the obelisk. Michael was transported into the obelisk thanks to his unique power, unity, and all that. Aside from him, no one else could enter, except for the ancient humans, the very people who bestowed an inheritance into the antique in the first place. Memories flashed into his mind, showing him the sundry stone statues that the elves kept in their garden. According to elven myth, they had the closest connection back to the ancient humans. They had the last vestige of their bloodlines. If that were true, then this was what Romeo would need to enter the antique. Is that true? Lady Farron asked in disbelief. He wants our blood for the antique. Michael nodded. I think so, it's the only thing that makes sense. But why me? He could have chosen any other elf if he wanted our bloodline. He wasn't sure about that yet. Perhaps Lady Farron was ostensibly only a normal elf, but in truth, actually had a secret ancestry that led back to the ancient humans. Of course, that was still only a wild conjecture with no evidence. He had to take that with a grain of salt. I don't know, but I do know that he needs your blood. Lady Farron paced back and forth. What should I do then? Michael didn't know. Romeo didn't seem like a bad guy. If he were truly that desperate to extort blood out of Lady Farron, then he would have done so already. The power of a draconian was nothing to scoff at. Not only that, but they weren't even sure that his guess was correct. Perhaps the guy really was just besotted by Lady Farron's elven beauty. Let's just wait until Katerina comes back. Then we can schedule a meeting with the guy. This was the best course of action. Lady Farron seemed okay with that, and soon excused herself out of the room. She still had a lot of things to deal with in the village, like increasing defenses to make sure that never happened again, and other stuff. This left Michael alone to ponder his next move. He looked at his phone and saw a message that was already a day old. Hey yo, when you're coming back, the lunar celebrations are already a go-go. You don't want to miss it. This was the message that he got before Lyra took his phone from him. He just didn't have the time to reply because of the hectic hours of everything that happened. I should go there now, but... He just couldn't help but let his curiosity get the better of him. With this much money, he wondered what kind of upgrades he could buy with his drone. Michael closed his eyes and opened the drone upgrade. Shop. Immediately, a semi-translucent 3D structure of the drone appeared in his vision. Mithril artifact drone. Spirit of old, 0 drops. Pocket dimension, 8 rooms. Mini drone link. Mini drone link. Mini drone link. Michael furrowed his brows, completely confused at what he was looking at. Chat JK5, where are the next upgrades? It looked like all the options were purged from the store, aside from the ones that could still be purchased continuously. The option to upgrade the drone's camera, the weapons, the frame, propellers, everything. This bummed him out. He was really looking forward to splurging on upgrades, now that he had a lot of sand dollars. To spare, please check closely at the bottom of the screen, Chat JK5 advised like a disappointed teacher. He quickly rummaged through the options once again, before he finally landed on a new window sitting perfectly on the footnote of the page. This one was completely different in style and presentation than the last upgrade windows. It was austere, with the majority of the page being a white background. Meanwhile, the font of the texts gave off a certain sense of familiarity, reliability, and grandness / it reminded him of a certain website back in his previous life, so much so that he was certain that there would be a lot of copyright problems that Chat JK5 would have to face because of this design. He didn't even have to ask her how this new setup was going to work. After all, this Windows idiosyncratic flair couldn't be mistaken for anything else. That's right, this new window looked eerily similar to a search engine back in his previous life. Not just any search engine, but one of the biggest companies on Earth that was owned by someone who was once called as the richest man on Earth. To be exact, this was a product search engine, which looked like it prided itself with same-day deliveries. Chat JK5, how is this even possible? How will I even make an upgrade with my drone? Would you like to try it out? Michael would like to, but in truth, he didn't know what to write. After all, there were way too many options. He was currently paralyzed by the amount of choices that he could make with this search engine. And as if Chat JK5 heard his words, there was suddenly a new pop-up notification on the screen. Congratulations for your first visit to the Drone Emporium. You have been credited with a 50% off coupon on your first purchase. You have logged into the Drone Emporium for the first day, unlocking a free instant delivery ticket. Log in for consecutive days to earn more rewards. Michael's vision was inundated with gaudy and flashy pop-up windows that certainly took his attention. There were even some confetti and colorful lights that flew towards him like a 3D effect, startling him. After shaking off his shock, he began to read the notification he got. 50% off coupon, instant delivery ticket. What do these mean? Would you like a tutorial for the Drone Emporium? At first he thought he knew what this new window entailed, but as it turned out, he was dead wrong. Amazon didn't have these kinds of pop-up sign and rewards. It sounded more like the other product search engine. The whole screen dimmed before ChatJK5 automatically zoomed the picture towards the search bar. It blinked before a pair of text appeared linking towards it. This is a search engine. This is where you're going to input any item that you would like to build. For now, please input any kind of item you wish. Any item? Can it be a baseball bat? He asked jokingly. But suddenly, the whole screen refreshed as a set of rows appeared in the Emporium window. Wooden baseball bat. Realistic toy bat with moving wings. Vampire bat action figure. Multitudes of sundry items that related to the words baseball bat appeared in the window. Some of these weren't even an actual bat. They just had a tenuous relationship with the word bat, even though they were completely different items. What are these? How are these going to be upgrades for my drone? Please pick one option, ChatJK5 advised. Still confused, he picked the option. Realistic toy bat with moving wings just because of how ridiculous it sounded. Then the screen changed once again. This time, it showed a picture of the item in clear view at the top, with a small description at the bottom. It was just a simple toy bat, with red eyes, fangs on its mouth, and a long wingspan that wrapped around its body. On the bottom it said, "Realistic toy bat with moving wings. This is a perfect gift to give during the holidays. It perfectly represents the anatomy of the famous winged mammal, allowing for better study." Okay, so it's really just a toy. Then he scrolled downwards, finally seeing its price. Price 2 mini drones. Delivery time 24 hours. 2 mini drones for its price, huh? Thankfully, ChatJK5 was here to explain. The products you see in the Emporium are things that the mini drones can transform into. For example, this item that you chose will need 2 mini drones for it to be completed. Once it has become the item that you purchased, it will perfectly mimic the product's specifications and measurements. You currently have a 50% discount, bringing down the price of the item to only 1 mini drone. With an instant delivery ticket, this item will be delivered at your earliest convenience. Would you like to purchase this? Huh? Why would I spend 2 mini drones to create something as useless as a toy bat? That seems completely useless. There was no way he would get rid of 2 mini drones in order to create a simple toy. In fact, he wouldn't even do that for a metal bat. All of those things in the search bar were items that he could create all on his own, with normal materials that didn't include mini drones. But there's no way that this new shop would just give me normal items. Perhaps it wasn't the items that were lacking. Perhaps it was his imagination. He then looked at the search bar and completely erased his input, replacing it with something a little bit more useful. You say that I can search for any item, right? Well, how about this? With a single thought, he entered his new item into the search bar, prompting the whole page to turn white as it refreshed its screen. Then one by one, rows of familiar and intimidating names appeared in his vision. Each one was esoterically named and could only be understood by true connoisseurs. The Drone Emporium gave him a list of popular handguns back in his previous life, some of which even he was familiar with. So I can order guns too. Just to see what it was like, he picked the Glock 19 option. It wasn't long before multiple images showed up on the upper part of the page, showing the different facets of the Glock 19. The Glock 19 is a popular semi-automatic pistol that is famed for its versatility and price 1 mini drone. Delivery time 2 hours. According to the incisive description and detailed plethora of pictures shown on the page, this gun perfectly replicated the one in his previous life, with nothing lacking nor any innovations. In short, there was no reason for him to buy this gun. After all, he could easily make it on his own without having to spend a single mini drone. So how will this work, ChatJK5? Will my mini drone really become a gun if I purchase this? Yes. The mini drone that you purchase will transform its very structure to conform to the blueprints of the item. In this case, the mini drone will become a functional gun that can shoot normal 9mm bullets. Will the gun retain the properties of the drone? Some of it, yes. The gun will have the same durability as a mini drone. This was the only thing that he could consider as a positive change. The gun will basically be made out of mithril, which is the strongest and most durable material known to man. However, this would still be stupid purchase, all in all. How about other features I purchased before? It will lose the upgrades, like invisibility, Unity gun inventory, and other such things because the item you purchased doesn't have those capabilities. This was even more reason for him not to purchase anything from the Emporium. Not only that, but he saw that the gun would need bullets, which he could either make himself or purchase from the Emporium. 9mm bullet cartridge. Delivery time 1 hour. Michael wanted to exit out of the Emporium out of disappointment. He wouldn't consider buying any of these items, even if he had $1 billion sand dollars to spare. Sure, those mithril bullets sounded useful, but it was still a waste of mini drones. Each one cost 10,000 sand dollars, mind you. I won't be purchasing any. Just as he was in the middle of his thoughts, he suddenly remembered something. Chat JK5 previous words echoed in his mind. We'll lose the upgrades like invisibility, Unity gun, inventory, and other such things because the item you purchased doesn't have those capabilities. The item would lose those upgrades because they don't have those capabilities. But what if they do? With this realization, he quickly went towards the search bar to test out his new hypothesis. But instead of scrubbing his previous input, he added a few words instead. Search handgun Unity powered. With those words, the screen refreshed and showed him an entirely new set of items. He clicked on the Unity Glock 19, and the page showed him a similar picture of the semi-automatic pistol. But now, there was a tinge of prismatic lining along its barrel, like a customized sticker that indicated its uniqueness. This variant of the Glock 19 uses Unity as its bullets. As a semi-automatic gun, the Unity bullets will fire with a fast action. Price 5 mini drones. Delivery time 30 hours. Just as he thought, the Emporium now gave him a list of guns that used Unity as its bullets. His hypothesis was correct. As it turned out, this drone Emporium wasn't limited by items from his previous life. It was only limited by his imagination. As long as he could think of it, then there was probably an item he could purchase from the Emporium. To test this out even further, he inputted a new variant of the pistol. Search handgun, Unity-powered, invisibility silenced. And just as he thought, the Emporium gave him a list of products that fit that description exactly. Disappearing silenced Unity Glock 19. Price 8 mini drones. Delivery time 40 hours. Based on the increasing price and delivery time, it seemed that the more complex the item, the more was required to create it. Now that he figured out the secret to maximize the potential of the drone Emporium, Michael decided to go all out. He wanted to input something that would upgrade a simple gun into something that went above and beyond its original structure and intention. Search a handgun that uses Unity as its bullet. It has enough firepower to kill even a nascent spirit cultivator with a single shot. Michael watched as the screen flashed white, with a simple loading cursor rotating in the middle of the window. It took ChatJK5 almost half a minute before it could finally give out a result. The screen refreshed, showing a single row below the search bar. Nascent godkiller of the 7 Seas. Nascent godkiller of the 7 Seas. Michael stared at the screen with shock and trepidation in his eyes. Such a breathtaking title. Just reading through its name gave him the image of an immortal soaring through the turbulent ocean with his floating sword, undaunted by the multitudes of horrifying, godlike, Lovecraftian monsters in front of him. At first he thought that the drone Emporium wouldn't give out any results. After all, the criteria he set was far too fantastical to be achieved, and in truth, he wasn't really expecting any product that matched his description. He just wanted to test out the limits of the search engine. But to his surprise, the Emporium actually gave him a product. He stared at the words, actually a little bit afraid of clicking through it. The name sounded too grand, too divine for him to purchase through the Emporium. But after clearing his throat with a hearty inhale, he touched the mythical item. Nascent godkiller of the 7 Seas. The image of a handgun appeared on the top window, but unlike the previous items, this one was very special. First of all, this gun had its own distinctive background that was animated. It looked like one of those extremely rare video game items that only had a 0.5% chance of spawning. The gun itself was sitting atop a billowing group of clouds, effused with a teal-colored ethereal light. Its barrel was made up of turbulent waves of blood, with images of ghastly souls shouting and screaming upwards. Its handle, on the other hand, was filled with golden swords, axes, spears, and every other type of weapon, each one pointed towards the tormented souls trapped in the gun's barrel. Overall, the flares and designs of this gun painted the image of a weapon that had its fair share of casualties, both mortal and divine alike. Michael had no doubt that this weapon could kill even a nascent spirit cultivator in one shot. Even from this image shown, he could feel a tangible conflation of unity and ability power coming out of the gun's surface. He had a feeling that this gun would claim mortals' lives just from a single glance. The nascent godkiller of the seven seas is a handgun with consummate power of the divine. Its capabilities are unfettered by mortal reasoning, allowing it to destroy nascent spirits with a single shot. Even those on the brink of reaching godhood cannot escape the reaping of their souls. The nascent godkiller of the seven seas is a handgun with consummate power of the divine. Its capabilities are unfettered by mortal reasoning, allowing it to destroy nascent spirits with a single shot. Even those on the brink of reaching godhood cannot escape the reaping of their souls. Michael took a deep breath. The weapon's description was an apt realization of what he was looking for. He couldn't believe that his drone emporium could even come up with such a terrifying weapon. This was beyond what he even thought was possible. It broke the rules of reality. After all, if the capabilities of this weapon was true, then it was a viable weapon that could kill even the Grandmaster himself. Price: 1,000,000 mini drones. Delivery time: 365 days. Immediately, his thoughts of gunning down the strongholds of ersatz by himself were thrown out the window. Of course, such a powerful weapon required an even greater price. 1,000,000 mini drones? Are you kidding me? It would take him a total of 10 billion sand dollars to purchase. He chuckled. Even with his current rate of progress, it would take him years, if not decades, to amass even a single billion sand dollars, let alone 10. It makes sense. This is essentially a one-hit kill gun. It kind of made him a little bit mad that ChatJK5 would show him such a tantalizing product. There was no possible way for him to earn that much money. Michael sighed. I guess it's just going to be a forlorn dream for the time being. You seem to be forgetting something, ChatJK5 reminded him. Then a slight glint appeared on the top right corner of the screen. Just like the popular product search engine from his previous world, the drone emporium also had tabs on its window to show the different features of the page. The first icon showed a shopping cart, which he guessed to be the page to show the items he wanted to buy. Next to that were two other icons. The first one showed an icon of a ticket with a percentage sign written in the middle, while the other one had an icon of a truck cruising through the road. ChatJK5 highlighted those two icons and automatically clicked it for him. Written on those windows were the log and rewards he obtained previously. If he used this coupon, then he could drop down the price of the gun to only 500,000 mini drones. This was a huge discount that he would definitely take advantage of. Now he'd only need 5 billion sand dollars to obtain a god-killing firearm in his hands, which was still a lot, but definitely doable within a time frame of a couple of years. I'll definitely save this coupon for this gun. Michael definitely underestimated the coupons that the Emporium gave him. But after seeing the products that he could purchase, he would definitely keep an eye out for more. ChatJK5, I have more sign-in bonuses, right? Correct. If you sign in for multiple days, you will be awarded with various coupons and rewards. She didn't say what kind of rewards he would receive, but there were definitely discount coupons somewhere around there. Negative, each item can only have one discount and one delivery-free ticket. This was a shame, but understandable. Now, if he found a better coupon somewhere along the line, he would save that one up for the Godkiller gun. Meanwhile, he'd use the rest of the coupons to buy the other items in the Emporium. He'd seriously be wasting the potential of the product search engine if he simply saved up all of his money for the Godkiller gun. The possibilities were endless. Michael immediately teleported himself back to the new Sparta Lake finding himself at the wooden docks. As soon as he arrived, he bent down and splashed his hands on the surface, indicating to Princess Octavia and the others about his intention to return to the sunken ship. While he was waiting for their response, his phone buzzed as a new notification arrived from a familiar number. Message from Lupin, where you at man? The lunar celebrations are going to start officially. It seemed that while he was away, things had progressed in the werewolf tribes. According to Chief Lupin, during the start of the lunar celebrations, all of the tribes would gather at a single location to show their respects to both their fellow tribes and the moon itself. Because of this event's importance, the different powers in New Sparta would also find themselves attending the ceremony. This included the different beast folks in the region as well as the human factions that they were allied with. This would give the chance for all parties to mingle, discuss, and perhaps size each other up from the competition that was about to come. It would be extremely helpful for Michael to be there to witness the ceremony firsthand. Reply, sorry, I won't be there during the ceremony. Don't worry. Shayna will fill me in on everything that happens. I have something important to do. His reply was sent just at the same time as the cephalopod merman arrived at the surface with a bubble for him to descend with. Welcome, Sir Kyo, to what do we owe the pleasure? Michael smiled. I'm here to do what I've promised. I'm here to install another filter. That was right. The busy thing that would occupy him for a full day and cause him to miss the opening ceremony of the lunar celebrations was for the filter that Princess Octavia ordered. Thanks to your wondrous item, fishes and corals have been growing at an astonishing rate. We feel the waters getting clearer and clearer. That's right, we no longer feel any sickness from the pollution. But is this all right? Princess Octavia doesn't want you to feel burdened with creating the filters during your busy time. You can do them at any time you're free. Michael stopped him with a magnanimous-looking smile. Oh, no worries, it's my pleasure. He wasn't lying. After all, installing another filter would net him a whopping 1 million sand dollars. Right now, this was the fastest way that he could earn money. Sure, it was tedious and laborious, taking him a whole day's worth of work, but it was worth it in the end. Selling phones would definitely be easier and faster, but he was hesitant to take more orders when he hadn't even delivered most of the shipment. He was desperate for money, but not enough for him to breach his moral standards. However, building the next filter was something that benefited both him and the merman immediately. Princess Octavia would get to expand her borders, and he'd be able to get more money to buy mini drones. It was win-win. Soon, he arrived back in the comfort of the sunken ship. A lot has changed since the last time he was here. Instead of seeing the gaunt and derelict remains of a sunken ship wrecked in half at the bottom of the lake, he now saw a bustling collection of sea life and marine animals swimming around happily. Bioluminescent and animated corals now grew about 100 meters in radius around the sunken ship, which was previously completely desolate of life. Schools of magically mutated fish scampered happily. Along the sea floor, their species varied and distinct from one another, with the surrounding waters of the sunken ship now effused with mana. Any and all kinds of life were attracted to live in Princess Octavia's territory. In fact, he even saw a few simple constructed dwellings around the ship, made out of corals, solidified sand, and seaweed. Living inside these huts were mermen of kinds he had yet to see before. Their species were unlike the ones living in Princess Octavia's territory. In short, they weren't cephalopods or invertebrates. Mermen with the conflated anatomy of humans and dolphins lived simply in the outskirts of the sunken ship, showing progress in the octopus princess' political aspirations. She was wresting public support from her brother and slowly growing hers. Swimming out of the wrecked sunken ship was a red-haired mermaid with a warm, welcoming look on her face. The mermaid princess swam happily around Michael, her tail wagging like a puppy's. What are you here for? Isn't the lunar celebrations about to start? As an honorary Rebornian, she knew about Michael's alliance with the Brownbloods. Yeah, but I wanted to build the filter first. And it's not like I'll miss much. I'm always watching it through this. He showed her his phone, its screen showing the video live streaming app already opened. Currently playing on the phone was shaky cam footage of Shayna and the other Dragonborns sitting on ascending steps of chairs, much like the viewing deck of a coliseum. They were currently surrounded by brown blood werewolves, who looked to be nervous compared to the lackadaisical and flippant attitudes of the Rebornians. "Oh, hey, Miss Serena," Zion greeted from the phone, his face taking up the entirety of the screen. She waved her hand and greeted him back, before Shayna took control of the camera back and scolded the boy for being too rowdy. "I'm sorry, Lord Michael, Miss Serena. We will do our best to behave and remain inconspicuous, isn't that right?" Michael felt Shayna's cold glare from here. "All right, keep me posted," he said. Then he turned back to Serena. "Anyway, is Princess Octavia here?" She shook her head. "You just missed her. She's actually attending the lunar celebrations, probably just to compete with our brother again." It seemed that the lunar celebrations were truly jam-packed with important people. If $1,000,000 weren't on the line, he would have been there to witness it himself. Michael didn't tarry any longer and found a suitable place to set up in. As he discussed with Princess Octavia, the next place he was going to install a filter was quite the territory, a few hundreds of meters away from the sunken ship. Now, this doesn't seem the most sensible decision at first. It would look better if the filter was placed adjacent to the sunken ship, so that the combination of both filters would create a larger territory with filtered water. But Princess Octavia chose a place quite a ways away from her territory for only one reason: FOMO. Coincidentally, the place of the second filter was directly on the line of sight of the Corrales, Triton's expansive territory. Those who wandered a bit away from the Merman Utopia, as it was called, would suddenly see a new place flourishing with life out in the open waters. This would certainly attract the attention of most mammalian mermen, especially since they were the ones who needed mana-infused water the most. That's where they get their oxygen, after all. Of course, their species had the most trouble adjusting here in the new Sparta Lake. That was why most of them lived in the Corrales, which was manually pumped with magic by Triton in order to make it livable. But even he, the great warm-blooded prince of the deep sea, hasn't been able to fully solve that problem. His pockets bled sand dollars every day just to keep his city afloat. He certainly wouldn't have extra funds to make the outskirts of his territory flourish. That was where the filter came in. Once the citizens of Corrales saw that even the desolate floor of the lake could become livable, then they would be more than willing to migrate towards Octavia's territory, thereby gaining their votes. Michael spent the whole day working in the cold, dark waters of the lake, installing all the needed systems for the filter. The only thing that gave him company was the ongoing live stream of the lunar celebrations. He couldn't watch it fully, but he did listen in on the conversations. Well, at least the things he could understand. Zion was quite the chatterbox, clouding the conversations happening around them. He didn't mind. Shayna would catch him up to speed later. Anyway, he finished up his work early the next day, finally installing the crystallized Unity shard into the engine. Once the fuel was installed, the machine sputtered into action, sending gusts of mana-infused water all around its surroundings. "It's done," he said to the merman guards. "Amazing, Sir Kyo. I can already feel the water starting to get fresher. We will be glad to report this to the princess once she comes back. For now, please follow us back to the sunken ship. Princess Octavia has already prepared your reward ahead of time." Feeling bubbly, pun intended, Michael drifted back to Octavia's territory and found himself staring at another treasure chest. 1,000,000 sand dollars as promised Sir Kyo. With a satisfying click, he pushed the shell lock on the chest, causing its lid to burst backwards. Effervescent bubbles rose from the treasure chest before the clear, tempting sight of sand dollars entered his vision. "Thank you," he said, before receiving the chest with his shadow inventory. Immediately, ChatJK5 flashed a notification detailing his current wealth. Sand dollars, 311,523. Ha. Without missing a beat, he immediately went towards Serena's quarters and requested an exchange. With her help, a vortex appeared a few feet above the floor. Its dark, tenebrous tunnel led into a different place entirely, somewhere so deep that even light could not touch its surface. "How much would you like to buy?" Michael smiled. "All of it." With a wave of his hand, a spherical shadow emerged from his feet and rose up in front of him. A similar whirlpool appeared into its surface, causing the sand dollars inside his inventory to radially flow towards the vortex. Tens of thousands of sand dollars were drained from his account each second, all sinking into the endless pit of the vortex. Serena's eyes widened even further as the exchange went way past a few minutes. In the end, all 4.3 million sand dollars were unloaded. And as if mimicking Serena's shock, the vortex itself took at least 5 minutes in complete silence and inactivity. It didn't expect to handle this much money in a single exchange. "This vortex wouldn't scam me, right?" Michael joked. "Ha no, I think." Serena awkwardly laughed. Even she didn't know why this exchange was taking this long. Finally, something changed. The vortex suddenly increased in intensity, its revolution becoming more and more turbulent as the seconds passed. The dark, Stygian tunnel that led to another region suddenly bulged, increasing in girth as it began to convulse. This chaotic change in the vortex caused micro-tremors all around the sunken ship, until after half a minute, everything stopped. Then suddenly, a dark-tinted wine bottle emerged out of the vortex, landing perfectly in Michael's hands. He turned toward Serena for questions, but saw her jaws wide open in complete shock. That's Father's personal bottle," she shouted, the scales in her tail flickering in shock. She pointed at the bottle, or more specifically, the label on its surface. Written using some type of premium seaweed, and various coral shavings was the words, "Ocean King's gift of old." He peered through the dark, tinted bottle. It was hard to see the liquid inside given the opaqueness of the sea glass used, but he could feel it sloshing around as he shook the bottle. It was viscous like oil. There was no mistaking it. This voluminous collection of liquid was none other than the spirit of old, or Su for short. He'd only ever seen it in drops, so he couldn't quite recognize it the first time. "Wow, so this is 431 drops of Su." But Serena interjected, "Not just. That's more than 431 drops. That's 500. Michael stopped for a second. "What? How does this have 500 drops?" Perhaps Serena was mistaken. After all, that would be a surplus of 69 drops, which was not a paltry number at all. Michael was pretty sure that there would be wars fought to obtain that much Su drops. There was no way that the vortex accidentally gave him 500 drops instead of the 431 he purchased. But Serena was absolutely sure. "Look at the label and try to see if there's a hint of octopus ink used in the words." Michael did as he was told, noticing now that a strange, almost magical sparkling glimmer shined through the black letters. At first he thought that they were made from sand, but he could sense a faint sense of ability power from these words. "Yeah, and I can almost smell a hint of saltiness from the bottle," he confirmed. "That's my father's personal stamp. This has to be one of his bottles," she insisted. The fact that she knew about this secret font gave credence to her words, but still, it didn't make sense. Why would the Ocean King suddenly give him an excess of Su drops? "Let me explain. The bottles are part of Father's personal collection of gifts. Valuable items such as iridescent pearls, rare and exotic scales, and other such curios are given out to his friends as a sign of goodwill. Amongst that lineup of gifts is this bottle. It contains 500 drops in total." Michael stared at the bottle in his hands, his face twisted into confusion. He wondered what he did to earn the goodwill of the Ocean King himself. As far as he knew, he'd never even indirectly dealt with the literal ruler of the oceans. Serena furrowed her brows before shaking her head. "Probably not, and before you ask, no, the vortex won't allow Father to peer through to the other side. It only allows the transfer of Su drops for security purposes." Even she didn't know how or why this happened. The Ocean King was known for his spontaneity, but even this seemed too random. Maybe someone told him about the filter. She considered the thought for a second, before shaking her head. Even if someone here reported back to Atlantis, they'd need to have traveled for a month at least before they reached the bottom of the ocean. It had only been a few days since the first filter was installed, so that wasn't possible. Michael was so stumped by this puzzle that his excitement for the Su drops was completely buried. "Maybe it's because he noticed the frequency." Serena muttered. "Yes, the frequency in which you exchange for Su drops. Perhaps he noticed that you are the only person who has been acquiring Su drops at a commensurate rate. The first time you exchanged only a few drops, then the next tens of drops. Now you obtained hundreds. It's not hard to see a pattern." This was the only explanation that seemed reasonable. "Father does like to appreciate talent," Serena added. "He's rewarding your ability to accrue sand dollars and wants to form a favorable connection with you." If that was true, then his wish was fulfilled. Michael really appreciated the extra 69 drops that the Ocean King generously gave him. If he did that every time he exchanged for drops, then he'd consider the old guy his best friend. Of course, he knew that the Ocean King wasn't doing this out of the goodness of his own heart. No one was that altruistic. It was basically an investment. Perhaps in the future, once they met each other, the Ocean King would cash in this favor. Michael was okay with that. If you see your father, tell him I owe him a keg of beer, he joked. Serena chuckled. I have a feeling he'll like that. Michael returned to the nation of Reborn, back into his own room. On his left hand was the wine bottle containing 500 drops of Su, and on his right was his drone. With ardent excitement filling his eyes, he uncorked the bottle and drenched his drone in the oozing transparent liquid oil. Soon as the spirit of old touched the mithril surface, the nanoparticles that made up its frame began to squirm as if they were little ants dancing and capering, with being bestowed with ambrosia itself. His drone began absorbing the Su drops, which would have been instantaneous if not for the voluminous amount of drops he gave. His drone floated in the air, engulfed in a sphere of Su drops. Even though the whole absorption only took about a minute in total, his excitement made it feel like an hour. After his patience ran out, he grabbed the mithril drone from the air and observed its surface. He watched as the last drop of Su disappeared between the cracks of the nanoparticles, finally completing the process. Mithril artifact drone. Spirit of old, 500 drops. Pocket dimension, 8 rooms. 1x instant delivery. Michael didn't even hesitate for a second before he purchased 500 mini drones in an instant. After all, there were no other alternatives. He had nothing else to purchase except for the isolated rooms which he wasn't yet willing to expand. The Emporium also used mini drones as its mode of currency, so even if he didn't know what to buy yet, he wouldn't lose anything by getting the drones now. Not only that, but having 500 mini drones was also an advantage on its own. It was a literal army of mini drones, all capable of shooting unity guns at once. With this thought in mind, the drone started to release nanoparticles off of its surface as it began to create all mini drones at once. Chat JK5. Give it to me straight, he said as he braced himself. How long till the mini drones are finished? The estimated time of arrival for 500 mini drones is 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. Michael opened his eyes. That's it. Are you not satisfied with that? I can delay its completion, Chat JK5 threatened. No. Please forgive my words, O generous Chat JK5. He almost prostrated on the ground after hearing such a short time. In all honesty, he was expecting an egregious time frame that spanned from a week to a whole month. After all, the last time that he purchased his 16 mini drones, it took about 2 days of downtime before everything was processed. Granted, this included the upgrades for the rest of the drone itself, but it was still a pretty long time for only a fraction of what he was purchasing now. But now, creating 500 mini drones only took 12 hours. It wasn't that he was complaining, but he just couldn't believe it. Chat JK5 usually wasn't this forgiving. Did you say something? Nothing, partner, just praising you is all. Anyway, he was extremely pleased to know that he just had to wait till nighttime to obtain his promised mini drones. All he had to do was sleep for a little bit. He'd have 514 mini drones to use in the Emporium. Okay, so I really should just sleep for now. I can't let my mind wander about what to buy in the Emporium. This now became a test of patience for Michael. He just had to sleep, which was easy considering that he was extremely exhausted after laboriously installing the filter. Even with magic, he had to use the good, old-fashioned elbow grease to finish the whole setup. With his eyelids becoming extremely heavy and a yawn coming up from deep inside his body, Michael dropped down to his bed and closed his eyes. Sleep, just sleep, he convinced himself. But a few seconds later, his eyes shot open. Red streaks on the corner of its white sclera like an addict. He couldn't wait. He just had to see what he could buy with the mini drones. Sitting up on his bed, he looked at the Drone Emporium page, convincing himself that he could control himself. It's just a good use of my time. 12 hours is enough to deliberate on what items I could buy. Yeah, that makes sense. With how busy I'll be because of the lunar celebrations, this is the only time that I can take my time and ruminate about my purchase. I'm just being efficient, that's all. This is just the most sensible course of action. It's not an impulse, no, definitely not. I can control myself, who says I can't? With that flimsy and tenuous reason that was trying to convince no one, Michael opened up the emporium. And immediately, a new window opened up in his vision. Congratulations for signing in for the second day. You have acquired a free spin in the Wheel of Fortune. PFFT, ChatJK5 laughed, amused at his misery. Michael cursed his own impatience. How could he wait another 12 hours after finding out that he got another sign in bonus? And not only that, but he got a free spin on a lottery wheel, the contents of which he still didn't know, but was sure of its ability to make his 12 hours of wait into a hellish experience. Suddenly, a giant multicolored wheel appeared in front of him, crowding the entire screen. It was grand and striking, gilded with ornate and opulent gold designs that would have attracted even the most ascetic monks in the world. He didn't know if it was because of his own undiagnosed addiction to taking risks or something supernatural within the item itself, but he just couldn't take his eyes off of the Wheel of Fortune. Each slice contained different coupons, most of which ranged from 10% off to 30% off. It must be taken into account that the slices weren't at all equal in sizes. The 10% coupon, for example, took up a large area of the wheel, meaning that there was a large chance that he would receive it once it started spinning. Meanwhile, the better coupons, including the 50% off, only had a very tiny slice compared to most of the options. And as he scanned his gaze through the different prizes of the Wheel of Fortune, his eyes were quickly attracted to a tiny sliver on the surface. It was very thin, almost imperceptible, but its grand aura couldn't be ignored. It was the only piece of the pie that was glowing with an ethereal golden light. He was sure that this must be the grand prize. And before he could take a closer look at the possible treasure he might obtain, the Wheel of Fortune started to spin. The differently colored options blurred into an almost prismatic light, ticking constantly before it started to slow down into a crawl. Tick, 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 tick. Congratulations, you have obtained the 20% discount coupon. The pointer on top of the wheel pointed to a prize that was quite average. It wasn't the worst one he could have gotten, but it also wasn't the one he was hoping for. After awarding him his coupon, the Wheel of Fortune dissipated into mist and disappeared from the page like it was nothing but a mirage. For a few seconds, Michael stared at the blinking search bar on the screen. The fact that he got that free spin just for signing into the Emporium gave him hope that he could continue spinning the wheel and eventually get the grand prize. He now had even more incentive to sleep and let the next day take over. That way, he could get another sign in bonus, which hopefully gave him another spin. So, he laid back down on his bed and closed his eyes and really tried to sleep, but he couldn't. His blood was still pumping with adrenaline. The next 12 hours were total hell. Michael only had himself to blame. He tried to sleep, really, but found himself unable to quell the ardent fire in his heart. He was too excited about his mini drones. The fact that he had a supreme talent didn't help. After all, it was very easy to use magic to simply get rid of the exhaustion in his body. It was as simple as breathing for him. So even when he tried to let the exhaustion take over his body, he naturally attracted the mana in the air and replenished all of the energy needed by his body. He was therefore stuck in this state for hours on end, unable to do anything about it. Eventually, though, the hours passed and the mini drones were finally finished. The nanoparticles revolving around the mini drone had finally returned back to their dormant state, sinking back into the mithril itself. Then it landed back down on the bed. It's finally done, right? Good, let's start the shopping. However, his excitement was suddenly interjected by a piercing pain that tormented his brain. It felt like millions of little knives were cutting through the neurons inside his mind, mincing and dicing it into multitudes of pieces. He was wrong, this was hell. He was so excited about the Emporium that he completely forgot about the painful side effects of obtaining new mini drones. His consciousness was being split 500 ways all at the same time, and now he was paying the price. If he had been able to steel himself before it happened, he would have been able to steel himself at least a little bit. Because he let himself be controlled by his base urges, he felt the full brunt of misery. The most exciting part of his day became the very bane of his existence. He already considered the experience of having 15 mini-drones as a horrendous piece of torture he wouldn't want to inflict upon his greatest enemies. But now it has multiplied 100 times more. He fell down onto the floor, clutching his head in pain. This was the worst pain he'd ever felt, period. No amount of injury, wound, or laceration would come close. He had a feeling that even if his whole body was eviscerated, the pain he'd feel wouldn't even be a fraction of the pain he was feeling right now. He wanted nothing more than to be rid of this pain. But the worst part was that he couldn't even think of a solution. His mind was being preoccupied with nothing but suffering and agony. Any time he tried to think of anything other than the sharp, aching pain in his mind, it would quickly get washed away with even more torture. Shall I enact the failsafe protocol? Your body will be forcefully shut down until the compartmentalization process of the mini-drones is completed. His vision started to darken, with the sensation in his body slowly turning numb. Finally, the pain was starting to subside. The last vestiges of light he saw in his vision shifted as a violet, squishy blob of slime emerged in front of him. Then everything went dark. Michael opened his eyes, finding himself staring at the ceiling of his room. He looked down, seeing that his whole body was covered in a warm and cozy blanket. My mind feels clear. His brain no longer felt the noisy, incessant aching pain of 1,000 cuts. It was fresh and clear, as if he'd just awoken from a perfect 8-hour sleep cycle. But my stomach feels a little heavy. Trepidation filled his face, thinking that the pain of compartmentalizing 500 mini-drones had now moved from his brain to his innards. But when he looked down, he saw a bulbous violet slime perched atop his stomach, making a perfect indent on the thick blanket. Fudge slowly arose. "Master, are you finally awake?" The little ninja slime pursed his lips. "What do you mean by that, Master? I kept you safe while you were passed out. You were unconscious for 4 hours. That didn't seem like a long amount of time, but Michael shuddered, thinking that he would have had to endure that incessant torture for 4 more hours. He couldn't even last a full minute. "Hey, I did good, right, Master?" Fudge asked, snuggling into his arms. Michael wasn't expecting any problems since he was passed out in the nation of Reborn, but he didn't want Fudge to feel bad. "Then I deserve a reward, right? Master, can you lend me one of those guys?" Fudge's amorphous violet slime body suddenly turned into an arrow shape, pointing towards the corner of the room. Standing perfectly straight along the wall like a menagerie of stone statues, Michael saw his Unity clones lined up and ready. "I took it upon myself to summon the Unity clones for your protection," Chat JK5 explained. Of course, there was no way she was going to let him be vulnerable without protection, which Michael appreciated. But now it brought about a new problem. "Can I get one, Master? Please, please," Fudge begged. He had purposefully been hiding his Unity clones from Fudge, especially for this reason. The ninja slime treated them like exotic toys. "They all use ability powers. They're magnetics too, right, Master?" As a magnetic himself, Fudge sensed the god forge pieces in the Unity clones. "She's different, she's cool, and she's super-duper powerful too," Fudge said, already jumping above Alpha's head. Michael sighed and got up off his bed. "Yes, she is. She has an artifice." He explained everything about the artifice to Fudge, warning the little slime to keep an eye out on anyone that had an unusually cold heart. "Oh, so they have an artifice," Fudge nonchalantly mentioned. Michael immediately stood up. "What do you mean?" "It's just that I've been seeing those kinds of guys in New Sparta. They're moving in the shadows and always wearing a dark hood." If Michael wasn't fully awake then, he certainly was now. Fudge's casual admittance of seeing members of ersatz made him fully alert. "You're seeing them in New Sparta?" Michael asked, his eyebrows furrowed. "What exactly do they look like?" "Oh, they're boring, Master. They always wear." Fudge perfectly described the assassins who kidnapped Lyra. He could still remember them as they peered along the battlements of their stronghold, before Katerina turned them into nothing but corpses on the ground. Where did you see these guys?" Fudge, still not understanding the gravity of the situation, shrugged coolly. "I don't know. They just appear and disappear around New Sparta randomly. I think they're using some kind of magic." Michael turned silent, hundreds of thoughts coursing through his recently refreshed mind. Platinum said that they have a stronghold in New Sparta. That must be where they're disappearing off to. Could Fudge have actually found their secret location without even knowing it? Because of the little slime's childish tendencies, Michael always perceived Fudge to be nothing more than a troublesome pet. But in truth, this little slime was one of the most talented people on the entire planet. His title as the world's greatest ninja wasn't just for show. Fudge was adept in the shadows, becoming indistinguishable from it, that he could even fool professional assassins themselves, including the members of ersatz. I could show you where I saw them, master. He nodded. Fudge's insight would be extremely helpful in eventually finding the ersatz stronghold in New Sparta. In fact, he may be the only one who could do it. But then he remembered something. That mysterious entity was an extremely powerful being who was on the verge of transcending the nascent spirit realm. Not only that, but he was also extremely secretive, doing anything he could to shroud his identity from anyone who tried to disinter his whereabouts. Even Katerina and the global influence of the Eternatus Consortium hadn't gotten a whiff of the guy after years and years of trying. In short, it wasn't a good idea to try and spy around his stronghold without any backup. Tell me where it is, but never ever go anywhere near it, okay? Fudge perked up. Is there some treasure hidden there? No, this is serious, Fudge. The person that may be hiding there is dangerous. He's not a person we can defeat for now. Fudge deflated, disappointed. Okay, master. This relieved Michael. Fudge may be whimsical and mischievous at times, but even he knew his limits. He wouldn't be entering anything that he knew he'd get found in. In fact, Fudge probably subconsciously knew that even his stealth won't work if he tried to follow those hooded figures. Otherwise, he would have already sneaked around inside without even knowing what he was getting himself into. While deep in his thoughts, Fudge called out to him. If we're dealing with someone very powerful, isn't it better if I have someone to protect me? I'm just a little slime after all, maybe someone like her. Fudge was clearly pointing towards Alpha, his strongest Unity clone. Michael was no idiot. He knew that Fudge was saying that to get what he wanted, the little slime was afraid of nothing after all. But having him be protected by a Unity clone wasn't a bad idea. He knew that Fudge wouldn't get himself in trouble, but if he did, then having a Unity clone beside him would certainly assure his safety, especially if he'd be rummaging through the hidden network of ersatz in New Sparta. And he just couldn't help but give in to Fudge's entreating puppy eyes. Fine, but not Alpha, he said. Take Bravo. Bravo was the second Unity clone, and coincidentally, the weakest one among them. He only had 1 kilo of God Forge pieces, equivalent to the first stage. But he's weak, master. Michael smiled before reaching down into his shadow and retrieving a huge chunk of black, crystal-like mineral from his inventory. This was the artifice he obtained from Katerina after sieging the stronghold. With a single command, Bravo marched towards him and reached out his hands. Michael pushed the artifice towards the Unity clone. Bravo held the artifice in his left hand, while his right hand clutched his own chest. Prismatic light emanated from his chest as a small incision appeared, directly in line with his heart. Flaming metallic drops began to surge out of Bravo's heart, which immediately combusted into a white, holy fire. This was all the God Forge pieces in his heart. Once taken out, Bravo then pushed the artifice towards the rift in his chest, pushing it inside and replacing the void that was now left in his Unity-filled heart. The artifice took purchase in its new territory. Immediately, Stygian veins emerged from the black iceberg mineral, slithering around the cavities in Bravo's heart trying to corrupt anything it touched. But as soon as it did, the purifying fire of Unity immediately blasted it into nothingness. And with the help of Alpha's experience, the domination of the artifice became a lot smoother than the first time this happened. A few minutes later, an almost tangible shockwave of pressure emanated out of Bravo, spreading far out into the nation of Reborn and creating tremors on the ground. Fudge took shelter behind Michael, peeking out in between his feet. The overwhelming ability power pouring out of Bravo scared the wits out of the little ninja slime. Michael smiled. Yup, he is now the strongest being below the nascent spirit realm. Now rid of his initial shock, Fudge slowly hopped on over to Bravo, inspecting the Unity clone with a gleam in his eyes. Heh, you'll do, Fudge muttered to himself. Then, without batting an eye, he turned back to Michael with a wide smile. "Thank you, Master. I'll take care of IT." Michael pursed his lips, unsure if he made a mistake or not. "Don't put Bravo in too much trouble, okay?" Of course, Fudge nodded. "Heh, I'll take care of Master Michael 2.0. Meanwhile, on the werewolf quadrant of New Sparta, a large crowd of humans, demi-humans, and beast folks gathered around to celebrate the official start of the lunar celebrations. The venue was held at a giant bonfire circle. At the very center was a towering stack of drywood reaching up high into the skies. If Michael was here, he would have noticed its similarity to an event back in his previous life, who was also famous for burning things for fun. Surrounding this giant bonfire were 12 unequal pieces of the circle. Each one contained one of the werewolf tribes where they could set up for the celebrations. Now, the total area allotted for the werewolf tribes was equal in size. However, one could argue that the locations of some tribes were a lot better than the others. The Fanged Moon tribe, said to be the strongest werewolves in recent history, found their space coincidentally perched atop a cliff beside a mountain's face. This allowed them to be high up in the skies, allowing them a pleasing vista overlooking the entire venue. They could see everything from up there, while those down below couldn't. This didn't only give them a tangible advantage for the lunar celebrations, but also a symbolic one. After all, they would be much closer to the moon, thereby giving them more blessings during the celebrations. Meanwhile, situated at the opposite side of the mountain, smack dab in the middle of an open area devoid of any trees, boulders, or caves to protect themselves from the pelting rain or scorching hot rays of the sun, was the Brownblood tribe. Forced into such a horrible location, many people pitied Chief Lupin and his tribe. Today's temperature was especially hot. But inside their hovels and makeshift tents, who would have thought that the Brownblood tribe were having the best time during this summer haze? Metal contraptions inside the tents blasted cool, refreshing air to the werewolves and Rebornians inside, giving them the relaxation they needed during these tumultuous times. I'll never tire of being surprised by the inventions of the Reborn company," Chief Lupin said, taking a deep breath right in front of the air conditioner. "Is he really not going to be here any time soon?" Shayna, the white-scaled dragonborn, shook her head. "Apologies, Chief Lupin. Lord Michael is currently away on important business. I know he told me not to worry, but I can't help but be consternated. The first competition is about to start." Just as he said those words, a blob of amorphous shadow suddenly emerged from the ground. The vague, tenebrous shadow slowly solidified into something more vibrant, something more violet. Fudge jumped out of the shadow, revealing himself to the rest of the group. Immediately, a red shape blurred across the room before taking Fudge in his arms. Zion clasped the violet slime in victory. "Ha, caught you." And before Shayna could even scold her troublesome little brother, a different shape blurred and wrested Fudge away from Zion's grasp. Everyone turned to the new figure, only to see a hooded figure amongst them. Immediately, Shayna straightened her posture out of pure instinct and routine. She recognized that shape, the mien of someone she appreciated very dearly. Lord Mitch, but she stopped as soon as she peered through the hood. The person obscured by this cowl had the same golden hair as their Lord Michael, and if one were to take a cursory glance at his face, one would even mistake him for the real thing. The features on his countenance looked eerily alike to the beloved leader of the Reborn company. But Shayna knew better. He looked the same as Michael, but he wasn't him. It could never be him. Fudge immediately jumped on top of the hooded figure's head. "What do you mean? This is Master." But before Shayna could argue, Fudge immediately jumped into her arms. "SHH, from now on this is Master." Shayna frowned, still in complete disbelief of the ninja slime's antics. Fudge hasn't really presented himself to be the most honest person in the world. "Are you sure this isn't another one of your pranks?" Fudge widened his eyes. "I'm appalled this really is Master. Well, you know, a clone of him." Shayna glared at him, still unconvinced. "Come on. Master wouldn't lend me this clone if he doesn't approve of what I'm doing, right? And besides, I'm feeling lonely most of the time, you know. Master is always busy, so it's nice to have him by my side." His reasoning was met with silence. For a few seconds, the two people just stared at each other, Shayna with her look of reproach and Fudge with his entreating puppy eyes. In the end, the little slime won out. Fudge bursted out of her arms and perched atop Bravo as if it was his proud steed. "Michael, is that him?" Chief Lupin asked, a bit confused. "That's great. The first werewolf competition is about to commence. And it's something we haven't prepared for. It's archery." Fudge guffawed. "Ha ha ha ha, then it's easy, let Miss Shayna handle it." Easy. Chief Lupin knew about Shayna's magnetism, but he also knew that she had just awakened her ability. She was still in the first stage of body formation. The competition they'd be facing in the lunar celebrations was certainly a lot stronger than her, despite her unique powers. "Tusk, tusk, tusk, O ye of little faith," Fudge chuckled. "That's why Master sent me back here." Fudge's pudgy, amorphous body suddenly turned edgy, forming the frame of a treasure chest. And with a satisfying click, the lid bursted wide open, with white blinding light emanating from the objects inside. Everyone peeked inside the violet, jelly-like treasure chest and saw multiple drops of liquid metal, each one engulfed in a white holy fire. It was God-forged pieces. "Master gave me 20 kilos to distribute to all of us." Michael finally found respite in the solemn silence of his room. Because of Fudge's little antics, he almost felt another aching pain searing through his mind. But now he could finally focus on what was really important, spending his mini drones. Mithril artifact drone. 1x instant delivery. Okay, now, what can I buy with 513 mini drones? Originally, he had 16 mini drones, but he gave 2 of them away to Fudge so that Jaco and Yumisu could have their mithril artifact weapons finally assimilated into his system. That left him with only 14. However, he left one insignificant little mini drone for a mission of its own, the details of which he wasn't going to discuss yet. So despite having 514 drones in total, he could only spend 513 of them on the Emporium. And of course, he didn't want to let go of his mini drones all at once. He wanted to keep at least 10 of them by his side. The only reason why they were able to rescue Lyra and leave unscathed was because he had a slew of mini drones ready to protect them while they escaped. In fact, it could be reasoned that having 500 mini drones at his disposal would be much more effective than buying any item in the Emporium. After all, he already saw how powerful 15 mini drones were against small pawns like those assassins from the Ursets. However, even he knew the limitations of his mini drones. They were a very potent weapon against body formation magnetics. By his estimation, 10 mini drones would be enough to easily dispatch a 9th stage magnetic like platinum. But after seeing the power of the Shadow Knight and Katarina's diamond armor, he knew that his mini drones would be completely outmatched against them, even if there were hundreds of them working together. The tangible ability power of those in the nascent realm completely disregarded any of the chaotic and destructive forces of Unity. Michael's most powerful weapon couldn't even scratch their very powerful body. His mini drones would be akin to an ant facing against an elephant. There was no way an ant would win unless there were millions of them swarming the mammoth creature. Not only that, but his mini drones didn't have the same impenetrable defense as his main drone. They only had a prismatic shield that he bestowed upon them, which was as ineffective as the Unity gun against nascent spirits. All in all, having hundreds of mini drones would necessarily increase his defenses. In a time of crisis, they would only be sacrificial pawns that would buy him time to escape. In comparison, the items in the Emporium gave him not just an extra layer of defense, but a way for him to inflict damage onto those demigods. The nascent god killer of the 7 seas proved that he could purchase items or weapons that would be effective even against nascent spirit cultivators. He just had to combine a few mini drones to do it. The most important items to buy are things that will help me against Urset's members. He had a feeling that he'd be bumping into platinums, emeralds, diamonds, and God forbid, even masters as they got closer to figuring out their stronghold in New Sparta. So he needed to ensure his life. Search Unity weapon, rated to the 3rd stage of the nascent spirit realm. The window refreshed, showing multitudes of options for him to choose. Uncommon recalcitrant jade sword. Uncommon vicious fanged spear. Uncommon eviscerating boar's axe. A myriad of powerful weapons appeared in his vision, each one strangely named as uncommon. Chat JK5, what's uncommon? The uncommon rank is a title given to weapons befitting those who are in the 1st to 3rd stage of the nascent spirit realm. So are there other ranks above this? Can you tell me all of them? Upon his request, a new window popped up in his vision, showing rows and columns explaining the rarity of weapons in the Emporium. Common Peak, 9th stage body formation. Uncommon 1st stage to 3rd stage nascent spirit. Rare 4th stage to 6th stage nascent spirit. Epic 7th stage to 9th stage nascent spirit. Michael didn't know that there were such distinctions amongst nascent spirit realm weapons. And according to Chat JK5 descriptions, it seemed that these ranks were quite strict. This meant that common ranked weapons couldn't injure someone who was in the 1st stage of the nascent spirit realm and above. Using uncommon weapons to fight against a 4th stage nascent spirit cultivator and above would prove fruitless as well. I see, so this is the reason why companies are so desperate in hoarding Su drops. He remembered the reason why every single company spent hundreds of millions of gold coins for just a few drops of Su. For normal magnetics, they had to coat their weapons with Su every single time they increased in cultivation. In the body formation realm, they did this so that their weapons wouldn't degrade due to the imbalance of power between themselves and their weapons. But in the nascent spirit realm, it seemed that they coated their weapons with Su in order to increase its power, or else it would become blunt against stronger opponents. It's not that different in my case. These mini drones are made out of Su drops, so it's like coating my weapon as well. Michael then picked the first option just to see what it was like. Immediately, an image of an ethereal, teal-colored giant sword appeared in his vision. This double-edged weapon looked pristine and straight out of a Xiangxia novel. The recalcitrant jade sword is a weapon that inherits the power of the unchanging heavens, allowing for a consistent and reliable source of power. Price 499 mini drones. Michael immediately took a deep breath. He needed to splurge all of his budget on only a single weapon. Chief Lupin's eyes widened. Such a voluminous amount of God-forged pieces, it was blinding. But just as fast as his excitement built up, so did his disappointment. He didn't know how Michael and the Reborn company obtained this many God-forged pieces, but it came far too late. If he had shown this before the start of the lunar celebrations, then the Dragonborns could have used it to empower themselves. How the moon tempts us with something so tantalizing, Chief Lupin grieved. What got you so down? Fudge asked. No, it's okay. We'll just have to let this first competition pass us by. Chief Lupin paced back and forth. But you guys need to prepare as soon as possible. I'm assuming you already have connections with the apothecaries from Sinclair's elixir. Suddenly, Fudge jumped towards the brown-blood chief's face, leaving behind his treasure chest shadow. Hey Chief Bro, what are you talking about? The God-forged pieces. You need to install them into your hearts, right? And as far as I know, the recovery time frame for the surgery takes a week at the very least, which will just be enough for the second competition. This time the Rebornians chuckled to themselves, as if something was very funny. What? Chief Lupin asked, bewildered by their flippant attitudes. There's no need to worry, Shayna said. We Rebornians are unfettered from the limitations of normal magnetics. We do not need the intervention of others to install God-forged pieces in our heart. The process is all very natural. The white dragonborn then reached down into the treasure chest, letting her natural magnetism come into contact with their fiery God-forged pieces. The drops of metal engulfed in white fire shivered in the chest before they began to float towards her hands. And as the God-forged pieces came closer and closer to Shayna, their velocities increased to the point of becoming even faster than an arrow. These God-forged pieces anthropomorphically expressed their excitement by diving headfirst into Shayna's chest, entering into her heart, and immediately integrating themselves into the network of ability power inside. Slowly, the power inside Shayna began to rise, billowing from deep inside her body and leaking outwards. It grew and grew until things reached a climax and a breakthrough. But it didn't end there. The power continued to flourish and expand, reaching the second climax and eventual breakthrough. It happened almost instantly. Two simultaneous shockwaves emanated out of Shayna's body, sending very minute tremors into the ground. Startled, the brown-blood werewolves staggered backwards, unaware of what was happening. No, she reached the third stage of the body formation stage. Chief Lupin saw everything with much more clarity than most. He saw the breathtaking moment when the God-forged pieces miraculously offered themselves to become a stepping stone for Shayna's breakthrough. Huh. Apologies for that disruption, Shayna said courtly. She covered her mouth, blushing as she excused herself. Chief Lupin wanted to remind Shayna that she had just broken through 2 stages instantly. She was acting as if she had just done something slightly embarrassing, like sneezing. "Okay, my turn," Jaku said from across the room. Without opening his eyes, he raised his hand towards the chest. Even though he was separated from the God-forged pieces for a couple of meters, his natural magnetism still allowed him to command these divine drops of metal to come towards him. They shot to his chest, empowering his ability power to break through to the 3rd stage instantly. Blue lightning streaked across Jaku's dark blue scales, its energy buzzing with ability power. "Ah, now that's better," he said before plopping back down on the floor to sleep. Next, the shadow treasure chest slowly crawled through the floor, passing by the shocked werewolves until it landed right in front of Yumisu. "Please take your God-forged pieces, I want to evolve too," Fudge said. Prompted by the ninja slime, Yumisu reached down into the treasure chest to obtain her God-forged pieces, hesitating a little bit as she did so. After all, she didn't know if this breakthrough would cause the chaos in her body to explode outwards like before. But then Selûne patted her shoulders and assured her. With the female werewolf's help, Yumisu had been training herself to contain the chaos inside her. Assured, Yumisu commanded the God-forged pieces to integrate into her heart. She lurched forward, the chaos in her heart festering amidst the growing ability power. But eventually she was able to control it. With her breathing controlled, her mind calmed, and her willpower working at peak capacity, she was able to contain her chaos as she broke through to the 3rd stage of the body formation realm. "Good job," Shayna commended her. "My turn." "My turn," Fudge shouted, his treasure chest-like body morphing back into an amorphous blob. A golden glow emanated from the inside of his opaque body, making him look like a bioluminescent mushroom cap. This buildup of power lasted only for a few seconds before the light subsided. "Nice breakthrough complete," he declared. And to be honest, Chief Lupin wouldn't have even known he had ascended to the next stages if he hadn't said it himself. Jaku's breakthrough was way too silent. Unlike the Dragonborn's awakening, his shockwave of power was non-existent. Chief Lupin didn't know if it was because of Fudge's anatomy as a monster or something else entirely. But the little slime was the most inconspicuous magnetic he'd ever seen. This is too fantastical. You Rebornians are a different kind entirely." That was both a commendation and a declaration of fear. Never in his life would he think that advancing through the stages of body formation would be that easy. Even the most talented humans were vulnerable for a few days at least after their surgery. But these Dragonborns only got stronger. "Not fair, you guys are leaving me behind," Zion complained. The red-scaled Dragonborn still hadn't even awakened his diva at this point. He was barely a magnetic. "I'll catch up, just you wait." But his words were ignored. "Oh right. Master told me to give these mini-drones to you guys," Fudge said. With disbelief and indignance in his eyes, Michael searched through the other weapons to see if they had a much more palatable price. But no, Chat JK5 wasn't that kind to him. Most, if not all, of the uncommon weapons available in the Emporium were priced 400 mini-drones and above. What kind of unscrupulous business practice is this? Are these really all priced like this, or did you just put it that high because you know I have that much money? "Oh, stop complaining." Chat JK5 nonchalant and robotic cadence finally gave in because of Michael's incessant and repetitive complaints. "Michael, let's be real here. These weapons are all rated in the uncommon rank for a reason. With a weapon like this, you'll actually be able to kill a nascent spirit cultivator. With your cultivation, you wouldn't even be able to make a single scratch on their skin." A sensible reasoning left Michael silently grumbling to himself. He wasn't really complaining to Chat JK5, he was just airing out his grievances to his own misery. Who could blame him? Just when he thought he'd finally got out of living in squalor, here came an item that would put him back to square one. "You know what, let me search for more items. Maybe I'll find something better." Yes, the recalcitrant jade sword was the most powerful sword he had ever laid his eyes on, but that didn't mean it was fitting for someone like him. He had the wherewithal to purchase those weapons but not the skill to wield them. If he faced a nascent spirit realm wielding that giant, he'd still lose 100 times to 1. After all, they were probably extremely efficient in using their own weapons, having been training with it for all their life, while he only had a cursory proficiency on weapons like the sword, axe, spears, etc. Not only that, but their physical capabilities were boosted by their nascent spirit divas. Even with Chat JK5 helping him, he wouldn't even be able to react before they decapitated his head. I need a weapon that doesn't need proficient mastery in order to wield. There really was only one option that he should consider: firearms. The modern way of war was the only advantage he had against these demigods. They wouldn't expect it. As long as he used it as his trump card, even a nascent piece like that Shadow Knight wouldn't be able to react. Search Unity Handgun, Uncommon Rank. Mutinous Warring Desert Eagle. Pensive Bolt Action. Placating Colt, 45. He searched through the products in the Emporium, occasionally clicking on different items to get a peek at their capabilities. However, nothing suited his fancy. He wanted something that was both versatile and packed a lot of punch. To be honest, he would have wanted to buy a sniper instead of a handgun. He would rather attack a nascent spirit cultivator from afar rather than up front, less chance of getting killed and all. But unfortunately, high-caliber guns like that were way out of his budget. The lowest sniper he saw was priced at 1,000 mini-drones. So he had to limit his choices to small firearms for now. In the end, only one gun caught his eye. Breathtaking Magnum Revolver. This high-powered handgun packs a punch similar to that of sniper rifles. Its long barrel allows for increased velocity and accuracy, allowing for the bullet's power to maintain even over long distances. This gun can be equipped with an optic scope. Price: 499 mini-drones. Delivery time: 48 hours. This was the best gun that fit his current needs. The only thing bad about this gun was its low firing rate, but he didn't need that. Ideally, he would only need one shot, because the next shot could easily be intercepted once his opponent knew what to expect. After deliberating for a few more minutes, Michael decided to pull the trigger and add it to his cart. Congratulations for picking your first item. This gun currently has a freebie of a 6-bullet cartridge. Michael sighed. He completely forgot that the bullets for these guns needed to be purchased separately. Guns may be overpowered compared to swords and other traditional weapons, but they were limited by their ammunition. He'd need to constantly replenish his bullets if he wanted to keep using it, which amounted to a lot of mini-drones all in all. How much is a complete set of ammo? Each 6-round bullet box costs 10 mini-drones. Michael felt his head aching once again. Such a steep price. Maybe it would be better to buy the sword instead, since he wouldn't need any additional purchases for it. At least you gave me a freebie. He'd have to be a complete miser when it came to using his bullets. Would you like to check out? You can use your coupon to decrease the price. He shook his head. I know. That's why I'm not done shopping yet. His budget only allowed for a single handgun. But if he used his newly acquired 20% discount, then the original $499 price would go down to only $399. This meant he still had 114 mini-drones to spend. The next thing on my mind is a defensive item. The gun should only be used at the last moment. With how powerful nascent spirit cultivators were, he had no doubt in his mind that their speed was much faster than his reaction time. They could realistically cut off his arms before he could even unholster his gun. So a proper defensive item was needed. Search Uncommon Armor. Pristine Cloud Tempest Armor Set. Igneous Jagged Thorn Set. Space Void Protection Set. These all looked promising, except for one thing: the price. They were even more expensive than sniper rifles. The lowest one he could see cost 4,999 mini-drones. It was much cheaper to buy parts of the set, like the vambrace or the shin guards. But that only gave him a very small amount of protection. The price may seem atrocious, but it was actually already at a discounted price. The armor set consisted of about 20 to 30 pieces of individual armor, which when combined would cost around 20% more than the actual price of the set itself. The cheapest among them, and the one still fitting in his budget, were one part of a vambrace or a shoulder guard. Part, not pair. He'd have to choose whether he protected his left side or his right side. Do I really have no choice, he pondered. According to the description of the armor, wearing it would be enough to completely stop any attacks from nascent spirit cultivators in the first stage, partially defend from second stage magnetics, and marginally resist attacks from the third stage. It looked like a sound investment. Should I just save up on mini drones for this armor? Should I not even buy the gun anymore? Are you kidding me? This armor is a piece of shit. Harbinger's condescending voice echoed through his head like a judgmental devil. Trust me, Michael, don't buy any of these armors. No self-respecting nascent spirit cultivator would ever wear something like this. It's the equivalent of training wheels. It's only meant for babies and weaklings. Michael was a little bit shocked. Really? Then what type of armor do they wear? Their own? Did you completely forget about divas? After completing the body formation realm, divas were able to manifest in the real world, becoming a magnetics armor. The image of Katarina's dazzling diamond armor flashed through his mind. That was simultaneously her diva and her armor. Then what are these armors for? They just make these items for babies, like I told you. Some nascent spirit cultivators are way too overprotective of their children or their protégés that they make them wear this armor while they are in the body formation realm. Now it made sense why Harbinger was so vehemently rejecting his idea of saving up to buy these armors. After all, he was already in the 7th stage of the body formation realm. He just needed a few more kilograms of God-forged pieces before he could transcend over to the next realm. And once he formed a nascent spirit, these armors would prove completely obsolete. Still, there are some merits in buying armor. I need something to protect me. He could still give this armor to someone else after he became a nascent spirit cultivator. In the meantime, he'd be able to face the emerald leaders of Ursets without worrying about getting killed in one shot. Is there really nothing else besides these armors? Michael began to filter through the products, finding endless armor sets and different variations and themes. He'd seen so many of them that they were starting to turn banal in his eyes. After almost 30 minutes of mindlessly searching through the sundry armor sets, he wanted to give up. Nothing fit his needs. He needed something that was cheap, but could protect him against nascent spirit attacks. It's not that complicated. He wanted to complain to Chat JK5 that the Emporium wasn't as expansive as she bragged, but then he remembered. Wait, it's not that the Emporium doesn't have what I need, it's that I'm not searching for it in the right place. He remembered that the limits of this Emporium were only based on his imagination. If he could think of it, then it was probably available to buy. The fact that he couldn't find any item he liked was because he didn't give it a specific enough of a criteria. Search defensive talisman uncommon. Finally, the window refreshed and showed him a new set of products that looked extremely similar to the magical talismans that he saw back in the fantasy books in his previous life. The recalcitrant jade sword took his mind back to when he was consuming cultivation novels at a commensurate rate. The main characters of those stories always had a defensive talisman that allowed them to absorb damage that would otherwise be fatal to them. He always thought it was a little bit of a deus ex machina, but now he was appreciating them as something extremely necessary for every cultivator. Unk Thousand Cosmic Turtle Talisman. Unk Branch of Yggdrasil Talisman. Unk Crystal Water Talisman. Thousands of talismans appeared in his vision. Some of them were metal jewelry meant to be worn as a necklace, while some of them were just simple pieces of rectangular pieces of paper with unrecognizable letters written inside. He began to click through the different products, comparing the differences between each one. And from what he could see, they weren't that disparate from each other. They all gave him a basic form of protection, defending him from a fatal attack coming from a nascent spirit cultivator. The only thing that they differed in was the extent. For example, the 1000 Cosmic Turtle Talisman allowed him to perfectly defend against 3 attacks from a first-stage nascent spirit. If a second-stage cultivator attacked him, the talisman wouldn't be able to protect him fully. He'd incur a few injuries. But if a third stage attacked him, he'd survive, but left with almost fatal injuries. Meanwhile, the Branch of Yggdrasil Talisman allowed him to perfectly absorb the attack of a third-stage nascent spirit cultivator. However, like all talismans, it was a one-use item. So if a first-stage cultivator attacked him, the talisman would get used up regardless if it was a weaker attack. This is hard. The first talisman would allow me to absorb 3 attacks, which is good. But that's only if I'm only facing a first-stage nascent spirit. Both options were good for specific conditions. The turtle for longevity in a fight, while the branch for an escape route. But the problem was that he could never anticipate what kind of opponent he'd face. Whatever, how much are these anyway? Price 100 mini drones. Delivery time 24 hours. Damn. 100 mini drones for a single-use item. Michael felt his heart aching after seeing the price of these talismans. All of them were priced at 100 mini drones. It was depressing to think that after defending against a single attack, 100 mini drones would suddenly vanish off of the face of the earth. He didn't even want to convert that to sand dollars because it would seriously make him despair. He just had to remind himself that 100 mini drones was a small price to pay in exchange for his own life. If he skimped out on protection this time, he might seriously never even get a second chance. You're investing in yourself, he reminded, suppressing the inner miser in his heart. Michael then picked the branch of Yggdrasil talisman. He chose this talisman because he wanted to plan for the worst-case scenario. For example, if he ever, God forbid, met a first-stage nascent spirit cultivator from the ersatz, then he could still realistically escape without having to use any talisman. That's what Alpha was for. She might not be able to stand a chance against a real cultivator, but she could definitely buy him some time to at least escape or ask for reinforcements. However, if he met an emerald leader of ersatz at the 3rd stage, then even Alpha wouldn't last a single millisecond against them. She wouldn't be able to buy any time for him to teleport out into safety. If he bought the 1000 Cosmic Turtle Talisman, it wouldn't be able to absorb enough damage against a 3rd stage nascent attack. He'd also incur an almost fatal injury, staggering his escape. By the time he recovered, his opponent would have also had enough time to prepare another attack, invalidating the talisman's use. But if he bought the branch talisman, he'd be able to perfectly absorb a single attack. Hopefully, this would confuse and stagger his attacker for at least a few seconds so that he could escape. If he was going to spend 100 mini drones, then it should protect him from certain death at the very least. As for the other talismans, sure, some of them were very cost-effective, but they were very conditional. For example, there was one talisman that allowed for 100 uses before it disappeared. However, it only worked on attacks that were made by ability powers based on aviatory birds. There were many more talismans like that with a very specific use, which meant that it would be useless almost 99% of the time. The branch talisman was really the only one which had an overall basic defense that worked against all attacks. So with this decision done, Michael looked over at his shopping cart. Breathtaking Magnum Revolver. Voucher used 20%. Branch of Yggdrasil Talisman. 6-round revolver cartridge. Total price, 499 mini drones. Delivery time, 48 hours. Would you like to purchase? Michael took a big breath before choosing yes. There really was no reason to tarry any longer, especially since the delivery time was 2 days. He didn't know what would happen during those 2 days, so it was best to buy everything he needed as fast as possible. Purchase confirmed. Suddenly, the main drone in his bed started to shake and tremble before an almost gaseous cloud of nanoparticles emerged from its frame. No, these weren't clouds, these were his mini drones. Right in front of him, he saw the vague figures of all 500 of his mini drones shimmering in and out of existence, all clumped up into a small chunk of space, their frames overlapping each other. It was as if he was looking at a video game item, which was so numerous that they were barely rendering each one. Then suddenly, this cloud exploded out into the open room. His entire private villa became engulfed in mini drones and nanoparticles. Just as they had been summoned, these mini drones started to immediately shed off its nanoparticles into the air, disassembling itself into its most base structure, creating a real cloud of small metallic beehives. Michael felt a little bit bad. After all, this was the first time that he'd be summoning the mini drones out into the real world, and yet they were already getting deconstructed into nanoparticles and recycled. Eventually, only a foggy veil of shimmering mithril powder remained in the air. They convulsed, morphed, and twisted as they slowly condensed themselves into something much smaller and more compact. Eventually, it formed its final shape, a small sphere of revolving nanoparticles. Now I just have to wait 2 excruciating days before my items are delivered. Even though barely a few seconds had passed, he couldn't help but look at the emporium constantly to see the progress of the delivery. It took all of his self-restraint not to use the instant delivery ticket. He must save that for when it was truly needed. Ha! The only good thing about this is that I'll hopefully get new coupons and tickets in the 2 days it takes for my item to arrive. Michael wished that he could close his eyes and arrive 2 days later. You have an unseen text message from Lady Farron. She mentions the meeting with the draconian Romeo. Please respond to her. He stayed silent, seemingly unresponsive to chat JK 5 words. And if one were to track his eyes, they would see that he was staring at the 14 remaining mini-drones floating in the air. One didn't have to be a mind reader to know what he was thinking about. Can I purchase something with 10 mini-drones? If Chat JK5 had a body, she'd be slapping her forehead in disappointment. You have a problem. What? I'm appalled. I'm just thinking about the future. I'm just being sensible. You can't control your shopping addiction. You are a shopaholic. No, no, no. That's only for people who can't stop shopping. Meanwhile, I can stop whenever I want. I just don't want to. After thinking about it and realizing his mistakes, Michael decided to leave the Emporium alone and tend to his responsibilities as the leader of the nation of Reborn. It totally wasn't because Chat JK5 gave him a timeout on accessing the website. No, totally not because of that. Either way, voluntarily or involuntarily, Michael teleported himself back to the Elven village, where he met up once again with Lady Farron. "Ah, Michael, you're here," she said exasperatedly. It had only been a few days since he left, but it seemed that a lot had changed within Lady Farron. Her hair was in disarray, dark lines under her eyes, and an overall gaunt expression that would make one wonder if she was only a half step away from death. "Oh, just some business involving the village. I don't want to bore you with the details. It just has to do with the lunar celebrations." In truth, Michael should have been as busy as Lady Farron, maybe even more, during the lunar celebrations. But thankfully, he had much more capable people handling the business of Reborn, so he could spend his days simply waiting for his Emporium delivery. "Anyway, Romeo sent me a letter while you were gone. Want to read it?" She handed him a shining, glimmering gold-laced piece of paper. It was only once he felt its hefty weight in his hands did he realize that it was actually made out of real gold, and not just something painted over. As expected of the draconians who lived with decadence and sumptuously hoarded all kinds of treasures in the world. Of course, he was going to be lavish in his gifts, especially a letter to someone he was interested in. "Dear Farron of the Acacia Trees, it is I, the brave and gallant Romeo Flameheart. I thank thee for your acceptance to my invitation. Thou art a generous and wonderful elf for doing so. However, it is with my extreme displeasure that your invitation couldn't have come at a worse time. As much as it would please my burning heart to ride into the far distance and grovel at your feet, I am currently fettered by the matters of my business. Thou may think me presumptuous to ask, but would it be at all possible for you to visit me instead? I shall be attending the soiree of the lunar night and hope that you accompany me hand in hand." As Michael read this letter, he couldn't help but be once again confused. He thought he cracked the code. He thought Romeo only wanted Lady Farron for her connection to the ancient human bloodline. But after seeing the innuendos and the flirty words written on this opulent love letter, he couldn't help but think that his previous assumption was wrong. If the words "grovel at your feet" weren't enough of a clue, then the flaming kiss mark on Romeo's name at the bottom of the page certainly sealed the deal. Michael almost felt a little bit awkward holding the letter in his hand. "Here, take it back," he said, handing the letter back to Lady Farron's frail-looking hands. "Was I wrong? Is Romeo just romantically interested in Lady Farron?" Michael shook his head. It was no use deciphering clues through a love letter as if he was a middle school student. What matters was that they finally had a way in. "What's the soiree of the lunar night?" he asked Lady Farron. "It is a small gathering of people in the werewolf territory. As far as I know, only those who are directly involved in the lunar celebrations are given invites. I received one myself, but I wasn't planning on accepting. Well, at least until now." According to Lady Farron's description, it seemed as if the soiree was a small party meant for the different factions and companies to mix and mingle amongst each other. In short, the big names like the werewolf chiefs, the legacies, and other such important names were going to be attending this soiree. Like Lady Farron, Michael had no interest in attending such a laborious event. He had no doubt that there would be sycophants there, sucking in all the energy in the room. However, it seemed as if this was the only place they were going to meet Romeo. He had to attend. And unfortunately, it seemed that he didn't have a lot of time to prepare. The soiree was happening tonight, whether he wanted to or not. Damn, this makes me remember that night. Before Michael created the Reborn company, before he reincarnated into this magical world, and before he became the man he was now, he lived a completely different life. Look what I got you, Michael. The door to his room opened, and a haggard-looking man appeared holding a hanger containing a pristine black and white suit with nary a bend nor a crease. Michael got up from his bed, his black hair disheveled. "Where did you get that?" he asked, confused. "Come on. It's your prom. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event that you cannot miss. Try it out." The teenaged Michael frowned. This suit looked too good. It didn't look scavenged through the trash. It didn't look like a hand-me-down either. It looked new. "You didn't steal that, did you?" The haggard old man scoffed, appalled at his kid's accusation. "Come on, who do you think I am? I got a raise from our foreman." Just then, the sounds of a stomach gurgling echoed from the door. Oops, the old man laughed, having been caught in a lie. The young Michael pursed his lips, a scowl forming on his face. He was starting to get annoyed. It didn't help that the rotted ceiling above him kept leaking drops of water onto his head. The old man approached his bed, laying down the pristine suit as carefully as he could onto his side. "It's nothing, kid. Don't worry about my stuff. I just want you to live a comfortable life and have the time of your life." So, Michael and Lady Farron decided to meet up later at the soiree. They would have invited Katerina, but she was still missing in action. Even though she told him about the secrets of the Eternatus Consortium, she still didn't give him any way to communicate with her. That's why she was going to have to catch up to them once again later. With her nascent spirit cultivation, he didn't have a doubt in his mind that she'd be able to infiltrate the soiree even if she didn't have an invitation. As for him, thankfully, he was well acquainted with the brown-blood werewolf chief. It turned out that Chief Lupin was already planning on inviting Michael to the soiree. But of course, he was too busy with the Emporium to talk with him, so the invitation only went to his mailbox. Not only that, but Shayna had already picked out a suit for him to wear. It arrived via shadow courier. As expected, this formal attire was made out of the most luxurious materials, pricked from a legendary monster found in the wilderness at least. That's what he heard. It was tailor-made for his measurements, making him look urbane and gentlemanly. As he looked at himself, ready for the soiree, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It had been a long time since those days of poverty and living in squalor. Back then, all of his clothes were battered, stained, full of holes, and smelling quite unpleasant. If he wanted to buy new clothes, he would have had to wait till next year, when another charity organization would come by their burrow and donate some of their items. But now he didn't even have to ask. Shayna would just give him a suit that costs millions of gold coins without even batting an eye. Heck, he himself was dabbling in sand dollars, a currency meant for only the richest of the rich. Even affluent and well-off people in this world wouldn't even be able to earn sand dollars in the double digits in their whole life. Meanwhile, he was earning millions a month. Things had changed a lot, at least that's what it seemed like. But as he looked at the mirror in front of him, he couldn't help but see that version of him staring back at him. He stared at himself, ruminating about the past, and by the time he snapped out of his reverie, the room he was staying in was already dark. The sunlight was gone, replaced by the gentle and tender light of the moon. Have I really been staring at the mirror for hours on end? Chat JK5's silence was enough of an answer. She had been with him for long enough to know that he was just experiencing one of those days when he was feeling nostalgic of his old life. Lady Farron knocked 2 hours ago. She said that she was going to enter the soiree ahead of you. He nodded. They already arranged for that to happen. After all, it would be quite awkward if she entered the soiree with Michael. They didn't want Romeo to misunderstand and suddenly spurn their request at seeing the antique. This left Michael to enter the soiree all on his own. Michael teleported over to the werewolf quadrant in New Sparta, finding himself in the middle of a pinewood forest in the middle of the night. Michael teleported over to the werewolf quadrant in New Sparta, finding himself in the middle of a pinewood forest in the middle of the night. He was standing at the very mouth of a giant cave situated on the north face of the tallest mountain in the werewolf quadrant. According to Shayna and the invitation letter sent to him by Chief Lupin, this was the meeting place for the soiree. But to be honest, if it weren't for the plentiful light mana signatures coming from the inside, he wouldn't have even known that there were people inside this cave. Taking a deep breath, Michael then took out a lion mask from his shadow inventory. One of the most important instructions written on the invitation was the mandatory use of masks. Everyone had to obscure their faces, leaving only a nameplate on their chests to signify their name. According to Lady Farron, this was to ensure that there wouldn't be people who used their name and their lineage to exert their influence in the soiree. By letting everyone keep their identities a secret, there would be equality amongst the guests. No one was more important than the other, with the only thing left was the worship of the moon. I understand having to wear a mask, but really, why'd she have to choose this? He let Shayna choose his mask for him, and she happened to choose the most grand, most conspicuous mask possible. It was a metallic visage of a proud lion, with a powerful mane that spread around its face like the sun's rays. According to her, it perfectly encapsulated his greatness, whatever that meant. I'm just glad my name is Kyo, or else I would have been very embarrassed wearing this mask. Upon his request, Chief Lupin addressed the invitation to Kyo, the professor's protege, and not as Michael Vanderbilt. With the protection of this alternate identity, he had more confidence in entering the soiree unfettered by his responsibilities. So he finally entered the cave. Michael found himself getting engulfed by complete and utter darkness, and when he turned around to look at the entrance of the cave, he saw nothing but shadows as well. Ability power detected. An entity is trying to obscure your vision. Chat JK5 alerted him. Now he could have easily used his switch to negate the effects of the spell, but seeing as there was no malicious intent behind it, he decided not to. This was probably something the arrangers of the soiree placed on purpose. Then he felt a slight tremor coursing through his body. It was an almost tangible sense of ability power, searching his body until it landed on the invitation in his pockets. Identity confirmed. Welcome to the soiree of the lunar night. You will be placed in the room befitting your age and youth. He knew it was weird when Chief Lupin asked for his age. As it turned out, it was for this exact reason. As for why, he would soon find out. In the tenebrous darkness surrounding him that would have obscured most, if not all, people from seeing the inner workings of the spell at work, Michael saw clearly what was happening. Thanks to both his drone vision and his supreme talent, he saw how white threads of ability power weaved themselves throughout the reality around him, bending them and sewing them into a completely different shape. Soon, Michael saw the space in front of him curve downwards, creating an arc that formed a bifurcated tunnel leading to two different pathways. He thought he would have had to choose between these two roads like a moral dilemma, but as it turned out, the ability power chose for him. The ground underneath his feet shifted forwards like a wave, with its crests pushing him towards the tunnel on the left. The propagation was meant to be imperceptible, but with Michael seeing through everything like an X-ray, he felt a little bit nauseous seeing everything blur by him without moving his feet a single inch. I'm getting a headache, which means that whoever created this is a nascent spirit cultivator. Only tangible ability power like theirs could affect him at his current cultivation. Thankfully, the transportation didn't last that long. Soon, the dark tunnel led him towards a bright light on the other side. He lurched forwards as the warping space pushed him from behind, making him stumble for a few steps until he got his footing. As he stabilized himself, he realized that there was only silence in the room, except for the echoing footfalls of his shoes. He looked up, realizing that a group of men and women in lavish and gaudy ballroom attire were looking at him directly. They looked to be in the middle of their conversation, before his ungainly entrance interrupted their quiet and serene moment. Even though their trenchant eyes were covered under their animalistic masks, he could see some of them looking at him with quite an investigative look. They didn't know who he was. Their eyes quickly glanced towards the metal plate pinned on the chest, their minds clearly trying to recognize his name. No one knew who Kyo was. He certainly should be someone of great renown. After all, this soiree was meant only for the elites of the elites, the very key movers of New Sparta itself. There was no way that someone would just accidentally stumble into this place. However, once they saw his gauche and almost uncouth entrance, stumbling forwards and almost losing his balance, most people quickly began to disregard his presence. He didn't seem like a person worthy of their attention. In short, he wasn't the one that sycophants, bootlickers, and leechers were looking for. After all, this soiree wasn't just meant for people to have small talk and converse about their menial, day-to-day routines. They were here to create connections, specifically connections that would help them have an edge over everyone else here in New Sparta. However, there was one person whose eyes was still locked onto Michael long after most lost interest. This person wearing a golden retriever dog mask stared at Michael, with their eyebrows furrowed with confusion. Unlike others who attributed Michael's awkward entrance due to lack of decorum, this person seemed to be more interested in how and why. Once Michael got his bearings, the soiree resumed its cacophonous hum of people speaking over each other. The first thing he noticed was that everyone here was quite young, with the youngest being in their teens while the oldest was only in their mid-20s. They sorted everyone into age ranges, he realized. Then his eyes glanced around the room, which looked like the typical banquet hall, with ornate tables lined with overly expensive silk and cutlery, with candles and oil lamps hanging overhead like chandeliers, and of course, a menagerie of young bachelors and beautiful maidens all around. Of course, since everyone was wearing an animalistic sundry of masks, no one really knew what each other looked like. But that didn't matter. The name on their chests was enough to make them attractive to anyone's eyes, regardless of their physical appearance. Names such as Alaric, Aerith, and Bobby, for example, were the people who attracted the most attention in the soiree. Their prestige as the esteemed legacies grew far and wide, including the people of New Sparta. Michael noticed them, of course, but didn't make any attempt at catching their attention. He was Keo as far as anyone was concerned. His only goal was to get through the end of the night, and eventually meet up with Lady Farron, Katerina, and Romeo to finally obtain that second antique. The fact that no one here paid attention to him was good. He could simply let the time pass, while simultaneously browsing through the emporium for things to buy. Now let me see if there are any good deals. His time to indulge in being a shopaholic was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a golden retriever blocking his view. Michael frowned, attempting to signal his unavailability for a chat. And if he wasn't wearing his prideful lion mask, then it probably would have worked. "I'll be sitting here," the dog-masked man said. "Hey, my name is Jotun, you're Keo, right?" With a sigh, Michael closed the emporium window. "Yeah, that's my name." Jotun looked around the room before whispering to Michael. "You know, I admire your indifference to this soiree. Everyone's trying to boast about their names, but you're just sitting here alone, as if you don't care about any of that." Michael shrugged. "I don't." The golden-retrieved masked man fervently nodded his head. "Me too. I don't care that nobody cares about me. I don't care that I got rejected by Miss Aerith tonight. I really don't. We're two peas in a pod." Michael stared at the strange guy next to him. Whatever this guy was selling, he wasn't buying. He would have liked to ignore the guy, but his incessant need to talk with whatever he wanted to say cannot be stopped, no matter how many signals Michael gave him. "No, it's truly fine. Who needs a partner anyway, right?" Michael thoughtlessly nodded. I mean, look at her, mingling with her posse so casually and so effortlessly as if she's not the most beautiful woman in the world, Jotun said, furtively glancing at Aerith. "I mean, don't you think so?" Michael glanced at Aerith. Sure, she was objectively beautiful, but he wasn't the least bit attracted to her. In fact, he wasn't attracted to anybody right now because he was far too busy with the business of Reborn. He didn't have time with thoughts of forlorn love. A thought flashed in his mind, but he let it flash by him without a second thought. "Nope," he answered Jotun. That's good. Didn't want you to become another one of my rivals," Jotun replied, heaving a sigh of relief. "I thought you didn't care." I really don't." Michael didn't know why he asked. He was the one who didn't care about any of this. "I've already got my hands full, you know." "Did you hear about the mystery man called Michael?" Keo's eyebrows raised ever so slightly at the mention of his true name. "No, who is he?" It's been circulating around everywhere that Metropolis has a new up-and-coming star. Really? Michael asked, feigning ignorance. Yeah, rumor has it that he showed up during their annual auction and totally blew everyone out of the water. Get this, he not only beat the Rising Six but also defeated Alaric. Yes, the Alaric Goldstone topped one of the legacies in Metropolis as a whole. And some even said that he was only at the 4th stage of the body formation realm. Despite feeling awkward at Jotun singing praises towards him, Michael had to make sure that he acted with a lot of surprise and awe. But even with his best efforts, it seemed that his reaction was still lackluster from Jotun's perspective. "Oh, that's cool," Michael gasped. Michael could see Jotun frowning at him from behind his golden retriever mask. After hearing that story, most if not all would disregard it as something that was completely horsecrap. A 4th stage defeating a peak 9th stage. That doesn't make sense at all. Michael inwardly gulped. Now that you put it that way, that doesn't make sense at all. Jotun fervently nodded. Yes, that's what most people think as well. People now believe that this Michael character was something that the people of Metropolis simply just made up on the spot. Yes, it makes complete sense. After all, it's been widely believed that the Duchess Regina of Metropolis has long been planning to retire herself from the game, and everyone knows that she's the stalwart pillar holding that city into the premier location that it was now. Once she's gone, Metropolis would surely start to degrade out of their top position. If it was during normal times, then that decay would happen over years or even decades. But with the current storm brewed by the appearance of the Beast Folks, as well as the formation of New Sparta, just a single misstep could send them tumbling down into the bottom of the totem pole. The other territories would make sure of that. Metropolis had reigned the top spot for too long. They now have a target on their backs, and everyone is willing to band together to take them down. Even the esteemed legacies and the talented rising stars won't be able to stop that, and they knew it. That's why they had to make up a new genius within their midst, someone that could keep the status quo of Metropolis being at the top of the competition. Not only that, it would deter most people from recklessly starting a feud against Metropolis. Starting a fight against someone who could disregard the differences between cultivation realms is not the most sensible decision. Of course, most people still think they're bluffing, but the very small % chance that they're not is enough to make most of their enemies at bay. Michael did remember Reptor saying that everyone in Metropolis was keeping his identity a secret. It was something that everyone decided on their own during their meeting. They seemed to have planned this from the start as a conjoined strategy against the other territories in New Sparta. Alaric was only a few meters away from him. He could very easily go there and ask him about the details of that plan, but knew that he had to keep his identity a secret. Many would start to wonder about this unknown Kyo character if he was able to talk and approach with the Alaric Goldstone. I just hope he doesn't exist. I can't compete with a guy like that, Jotun pleaded to the gods. Michael chuckled. He probably doesn't exist. Jotun uncharacteristically went silent for a few seconds before he raised his head, as if remembering something. Oh yeah, where are you from? I haven't heard your name before, Kyo. After some deliberation, Michael nodded. I'm the professor's. But before he could finish his introduction, he suddenly heard the sounds of footfalls coming from behind him. Hey! And everyone else in the soiree turned their heads to the dark and tenebrous tunnel entrance. Michael could feel a palpable tension in the air, but strangely enough, it wasn't out of anxiety or fear. Instead of nervously tapping their feet on the ground, they were instead holding onto their seats in excited anticipation. Then a new guest sauntered inside the ballroom. It was a tall and decently built and well-dressed man wearing a very distinct tiger mask. Everyone looked at the plate on his chest and saw a very familiar surname. Mateo's entrance got a strange set of reactions. At first, his appearance seemed to have disappointed a few people here and there. It was not because of who he was, but rather who he was not. Judging from the dismayed looks of one of the bachelors in the ballroom, it seemed that they were waiting for someone different, someone more feminine. Oh great, another competitor, Tusk. Damn, I didn't think Mateo's going to be joining us here. He's out of our league. I thought I'd have a chance, but with him here, it's dropped down to almost nothing. Michael leaned towards Jotun. What's happening, Tusk? He's here. I just hope he won't go anywhere near Aerith. The golden retriever masked Jotun grumbled to himself. Just when he wanted Jotun to be talkative, he suddenly went silent and offered no other explanation. What's up with that guy? And why does everyone know? Why do most of the men look disappointed? Jotun seemed to have snapped out of his overprotective state and finally answered Michael's question. He's Matteo Aubert. Some say that he's one of the reasons why the Aubert company is starting to regain their stride. Michael remembered the Aubert name. They were a family-owned company who used to be part of the conglomerates, but has declined massively to the point of obscurity. In recent years, they have started to make a comeback, especially here in New Sparta, where most consider them to be at the same level as the legacies or even higher. He recalled the first time he met the brown-blood werewolves during their swordsman competition. There was a guy called Mauricio Aubert, who was supposed to be the lead runner of the whole thing until Jaku defeated him and was crowned the winner. He also had an older brother called Sergio, who fought against Michael during their altercation after the tournament. In short, the Auberts shouldn't have that good of a relationship against him, at least if they knew his name. Mauricio and Sergio both never knew about his real identity. And why do the men glare at him while the women swoon at his appearance? Michael asked as Matteo walked towards his seat. Women flirtatiously fanned themselves as he walked by, some even fainting as he got near. And of course, the men trying to woo those women glared at Matteo, even though Matteo never did anything suggestive towards those women. Look at him. So suave, damn it. Not only is he handsome in real life, but he's also extremely talented. He's on par with the legacies and is considered to be one of Alaric's only rivals. Curious, Michael secretly released his drone and furtively glanced at Matteo's cultivation using the drone camera. Cultivation, first stage nascent spirit realm. Ability power, fatal attraction. Description, his power allows him to attract anything and everything that he can see. Those that are within his grasp are crushed using immense gravity. Nascent armor. Michael was very relieved to see that he didn't have any artifice on his body. So he's a nascent spirit cultivator. Same with Alaric. As far as he could tell, they were the strongest people here in the ballroom. On the other hand, the lowest cultivation was in the 5th stage, which coincidentally was Jotun. No wonder the guy was so angry at Matteo. Not only that, but rumor has it that the heavenly knight from the way of the sword has arrived in New Sparta, exclaimed Jotun. Ah, that blind woman, he remembered. She was the one who arrived that night and requested a meeting with the 2 werewolf chiefs. Mistress Eldia is known to be very picky in her students, but the ones who have the best chance of piquing her interest are the Auberts. Last I heard, Matteo's cousin Mauricio is a very good swordsman. If they get a heavenly knight's approval, this would only increase the prestige behind the Auberts and Matteo's name. Jotun's angry praise for Matteo became the only words being spoken in the ballroom. Silence reigned as they watched 2 auras clash. Welcome to the soiree. Everyone stopped what they were doing once Alaric and Matteo faced each other. However, their interaction only lasted for a short while before the 2 separated and went their separate ways. One went back to his group of friends while the other sat at an empty table. Matteo seemed to be a taciturn fellow, the complete opposite of Alaric, who was talking to everyone he could see. And so, a few minutes after Matteo's entrance, the ballroom continued on with their humdrum conversations. Michael started to get bored. What are we waiting for? Matteo, who seemed to be entranced and besotted at Aerith from the opposite corner of the room, snapped out of his reverie at Michael's question. You don't know. That's the whole reason for this soiree in the first place. Please enlighten me. Matteo then pointed to the very front of the ballroom, where there were a couple of empty tables that no one dared to get near to. They seemed allergic to it, or rather, they seemed afraid to get close to it, as if they'd get in trouble if they did so. But strangely, they just couldn't help but glance at it now and again. You see those tables? Those are reserved for the guests coming from very far away. Michael raised his eyebrow. Guests from far away. Jotun nodded. Yes, metaphorically speaking. They're far away from us in status, is what I meant. Normally, they don't even deign to travel this far away from their kingdoms. But New Sparta has forced them to reconsider their dismissal of the Lower Queen's region. Michael stayed silent, already having a premonition of what kind of people were about to come. And before Jotun could even answer, The whole ballroom suddenly erupted in a bright flash of light, blinding almost everyone simultaneously. Once the light subsided, everyone turned their heads to the tables at the front. Now there were 6 people sitting in each one. The conglomerates, someone gasped. The whole ballroom basically went up in subtle excitement. The women silently shrieked, while fanning themselves even faster, while the men coughed and fixed their ties and their hairs to look even more presentable. After all, these people were the very people they were waiting for this entire time. These 6 figures could change the trajectory of their lives for the better. It could lead them to new opportunities further up than what their original paths led them to. These were the conglomerates they were talking about. They stood at the top of the world. The conglomerates. Michael stared at the 6 people sitting in the table up front. Even just from a single glance, he could tell that they were emanating a different kind of aura. It wasn't an aura or power or intimidation. It was an aura that made them look a bit out of touch, as if they lived on a completely different planet or something. He hadn't had any interaction with these conglomerates, but he had a feeling that they were just like the Nepo babies from his previous life. They weren't just given the best, they were told that they were the best. They had an alienating mien, and they knew it. Even if they didn't mean it. They had an air of superiority around them that was as natural to them as breathing. And they didn't care if they were different, they seemed to take pride in it. And after knowing that they were now people from the 5 conglomerates, it totally made sense. These young people were brought up with the very best of resources. To them, even the rarest items would seem like the most basic things. Michael even had a thought that maybe these guys treated Sue drops as a simple oil that could be purchased in any market. In fact, there was something within these 6 people that caught his eye. Or more specifically, his drone's camera. Underneath all of their fancy clothes and ball gowns, he saw a completely different beast in their attire. They were glowing like miniature suns, with every inch of their bodies protected with a tangible thread of ability power weaving through them like skin-tight armor. Are these nascent spirit armors, he pondered? No, they're not. First of all, these conglomerates were only in the 9th stage of body formation. They shouldn't even have a nascent spirit armor in the first place. And second of all, these armors were extremely different from Katarina's nascent armor. These armors were very powerful, but were incongruent with the ability that was innate within their bodies. Katarina's brilliant diamond armor felt natural. It felt like an extension of her body. It was born from the God-forged pieces in her heart and was inextricably connected with it to the point where it felt as if the armor was just another limb. In contrast, the armors underneath, these conglomerates, were completely different from the powers in their hearts. It was disconnected and disharmonious, like an animal's limb surgically placed inside a human. But no matter how strange these armors looked, there was just something about them that seemed familiar. It wasn't until he got a notification in his vision did he finally remember. Congratulations for signing in for the 3rd day. You have received a 2 days off delivery ticket. This reward couldn't have come at a better time. Not only did he get another extremely useful coupon, it also helped him jog his mind about what made these armors look familiar. These looked like the nascent armors found in the Emporium. These conglomerate youths were wearing nascent spirit armors, the one that cost 5,000 mini-drones each. He failed to recognize it at first glance because he didn't think that these actually existed in real life. He thought that these were just things that the Emporium sold exclusively for him. But perhaps he was thinking about it wrong. Perhaps the Emporium was selling those items because they already existed in this world long before. Harbinger did say to him that these nascent armors were only meant for babies and weaklings. His words. Trust me, Michael, don't buy any of these armors. No self-respecting nascent spirit cultivator would ever wear something like this. It's the equivalent of training wheels. At first he thought that Harbinger was just being Harbinger, saying words just for the sake of boasting for himself. But as it turned out, he was actually referencing something from the real world. They were being used like training wheels. These conglomerate youths were in the 9th stage, just a half step away from reaching the nascent spirit realm. But they already had nascent armors to protect them till they reached the next realm, where they could form their own armors. He was so fascinated by this that he wasn't even excited about the 2-day off delivery coupon that he obtained. And the other people from the ballroom were also completely fascinated by these conglomerates, but for completely different reasons. They are so dazzling. Their aura is too majestic. Them just sitting there is already worthy of being a painting. Kaya, look at Gabriel. He's such a dashing young man. Everyone turned to the man at the very center of it all, the man who attracted all the attention just from his mere presence alone. The fact that he was wearing a mask didn't hide his attractiveness at all. Michael's eyes widened. "Who is he?" he asked. Jotun clicked his tongue. "I know, right? He's my biggest rival right now. Gah, look at that blonde hair, so brilliant and smooth, and he's uber-duper rich too. I just hope that my dear Aerith won't fall for his tricks." Michael stared with fascination at Gabriel. Aside from the fact that Gabriel was wearing a much grander lion mask than him, Michael felt that the conglomerate youth felt extremely familiar, even though they hadn't met before. Blonde hair, extremely rich, conglomerate. There was just one conclusion. Gabriel Vanderbilt, the man at the center of the sun's brilliance. "Let me do the honors of welcoming you to New Sparta." Alaric walked over to the conglomerate's table with the usual charismatic brilliance that he had been donning this entire time. But somehow, even he was being dwarfed by the natural aura that Gabriel was exuding just from turning his head. "Thank you. I will be looking forward to seeing what this part of the Queen's region can offer us. I think it'll be fun," Gabriel said. "Right, guys?" The other 4 people in the conglomerate's table gave a courtly nod at Alaric as well. Michael could tell that they were trying to be nice. But they couldn't hide the boredom in their actions. They just wanted this night to end. And he couldn't blame them. He was also waiting for the time to tick down until the end of the soiree so that he could talk with Romeo about the second antique. According to Jotun, these people came from very far away. And since his railway and highway system hasn't yet been implemented out of the lower Queen's region, they must have taken months to travel all the way to New Sparta. Michael imagined it to be much worse than jet lag by more than 1,000 times. "If you need any questions regarding New Sparta, anything at all, you can ask for my name, Alaric Goldstone." Gabriel perked up. "Goldstone? Ah, Cedric, you know this guy." Gabriel turned to the man closest to him, prompting everyone else to turn their attention towards him as well. The guy named Cedric was a much less imposing man, someone who blended into the crowd very easily, especially being so near under the blinding glamour of the Gabriel Vanderbilt. However, once they set their sights upon Cedric Goldstone, one couldn't help but let their eyes linger onto his figure for a few seconds or more. He had this sort of simple gravitas that only got more and more impressive as time passed. He was like a fine wine, aged perfectly and in the best conditions possible. Gabriel and Cedric were the complete opposites of each other, one the sun and the other a moon. But in actuality, they were 2 sides of the same coin. Both were imposing in their own carved niche of authority. Yes, a distant relative, if I recall. Someone who was sent down to take care of the business in the lower Queen's region, Cedric said with a casual but deliberate tone. "It's nice to finally meet you, cousin," said Alaric. The 2 Goldstones faced each other. One wore an owl mask, the other an eagle. It was a perfect microcosm of their relationship with the other. The owl hunted low and at night, while the other was high up, enjoying full reign of the skies. "It looks like you've done well, cousin. Congratulations," Cedric praised. "You have lived up to the Goldstone name." Now, Cedric's words weren't malicious in any way, shape, or form, and were in fact genuine praise. However, most would feel insulted by being praised by someone much younger and with a weaker cultivation than they were. "With such high praise from you especially, I am honored," said Alaric. It seemed that Alaric himself was admitting that he was inferior compared to his much more talented cousin. Most people wouldn't understand, but Michael had an inkling. It's because of the nascent armor, isn't it? It equalizes the cultivation difference between the 2. Cedric and Gabriel, those 2 are complete monsters in terms of cultivation. They're only 16, but they've reached the peak of the body formation realm. People call them the Twin Peaks, Jotun explained. By this point, it wasn't just Alaric who approached the conglomerate's table. Aerith and Bobby also approached and introduced themselves. Of course, only those who had a high enough importance were given the chance to get close to the conglomerates. There was an invisible queue wherein people ranked themselves based on their stature. Those at the top could approach the conglomerate's table either by introducing themselves or giving praise to them. Those that tried to cut in line were either glared at or simply jostled back down to their seats. The only ones who had no intention of ever coming close to the conglomerate table were Michael and Jotun, keeping themselves at the very end of the ballroom and giving no indication of lining up. In truth, though, Michael was interested in these conglomerate youths. He wanted to know what made them so special. What kind of advantages did they have that the ordinary people didn't? How did they obtain those nascent armors? Thankfully, he didn't have to face the fiasco of people clamoring over to the conglomerate's table to know what he wanted to know. Jotun graciously told him basic information about the 5 people sitting at the top. You see that dark-skinned woman? She's Neytiri. Some say that she's an incredibly talented blacksmith, inheriting the best techniques from the Hephaestus Company vaults. Neytiri looked very similar to a certain figure back in his previous life, one that was the symbol of beauty in a desert. She even had black eyeliner under her eyes, as well as the gold jewelry around her to boot. Michael saw Neytiri and Bobby acquainting with each other. She didn't seem to have the unapproachable aura that the other conglomerates had. She looked quite friendly as she talked to Bobby. They were both from the Hephaestus Company after all. That lithe, slender-looking man is called Alexis Oscorp. Not much is known about him, but everyone knows he is just as talented as the rest of them. Alexis seemed to be quite the loner, giving insipid responses to those who tried to talk to him. And that woman talking to my dear Aerith is named Vera. She's also a proper apothecary from Sinclair's Elixir. They're already acquainted each other before this, so they're just catching up with each other. Those 5 people were from the conglomerates, each one representing the 5 companies at the top of the world. He remembered there were 6 people who entered the room. He then glanced at the corner of the room. His eyes widened and his heart stopped. Sitting perfectly still at her seat, wearing a silken white dress that seemed to paint her as an angel descended down from the heavens, was none other than Yuna. Michael muttered to himself, "Okay, please step back and don't push through the barricades." A woman wearing an official black and white suit shouted through the crowd in front of her. The microphone and speaker set clipped onto her back projected her voice throughout the entire open space, commanding everyone's attention, including Michael. Michael blended into the crowd of zealous and ardent supporters. He wore the best clothes he could afford, a plaid polo and a lightly stained white shirt underneath. He may seem underdressed for the occasion, but that didn't matter. As long as he was as energetic as the rest of the crowd here, then he could properly show love and support for the idol of his dreams. With his lightly shorter stature, he went on his toes and peeked through the tumultuous crowd of people in front of him. Finally, he could see the arena in its entirety. Since it was still early in the day, he could see the technicians still strapped up on the heights and doing their checks to make sure everything worked for the concert a few hours from now. And from his vantage point, just behind the standing barricade, he saw a glimpse of the backstage, where employees were frantically running back and forth as they completed errands that were supposed to have been completed yesterday. While most of the people around him were excitedly talking about their favorite songs from Yuna's newest album, Michael instead focused on the arena. Even though his seat wasn't that great, he was still extremely grateful that he was able to even afford the ticket in the first place. So instead of being stuck to his phone, he wanted to look around the arena and cherish this moment forever. He was going to immortalize this memory. And as he did so, he suddenly saw something white flash through the backstage. His eyes widened. Through the small gap separating the background for the concert and the backstage, he saw the frills of a white dress peeking through. The only thing he could see was the left half of her body, with her skirt just peeking through the gap. He couldn't even see her face. But he was sure that was Yuna. Michael saw a hand waving through his vision, snapping him out of his wistful reverie. He turned around, seeing the goofy face of a golden retriever mask staring at him. "Kyo, are you good?" Jotun asked with concern. Michael pushed Jotun's hand away from his face. "Yeah, I'm fine. There was just something in my eye." Jotun kept silent for a second before shrugging. "For a second there, I thought you passed out or something. Anyway, I didn't think you knew Yuna." "I know her," he replied. "Of course, everyone knows about the exceptional Yuna of the Montgomery family. She's a literal star," Jotun praised. Michael chuckled, if only he knew how right he was. "I mean, look at her. Even with Gabriel and Cedric here in our presence, she is still completely outshining both of them. She's even brighter than the sun, too blinding." While Gabriel, Cedric, and the rest of the conglomerate Nepo babies were being swarmed by their admirers. The only one who was sitting alone at her table was Yuna. If Gabriel's upbringing as a genius descended down from the Vanderbilt name made him feel like an alien from another planet, then Yuna's presence was completely comparable to something that was of a different reality or dimension entirely. There was just something about her that transcended the normal. The way she conducted herself was somehow even grander than nobles and queens. Yet, there was a sense of subtle elegance and ethereal grace that made her both human and divine at the same time. In short, the only reason why no one wanted to approach her was because no one felt worthy of doing so. She was on a completely different level from the rest of them, dwarfing even that of Gabriel or any other conglomerate's aura. But Yuna didn't seem to care about any of this. She sat on her own, sipping water from the glass and never minding all of the stares that she received from everyone. She was in her own little world, ruminating in her own thoughts. Ironically, this made her even more alluring. Like an enigmatic and masterful painting that would stand against the test of time. She seems to be quite solemn today, Jotun said. I wonder what's up with her. Yuna wore a white fox mask, so the slight shade of a dark cloud rumbling over her head was very noticeable. She seemed to be thinking very deeply about something, and that something was disappointing her a little bit. Did something happen? Michael asked immediately. Oh, are you interested in her? Jotun teased lightly. I can see your concern for her bleeding through your mask. Michael staggered, shaking his head. What? No. However, his visceral reaction couldn't be hidden away from Jotun's sharp and incisive eyes. Ho, don't worry about it, my friend. I shall teach you the ways on how to woo a lady. It is a guaranteed success, Jotun said, grabbing Michael's shoulder. Michael cleared his throat and untangled himself from Jotun's grasp. Ahem, no need, and besides, I don't think I should trust your words. Who would want advice from someone who had an unrequited love? And besides, I don't think she'll need my help solving her problems. Even if she doesn't need help, you should insist on doing so. That's your way to slip inside her life and become her special someone, Jotun advised. That's too much, Michael said. Fine, then her friend. You'll work your way up to become her lover. Michael stayed silent as he looked at Yuna from behind. I don't even think I'm her friend. It had been a long time since he saw Yuna. So long ago, in fact, that he didn't even remember the exact date that they last spoke. He didn't even know when or why she left. He didn't get a letter or anything. 1 second she was there, and the next she was gone. Sure, both of them had become busy these last few months. He had to establish the Reborn company in Metropolis and in New Sparta, which took up every single second of his time. Meanwhile, she had to keep up with the business of Montgomery as arbiters. But he would have thought that she would give him a notice at the very least. That's what friends do, he thought. I guess that's just it. She's the Yuna Kim and I'm just. Yuna, where are you, Yuna? Kaye, I want to see her in real life. I can't wait. In a few hours she's going to be right here. Michael ignored all of the screaming and cheering from all around him. He slammed his ears with his palms, but try as he might, he couldn't help but let his thoughts wander and get distracted. Erg, he shouted, disgruntled by all the noise. There seemed to be a rabid fever infecting everyone in its wake, making them mindless shrieking zombies. And the worst part was that they were doing this all voluntarily. He would never understand everyone's obsession with this new idol. He didn't know her, nor would he want to. All he wanted to do now was to focus on his studies and finally get to the university that he'd been dreaming about all of his life. After living in squalor, dressing in rags, and having nothing but a bleak and dreary future ahead of him, Michael was dead set on changing everything in his life. He didn't want to struggle for food every single day anymore. He wanted to be affluent and rich. So much so that he wouldn't even care about spending millions of dollars for something completely mundane. And this entrance test was going to be the only thing that stood in his way. It was the only obstacle to swimming in literal piles of gold. That image would have certainly entertained his father. As long as he got over that hurdle and passed the test, he'd be able to get a job in 4 years' time. A real job, one that paid real dollars, not some cheap change that those stringy bosses used to give him. He'd studied real hard, spending all of his time in the public library, reading and memorizing every kind of book he could get his hands on. He was so dedicated, in fact, that just hours from the test itself, he was still holed up in his corner of the library, cramming as much knowledge into his brain as possible. This would give him the advantage over everyone who chose to relax, he thought, but who would have expected this little maneuver of his to backfire? Instead of recovering his strength and sleeping before the test, he was getting bombarded with incessant screaming and shouting about an idol who didn't seem to want to appear at all. It was not only stressing him out, but also blurring all the information in his brain. It felt like the formulas and equations that he had written on the blackboard in his mind was suddenly getting erased by an ear-aching nail streaking across the board. Focus, he reminded himself, and in an attempt to retain all of the memory in his mind, he read through all the books he'd read before as fast as he could. Fortunately, it worked. He still memorized everything he needed to memorize. Unfortunately, he lost track of time. The loud, overbearing gong coming from outside the library immediately reminded him of the current time. What, it's 6 o'clock already? His test was at 6:30. The commute to the school lasted 30 minutes exactly. And with the way the tests were arduously constructed, with each problem needing a considerable time to calculate, losing even a minute of time could cause a person to lose a ton of points, thereby failing the exam. Damn it, he cursed. He didn't want to blame those avid fans, but he was definitely late because of them. He wouldn't have had to do extra studying if they weren't so noisy. But it didn't matter. He could still make it as long as he rushed out of the library and got on the next bus leading to the school. With literally no time to waste, he took his bag and ran out of the library, with his footsteps echoing through the hallways like an angry mob. He zigzagged his way through the crowd of slow walkers, flashing them a sorry look before running forwards in a rush. Eventually, he caught sight of the bus stop. And thankfully, the bus was still loading the commuters inside. But he didn't heave a sigh of relief yet. If he missed this bus, he would have to wait another 30 minutes before the next one came, and he didn't have the money for a private taxi. If he was late to the exam by 30 minutes, he would have to kiss his engineering future goodbye. So he quickly picked up his pace and ran towards the bus as if his life was on the line. It was. But in his haste, he wasn't able to see where he was headed or who he would run into. He tripped on someone's leg and ran face first into the ground. Oh, he groaned, wiping the blood away from his nose. Indignant, Michael glared at the person who tripped him. But when he saw who it was, his anger subsided. Oh, sorry, young man, I didn't see you there. It was an old man, wearing raggedy clothes full of grime and dirt. Around him were thousands of steaming peanuts scattered around the floor, having been toppled down by his crash with a hasteful and inconsiderate student. Michael felt an ache in his heart as he saw this. His mind flashed with memories of his late father. Then he looked back at the bus, now just about ready to close its doors. And without a second thought, Michael turned back to the old man. Sorry, it was my fault. Let me help you up. Michael began picking up the peanuts from the ground and putting them back onto the old man's rattan-woven basket. Oh, you don't have to do that, young man. You look like you were in a hurry, said the old man, trying to push Michael towards the bus. But even as the bus released that signature, TSSSHH, signalizing its closing doors, Michael still continued on picking up peanuts without another care in the world. It's all right, it was my fault anyway, he said to the old man. He knew just how little people like them earned every single day. He knew the hardships of walking tens of miles just to cater steaming peanuts to people who ignored them 99% of the time. He knew the sacrifice they had to make, just like his father. He couldn't just let the old man lose his entire livelihood just because of his mistake. It could be the difference between the old man putting food on the plate for his family or not. Most people disregarded this as an unfortunate accident. The students around them simply watched and did nothing, thinking that the spilled peanuts were not worth the effort. But Michael knew the importance of even a single peanut. Of course, it shouldn't be as important as an entrance exam to the most prestigious engineering school in the country. The only sensible thing for Michael to have done was to say sorry and leave the old man alone to catch his bus. But he just couldn't find it in his heart of hearts to leave the poor old man alone. It would have left a prick in his soul that would have never recovered. He'd be so guilty and distraught that he wouldn't have been able to focus on the test at all. It was anathema to him. He reached out to a single piece of peanut left on the ground when his hand suddenly bumped into another. He looked up, seeing a hooded figure and on their knees beside him, picking up the peanuts off the floor. Michael couldn't see their face, with their eyes having been obscured by dark sunglasses and their mouth covered in a medical mask. However, there was something about them that seemed familiar. Not only that, but as they came close to him, he got a whiff of her scent. It was ambrosial, smelling sweet and refreshing. He'd never smelled a perfume so distinctly fragrant before. "Here's the last batch," said the hooded figure, her voice feminine and gentle. She handed the wooden basket of peanuts back to him, never minding the fact that her hands had gotten dirtied in the process. "Oh, thank you, dear. You're a nice young lady, aren't you?" asked the old man. The hooded girl chuckled, but offered no response in return. Meanwhile, Michael had been staring at the hooded figure for quite some time now as he tried to understand what made her so familiar in his eyes. There was just something about her, some idiosyncratic characteristic that should have made her recognizable from the get-go, but he just couldn't get a clean look. "Puliard," the girl asked him. This woke Michael from his stupor. "Huh. Your shirt," she said, pointing to his high school letterman jacket. "Do you go to that school?" "Wow, I always thought men who went to Puliard only cared about their studies. They never seemed like the type to help an old man," she said casually. Michael chuckled. "I'm different." Then he noticed a mobile phone sticking out from her hoodie's pockets. His eyes flashed with shock. This phone was the latest version of the most popular phone in the world. And the most surprising part was that the phone wasn't even out to the general public yet. "And I'm guessing you're from Uptown," he said. The strangely dressed girl was clearly wearing something to obscure her true identity. But Michael could see a hint of expensiveness as he looked at her. Even though it didn't look like it, the brands of normal clothes that she was wearing were probably worth tens of thousands of dollars easily. This greatly surprised him. He always thought that those who lived on the upper side of the town were people who were superficial and only cared about flaunting their wealth. He visited that place once, and the people there always flashed him a judgmental look for wearing normal, second-hand clothes that didn't cost an arm and a leg to buy. And try as he might, he always judged people who were rich and affluent because of this. "I didn't think high-class people like you bothered to dirty your hands," he said with a teasing tone. This could have easily offended anyone. However, this received a chuckle from her. "Haha, I'm different," she replied. Michael laughed as well, with the two of them smiling at each other's wrongful prejudice. "Ho ho ho, you two make quite a pair," the old man said, noticing the certain atmosphere growing between the two. Now Michael may be a man who dedicated his entire life to studying, but he wasn't immune to the desires of youth. He, too, had romance and courtship burning through the back of his mind. And for some reason, he seemed to like this girl who he'd barely even met. In fact, the old man's words seemed to have sent his imagination running wild. Surprisingly, it seemed that he wasn't the only one. "Hey, are you free tomorrow night?" the girl asked meekly, the blushes on her cheek blooming out despite the mask. "Meet me at this place at the same time." Michael staggered. Her gentle voice would have sent anyone clutching their hearts in swoon, and he too felt his own chest viscerally reacting with excitement. But he didn't know what to say. He had never been in this type of situation before. Just as he was about to say something, he heard an excited screech from a few meters away from him. "Oh my God. That's Yuna!" The woman screamed at the top of her lungs, her face flushed with excitement and fervid animation. She was jumping on her toes, giddily pointing as she did so. Wait, not something, but someone. It was her, the hooded girl he was facing right at this very moment. She seemed just as startled as him as she quickly pulled on her hood to cover her face even more from the outside. But it was far too late. The woman's ardent and incandescent scream seemed to have become a signal or a beacon that awakened a virus within everyone's bodies like a sleeping agent. The key words, Yuna and Heir, seemed to have created a veritable zombie apocalypse outside the library grounds. Even before Michael could fully grasp at what was happening, he suddenly felt the ground underneath his feet tremble profusely as hundreds of feet began stomping towards him. "Yuna, I'm your biggest fan. Please look at me, Yuna. Sign my autograph and take a picture with me." In just a few seconds' time, he found himself getting swarmed by people of all ages and walks of life. They jostled, pushed, and rammed their way through as they tried to get as close to the hooded girl as fast as possible. Michael became the unfortunate victim of this stampede. He felt himself getting lost in the crowd, growing further and further away from where he was. He looked at the hooded girl and saw that she was looking back at him too. There was a sense of longing in her eyes, as if there was still something that she wanted to say. However, the tumultuous crowd kept pushing them further and further apart. It was at this moment that Michael's gaze with the hooded girl broke. They both turned to look to their side and saw the old man once again getting pushed around helplessly through the growing sea of rabid fans. The peanuts were crushed under their feet. The hooded girl opened her mouth to shout, but even her voice was getting drowned out by the crowds of people wanting to take a picture or an autograph with her. Then she stopped, realizing that there was only one way to stop the crowd. Taking one last glance at Michael, who had already rushed to the old man's side, the hooded girl slowly turned around and led her zealous fandom away from the scene. Immediately, bodyguards surrounded her from all sides and led her away into safety. Soon, the raucous and cacophonous shouting and stomping softened as the group ran after the hooded girl. This left Michael and the old man alone to deal with their destructive wake. The fresh, steaming peanuts were now nothing more than a stepped-on mush on the ground. No peanut left uncrushed, there was no recovering them anymore. Michael sighed, knowing that there was nothing left he could do. "It's all right, young man, what's done is done." But this still didn't sit right. "What about your family?" The old man picked up the flattened basket from the ground. "They're gone. I'm the only one left. Selling peanuts has just been a way for me to pass the time. But you have a full life ahead of you." Then he approached Michael, giving him something in his palm. "Go, I know you were in a hurry for something." Michael looked at the pile of money and coins in his hand. Once again, he felt a prick in his heart. Why was it always the people who didn't have much end up becoming the most generous of people? "Oh, and don't forget that," the old man said, pointing towards a certain keychain on the ground. This was a keychain from her phone, a white fox curled up in the snow. Michael picked it up from the ground, dusting it of dirty footprints. "Follow your heart," said the old man. "Don't make the same mistake that I did." Michael ruminated on the old man's words, and by the time he raised his head and got a hold of himself, the old man was gone. He was all alone. Then his gaze glanced at the crowd in the distance. Lingering, he could only mutter, "Yuna Kim." It was only now that the gravity of the situation truly dawned on him. He just met a global superstar. Michael never really did meet that old man again to thank him for the money. Even after he succeeded in life and earned enough money to live a comfortable life, he wasn't able to repay the favor. If it weren't for the old man, he wouldn't have gotten the money to pay for a taxi to go to the entrance exam. Thanks to that, he only ended up being late by almost 20 minutes, but thankfully, his endless nights of studying ended up paying off. He was able to ace the test and enter into his dream university, and the rest was history. As for his first encounter with Yuna Kim, that was one of his most memorable memories of his previous life. It basically started his admiration for her. He became her fan. But that was just it, he was just her fan. After all, he did go to the place. He stood at the center of the library grounds waiting for her to show up again, but she never did. He waited in the cold night, the winter breeze frosting his eyebrows, but he still persevered. As it turned out, Yuna Kim had a surprise concert on the other side of the town during those times. Was he mad? No. Disappointed? Maybe. But who was he to be angry? He wasn't even an ordinary man. He was on the bottom of the social totem pole. They lived a completely different life, two extremes of the same scale. What was he supposed to do? Pursue her and demand an explanation as to why she didn't show herself? She didn't owe him anything. They just had a small interaction that probably meant nothing to her. Something that she doesn't even remember. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the ballroom, at the conglomerate's table, White Fox Mask turned to stare at the lonely lion-masked youth. Jotun looked at Michael right beside him, and quickly glanced at Yuna, immediately noticing her wistful gaze towards his enigmatic new friend. He looked back at Michael and saw that he was still in his reverie, seemingly not noticing the intentional stare that the infamous Ice Queen of the North was giving him. Then Jotun looked back at Yuna just to see if he was seeing it right, and he was. Yuna Montgomery. The Yuna Montgomery was looking at this lion-masked youth with purpose, as if she was waiting for him to notice her and look at her. Wait, what is happening?" Jotun said. Michael, finally out of his reminiscence, turned to look at him. What? Meanwhile, Neytiri, the dark-skinned girl from the main Hephaestus line, noticed Yuna's unusual actions. Hey, what's wrong with Yuna? She asked everyone. Gabriel and the others turned to Yuna, seeing that she was unusually animated this time of the night. She usually just kept to herself and read her books to pass the time, especially in gatherings like this. She always just did it out of obligation. But now her book was actually closed. Not only that, but she also had her head up, as if actively wanting to participate in the gathering. This was very weird to them. Then something even weirder happened. Yuna got up from her seat and started walking towards something, or someone. Yuna's footsteps were silent, almost non-existent in the natural noise of conversation and talk. But somehow, her presence attracted everyone's attention in silence. Why would someone from the conglomerate's side go to their side? They all stared as Yuna reached the other end of the room, towards the last table containing only 2 people. Jotun stared dumbfounded as he saw the Yuna Montgomery standing right in front of him. So he was right. He was looking at Kyo. May I? She asked him. At first, Jotun didn't even know he was being spoken to, but the silence immediately made him aware of his sin. Yes, yes, of course, please take my seat, it would be an honor, Jotun said as he exited and offered his seat. Yuna then gracefully turned the chair directly facing Kyo, then took her seat. Hey, she greeted, it's been a long time. Now staring at these 2 people, everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths in shock. Were they seeing it correctly? Was the Yuna Montgomery really speaking to someone one-on-one? And it looked like they knew each other quite well, to the point where it even looked like they were intimate with each other. No one was perhaps more surprised than the 5 conglomerates. Are we seeing it correctly? Neytiri said, her hand on her mouth in shock and elation. It would seem so, Cedric says. When had we ever seen her so proactive? She actually walked to talk to someone. The conglomerate world was small, consisting of only people from the elites of the very elites. Everyone knows each other from the very start, having been sent to the same school together. After all, the offspring of those conglomerates couldn't be simply sent to a normal school. That wasn't elite enough. It had to be a school where all its students and faculties were on par with the skills and the premiumness that was befitting of the people on the top of the world. In that school, everyone knew each other. They were all friends or at the very least acquaintances. But even during those early days, Yuna was already famous even amongst the conglomerate offsprings. After all, she was the only one there who wasn't actually from a conglomerate. She was from the Montgomery family, who occupied a very special place within the elites. They were the judges, arbiters, and the lawmakers. Many tried to become friends with her, but they always failed. She always responded coldly, acting churlish towards anyone who tried to talk to her. Unfriendly was a generous term. That's what earned her the nickname as the Ice Queen of the North. Anyone who dared to come close to her was frozen. It wouldn't be a few years later would they finally know why. Is that her special someone? Neytiri asked, realizing something. Yuna did mention someone like that to her some time ago. Special someone? I feel sorry for him, Gabriel said nonchalantly. Neytiri immediately glared at him, with Cedric elbowing his ribs. You know that's not her fault, Neytiri hissed. Sorry babe, but it's the truth, Gabriel shrugged. She's the treasured granddaughter of the Montgomerys after all. There's a reason why she's unapproachable. They all remembered the time when a prominent family tried to arrange a marriage with Yuna and their child. That day all hell broke loose. That family was soon bullied out of their place in the conglomerate world, disbanded and dissolved into nothingness. In the span of a month, a powerful world-class entity was suddenly wiped off from the face of the earth. The worst part was that they couldn't even rebuild their companies if they wanted to. Not only were they forbidden, but their main force was obliterated in an accident, leaving no heir nor successors behind. Of course, the official report said that this incident was caused by a natural disaster, but everyone knew that it was because of one single thing. They angered the Montgomerys, or more specifically, they angered their matriarch. Everyone knew how she treasured Yuna, treating her like a star in the sky, too far out of humans' reach. This was what truly made Yuna untouchable. Because of that, everyone was far too afraid to get close to Yuna, much less court her. Only someone truly uncaring for their own lives would want to do so. After all, to Yuna's grandmother, no man was fitting for her. To say her standards were strict was an understatement. It felt like the only man who could truly live up to her expectations was someone out of this world. But that's just how she was. Heir Montgomery always expected more than the best. Michael, perhaps, was even more surprised than everyone. This soiree, he didn't expect Yuna to approach him. Michael was stunned, not knowing what to say. It felt like he was back in that library grounds. Not even a hello, she asked him. Looks like you've changed a lot while I was gone, Kyo. She playfully pushed his nameplate. He felt a tug at his heart, something warm, something comfortable. It was only then that he realized that she really was talking to him. Michael, not Kyo. She knew who he was. You know, he asked, shocked. Of course. I always remember someone who owes me an ice cream. Michael never thought she would recognize him. Not only was his face obscured by his mask, but his mono-body composition was actually different this time. He made sure to make himself completely distinct and different from Michael to make sure that no one recognized him. And yet she did. She shouldn't have recognized him. She wasn't meant to because she was Yuna and he was. Yuna stared at Michael and wondered how he even thought he could hide from her. She figured it out as soon as she arrived in the room. There was always an aura around him that was distinctly his. If she could describe it in one word, then it would be warmth. He was radiating a sense of comfort, as if he was the sun itself in a cold, dark winter's night. And no matter how he thought of himself, this aura radiated from him even if he tried to hide it. He would always be unique to her. Yuna then touched his hand on the table. Of course, I'll recognize you. I'm different, she said with a smile. Michael couldn't help but chuckle after hearing that. And somehow, just like that, all of the calcified emotions he was feeling were suddenly released. The warm touch of her hand melted it. The awkwardness of their separation, after all this time, was suddenly gone. And he felt like he could finally reunite with a dear friend that he thought he'd lost. But I guess I'm not as different as you. You literally changed your name, she said. Michael looked at his nameplate. Oh, this is just something that happened. Long story, but just don't tell anybody else about my real identity. Yuna stayed silent, and even though Michael couldn't see her face behind that fox mask, he could see a teasing smile forming behind it. Oh, a secret, huh? Well, you better be nice to me if you want me to keep it. She said, her hands on her waist. What should I make you do? Should I have you follow me everywhere I go? Or maybe I should. Yuna was having too much fun teasing him. Oh, a secret, huh? Well, you better be nice to me if you want me to keep it, she said, her hands on her waist. What should I make you do? Should I have you follow me everywhere I go? Or maybe I should. Yuna was having too much fun teasing him. You're having too much fun teasing me for someone who left without notice, he said. She sighed, agreeing that it was her mistake. Wasn't my plan. I was just going to return to my ancestral home to visit my parents, since it's been such a long time. But things happened one after another, and by the time I knew it, I ended up staying for months on end. Michael nodded. He understood why she had to go, but not why she couldn't say goodbye. Why didn't you leave a letter? Yuna opened her mouth, about to say something. You see, I returned there for more than just a visit. I had to finish my studies, and the Montgomery family has a special training method wherein we are completely cut off from the world. So I wasn't able to send a letter, she said. Michael was still a little bit disgruntled, but it didn't matter now. Yuna was here, and that's all that mattered. Meanwhile, as the touching reunion from both reincarnators were happening, the entirety of the soiree ballroom was currently trying to figure out who this Kyo figure was supposed to be. No one here knew who he was, and that was a surprise in and of itself. Everyone here was from a prominent company or family, and they were all connected one way or another. At the very least, they'd heard each other's name. Now, this wouldn't have been a point of interest for most people. But the fact that the Yuna Montgomery was speaking and acting all lovey-dovey with him, touching his hands, laughing, and all of that, made his identity something that everyone was interested in. Who was he, and how did he deserve the attention of Heir Montgomery's treasured granddaughter? Is he from an unknown territory in the Lower Queens region? Maybe a secret conglomerate offspring? I think that he's someone from one of the two major organizations. My bet is someone from the Order of the Heavenly Knights. But while they were in the middle of this conversation, a knock suddenly echoed throughout the whole ballroom. Everyone turned towards the stage in the further part of the room. It had been obscured by red curtains all this time, with most people thinking that it was just part of the decorations. But in the next second, the curtains suddenly rose up, revealing a single man on the stage. "Excuse me, young'uns." The man was wearing primitive attire akin to hunters, and had the pelt of a wolf, complete with its head wrapped around his shoulder. Judging from the Dow heart in his chest, Michael guessed that he was a werewolf. "I'm sorry for interrupting your lovely evening, ladies and gentlemen, but I have just come from the other side of the party with some great news." The other side of the party was where the adults were located. They had their own ballroom there, and consisted of leaders and owners of companies, werewolf tribe chiefs, royal blood vampires, merman leaders, and other such people. As you may all know, this soiree is intended for all of us to know each other for the lunar celebrations. And as the archery competition is about to commence, we are proud to announce that the leaders have all decided to add an incentive to the winner. Michael was surprised. This was the first time he'd ever heard that the first competition was going to be an archery competition. "Archery?" he asked out loud. And a few meters away from him, he heard a conspicuous cough. "Ahem," Jotun said in a whispered tone. "The Purveyor werewolf tribe has been chosen to be the first to showcase their competition, and they have issued a competition of the bows." Pleasantly surprised, Michael nodded to himself. As it turned out, Chief Lupin had nothing to worry about. The brown-blood werewolf chief had been blowing up his phone recently, talking about his worries for the competition. But with Shayna with them, the competition was all but settled. "Archery, huh? How is Shayna?" Yuna asked. "You know how she is. Overbearing, fiercely loyal, and intimidatingly capable." Yuna laughed at his description. He, then that means that I already know you'll win the archery competition. Congrats." Jotun forcefully closed his mouth, having been surprised after eavesdropping in their conversation. He tried not to, but he was far too curious about what the two were talking about. "Excuse me, but did you say that my new friend here will win the archery competition?" "As far as I know, the Pureview tribe has shown themselves as having skills rivaling even that of the elves." "How can you be so sure that Kyo will win? It hasn't even happened yet." Jotun's curiosity for his friend burned through his eyes. Yuna turned towards him. "Well, Kyo here has a tendency of winning things over." Then with a whisper under her breath, Yuna spoke softly. "I know about it especially," she said, holding her chest. "What was that?" Michael asked. Yuna flashed him an exasperated look, a mixture of amusement and irritation. Then she playfully pushed his cheek away. Jotun, watching this, realized that the relationship between the two must have been much closer than he initially thought. This made him even more fervently curious as to the nature of their closeness, and more, who was Kyo. He wasn't the only one. The 5 conglomerates on the front tables all couldn't help but look at Yuna as if she was a completely different person. It felt like she was. This was a facet of her personality that they had never seen before. They didn't even think the infamous Ice Queen of the North was capable of such emotions. It was a truly strange sight. With the lunar celebrations commencing, "It is only natural that we discuss in length about its details," said the werewolf presenter. Then he turned to look at the 5 conglomerate youths right in front of him. "Gabriel, would you like to tell everyone the good news?" The blonde-haired, debonair genius of the Vanderbilt family walked up to the podium with a confident stride. The 4 other conglomerates around him were unsurprised, as if they knew this would happen from the start. "What's happening?" he asked, but it seemed that even Jotun didn't know. Thankfully, Yuna knew exactly what was happening. "The conglomerates are finally acknowledging the importance of New Sparta," she said. Jotun remained with a deadpan look on his golden retriever-faced mask. "Huh." But before Yuna could explain, Gabriel finally reached the stage and faced the crowd of expectant people in the ballroom. Then Gabriel removed his mask. Instantly the girls swooned, and even the men started to feel a little bit intimidated. Gabriel was a good-looking man, with a sharp jaw, free-flowing and slightly curly blonde hair, and a smile that seemed to make him look like a Greek god. "There's no need for that anymore," Gabriel said, chuckling. "Let me introduce myself to everyone. I am Gabriel Vanderbilt, and I was sent here by my grandfather to oversee what was happening in New Sparta." Everyone aside from the conglomerates turned to look at each other, confused. They mumbled their guesses, but was soon silenced as Gabriel continued to speak. The 5 conglomerates have decided, he said, pausing, that the results of what happens in New Sparta will directly correlate to the promotion. As soon as that word was said, promotion, the whole ballroom suddenly turned silent. It drew a deep and ruminating breath upon everyone who heard it. Michael could feel everyone looking up at Gabriel. Desire in their gazes, they wanted that promotion. Promotion? No way, Jotun gasped. Really, there's no freaking way. Yuna nodded, it's real. Michael was the only one who was left clueless. Promotion, what's that? Jotun then looked at him as if he was a kid asking what an alphabet was. It was the most basic thing that he should have known from the very start. Promotion, do you not know about the Golden 500? Now that was a term he hadn't heard in a long while. In truth, after establishing himself in Metropolis, he didn't care that much anymore about the Golden 500 ranking. There was no difference to him if he was ranked 400 or 200. It was all the same to him as long as he could sell what he wanted to sell. Well, the Golden 500 is very important in the upper echelons of society. It's what decides whether you are able to advance to the rest of the country or not. Michael didn't understand. What did the Golden 500 ranking have to do with expanding territory? Yuna then explained. Ranking in the top 5 will grant a company the privilege to be called a global conglomerate. Now, the problem now is how to get that ranking. The best and most sensible way to climb up is through the slow and eventual expansion of a company. This takes decades. For most, this isn't enough. That's why there's a second way to get the ranking, and that is to challenge someone of a higher rank. If you defeat them, you'll take their place in the rankings. But it's not that simple, Jotun interjected. To even challenge someone of a higher rank, you'll also have to be a high ranker yourself. To put it bluntly, no one in New Sparta can challenge those upper echelons as of yet. Michael was surprised to hear that. Right now, the current highest ranking company in New Sparta has to be Alaric Goldstone. The last time he heard it, they were ranked inside the top 200. For reference, Michael remembered the Reborn company's ranking to be in the 300. And even though their company had advanced and expanded their influence far more than when they first received that ranking, it still hadn't changed all this time. He hadn't wondered why because he didn't care all that much, but now he knew. According to what he heard from Yuna and Jotun, simply advancing one's commercial influence wasn't enough to actually climb up the rankings. They theoretically could, but that would take years. Decades even, they said. The reason why the Reborn company hadn't moved at all beyond the 300 spot these past few months was because he hadn't actually challenged anyone for their rankings. This would have been the fastest way to advance, he just didn't know it. In retrospect, it made sense. After all, it had only been less than 3 years since the Reborn company was actually first established. In the rankings' eyes, his company was still at its infancy. He had the potential, but none of the teeth required for the higher rankings. This made him have another perspective onto the actual scale of the conglomerates and the upper echelon. If the top 200 wasn't considered to be a part of them, then what was? Wait, if Alaric's company can't challenge the upper echelon because his ranking is too low, then how can he advance? Jotun excitedly pointed at Gabriel. That's what he was talking about, promotion. This is another way for a company to enter the upper echelons. Oh my God, this will actually change the game, but it will make New Sparta a lot more competitive at the same time. As Jotun began to go off on his talkative tangents, Yuna turned to Michael and explained. A promotion is basically a ticket that allows a company to reach the upper echelons. Not metaphorically, but physically. They'll be allowed to enter into the Upper Queen's region, where all the conglomerates and other world-class companies have established their main residences. In short, this was a place where the 1% elites lived their whole lives. The quality of life there was heads and shoulders above even the elites of New Sparta. High society wasn't unique there, it was standard. If a smaller company were to enter into that place, they would be able to flourish on their very bountiful meadows. Even the crap there would seem like gold to them. It would be like a shark born in the wild, suddenly finding himself in a bountiful pond filled with easy meals. Of course, it wasn't that easy. Those goldfishes were probably a lot stronger than the shark, but the analogy still stood just based on the opportunities found on the pond. Even Michael found himself getting excited at the thought. If he had the opportunity to finally advance to the Upper Queen's region, he would be one step closer to his dream. And that was to establish comfort in the world. So the promotion allows a company to enter the top 100 ranking. Yuna shook her head. Not exactly. They'll just be given special permission to operate in the upper echelons. But they won't be given the ranking. That's based on whether they can obtain it on their own. If they can't retain their position in the upper echelons after that opportunity, then they are not meant to be there in the first place. This promotion could either be a gift or a curse. If a company had the ability to actually contend with the upper echelons, then this promotion was a literal ticket that fast-forwarded them into the spotlight. But if they weren't ready, then it would only push them further down. It was basically a litmus test for companies for whether they had it or not, it being the X factor that allowed a company to transcend the normal. Sir Gabriel, is that true? If we perform well, will we gain a promotion sanctioned by the Vanderbilt family themselves? And before he could answer, Cedric answered for him. Yes, that promotion will be sanctioned by all conglomerates, he clarified. This sent the whole ballroom into another excited murmur. Somehow, this big deal became an even bigger deal. Having all 5 conglomerates sanctioning a promotion meant that their ascension to the upper echelons was practically all but confirmed. Promotions worked by having one upper echelon company putting forth a proposition that the other upper echelons must agree to. For example, if a conglomerate voted for Alaric's company to have a promotion, that meant that all 100 companies in the top 100 ranking had to vote if they agreed or not. The votes must be more than half. It sounded easy, getting 50% of the votes, but it wasn't always guaranteed. According to what Michael heard from murmurs all around him, it seemed like only 2 companies had ever been given a successful promotion in the last 10 years, and that was out of 20. But if this promotion was sanctioned by all 5 conglomerates, then practically every company would be obliged to vote yes. After all, it was never a good idea to go against the 5 entities at the top of the world. Yes, you all heard it correctly. The conglomerates have issued their interest in New Sparta. They are willing to invest in it. But of course, to ensure that this promotion will be given to those who are deserving, our families and companies have decided to send us to check. This sent a confused look on everyone's faces. Sir Gabriel, do you mean? Gabriel nodded, his dashing hair flowing. Yes, we will be participating in the competitions of New Sparta. This sent a lot of mixed reactions within the crowd. How could they possibly win against someone from the conglomerates themselves? The conglomerates were not only a lot more talented, but they had a lot more resources to build from compared to even the fortunate ones here in the Lower Queens region. Sure, the conglomerates probably weren't going to send the most talented geniuses of their company, but even the normal employees among them could be considered as paragons here in New Sparta. Because of that, many were immediately dismayed, thinking that they were not going to have any chance of competing for the promotion after all. But there were others who thought differently. People like Alaric, Aerith, Bobby, and all the other elites of this generation were more excited rather than worried. After all, this was the only chance they were going to get to practice against someone of that level. This would be a good gauge to test how they were compared to the conglomerates, allowing them to know how much more they needed to improve if they wanted to compete at that level. Not only that, but this was a chance for them to sharpen their swords. Alaric specifically was considered to be at the very top of the geniuses here in New Sparta. Although a prestigious title, this meant that he had completely outgrown this place. He found that because there wasn't that much competition around him, he wasn't able to improve at a pace that he was comfortable with. If he stayed stagnant, he estimated that it would take him a century before he was able to compete against the conglomerates. But with new competition, new blood challenging him for the top spot, he'd be galvanized to finally improve. Just then, his thoughts flashed back to a certain golden-haired kid. Michael, he was the only one who could properly challenge him. The memory of his nascent armor being stopped by someone at the 4th stage of body formation was still fresh in his mind. Somehow, that kid was able to transcend the stages of cultivation and show a strength that rivaled his. He went beyond even his own age, his face and body transforming into someone more mature and adult-like. Just the thought of that moment made Alaric's heart beat with excitement. He could feel his mind aching for improvement. Michael would have been a perfect partner for practice, a whetstone to sharpen his power. However, Michael was far too young. It had been a few months since that eventful auction, so Alaric guessed that Michael had probably advanced to the 5th stage. But knowing his penchant for surpassing people's expectations, Alaric guessed that Michael probably reached the 6th stage. Still, it would take Michael a decade until he reached the nascent spirit realm if he wanted to truly build a good foundation for his diva. So, he wasn't a good opponent for Alaric yet. Gabriel, on the other hand, was someone that would become the perfect stepping stone. The man was at the peak of the 9th stage, just a half step away from the nascent spirit realm. But Alaric knew their effective strength was actually in the nascent spirit realm. These geniuses from the conglomerates always had something up their sleeves, something that gave them an extreme advantage despite their lower cultivation. If he were to rank everyone in the room, the 5 conglomerates stood at the top, while he was just right below them. The only one here who he wasn't sure about was this enigmatic figure called Kyo. The first competition that we will be joining is the archery competition set by the Purveyor tribe. Of course, to make it fair, me and the other 4 before you won't participate in the competitions that are below our levels. Our companies will be sending representatives to participate on our behalf, Gabriel continued. The competitions in New Sparta were always divided into different groups. For example, this archery bout was separated into 2, the lower and the higher division. The lower division consisted of magnetics who were in the 1st to 5th stage of the body formation cultivation. Usually, this was where companies pitted their younger generations against each other. The higher division, on the other hand, consisted of 6th to 9th stage magnetics. This was to showcase the current and future potential of a company. Championships for both divisions were very sought after. That will be all, Gabriel said, bowing to everyone in the ballroom. I wish you all good luck. We await your ascension to the upper echelon. Once he was done with his speech, Gabriel went back down the steps and rejoined the other conglomerate youths. The werewolf presenter, on the other hand, instructed everyone to have a pleasant evening before walking back to the dark wall behind him. Then, the curtains descended down from the ceiling as he left. Of course, the rest of the soiree was no mere pleasant evening. It was very eventful, to say the least. Gabriel's announcement was a catalyst for everyone in the ballroom to start networking with each other. There were all sorts of alliances being made at the same time in the hopes that they could empower themselves before the eventual archery competition commenced. They didn't have much time, though. After all, tomorrow was the official start of the competition. The only thing that they could do today was to make some trades about equipment, armors, and weapons. Michael had no need for any of those, so he just kept to his seat, entertaining Yuna. She was quite tender today. The entire time that Michael was engrossed in the announcements, he would see Yuna staring at him from the corner of his eyes. She had her elbow on the table, her hand supporting her tilted head. Then she would just look at him. Michael wasn't used to this at all, making him feel awkward. Is there something wrong with my face?" he asked her. She shook her head, chuckling as she did so. "Yep, you're wearing a mask, dummy." She sighed, keeping her gaze staring right at his eyes beyond the mask. Then she laid her head on her arm on the table. "I wish I could see your face right now. When did the archery competition start?" "Tomorrow, right?" Then why did Michael suddenly feel an arrow piercing through his heart? Somehow, Yuna's words sent him into a complete spiral that made his brain into extreme overdrive. Take into account, his brain had been bifurcated 500 times to accommodate for all the mini drones that he created. But now that they were used up to buy the items he had in his emporium, those 500 divisions in his mind were now unoccupied. This meant that his brain now worked 500 times faster and more efficiently than a normal human. This was an unexpected outcome for buying his mini drones, and he thought that this little ability would have come in handy whenever he was faced with a problem that needed a lot of brain processing power. But he would have never expected that his brain would get put to the test at this moment. He just couldn't understand what was happening with Yuna. She was very affable and amiable every time that he met her, but somehow she was different today. She seemed to be glowing with a shine that was directed exactly towards him like a spotlight. And to be honest, it was quite blinding. He might even dare say she even looked affectionate towards him. But perhaps that was just the way she goes whenever she reunited with a friend. He didn't know. Global superstars lived a completely different life from normal people, after all. So, aren't you going to ask me something? Michael was confused. Was there something he was supposed to say? Even though he had nothing to ask her, the gentle and the bewitching tone she said those words made him scramble through his mind just to say something. "Ooh, how have you been?" "PFFFT, Yuna snorted, not expecting that kind of response. But even though most people would see that as unbecoming, the lady, especially one of Yuna's esteemed presence within the upper echelon, Michael thought that she actually looked really cute. "Not that silly, it's about the archery competition," she said after composing herself. Then Yuna suddenly straightened her posture and crossed her arms on her chest, and even though Michael couldn't see her face, he could tell that she was doing her best to do a pouty face. "HMPH," she said, exhaling with a lot of disappointment. Then she turned facing away from Michael, clearly no longer wanting to talk to him until he realized what he did wrong. Michael was in a complete state of confusion. He didn't even know what he did wrong. He had a lot of powers, some even defying reality itself, but he didn't have a mind-reading psychic ability. How would he know what she wanted from him? Was this what other people meant when they said that women were hard to understand? They were creatures of mystery, hot and affectionate in one second and suddenly cold and indifferent the next. Michael turned around, seeing Jotun once again conspicuously coughing to get his attention. "Biter," Jotun whispered. "Huh?" Michael asked, completely unable to understand what he said. Jotun exasperatedly shook his head before walking over to Michael to directly whisper to his ear. "I think what Miss Yuna was trying to say is that she's waiting for you to ask her to become your arbiter." Michael's eyes widened, finally understanding why Yuna was so mad. She wanted him to ask for her help for the Reborn company. After all, there was a reason why Montgomery's held a special place in the upper echelons of the world. Even though they weren't companies and had no commercial value at all, they still stood at the same places that the conglomerates stood. Some would even say that they were even more important than the conglomerates. After all, they were the only people in the world who could enforce the rules and propriety that everyone had to follow. Montgomery's had a special ability called arbitration. They had the power to create a sanctum. These were completely different spaces in reality that were very similar to pocket dimensions. Except, a sanctum was something that could be completely changed to whatever one so desired. The physical rules of a sanctum could be changed at will, making it perfect for a sanctum duel. When two parties agreed to a duel, they would both decide upon its parameters. This included the reward in which they were playing for, as well as the neutral territory in which they would duel. That was what a sanctum was for. It allowed for the arbiter to create a completely neutral environment for both parties so that there would be no hijinks or anomalies that would give one or the other an unfair advantage. "Montgomery arbiters are extremely sought after," Jotun whispered. "A good one is impossible to find. Even the upper echelons struggle to get a good arbiter to their side." But perhaps the one most needed was none other than Miss Yuna herself. She was mentored by the venerable Zir Montgomery herself. In fact, that was one of the reasons why many wanted to be friends with Yuna. Her arbitration could mean the difference between a win or a loss. However, of course, since she was Zir's prodigy, no one dared to come near her. No one was worthy enough. That was why Yuna seemed disappointed in Michael. She wanted to be the Reborn company's official arbiter. Yet, he didn't even ask. He didn't even look like he had any intention of doing so. Even conglomerates would grovel at her feet to ask her to become their arbiter. Here she was, offering her services to him, yet he didn't even seem interested at all. Michael, after finally realizing his mistake, turned to face Yuna. Sorry, I forgot about that," he said. "Yuna, can you please become my arbiter?" "HMPH," she breathed, turning even further away from him. "You'll have to do something for me if you now want me to become your arbiter." "Is there anything I can do?" he asked her earnestly. Yuna looked at him, still undecided if she was going to go easy on him or not. Eventually, she turned to look at him with a look of victory and elation. "I know, you'll give me an all-you-can-do ticket. If you give me that coupon, then you can't say no to me for a single day. If I want you to say that I'm beautiful, then you'll have to say that no matter what." Michael tilted his head. "But, you don't need that ticket for me to say that you're beautiful, you already are." Yuna froze. Michael's unexpected compliment left her completely speechless. She felt her cheeks blushing, her heart rate spiking to abnormal levels. She'd heard literally millions of compliments back in her previous life, and probably a million more in this one. And she never really felt that good when she received it. However, Michael's simple words felt like an arrow sneakily shooting through her chest. While whatever, then she crossed her arms on her chest, her head turned away from Michael and trying her best not to make eye contact with him. "You're not getting away that easily. You can't sweet-talk your way out of this one, mister." Michael raised his hands in defeat. Okay, he chuckled. Somehow he didn't feel all that bad with this. Just then they heard the sound of silence suddenly overcome the entire ballroom. Then, footfalls. Michael turned around and saw the 5 conglomerates approaching them from the side. "Yuna, care to introduce us to your friend," Neytiri said, immediately approaching Yuna and hugging her from the back. "Oh right, Kyo, these are my friends from back when we were in school," Yuna introduced. Immediately, a blonde-haired urbane and handsome man approached Michael, giving out his hand for a shake. "Gabriel Vanderbilt. Pleasure to meet you," he said. Michael returned his greeting with a courtly shake, matching his solid grasp. He could tell that Gabriel was curious about him. He could feel the prodding in his ability power, like a gentle push to see how strong his foundation was. Inspection magic detected, automatic rejection in place. Gabriel's scan ended up as useless as cold water on a winter's night. He sensed nothing around Kyo's body, literally. In his eyes, Kyo was nothing more than a normal human with a normal beating heart. But he knew that was not true. He could feel ability power from Kyo, no matter how slight it was. The fact that Kyo could hide his own cultivation from him, a peak 9th stage body formation cultivator, meant that Kyo must be of a similar strength or even greater. This earned a look of shock from the handsome Gabriel, not expecting such a strong reaction. Of course, Michael reciprocated the action. He'd long used his drone to peer through Gabriel's actual cultivation and powers. Realm peak 9th stage. Ability power, inexorable light. He wields the power to bend his own incandescent light. His brilliance is malleable, allowing him to create any object of his desires out of pure light. Protection, feline brightness armor set. Gabriel put his hands together in penance. "You'll have to forgive me for snooping on you. I just got really curious, you see, about the man willing to." Neytiri immediately threw her shoe at her man, making him keel over and fall into the ground. "I'm sorry for him," Neytiri said, before giving another glare at Gabriel. That was a stare implying that there would be no second warning. Michael waved off her concerns, while taking this chance to see through Neytiri's powers. Realm 9th stage body formation. Ability power. Desert construction. She is able to create monolithic desert structures out of anything she touches. Protection. Hieroglyphic obelisk armor set. While he was busy inspecting Neytiri's power, 3 more figures appeared before him, each one prompting a window to appear containing all their essential information. The first 3 were the same as Neytiri, having the same base 9th stage body formation cultivation. Only Cedric was in the peak 9th stage. The fact that there was a distinction between them, probably, meant that there was an actual difference between those only in the 9th stage, and those already just a half step away from the nascent spirit realm. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I've increased my cultivation. The last time he tried it, the God-forged pieces refused to enter his chest. For the first time, this enigmatic and divine-like metal had repelled away from him. But he expected it. He'd been warned that advancing too fast was never ideal. It had only been a few months since he advanced to the 7th stage after all. Now for most people, those few months were entirely too short. They'd need half a year at least before they're going to think about advancing. But Michael was different. He'd experienced far too much for an ordinary cultivator. He faced off against tens of magnetics all at the same time and killed them all. They had artifices instead of God-forged pieces, but their effective strength didn't differ that much from the real thing. He also had a brief but very dangerous encounter against a nascent spirit piece, for God's sake. Not only that, but that piece belonged to the Grandmaster, someone that Katarina even feared. In short, he definitely had enough experience to finally advance to the next stage. And hopefully the next one after that. Now he just needed the God-forged pieces. Fortunately, he'll definitely be able to get the money to buy them. The elves and the dwarves were begging him to take on more phone orders. He wanted to, but the fact that he hadn't even delivered a fraction of what he was supposed to deliver made him hesitate. Unfortunately, he didn't know where he was going to buy the God Forge pieces. Well, at least that's what his new friend was for. Michael leaned into Jotun and asked him a question. Jotun popped up from the crowd like a dog. His golden retriever mask almost made him look exactly like the real thing. Is there anywhere I can purchase God Forge pieces? Nodding, Jotun answered, yes. Now usually, God Forge pieces couldn't be purchased wholesale like some kind of commodity. It's only purchased from one company to another, exchanging sand dollar for God Forge pieces whenever they need one or the other. However, you are in luck. There has been an explosion of God Forge sales quite recently. It seems that more people need Sue drops these days. I mean, who would blade them? Upgrading your armor or weapon was a limitless ordeal. You can arm yourselves to the bone if you wanted to. God Forge pieces, although giving you the possibility to increase your cultivation, can only be used very infrequently, like once a year kind of deal. Now normally, this wouldn't be a problem. Hoarding God Forge pieces could never become a wrong choice. But right now, competition was tense in New Sparta. They needed all the strength they could muster in the shortest amount of time possible. Of course, if they just recently upgraded their cultivation, then they had no use for their God Forge pieces. It was much better for them to sell theirs for Sue drops, which would give them an incremental but noticeable boost. There is one company in New Sparta who is selling as many God Forge pieces as they could in exchange for sand dollars or Sue drops, Jotun revealed. And they're an up-and-coming company, I dare say, one that could one day reach the upper echelon themselves. There was a proud look on Jotun's face right now. Not only that, but his golden retriever mask was frozen in time, looking like he was eternally asking for some recognition or some dog treats. It wasn't hard to guess why. Are you part of that company? Yes, Jotun grandly answered, taking everyone's attention. Then he took this opportunity to look at the 5 conglomerates near his table. It is an honor to meet every single one of you. I hope that we can get along. I am Jotun Thunderfoot, from the Thunderfoot Company, hailing all the way from Bonacore Town. And surprisingly enough, this gathered some shocked reactions from some of the crowd. Thunderfoot, he's from that company. We just bought a few kilos of God Forge pieces from them a few days ago. They're chock full with orders. I heard about them too. They're selling God Forge pieces at a commensurate rate. I think they're planning on selling all they have on hand. After hearing this, Michael was surprised. Even in the special circumstances of New Sparta, most if not all companies would only sell off the very least of their God Forge pieces, the ones that they absolutely don't need anymore. At most, that would be 10 to 20 kilograms. Any more than that, and they're basically wasting their potential. They'd still need God Forge pieces no matter what. Yes, you heard that right, folks. If you have any need for God Forge pieces, you can simply come to us. No matter if it's 10 kilograms or 100. Kilograms were available all week. Most people would treat the 100 kilograms as hyperbole. But judging from the numerous stories around the ballroom depicting many people buying God Forge pieces, all combining to reach 50 kilograms already, it didn't seem all that far-fetched. The fact that he had so much to sell meant that they probably had even more in stock, so much more in excess than what they needed. This earned him the slight shock reaction from the conglomerates, which Jotun relished. He furtively looked to his side, wanting to see if Aerith was looking at him, interacting with all of these big shots. Well, my dog-looking friend, if we are ever in need of God Forge pieces, then we shall seek your help, Gabriel said to Jotun. Meanwhile, as all of this was happening, Neytiri pulled Yuna to the side, and the two started a whispered conversation. Hey Yuna, who is that guy? Is he the special person you talked about? Neytiri said in a teasing tone, almost tickling her to the side. Yuna immediately looked towards Michael, who, fortunately, was still busy talking with the others to notice their conversation. Don't talk so loud, she hushed, so is he. With another furtive glance at Michael, Yuna nodded. With Neytiri's teasing, Yuna lowered her head in embarrassment. But wait, I remember you telling me that his special person is your fiancé, right? Yuna nodded, pursing her lips. Does your grandmother know about this? In truth, the arranged marriage between Yuna and Michael was done away from her grandmother's permission. It was due to the two families, Michael and Yuna's parents, having a good relationship with each other that led to that arrangement. But once Yuna grew up and showed her extraordinary talents, Zir Montgomery began to treasure her like a diamond. Yuna's parents, thankfully, hadn't told Zir at that point. However, due to a certain event, one that pertained to when a company got obliterated off the face of the earth for proposing an arranged marriage for Yuna, Yuna's parents decided to annul their arrangement with Michael and his parents. It was a way for them to be protected from Zir's wrath. After all, she would eventually find out the truth sooner or later. And that was supposed to be it. But as fate would have it, Yuna eventually met up with her ex-fiancé and developed special feelings for him. That was actually the main reason why she went back to the Montgomery estate in the first place. She wanted to settle things so that she and Michael could go on unbothered without having all of that baggage from the unsolved arranged marriage. If she advanced in her cultivation enough, even her grandmother won't be able to say anything about her decisions. Of course, she didn't say any of this to Michael because she didn't want him to know about it yet. Eventually, the soiree slowly came to a close. The party then moved outside, to the mouth of the cave where the moon was still brightly shining down on them. Even at that point, many people were still trying to make conversations, hoping to get one last alliance before the party ended. Meanwhile, those who were already confident of their company's strength left immediately, choosing to prepare for the upcoming archery tournament. They were very few. Michael remained till the end because he was still waiting for Lady Farron. Yuna decided to wait with him, which he was thankful for. The conglomerates, on the other hand, were waiting for some other reason. The adult soiree is still currently ongoing, and we have some important business to discuss with a few of them, Gabriel explained. And it seems that they didn't have to wait long. Out from the darkness of the cave's mouth, they heard the sounds of footfalls echoing outwards. A few seconds later, many figures began to bask in the moonlight's glow. Those that remained from the soiree couldn't help but draw a deep breath. Such grand figures. Exiting the cave, they saw chiefs of the werewolf tribes, royal blood vampires, merman leaders, elven bosses, and even the elusive draconians were there. Forgot connections within the soiree. If they could get an audience with at least one of those important beastfolk leaders, then they could advance their company well ahead of others. Gabriel Vanderbilt slowly approached the imposing beastfolk figures, giving them a courtly bow. Some of the figures within them immediately recognized the blonde-haired man. A Vanderbilt, one of the werewolf chiefs said, "It is an honor to have the conglomerates participate in our tradition." It wasn't long before Gabriel was approached by several other figures, most of which were from the werewolf tribes. One could tell that they were really interested in the Vanderbilt. Named, the four other conglomerates were recognized as well, but as with Gabriel, the beastfolk leaders were more interested in the organizations behind them and their surnames, rather than their first. But as all of this was happening, an extremely curious thing happened. A few figures walked past the five conglomerates, not even giving them a single glance. One of them was a mermaid princess, the other was an elven chief, the next a werewolf chief, and the last one a royal blood vampire. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of a certain lion-masked youth named Kyo. "I didn't expect all of you to be here," Michael said to them, seeing his motley group of allied friends. "And missed the chance to strengthen my connections much more than my brother. You're underestimating me," said Princess Octavia, her tentacled head tilting towards him with bemusement. "Kyo, you didn't tell me you were acquainted with a merman princess, an elven leader, and a vampire," said Chief Lupin, his excitement through the roof. Being part of such a diverse and powerful group of allies only strengthened his tribe's position much more than before. "It has been a long time, Sir Kyo," said Lilith, the blonde-haired and stunning vampire with a striking resemblance to Kuno, the vampire progenitor. Shocks and gasps once again rang out in the open forest. Despite being in the presence of the five conglomerates, an unknown figure named Kyo took the spotlight. He wasn't just acquainted with one beastfolk leader, not even 2 or 3, but 4. He had a connection with every beastfolk race aside from the draconians, which admittedly was the hardest thing to do, so it wasn't that surprising. Still, no one, not even the legacies, had such an extensive list of acquaintances. "Well, how does he know all of them?" Is he allied with those beast folks? Who is that guy? Look at how the royal blood vampire looks at him. The first three beastfolk leaders treated Michael with the same respect as they would an actual acquaintance, and even as a friend. However, Lilith, a prominent royal blood vampire, treated Michael with a little bit more reverence than most. Now vampires were more religious than most beastfolks, with their life goals centering on disinterring their buried theology. So, the fact that she looked at Kyo with reverence meant an even greater deal. For some people who were in the know, this was perhaps the most surprising thing of all. "Kyo, I didn't know you were such a big shot too," Jotun quietly screamed. Yuna didn't seem all surprised, and even looked proud of him. The conglomerates were surprised too, of course. They looked at Kyo with shock and understanding. They finally got why he was able to attract the attention of someone like Yuna. Michael then turned to Lady Farron. "Did you see him there?" She shook her head. "I thought he'd be at the party, but..." Just before she could finish her words, everyone suddenly heard the sounds of wings flapping above the sky, followed by a huge gust that disturbed the quiet trees in the night. Everyone turned their heads just in time as a red dragon descended into a cluster of trees in the near distance, breaking and splintering wood in the process. Its giant and imposing features soon diminished, as Michael saw in real time how the dragon's wings shrunk into 5-fingered limbs, its scales receding inwards and revealing pale, hairless skin. In a few seconds, the dragon transformed into a red-haired human. As soon as the draconian received his legs, he began stumbling and lurching forward as if he was inebriated. Correction, he was drunk. Michael could smell the strong scent of alcohol as the draconian got closer and closer. Hiccup, I didn't come too late. BWWWW did I? As this red-haired draconian came stumbling near the mouth of the cave, Michael heard a few murmured discussions around him that confirmed his suspicions. That's the infamous Romeo Flameheart. I didn't think he'd come. The elusive eccentric. For someone with such an important background, he sure does like to never show up in big meetings. So that's Romeo Flameheart. As the infamous red-haired draconian came stumbling into the scene, he truly gave off the mien of a besotted figure, either through alcohol or through infatuation. Michael didn't know. This guy is an important figure, Michael muttered to himself. He knew that Romeo held the second antique, hence why he was important to Michael. But it seemed that there was another reason why he was popular within everyone's circle. It definitely wasn't because he could walk straight, that's for sure. The guy was crossing his legs with every step. But just as he came closer to Michael, Romeo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then he raised his head, sniffing something in the air. And immediately, his face turned serious. The drunken stupor in his countenance was washed away, making him sober in an instant. Then his head quickly swiveled towards Michael. No, not him, towards the one next to him, towards Lady Farron. Then his figure suddenly disappeared, blurring in Michael's eyes, a feat that only those in the nascent spirit realm could achieve. Then with a gust on Michael's face, Romeo reappeared beside him, his body bowing in a perfect 90-degree structure. He had his hands outstretched, begging, yearning for Lady Farron to finally take it in turn. "Ah, I knew I smelled perfection," he muttered, his words no longer slurring. "Lady Farron, my shy flower, the girl of my dreams, it is my lifelong pleasure to finally see you in front of my eyes." Michael was completely shocked. For someone who looked like a completely besotted and intoxicated fool, the guy could really make an eloquent and impassioned plea like no other. He was living up to his namesake, that's for sure. "You don't know the joy and glee that you have bestowed upon me when you wrote that letter. Finally, all of my unrequited courting has borne fruit. Lady Farron, can I finally take your hand in marriage?" Lady Farron, the subject to all of this fervent adoration, was completely unsure of what to do. She looked towards Michael, mouthing the words, "I thought you told me he only wanted my bloodline." Michael could only chuckle awkwardly. It seemed that Lyra was right from the very beginning. Romeo was after Lady Farron romantically. So Romeo, this is Kyo. He is part of the reason why I wanted to speak with you," Lady Farron said, redirecting the conversation to steer away from the awkwardness. Romeo turned towards Michael. "Ah, yes, the man I owe everything in my life to." Then, with extreme speed, Romeo lunged at Michael and took him into a big hug, making him stagger backwards with a few steps. "Another one?" Jotun couldn't help but shout. His visceral reaction was mirrored by the other people watching from a near distance. Now, it seemed that Kyo was acquainted with all 5 beastfolks. And if they heard it correctly, Romeo just said that he owed everything in his life to Kyo. This wasn't just a simple alliance, this was far more than that. Michael was a bit burdened by Romeo's heavy-handed hug, but he didn't hate it. Of course, you are the reason why I am given a chance to make my beloved realize that we are meant to be together. Lady Farron opened her mouth, about to say something, but chose not to in the end. So Kyo is also a friend of ours, she said, and he would like to take a look at your antique. I know that you are trying to solve its mystery, and the professor said something about a bloodline that will help with its discovery. Michael said carefully, trying not to offend him. Is that not why you are trying to meet with Lady Farron? You have me mistaken, my dear friend. I do not want to woo Lady Farron because her bloodline as an elf will help me with the antique. I fancied her first. Then I found out about the connection between her lineage and the antique. It is a serendipitous discovery, one that made me assured that Lady Farron is the woman of my dreams. Michael could sense no deception from Romeo. Only blinded passion. His eyes practically turned into hearts the moment it landed on Lady Farron. At least, that was my plan right before I saw you in person, said Romeo, kneeling towards Lady Farron. Now that I've seen you in all your wonder, I realize that I do not need the antique at all. Our offspring will be wonderful no matter if they inherit the secret of the antique or not. Michael was glad that Romeo wasn't having any nefarious thoughts about Lady Farron's blood. He truly was just a lovesick fool. If you have no need for the antique now, then may we obtain it from you. The professor wants me to study its contents, Michael said, taking the opportunity presented to him. Romeo immediately gave an enthusiastic nod. Of course, of course. Not only do I owe you a tremendous amount, but I also want to contribute to the reconstruction of history. I have followed Professor Lichtenstein's work for quite a while now and admire his tenacity to his life's goal. His fortitude is nothing to scoff at. That's why I was glad when Lady Farron's letter mentioned that he finally took on a protege like you. The Draconian may not seem drunk anymore, but his words sure were boisterous. Soon, everyone gasped as Kyo's true identity was finally revealed. Professor Lichtenstein's protege, that professor. I thought he was a hermit who didn't even speak to anyone. I heard that he even refused to tutor kids from conglomerates, but now he has a protege. Those words were authenticated by the similar shock and surprise that were painted on the conglomerates' faces. They knew Professor Lichtenstein, having heard of his achievements and his lauded reputation from their seniors all their life. They'd all heard of his aversion to teaching, with his standards so impossibly high that not even the Vanderbilt could convince him. Mother, so you are a historian. Not just any run-of-the-mill kind, but one that is studying under the greatest historian this world has ever seen. Jotun couldn't help but look at his new friend with adoration and excitement. As it turned out, Kyo was no ordinary character. His position was so highly sought after that no one even thought it was possible. Yet he did. Now, no one was wondering how he was able to attract the attention of Una Montgomery. He was the professor's protege. Professor Lichtenstein held a similar status in the world as Zier Montgomery. They weren't people who were able to dominate the economy of the world like Vanderbilt, or master the mystic arts like wizards, or command a weapon like the heavenly knights. They were ordinary people who became a pillar in the world's balance thanks to their unique ability or knowledge. Professor Lichtenstein was so aptly titled because his knowledge and expertise in the ancient era was so extensive that some say that he is the only connection the world has to the long-lost golden time of the world. Without him, humanity may never ever get to find out what happened back then. But now it seemed that he isn't the only one. He took on a student. Una, you never told me your little boyfriend has such an important background. Neytiri excitedly shook Una's shoulders. But Una herself had no idea as well. She stared at Michael, her eyebrows raised as if asking him for more information. He could only give her a silent look saying, "I'll tell you later." Then finally, Romeo Flameheart looked at everyone and bowed his head. "I am terribly sorry for being late once again, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm afraid that I am going to have to leave you all. Again, as I am to attend to the needs of my beloved and my benefactor." Huge gust of wind and ability power suddenly surged out of the besotted red-haired draconian. It was so powerful that it caused those around him to stagger backwards, their feet almost leaving the ground entirely. Then right in front of everyone's eyes, Romeo's body started to convulse and bulge, his bones seemingly growing far too fast out of his body. Red scales started to emerge out of his skin, slowly covering the entirety of his body's surface area. And it continued to grow as Romeo's body expanded, to thrice his human size in just under a few seconds. Michael raised his hands, feeling the pressure assaulting his face. Then the wind subsided, the spiking pressure starting to wane and stabilize. Instead of an explosive Dow heart pressure, it was now more akin to a mountain, humongous, all-encompassing and rooted to the ground. Now Romeo Flameheart had turned himself into a giant red dragon, his wingspan almost long enough to cover an entire football field. Then with his scaly and bony head, Romeo turned towards Michael and gestured, "Lady Farron, benefactor, hop onto my back. I shall take you to my tower for you to claim the antique. That is rightfully yours to study." Romeo unfurled his bat-like wings and laid it on the ground, creating a sort of gangplank that would allow them to come aboard. Lady Farron carefully stepped on and managed to climb atop to the dragon's back. It seemed to have been perfectly adapted to create a suitable place for multiple people to sit inside, like a recessed floor complete with couches on all sides. Michael took one step on Romeo's wing and stopped in his tracks. Then he turned around and faced Yuna. "Come," he said to her. Yuna jolted slightly, not expecting such an invitation from him. She was used to Michael always going off on his own, completing missions, changing the world, and doing everything else without needing any help. He was always like that. That was probably one of the reasons why the two of them had such a large gap in between them. But now he was offering her to go with him. She wasn't just being sidelined, she was being asked to come with him without her even asking him. "Are you going to take my hand or not?" he asked her. Yuna smiled. "Took you long enough," she said, and with excitement in her steps. She took his hand and hopped on board the red dragon. Without any more hesitations, Romeo flapped his giant wings, causing an even greater pandemonium on the ground, toppling down trees and causing a great dust storm to assault everyone left in the party. By the time the dust settled, everyone looked towards the empty space in the middle of the forest, still surprised about everything that happened tonight. Many people were still left in complete disbelief. Many even began to doubt that this even happened at all. But there was one thing for sure. Kyo was not a name they would forget. He turned from a nobody into a man of interest in everyone's eyes. In the midst of being in the presence of conglomerates, he didn't even cower even once. He outshined them all. Michael, Yuna, and Lady Farron hung onto anything they could grab as they felt the furious winds blowing past them. They couldn't even see anything as they went through a thick collection of clouds in the skies. But then finally, they broke through, letting them see the magnificent starry skies in all their glory. "How are you all feeling over there?" Romeo's words echoed out into the open skies. He didn't need to fly up this high, of course. It was all in an attempt to impress his beloved. And somehow, his grandstanding seemed to be working quite well. Lady Farron glanced at the previously unseen beauty of the world from up above with wonder and amazement in her eyes. She would have never have seen this in her life if it weren't for Romeo. Feeling awkward that he was intruding on their date, Michael turned towards Yuna. And as he did, he saw her just staring at him. Then she stretched out her hands, touching his cheeks, before removing his mask. Finally, she saw Michael in his whole visage. "There, that's better," she said with a smile. A small blush emerged from Michael's cheeks before he turned away from Yuna. "What's better? My hair's all jumbled." He tried to fix his hair, but the air kept brushing past his head. That's what happens when you're atop a dragon soaring through the skies like a private jet. The air tends to be stormy. Yuna chuckled. "Whatever," she said. It wasn't really about his looks that she wanted to see him. "Romeo, aren't you going to land soon?" he asked, subconsciously trying to fix his curly hair. But then he realized he didn't have curly hair. Not anymore, ever since he reincarnated to this world. "But aren't you enjoying our double date, benefactor?" Then he turned to Yuna, trying to gauge her reaction. But instead of being repulsed at the thought, she instead fixed her hair behind her ear and kept quiet. Some say that silence was a positive answer. Michael didn't know, he didn't want to assume. He cleared his throat, then maybe a few more minutes. Finally, Romeo began to descend from the starry skies, down into view of New Sparta. He headed straight for the center, where the Draconians' towers were located. Their territory was the only one that was placed smack dab in the middle of all the four quadrants, showcasing their importance to the beastfolk race in general. Eventually, he began circling down a specific spire, which was conspicuously painted red with lots of hearts etched onto its very surface. The other dragon towers were designed in a way to show their imposing nature. It was silent, but demanded attention and respect from any who wanted to see it. The fact that it was so tall that it reached the skies made everyone subconsciously look up at them in awe. But Romeo's tower was completely different, incongruous to the others. All of his idiosyncratic features were present on its design. His boisterous personality, his eccentricity, and his romantic tendencies, all depicted onto this tower like a vandalism of his life. Romeo then hovered on top of the romantic red tower, before his wings stopped beating and his lumbering body fell onto its side. His four giant limbs immediately grasped onto the very surface like a lizard. Then a magical resonance, bearing directly from inside the tower, beamed towards them like a signal. "Hang on tightly," Romeo warned, before some sort of magic warped through his entire body. The next thing after that, Michael found himself standing on solid ground, with Yuna and Lady Farron right beside him, with an equal look of confusion written on their faces. "Welcome to my dragon tower," Romeo said, appearing right in front of them in his human form. "Whoa," Michael said, covering his eyes from him. Instead of his armor plate, Romeo was now wearing a red silken robe that was draped over his naked body. His hairy chest and a large part of his legs were out in the open. And if he moved even slightly, anyone would be able to see his privates. "What?" Romeo asked, completely clueless. Lady Farron said, shaking her head in disappointment. She couldn't believe that she actually considered his proposal just because he showed her the night sky. "Do you mind wearing another set of clothes?" Michael said, with one of his hands covering his eyes and the other covering Yuna's eyes. "What's wrong with this?" Romeo exasperatedly sighed. Humans are so picky. Fine, is that better?" Michael peeked through his hands, seeing Romeo's new clothes. He was still wearing that admittedly comfy-looking robe. But now, he was wearing it over his scaled naked body. He was half human and half dragon now, with a seemingly different body composition. So now, there was no chance for his privates to accidentally be revealed. "I guess," Michael said, now opening his eyes to scan his surroundings. Romeo's room was very lavish. Lots of decorations, most of them of his own face. Paintings of his visage littered the walls, his pillows having gold embroidery of his name, as well as Lady Farron's name, which weirded her out. It was very colorful. Michael wouldn't be surprised if Romeo took inspiration from modern art museums in his previous life, done by some abstract artist who had a penchant for splashing paint around. "Like what you see, this can all be yours, Lady Farron, if you accept my proposal. Your face will be added to my collection of masterful paintings right here. I'll commission your own luxurious and opulent chair matching mine and..." As Romeo described a future, which Lady Farron would call gloomy, Michael scanned the entire room and searched for a certain artifact. Just as he thought, his eyes landed on the corner of the room. A giant bone leaned on the wall, in between a wooden cabinet and a life-size sculpture of Romeo's human form. Somehow, this piece of artifact was in no way discordant to the room. It was just as weird and as eccentric as the rest of the decorations. Michael wanted to ask permission to touch the antique, but Romeo was far too busy trying to convince Lady Farron that his taste in furniture was actually fashionable. "What's so special about this thing?" Yuna asked. "It's a bone from a mythical beast from the ancient era. The professor said that it contains the secrets of that bygone world." She leaned in from his side. "So it's true that you're the professor's protege?" He shrugged, kinda. "I never knew you were interested in history. Certainly not one that is able to impress the Professor Liechtenstein. Did he really make you his protege?" There was jest in her tone. She just wanted to tease him, but he puffed up his chest and nodded. She smiled, raising her eyebrows. "Really? Then show me what made you so special." And before she could finish her words, Michael touched the bone. For a brief moment, The bone glowed and subsided just a fraction of a second later. Then he turned back towards her. "Want to see me do it again?" "What just happened?" Yuna asked. She knew that something occurred, but she just didn't know what. Somehow, when Michael touched the bone, something truly bizarre happened. An invisible shockwave emanated out into the room, lasting only for a few fractions of a second before disappearing entirely. This strange and enigmatic power came directly from the bone. Yuna was sure of it. That brief, incandescent glow was hard to miss. Not only that, but once Michael released his touch from the bone, the power hidden inside it was suddenly released out into the world, like a pressure cooker letting off its steam. It had only happened within a few seconds and vanished entirely. Michael had completed the obelisk's test in record time. Well, Michael didn't know why, but he was somehow extra motivated to complete this obelisk task at an even faster time than before. When he touched the bone, he felt another prick in his finger as the ancient antique tested his blood for that certain quality that it was looking for. And once it had verified Michael's uniqueness, his ability to wield all 8 mana and create unity, his soul was suddenly transported into that island surrounded by nothing but a dark chasm. The island looked completely identical to the first one he'd been to. The differences were minute, and if it weren't for Chat JK5 pointing out the differences in the layout and the chunks of debris from decrepit ancient structures, then he would have thought he arrived on the same island he'd been to before. But once he looked out into the open darkness surrounding the island, he saw another floating structure in the distance, which seemed to coincide perfectly with the island he'd been to before. This meant that this island truly was the second one he'd seen before. After finding this out, he didn't tarry any longer and searched for the obelisk. He found it in the middle of the island, surrounded by floating black debris. With his experience to guide him, Michael did the same thing that he did before. He looked at the hidden writings on the obelisk and followed its instructions, touching it with his unity and his ability power. A similar prismatic beam shot out from its tip before the tests commenced. Thankfully, it was the same one as before. He just had to verify his mana control by shooting all 8 mana elements towards their designated targets. After that came the next test, the unity creature. Now this test gave him a run for his money the first time he'd tried it out. But he already knew its moves even before it made them. He summoned his mini drones and began fighting the unity creature, defeating it in just a few seconds of time. Then, once it was dying and slowly losing its structure, he came in and began to reconstruct it using his own mana, creating another unity clone for himself. After that, the second unity creature arrived. This time, it had ability powers to use. Of course, since he knew that unity creatures only copied ability powers, he simply refused to use one, and he defeated it as easily as the first one, earning him another unity clone. Then the final test came, and this time the test had changed. Instead of the usual 3 unity creatures, the obelisk now sent him a whopping 6 entities to fight. It seemed to have sensed how easily he'd been beating its test and decided to throw a wrench in his plans. Now he would have cried out for an injustice, but he actually didn't mind it at all. With the 2 new unity clones by his side, he was able to defeat all 6 unity creatures in just under a few minutes of time. His mini drones truly helped a lot during this time, as he was able to bombard them with unity guns before they could even make a move. Then he claimed his rewards, using the carcasses of the unity creatures to create another batch of his clones. In the end, he obtained 8 unity clones from this test. He decided to name them as Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, India, Juliet, and Kilo, following the NATO alphabet naming convention he'd set up with his first clones. 8 unity clones kneeled in front of him, showing their deference to their new master. Finally, he had new replacements for his phone manufacturing business. After Alpha and Bravo were upgraded to become faux nascent spirit cultivators, the production of unity power sources had truly crawled down into a halt. He was very backed up on orders, making him very reluctant to take on more orders, despite how much money he wanted to earn. But now, with 8 more factory workers, he could finally amp up the production and release all the orders that everyone had been waiting for weeks now. Of course, if people found out he was using clones made out of unity for such a mundane task, they'd think him crazy, to which he'd aptly respond, everything was worth it for sand dollars. Anyway, Michael then began to search the entirety of the island for the reward. The last time, he received a truly powerful tesseract that was able to connect Unity constructs to any other Unity constructs regardless of distance. Of course, he was pretty sure there were other more important uses for the cube, but for now, he was using it for the creation of the internet. Now, he didn't expect to receive an inheritance of the same value as the tesseract, but he at least expected something. But as it turned out, there was none. After all that testing was done, Michael was left with nothing but empty space. There was no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. He really wanted to write a scathing review on whoever created this obelisk test for such a letdown, but he knew that the creators of such a thing were already long dead. Anyway, he didn't come out of the obelisk with nothing. He at least got more Unity clones out of it, with the added value of getting to show off in front of Una. All in all, from the point when Michael touched the bone, transferred his soul into the obelisk island, and returned back to reality. Less than 10 seconds had passed. It seemed that time moved completely differently inside the island. He spent about 10 minutes completing the test, and only 10 seconds had passed in the real world. This was why, from Yuna's perspective, things happened almost instantaneously to the point where she didn't even know that something had changed. Michael had locked in, as they say. He defeated those Unity creatures with ease and precision. He didn't know why, but he felt like this was the best performance he'd ever done. His pride was on the line. He didn't want to seem like a loser in front of Una. This gave him a boost to all of his abilities and concentration. What just happened? Una asked him. I did it, he said. I'll show you later. Still perplexed about what exactly happened, Una turned silent and nodded. She knew Michael had a lot of secrets that he wouldn't want to tell even in front of his closest allies. Michael then turned to Romeo. Sir Romeo, thank you for your generosity. I have gathered enough information about the antique to report back to the professor. Romeo whipped his head towards him in surprise. Really, that fast? I guess you're not the professor's protege for nothing. Care to discuss your thoughts or your findings? Michael pursed his lips, realizing that he neglected to actually study the antique. He wasn't actually a historian after all. Thankfully, ChatJK5 had his back. She flashed him a close-up image of the bone's surface, which was inundated with seemingly random cut marks. Of course, he knew that this was actually a language from the ancient era, which only the professor was able to decipher. And ChatJK5. The tests are numerous, skill and luck are required, find them all, inherit it all. ChatJK5 could only translate a few of the words that were written on the bone. A mixture of age and missing knowledge contributed to ChatJK5 unable to decipher the entire text except for a few phrases that were easy to guess. The tests are numerous. He repeated the text out loud for everyone to hear, which surprised Una even more. He could actually translate ancient text too. I see, Romeo muttered to himself, showing an uncharacteristically serious countenance. He actually seemed to be ruminating on the meaning of the text instead of being besotted by thoughts of Lady Farron. The tests are numerous. Does that correlate to the numerous bones out there? Romeo said. This surprised Michael. More, are there other bones? The draconian lover boy nodded. Quite a few, young man. I know of acquaintances who have one under their collections. As far as Michael heard, only 2 had been discovered. Even the professor thought so. You're confused, Romeo chuckled. But that's just the nature of us draconians, you see. We hoard every valuable item, boast about incredible relics, and keep rare treasures to ourselves in secret. I publicized my acquisition of the antique because, in truth, I wanted to attract the attention of Lady Farron. Knowing how hard it is to crack the secret, I made the inheritance of the bone the least of my priorities. And it worked. You wanting to bone caused you to seek out Lady Farron. And you, my dear friend, are the only ones to succeed in convincing my beloved to talk to me. Michael stayed silent. So there are other antiques. Wait, skill and luck are required. Does that mean that some of the antiques contain inheritances and some do not? If that was the right interpretation of the text, then that would mean that Michael got extremely lucky with the first antique that he obtained. That one contained the tesseract, which made him falsely believe that all antiques contained the same reward at the end of the test. The fact that this second obelisk test gave him no antique gave credence to that theory. Whoever created these tests wanted their successor to try their luck on all antiques, not just one. Some would contain world-changing artifacts, some would not. It was all in the luck of the draw, which the creator seemed to put a heavy emphasis on. And that last part, find them all, inherit them all, what does that mean? Would there be a prize on the person who was able to complete the tests on all the antiques? Do you think you'll be able to get me an audience with those acquaintances? I would like to study their antiques, he asked. Romeo pursed his lips. That would be hard, even for me, benefactor. As you might have guessed, I do not have the best reputation when it comes to draconians. I do not think a recommendation from me would do you any good, only harm. That was tough luck. Can you at least tell me who they are? This seemed to have put Romeo in a bit of a pickle. With how much they want to keep their treasures to themselves, I am sure that they would not take kindly to me sharing their secrets. So as much as it hurts me to say, I cannot fulfill your wish, benefactor. Another stroke of bad luck. With no lead to the next antique, Michael won't know where to go after this. If you tell us, then I'll agree on a second date, Lady Farron suddenly interjected. Filrog the Mighty has won. He's a draconian that prides himself in his strength, but he's very insecure about his scales. Find a way to take advantage of that. And he'll show you his vaults, then we have. Romeo Flameheart immediately began spilling the beans about the secret identities of the antique hoarders. He began listing names at a commensurate rate. He couldn't be stopped. And that's all of them. But I'm sure there's more, so if you give me more time, I'll find out about them. Is that enough? Michael thanked Romeo for his information, though he should really have thanked Lady Farron, as she was the only one who could have made him become such a chatterbox. Tomorrow is the official start of the lunar celebrations. I am sure that at least one of those people I mentioned will attend to witness the archery competition. I shall point them out to you if it's possible, Romeo offered. That would be helpful, Michael replied. Lady Farron then turned to Michael. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend myself due to some business that I have to attend to. But I will send some elves to help with the competition. As we discussed. Of course, since it was an archery competition, who should he have asked aside from the beastfolk race famous for their ability to draw a bow? He was sure that Shayna would be able to take care of the lower bracket involving magnetics in the 1st to 5th stage. But the brown-blood werewolves had no one to send out in the upper brackets. That was where the elves came in. I shall text you the details, Lady Farron said, flashing her mobile phone subconsciously. Lady Farron froze in her spot, unable to answer. Such a peculiar-looking metal object. A brick, why does it have glass on it, and how is it glowing like that? Romeo Flameheart could feel his innate draconian hoarder genes start to flare up. Whenever he was staring at something that was unique, rare, and valuable, he immediately wanted to take it for himself. Some even say that this instinct that the draconians had were variable parameters that predicted when something was truly of value. And right now, this phone was activating this instinct of his like blood on water. Is that how? Una gasped to herself. She immediately recognized the design of the object as one of those vintage keyboard/trackpad phones back in her previous life. This is a phone, Lady Farron explained. It is made by the Reborn company and has all of these features. She began to introduce the apps to Romeo, who watched the screen with bated breaths as it flashed and changed as if it was magic. Except, it wasn't. It was more akin to a reflection on water, but with a lot more clarity and with not a reflection at all. Are you telling me that this phone can communicate with other phones? Michael nodded, precisely, Sir Keo. You are a part of this Reborn company, are you not? Romeo kneeled in front of him, surprising Una and Lady Farron. For most people, this gesture seemed like nothing more than an excessive form of respect, or even veneration. But when put into context the culture of draconians, then it was a completely different thing. For draconians to kneel and show submission to someone was akin to someone voluntarily chaining themselves to a wall and becoming someone's pet. Of course, this was an exaggeration, but draconians treated it with the same seriousness. I, Romeo Flameheart, am willing to become a loyal steed for you, Sir Keo, and the Reborn company. Michael, completely taken aback, was left speechless. A steed, like a horse. It wasn't until Una explained it to him did he finally get what Romeo was trying to say. He wants to be in an alliance with you. They use the steed terminology because it's supposed to be an uncomfortable affair for a draconian. The fact that he is willing to say that shows how much he takes this seriously, she explained. Why, he asked Romeo. Draconians have a keen sense, Sir Keo. And I believe that allying myself with you and this Reborn company will be the best choice I will ever make, Romeo said with ardent fervor. Michael wanted to question his logic, but realized that it was actually in character with Romeo's romantic tendencies. Without even meeting her, Romeo fell in love with Lady Farron and pursued her with excessive zeal. Now, he seemed to have seen something in this phone that made him fall in love with the company. Wow, I guess a draconian's instinct is kind of like my golden nose. I mean, I'm not going to turn away an alliance from a draconian, Michael shrugged. Great. Now, would it be at all possible for me to obtain a phone like that? Romeo said, his entreating eyes glistening like a dog's. Since he had just obtained 6 more Unity clones, Michael was more confident in taking orders. Sure, he said, each phone costs. But before he could even say anything, Romeo immediately lunged at Michael and shook his shoulders. I'll take it, I will pay you $1,000,000 sand. Michael's eyes widened, wanting to say something but was once again interrupted. But I want mine to be completely unique. I want it to conform exactly to my standards of romanticism. I think that $1,000,000 sand will be enough to fulfill that promise, don't you think? Sure, a completely customized phone needed a lot more work, but he was unsure if it was 100x more worth than a normal phone. Still, when it came to rich and eccentric clientele, it was less about the price and more about the fact that they could afford it. A bragging right. So if Romeo wanted to severely overpay for a phone, then it was his decision. Michael wouldn't deny such a gift. I want a phone that shows my complete and utter dedication to my beloved, my sweet and wonderful Farron. In short, Romeo wanted a phone that could only communicate to one number, Lady Farron's number. His phone could only talk to her phone, and only her phone could talk to his. Lady Farron shook her head in exasperation. If you waste money on such idiotic things, then I am afraid I cannot be with you. In the end, a compromise was made. Romeo's phone ended up having a customized wallpaper and case dedicated to Lady Farron. Amazing. Even my sister will be envious of such a unique treasure. After dealing with the eccentric Romeo Flameheart, Michael, Lady Farron, and Una all went back home. Of course, Romeo offered his beloved a place to sleep in his tower, but she declined, making an excuse about her responsibilities in the elven village. Michael accompanied Una back to her place, which was located on one of the only human settlements in New Sparta. As part of the conglomerates and the upper echelon, she was given her own bungalow house in the boundary between the upper quadrants. So, see you tomorrow, he asked her. Yes, I'll be waiting, she said, tucking her hair behind her ears. Then silence permeated between them. Michael didn't know if he should leave or not. Una still hadn't entered through the door. He didn't know if she was waiting for him to leave as well, causing the two to be trapped in a cycle. Hey, I was just kidding, she said. My tantrum, I'm going to be Reborn's arbiter, she decided, if you'll have me. Of course, he replied, I'll always want you. Despite the night blowing cold air through New Sparta, Michael felt quite warm and comfortable during this time. Una seemed to as well, seeing as there was a hot blush on her cheeks. Goodbye, she hurriedly said, turning around and slamming the door behind her. This left Michael a little bit shocked, not knowing what he did wrong. Una slid down from the door, her back leaned against it. Her heart was beating through her chest, a smile forming on her face. Whenever his face flashed in her mind, she couldn't help but smile. The next day, the rumors about the historian Keo were immediately being spread around every circle. The fact that the famous professor of the ancient era actually took on a student was more than enough for people to be surprised to the point of disbelief. But then, that story was supplemented with the fact that Keo actually had allies with all 5 beastfolk. Races and people quickly wanted to dismiss it as a myth. Of course, if there weren't multiple sources that witnessed the whole thing with their own eyes, then nobody would believe it. These were not normal people. These were youths with a considerable background. The legacies were one of them. Once Alaric confirmed the story, nobody could declare it as a lie anymore. Now there were a lot of things to be discussed because of the Keo incident, but perhaps one of the most important pieces of information being disseminated was about the eccentric draconian, Romeo. The self-proclaimed romantic was famous for a reason. He himself was a powerhouse when it came to physical strength and wealth. But so were the other draconians. The reason why Romeo was infamous was because of his last name, Flameheart, or more specifically, people were interested in the draconian who shared his last name. She held an importance that related to all draconians themselves. She held an authority mandated by the Dragon Queen herself. Of course, because of her position, many people wanted to create connections with her. However, it seemed that being eccentric was carried down the Flameheart lineage. She was famous for having weird tastes for items and treasures, and no ordinary one could please her. Even sand dollars, sous drops, or even nascent spirit armors couldn't satisfy her. That was why most people gave up on searching for her directly. They instead chose to focus on his brother, who she doted on as if he was her own son. Now Romeo was eccentric himself, but not as much as his older sister. So, people tried to please him in the hopes of getting to his older sister. No one has been able to achieve that. That was until yesterday. Because of that, the name Kyo was quickly spread around New Sparta as a person of interest. Even a certain blind old woman was intrigued by his feats. Even a certain orc holding a spear was interested in meeting him. Meanwhile, Michael, the subject of all the discussions early in the day of New Sparta, started his day relatively slow. Following his routine, he immediately transported himself into his drone's subspace, immediately heading towards the isolated rooms so that he could check on the progress and refill the water tanks. Holding a coffee cup in his hands, he yawned as he looked over the computer screen showing the CCTV footage for all 8 Darkwood farms. His eyes furrowed, seeing nothing but a dark screen on each one. Then, as his sleepiness waned and his mental faculties refreshed, he finally realized what he was looking at. "It's done," he screamed out, almost spilling his coffee. Excited, he immediately headed for the door, pushing the first floor on the elevator-esque controls. Then he entered into the isolated room, finding himself staring at a grand collection of intertwined vines spiraling up to the top and spreading to the ceiling. The Darkwood had finally matured. It's ready for harvest. Of course, he didn't let his excitement get ahead of him. He first followed all the protocols on how to harvest the Darkwood, carefully prying the actual item from the vines and making sure not to rip out any branch before that. And as he carefully ripped out the last intertwined vines from the Darkwood, he yanked it out of the tree and held it in his hands. He exited out of the room and pushed the second floor before harvesting the next Darkwood. He continued this harvesting spree until he had all 8 crops in his hands. If he were to sell these to the elves, he would earn a whopping 1.6 million sand dollars. But if he installed these Darkwood onto Mithril Compound bows and sold it to them as a set, then he'd be able to sell them for $500,000 a pop. That would be 4 million sand dollars in total. Finally, Michael could harvest Darkwood and reap its rewards. It came at the perfect time as well. With this new influx of money, he'd be able to buy enough God Forge pieces to basically reach the 9th stage realm many times over. In fact, he'd be able to buy God Forge pieces for the Dragonborns in advance. With 4 million God Forge pieces, he could buy anything. I guess I should visit Jotun now. The talkative golden retriever masked man that he met in the ballroom ended up as part of the only company in New Sparta who was willing to sell as many God Forge pieces as anyone wanted. Hopefully, his company would end up giving him a discount. But of course, before he left, he made sure to plant more Darkwood in the isolated rooms so that it would be ready again this time of next month. Then he summoned his Unity clones. 6 blobs of prismatic lights emerged out of his feet before splitting off into 6 different paths. This prismatic light then began to meld and form into perfectly identical facsimiles of himself, all kneeling towards him in deference. Of course, he decided to change their faces and their bodies so that they had no similarity to himself. Then, commanded them to begin the production of Unity power sources. They sat down in a meditative state, with prismatic light slowly gathering at their palms. And while they were working, he himself became busy with fulfilling Romeo's customized phone. After an hour or so, the products were ready to be delivered. He then summoned one of his mini drones to do the job. Meanwhile, Una found herself waking up to a very pleasant morning. The sun's rays shone warmly over her window, and the birds were singing their songs. Yuna knew that the reason for her well-being wasn't because of these perfect conditions. It was because of yesterday. She could only label it as a perfect reunion, one that reignited her desire and passion to become stronger. She didn't think there could be anything that would make this day any better. A gentle rapping came from her window, snapping her out of her reverie. She pulled back the curtains, wondering how someone was able to knock on the third floor of her house. But then what greeted her was not a person or an animal of any sort. It was actually a product of her previous life, a drone. A smile formed on her lips as she recognized the handiwork. Only he could create something like this. She quickly closed the curtains, fixed her bed hair, and made herself presentable before she finally opened the window. The metallic drone barely uttered a buzz as it flew inside her room, making her a little bit embarrassed. She hoped the camera on the drone didn't capture the messy corner of the room. Tucking her hair on her ear, Yuna looked up at the hovering drone. "Michael, can you hear me?" She squirmed in place, heart beating. "Hey, listen, if you're free." But just as she looked up at the drone, it was gone. She looked at the opened window, breeze billowing the curtains, and saw the drone disappearing in the distance. Her jaw dropped. He left just like that, not even a hello. A frown formed on her eyebrows. Once again, she was left wondering to herself, not knowing where he went off to. She thought they made such great progress last night. "HMPH, let's see if you're still so cold once you need my help," she said, sulking to herself. She gloomily sat down on her bed and felt something on her side. It was a tiny wooden box, one with a pretty white ribbon wrapped on top like a Christmas gift. The drone must have dropped this while she wasn't looking. Eyebrows loosening, Yuna took the box into her lap with excitement. As she untied the bow, a card suddenly slipped down into her feet. She picked it up and immediately the smile returned to face. It smelled like him. "Hey Yuna, it's Michael. Just a little gift to show my appreciation for you. Hope you like it." Such simple words, yet somehow it was like a giant hearth that melted the ice, freezing her mood. She didn't even know what was inside. It didn't matter. Just the fact that he was giving her a gift with no reason at all made all of the misgrievances he did melt away off her mind. "Tusk, I'm letting you off too easily," she chuckled to herself. Finally, she opened the box. It was an object she was very familiar with, in this word and the previous one. It was a phone, the same one that he showcased last night, except its design was distinctly different from the normal one she saw Lady Farron use. There were intricate etchings and designs innately inscribed onto the outer edges. Its theme would look like gibberish to the people of this world, almost alien. But for her, it was not only familiar, it was dear to her. It was her emblem, Yuna Kim, her identity before she reincarnated. It showcased her animal symbol, her favorite note, her star sign. Everything she liked. This already was a very thoughtful gift. But that wasn't the only thing he gave her. She took the phone from the box, and a small white fox keychain dropped, dangling from its side. A small gasp escaped from her breath. This wasn't just any keychain. It was one that held important significance. It was made out of wood, painstakingly carved by hand. She knew because it wasn't perfect. It had a lot of imperfections born from a nervous hand, a few marks too deep and a few too shallow. Not only that, but she knew that it wasn't a one-to-one replication of the one she had from her previous life. It was just slightly different, as if someone made it based entirely off of memory. But somehow, that made it all the more perfect. He remembered, she muttered to herself, taking the keychain into her chest. Once Michael finished his deliveries, he immediately teleported himself back to New Sparta, in the recovering village of the elves. There he met up with Lady Farron, who was mired with lots of paperwork and busy elves revolving around her. She was so occupied that she didn't even notice his presence. In fact, none of them did. Her eyes widened with excitement as she saw Michael, as if she finally found an excuse for a little break. "Leave us alone, please. I have business to attend to with our benefactor." The busybody elves looked at Michael with reverence but still shook their heads. "Lady Farron, these paperworks cannot be delayed any longer. If we pass it on soon, we'll be penalized by the entirety of New Sparta." "Apologies, Venerable Keo. Would it be at all possible for you to come back at a more opportune time?" Lady Farron quickly interjected. "What was the reason for your visit anyway? Is it in any way life-threatening?" If it was, then it would have convinced these hawk-eyed elves. Not life-threatening, no, Michael answered. It's just about these items that I want to sell to you. A large circular shadow in front of his hands, and a moment later, compound bows began to rain down into the floor. All the elves in the room stopped what they were doing and stared at the pile of compound bows. Darkwood too. Their initial surprise was quickly overtaken by an even bigger shock. These weapons were all endowed with darkwood as well, making them a perfect weapon worthy of becoming the elves' national treasure. I just wanted to sell these to you, but if you guys are too busy then. We'll buy it, they all simultaneously shouted, shaking the whole acacia tree. The elves were very easy to talk to. Didn't take long before Michael received his chest, containing 4 million sand dollars. Who could blame them? Right now, only Lady Farron and Lyra wielded these impressive weapons, and it had already improved their effectiveness by more than twice. But with this influx, they could finally arm their soldiers with these compound bows. The elves were so excited that even Farron's adjutants completely forgot about their important paperwork. They all watched as 8 of their most formidable warriors hit a target at twice their normal effective ranges. And deeper too. Thank you, Lady Farron earnestly said. No problem, you paid for it. She nodded, and we will continue doing so. I have already reserved millions of sand dollars in our treasury for your products. This excited Michael. Oh, well, care to spend a little bit more? He asked, flashing his phone. In the end, Michael sold them another 200 units, totaling to 2 million sand dollars. All in all, he earned 6 million from this brief visit to the elves. Michael exited out of the elven village with a huge smile on his face. Both parties were extremely satisfied with the transaction, which was what made it all the better. Once again, he had become a millionaire. He couldn't wait to spend it all. Now on to the Thunderfoot Company, he said to himself. But then, after a few seconds of thought, he stopped in his tracks. As talkative as Jotun was yesterday, he didn't mention anything about his company at all. Now he knew that most human companies settled on the outskirts of the New Sparta bulwark, so he at least had a lead on where he could find them. And with his multiple drones scanning the entire skyline of the city, he'd be able to eventually find them at least. He just had to keep his ears open for Jotun's incessant profession of his unrequited love for Aerith. But just as he was about to do that, he suddenly realized something. He didn't have to do that. Naruto, Sasuke, are you there? A second later, 2 gigantic shadows emerged out of the wedges in the New Sparta walls. An orc with thick, gray fur appeared on the left, and an orc with spiky, pepper-colored quills appeared on the other. At your service, Lord Michael, said the Orcupine chieftain with zeal. Your wish is my command, said the Orcanine chieftain with an even ardent tone, as if trying to outdo the other. It had been a long time since he called onto the 2 shadow orcs. He practically hadn't interacted with them ever since he entered Metropolis. But that couldn't be helped. Metropolis was filled with a lot of powerful people with magnetic abilities. The shadow orcs' penchant for snooping around would only land them in trouble. Even their talented and innate stealth skills wouldn't work on those guys. Still, that didn't mean they were entirely obsolete. They were very instrumental in the steady and unrelenting expansion of the Reborn Company. While he was pioneering new lands in Metropolis and here in New Sparta, his people back in the nation of Reborn was steadily building the foundations for the expansion. They built roads, infrastructure, and everything else that the Rebornians were privy to. By his estimation, it wouldn't be long before the quality of life in the lower royal continent became comparable to that of the nation of Reborn. And it wasn't just large places like Angora City, Neo-Orcus, or Batroc Town. It included every territory in the intervening locations from the parched lands all the way to Metropolis. The Reborn Company made life comfortable for them, at least in the King's region and a part of the Lower Queen's region. It was all thanks in part to the Shadow Orcs. They were the silent pillars that made sure everything worked as planned. Whenever there was a bandit camp intending to plunder and reave resources from a territory thinking that the Reborn Company wasn't there to protect it, the Shadow Orcs were there. They solved a problem before they could even rear their ugly heads. Quelling rebellions, usurping warlords, and upending political strife, you name it, they did it. They were so good at their jobs that Michael wasn't even aware of such problems. He was only clued in once it was solved, which made him think that the problem wasn't that big in the first place. But he was wrong. The warlords and marauders that they fought against had armies almost as big as a nation. Of course, most of their numbers were ordinary mortals with no ability to wield magic at all, but still. It was very impressive that these shadow orcs were able to defeat armies with 10 times their number, all under the silent night, leaving no survivors. Naruto, the Orcanine chief, shook his head fervently. "For you, Lord Michael, we are always available." Sasuke scoffed. "Yes, he is available all the time, Lord Michael, but that is only because my orcs have been doing all the heavy lifting." The two glared at each other, lightning clashing. "I know you guys are busy with the expansion, but have you guys done any work in New Sparta?" "We have just finished creating a serviceable information network, Lord Michael," said Naruto, flexing his shiny, shimmering werewolf-like fur. Basic information network consisted of spies and agents deployed around every single public and semi-private area. This included the thoroughfares in between the quadrants, as well as most of the human settlements outside New Sparta walls. This did not include places where there was increased security, like the Beastfolk's territory, as well as some of the more powerful companies. They had ways to detect stealth using abilities, which the shadow orcs couldn't circumnavigate around. "We would have finished this a lot sooner, but there were a lot of unexplainable gaps in New Sparta that were hard to infiltrate," Sasuke mentioned, his quills subconsciously rising. "It must be because of Ursets. They have a stronghold here. Oh, it makes sense that they have some security and precautions in place for people wanting to prod around." "Don't worry about those," he assured them. "Just play it safe. Anyway, that's not what I summoned you both for. I just need some information about a company. Thunderfoot, heard of them?" Both orc chieftains nodded. "Very much so, Lord Michael. We have had daily reports regarding them. They are a very popular bunch." Michael didn't doubt it. "Can you tell me where they are?" An instant later, a tenebrous shadow emerged from the ground, forming a 3D black map of New Sparta. "They are here, Lord Michael. We have some shadow orcs set up there, so you can simply teleport to them for ease." Michael nodded before thanking them for their service. He really should be making use of their talents more often. "That's all for today, good work." The two shadow orcs kneeled in deference. And just as he was about to teleport, he turned back to the two and said, "Keep your ears peeled. I'll summon you again a little while later for some gifts." Michael emerged from an unseen shadow of a wall. He looked down at where he came from and nodded at the shadow orc, who provided him a place to transport to. Then he took stock of his location. On his left was a large and dense gathering of tents and cabins stretching across the flat plains. On his right was the unassailable bulwark of New Sparta. This temporary human settlement was so huge and attracted many opportunists that it was basically its own city at this point. There were residences, plazas, markets, and even entertainment establishments like taverns and circuses. He set his eyes onto one of the biggest tents in this district. This was one of the only few that could actually be called a house, being made out of stone and brick. The giant, inscribed metal plate on the front couldn't be missed. And with lots of foot traffic going in and out of the building, Michael realized that finding them would have been a lot easier than he thought. He merged with the crowd entering inside, finding himself in a temple-like environment. Lots of wooden pillars, curved overhanging roofs, and a richly cultivated environment that would have felt serene, if not for the hundreds of people walking around busily. It actually did remind him of temples back in his previous life, the ones that were filled with tourists at least. As he followed the crowd, he was led to a reception area that had a very thick line of people queuing around. He stealthily employed his drone, going around hundreds of heads in the line. Then he saw the reason for the overstacked guests. The receptionist, well, the lack of one. "What's going on? Where's the people in charge around here?" complained one of the people at the front of the line. "I've been waiting for 4 hours now." "Well, tough luck, bud. I've been waiting for 6. This is ridiculous, I'm out of here." Though the tough guy said those words, he didn't actually leave the queue. He just hoped others would be galvanized to do so, lessening the line. Michael didn't want to wait for hours too, so he quickly left the queue and walked around to explore the area. Jotun could explain what was happening. He closed his eyes, using his innate supreme talent to sense the world around him. Immediately, a slew of light mana signatures appeared in his sixth sense. Each person was unique. If he could hone in on Jotun's mana, he'd be able to find him in the near vicinity. His sixth sense zoomed around the Thunderfoot Temple compound, bypassing the thick crowd, going through the sliding doors and through their private quarters. There he saw Jotun among a couple of other people. Strangely, the first thing he noticed was that every single person in their compound was in this room, like a family gathering or something. He didn't know what they were doing, but it seemed that there were a lot of passionate discussions going around. Wanting to snoop, Michael deployed his main drone. It flitted around the crowd, phasing through the walls, and eventually reaching the meeting room just far enough so that the drone's microphone could pick up on the conversation. He didn't want to go too close. There may be nascent spirit magnetics there who could sense the drone. What do they want? Did they give a price? Since he couldn't see through the walls, he didn't know who was talking. We must find them. This is detrimental to our progress. Those bastards, who are they even? Why have we never heard of a company like this before? If they don't want money, then why have they done this? Purely out of spite. For destruction, their motives are inconceivable. Michael listened in closely on their discussions. He couldn't hear some of the finer details, but he did hear enough to form a temporary conclusion. The Thunderfoot Company is in trouble. Something, or someone, was taken from them by an unknown entity. It looked like they tried to negotiate the return of their property, but the thieves have yet to respond to any of their attempts, which was the reason for the frustration going around the room. That was basically it. They discussed different options for retrieval, but it was either impossible to do or too costly. They simply couldn't settle on a single decision, devolving the conversations into needless arguments. Eventually, one of them remembered that they still had a business to uphold, so the meeting was forced to an end, and the members of their company resumed their posts. It wouldn't be long before the reception desk would have a receptionist. But Michael didn't focus on that. He focused on Jotun, who gloomily walked through the halls of their temple with a dour expression on his face. He dragged his feet along the wood, absent-mindedly passing by other people. Michael took this chance and took off, jostling himself through the crowd and slipping past the empty security doors, before eventually seeing Jotun in front of him. "Hey," he called out. "HRN?" Jotun finally looked up, his face squinting as he looked at Michael. Michael chuckled. "There's no one else here, right?" Confused, Jotun walked up to Michael with a wary expression on his face. You can't be here. Wait, you look familiar." It took a few seconds before Jotun's eyes widened. You're Kyo." Michael was surprised Jotun figured it out so soon. After all, both of them were wearing masks last night. The only reason Michael knew it was him, because of his mana signature. But Jotun had nothing to go on. "I have a good nose for powerful people," Jotun replied, studying Michael's face. "Is that really you, Kyo? You're much younger than I thought, and wait, why are you here? How did you get past our guards?" "Shout it, why don't you?" Michael said, covering the talkative guy's mouth. "I'm here to buy some God-forged pieces." Jotun raised his eyebrows before nodding. "How much?" The sudden sounds of footfalls coming from the corner startled Jotun, causing him to push Michael towards a deep recess in the wall. They hid there for a few seconds as the Thunderfoot employees passed by. Phew, Jotun wiped the bead of sweat on his forehead. Jotun looked through the corner, making sure no one was there before answering Kyo's question. "Sorry, outsiders are not allowed in our compound right now, especially because you know what, it's nothing." Michael could tell that Jotun wanted to let out his frustrations about the incident that was currently embroiling their company in a giant oven, but somehow he was able to restrain his very talkative mouth. "Anyway, what was that again about buying God-forged pieces?" Not wanting to pry, Michael let the obviously sensitive topic pass. "I wanted to buy some God-forged pieces, but saw that there was a very long line in your reception area." Jotun exasperatedly sighed. "Yeah, I know. Truthfully, as much as I want to brag, our customers usually aren't that fervent. But today is the start of the archery competition, as you may remember, so a lot of them are trying to empower themselves at the very last moment, thinking that they could achieve better results. But who are they kidding? Surgery would require weeks of recovery, but whatever. Of course, we're busy ourselves, as we're participating in the competition too. But something else came up, so right now, it's just a perfect coalescence of bad timing, causing such a clogged queue. From Jotun's words, it seemed that this problem of theirs only popped up around midnight or very early in the morning, just in time for the lunar celebrations. Now that could be a total coincidence, or it could be a pre-planned nefarious plan. He didn't know yet. It's good that you sought me. You would have had to wait half a day before you're able to buy God-forged pieces. Come with me. I'll speed up the process, Jotun said, guiding Michael away from their private compound and back towards the entrance. There they were met with a lot of Thunderfoot employees, bowing 90 degrees as they apologized for the wait their customers had to go through. They bowed even lower as they saw Jotun coming towards them. Eventually, they reached near the entrance, and Jotun immediately took a hard right, going towards one of the doors that led somewhere only employees were allowed. Not the reception area. Jotun shook his head. Our customers are already angry enough. I can only imagine their wrath once they find out. Someone cut the line. Let's go to the warehouse directly, and I can help you with your transaction. But just as they were about to enter, a figure flashed in front of them, blocking them from opening the door. Young Master Jotun, and who is this young man? Oh, Jasper, what are you doing here? Isn't a butler's job supposed to tend to my father's business? Jotun said with nervousness, his eyes furtively glancing at the half-open door. Jasper eyed at the two of them with his keen, narrow eyes, especially Michael. I am. He's entrusted me to make sure that no more strangers enter our establishment. Jotun, knowing the lead butler of the Thunderfoot family to be the most incisive of all of them, pivoted to telling the truth. Lies would only get them in trouble with this guy. Listen, Jasper, this guy here is Keo. He's a friend I made at the soiree, and he's here to buy some God-forged pieces. Hearing this, Jasper's suspicious eyes softened. Now can we enter the warehouse? Jotun tried to push through the butler, but was rebuffed by the man's stance. Though lanky, Jotun was like an immovable monolith. I'm glad you made a friend, despite your blabbering mouth. Young master, but you must know that our receptionists are perfectly capable of handling orders. In the reception area, Jasper said sternly, almost pushing Jotun back with only his words. But this is a special order, don't you know who he is? I don't care, young master. Even the venerable Alaric Goldstone can't be given any special advantages. Like I said, no one. Professor Lichtenstein's protege, the one I talked to everyone about. Jasper started, his eyes bulging. The prof, him. Awe and disbelief was written on the butler's face. Ahem. I stand corrected. My apologies, Sir Keo. I didn't know I was standing in the face of an esteemed person such as you. In such cases, I am allowed to give you special privileges. This does not include entrance to our warehouse, but I can retrieve the God-forged pieces for you instead. How much will you be purchasing? Michael, satisfied with this compromise, opened his mouth to say something. But Jotun interrupted him with a frantic expression on his face. Wait. Both looked at him, confused. Can't you allow us inside just this once? Keo has some sensitive circumstances for his purchase, right? Jotun looked at him expectantly, eyes furtively glancing back and forth to Jasper. He wanted Michael to go along with this ruse. As for why, Michael didn't know. Yeah, actually, I'm hoping to buy a lot of God-forged pieces, like a lot. How many kilos can 7 million sand dollars get me? Say what now? Michael nodded nonchalantly. You heard me, 7 million. The two Thunderfoot guys stared at Michael with wide eyes and an open jaw. Was he serious? 7 million, Jasper muttered, gulping. Jotun immediately pulled Michael to the side, whispering, What are you doing? That's way too far-fetched. Jasper won't believe that without proof. You should have thought of a more mundane excuse. Michael looked back at him with reproach. And why would I do that? I really want 7 million sand dollars worth of God-forged pieces. A slight chuckle came out of Jotun, but seeing the silence and seriousness in Michael's eyes, he realized the truth. 7 million. You really want to buy that much? Hundreds of eyes immediately turned towards them. Hearing millions would have attracted anyone's attention. Most of them immediately turned their heads away, disinterested. Millions? They must be talking about gold coins, which was impressive for normal people, but tame in the context of New Sparta, where everyone was in the top 1% of the world. The fact that they were talking about sand dollars didn't even cross their minds. Any other denomination would have come up first. The number of sand particles in a handful, the number of fishes in a lake, etc. But definitely not sand dollars. Venerable Kyo. Are you telling the truth? Jasper muttered. Yes. I am serious. That's the reason why I came here in the first place. Jotun, you bragged about selling as many God-forged pieces as you can. Now's your chance to prove it. Both Jotun and Jasper knew that the Thunderfoot Company was the only company capable of selling large amounts of God-forged pieces. But 7 million. Even they didn't think they could sell that much in one single transaction. To prove his intention, Michael summoned his shadow in front of their feet, before a treasure chest emerged from the tenebrous darkness. The chest opened with a click, showcasing an almost overflowing mound of sand dollars inside. Both of them were blinded by the sight. Jasper immediately slammed the chest shut before any other customer saw such a sight. Now, people here usually weren't prone to violence, but the tantalizing sight of millions of sand dollars would definitely motivate some people to act nefariously. He didn't want to burden that on Kyo, who had now proven his worth to be a VIP customer. I have verified your wherewithal, Jasper said, trying his best to stay calm. I can't believe you have that. Jasper covered the guy's mouth, causing his words to come out muffled. That's too much. Does being a historian really pay that much? Michael didn't answer, giving no indication as to how he earned his money. On the other hand, Jasper acted with propriety, not asking any questions and simply doing what a butler should do: serve. Venerable Kyo, with that much money, you will be able to purchase 700 kilograms of God-forged pieces. Ahem. I won't be able to carry that much by myself, so I hereby mandate you to enter into our warehouse. Jasper opened the door behind him, guiding Michael and Jotun inside. At least in there, nobody would be able to hear their conversation. Michael was led inside what looked to be an underground giant mining space. It didn't look like the temple at all, with dark granite stones surrounding them from all sides. Please follow me, Jasper said, walking forward with an oil lamp mysteriously in his hand. With the butler walking on forward, Jotun took this chance to drag Michael behind to ask him some questions. You didn't tell me you were rich. You're practically a conglomerate. Well, you're kinda right. You also didn't tell me why you wanted me to lie to. Jasper. Jotun pursed his lips, looking forward to seeing the butler already far off ahead of them. Truthfully, I wanted to talk to you alone, and this warehouse is the only place that is completely free from surveillance. No, from my father. He doesn't want anyone outside of the family knowing about our circumstances. Michael raised his eyebrows. Is he talking about the incident they were talking about earlier? In the distance, they heard the sound of crackling as the lambent light of a giant fire from further down the tunnel lit the entire place a warm orange. Jotun walked forward, and Michael followed behind. Something was stolen from us this morning, Jotun confessed. I can't tell you what it is, but it is vital to the continuation of our company. Without it, we would slowly degrade into obscurity. They continued walking, coming closer to the end of the tunnel where Michael saw a bright light almost blinding his view. We don't know, they moved like the shadows, disappearing out of our sights before we could even catch up. They struck us hard and fast, bypassing all of our security like it was nothing. They seemed to know all of our patterns and routines. This was definitely planned months before this. As Michael listened to Jotun's explanation, he couldn't help but feel that it was very similar to a recent event. The elves, the vandals, a sudden siege. Could the ersatz have attacked the Thunderfoot Company? Our family is currently doing everything they can to retrieve this object, Jotun said, his doubt betrayed by his eyes. Why are you telling me this? Jotun stopped just as they were about to exit the mining tunnel. Then he looked at Jotun. I've always been special, perceptive, they called me. I always know when someone can solve a problem that is afflicting me. It's weird. Some kind of prescient ability, the priest said. It's like I could see how much a person would be able to affect the future, like a storm brewing in the skies. And when I saw you enter into the soiree, I saw something I have never seen before. A super typhoon, a calamity, I've never seen anything like it. From then on, I knew that there was something special with you, I just didn't know it. It wasn't until this morning that I realized why my ability showed me that vision. I need your help. I think that you're the only person that can help our family retrieve that object. Michael stared at Jotun, completely shocked at the man's revelation. He immediately looked at Jotun's identity screen again. Realm, 6-stage body formation realm. Ability power, perceptive eye. This ability power allows its user to sense the future effects of someone's power. When Michael first saw Jotun's ability, he thought it only allowed him to see attacks ahead of time. But as it turned out, it also worked as some kind of prophetic vision. You want me to help your family? Michael asked. Jotun stuttered for a little bit before saying, I don't know, but I feel that you're someone with special abilities. The fact that you can so casually purchase 7 million sand dollars worth of God-forged pieces is proof of that. I'm certain that being a historian doesn't pay you that well. Michael had to hand it to the guy. Jotun was perceptive, despite his unserious and talkative nature. In truth, Jotun probably went to the exact person who could help them solve this problem. If Michael's guess was correct, then Ersatz was behind this heist on the Thunderfoot Company. It made too much sense. The Ersatz Company's life goal was to eradicate everything there was to do about the ancient era. The Thunderfoot Company was contributing to exactly the opposite of that goal. They were distributing and selling God-forged pieces, something that, according to Katarina, was instrumental in recreating the conditions in the ancient era. So it was only natural that the Ersatz did something to disrupt their business. But it's still not for certain, he reminded himself. I don't even know what the Ersatz stole from the Thunderfoot Company. I don't even have a single clue on how I'm going to retrieve it or if I should even do it. Jotun opened his mouth, but chose not to say anything instead. If I don't know what was stolen, I won't be able to find it. You understand that, right? Frustrated at himself, Jotun nodded. I know, but it's just too sensitive. This involves the entire Thunderfoot family. Young Master, Venerable Kyo. Just then, Jasper's voice called out from the end of the tunnel, forcing their conversation to a halt. Fine, I'll tell you, but I think it would be better to show you. Jotun walked forward, and Michael followed behind him. They both entered into the bottom of a mineshaft, with hundreds of meters of excavated stone walls surrounding them from all sides. Welcome to our warehouse, Jasper bowed to Michael, the light from his oil lamp illuminating the thousands of soil mounds lined up on the ground. It looked like a graveyard. These soil mounds were about 3 feet tall and 6 feet in diameter, and they littered the bottom of the mineshaft in perfect rows and columns. Jotun cleared his throat. This is where we store our God-forged pieces. Michael opened his drone vision, suddenly seeing the entire abandoned mineshaft with blinding orange light. Underneath these soils, he could see ability power just waiting to burst out into the open and release the purifying white fire into the world. Wait, how are they not destroying everything they touch? Is that what the soil is for? But it's just ordinary soil. How is it not burning? Only Damascus steel or mithril could contain the holy and destructive white fire that the God-forged pieces unleashed. Other metals or organic materials would simply be incinerated into their base elemental mana atoms, with the only exception being human hearts. Jotun nodded, awkwardly nodding his head. Yep. You're seeing it right. There are corpses under those mounds of soil. Michael was so blinded by the ability power that the God-forged pieces were emanating that he didn't even notice what was surrounding them. They were human bodies. Now, before you say anything, we didn't kill any of them, Jotun said immediately before a misunderstanding arose. They're already dead, and we purchased these cadavers for a very reasonable price, like for science. But why? Michael wondered. With your resources, you could easily purchase container boxes that can store God-forged pieces. It relates to the secret of the Thunderfoot family. Truthfully, we are. Jasper started, immediately warning the young master from saying too much. It's okay, Jasper. You can trust Kyo. He's the one that's going to help us retrieve the key. The Thunderfoot butler still wanted to say something, but Jotun immediately began to explain. In truth, we are descendants of an ancient family, one that stretches back to the ancient era. Michael raised his eyebrows. So, you're related to ancient humans, but aren't we all? Jotun shook his head. Well, you're right, but most of everyone's history's lineages have been erased during the great cataclysmic event. But not us. We are the only ones who were able to keep a record. This was a tremendous revelation. He couldn't believe that such a normal, run-of-the-mill company turned out to have such an important connection to ancient history. "So you know your great-great-great ancestor?" Michael asked, half joking. "Yeah, I do. He was a farmer for a royal family, but that's not important. It's not just our historic lineage that is preserved, but also our heirlooms, our family secrets. Our ancient ancestors left for us a great inheritance, one that allowed us to obtain as many God-forged pieces as we want. It just requires Sue drops." Michael frowned, completely confused. "Huh, so you can obtain as many God-forged pieces as you can in exchange for Sue drops. What does that have to do with the cadavers buried in soil?" Jotun's face twisted into a grimace. "It's very hard to explain in words. Jasper, can you please take out the lamp?" Jasper's eyes bulged. There was a vehement refusal in his gaze. "Young master, I sincerely hope that you know what you are doing. Our family has kept this secret for thousands of years without anyone knowing. We didn't do that by telling strangers about our heirloom." But Jotun shot back a look at Jasper. "Trust me. Who do you think figured out how the lamp worked? Me, right?" With those words, Jasper had no response. It was only recently that they were able to figure out how their heirloom lamp worked, and it was all because of the young master's unique instincts. "All right," Jasper acceded. He raised his hand, making some hand signs as he used his ability power to release the hidden defensive mechanism inside the mineshaft. Large, horizontal pillars emerged out of the walls, forming a sort of Jenga-esque collection that formed up to the top of the mineshaft. Michael saw ability power threads controlling these pillars, ability power that was beyond the body formation realm. It wasn't long before a sudden change happened in the air. There was a palpable pressure permeating the entire mineshaft. It was subtle, but it was there. It felt like there was a very thin, diaphanous sheet of silk wrapping around his entire body. He looked up, seeing the source of that strange power. The pillars then moved back into their positions in the walls, locking into place as if they were never cut in the first place. What was left in the air was what looked to be an ordinary oil lantern, except there was no fire inside. But that didn't seem to stop the lantern from emanating a red light that painted the entire mineshaft a warm crimson environment. "This was our heirloom. We call it the red lamp. Any God-forged piece that is near the light of this lamp can duplicate itself." Michael jolted. "What?" "Yes," Jotun answered. "God-forged pieces under the influence of the red lamp will be able to grow its own mass as if it was a crop. Only, God-forged pieces need a drop of Su in order to grow." Although Jotun explained it to him, Michael still couldn't quite wrap his head around what he was saying. God-forged pieces can be grown. That simply didn't make sense. It was impossible. Of course, only God-forged pieces that are out in the open can be eligible to grow. Those that are in a living person's heart will not be affected, as well as God-forged pieces that are trapped inside container boxes. That's why we use cadavers, fresh ones. If we don't, God-forged pieces will just burn through to the bottom of the earth, leaving the red lamp's zone of influence. Still, Michael was not convinced. It wasn't that he believed Jotun to be a liar, but the premise of this whole thing seemed bogus from the get-go. I can't believe it until you show me how it works," he said. Jasper shook his head in disappointment. "Unfortunately, Venerable Keo, we can't. The key to the red lamp is missing. It's been stolen." "This red lamp needs the key to work," Jotun explained. "Without it, the God-forged pieces won't grow no matter how many Su drops we put into the soil. So now you understand why everyone is so frantic. Without that key, we won't be able to produce any more God-forged pieces in the meantime. By our estimation, our stockpile will run out before the end of the year. But that's not the only reason why we're so rattled by the heist. How did they know about the key? The key was the only thing stolen. They could have robbed numerous other, more valuable artifacts in the Thunderfoot compound, yet they only took this key. Whoever they were, they must have known about the key's special importance. If so, they would have also stolen the red lamp. It was possible that they might not have known about its actual use, but they knew that it was important to the Thunderfoot Company and their uncanny ability to keep selling God-forged pieces when everyone else was struggling to get even a few kilograms. Michael had no words. He might not believe the red lamp's ability to spontaneously grow new God-forged pieces, but he was starting to believe its importance. If the ersatz were interested in them enough, then perhaps it was true. It would explain how the Thunderfoot Company could sell hundreds of kilograms of God-forged pieces without batting an eye. I guess if it's an heirloom from the ancient era, it would make sense. Despite his skepticism, he was now fully on board with the idea of retrieving the key. He needed to take it back from the Ursets. Their plans cannot come to fruition. "All right, I'll help you with the key," Michael declared. This sent joy and relief to Jotun. "Oh, thank the gods, really, that's great, Jasper." The butler still didn't know how the historian's protege could help them with the retrieval of the key, but he didn't question it. "What should I do? Do we go and use advanced detective techniques to track down the thieves?" Jotun asked, excited like a golden retriever. Michael shook his head. "Nope, we'll do nothing. These guys are professional. You won't find a trace of them. At most, you'll see that they covered themselves in an all-dark outfit with a hood, right, Jasper?" Surprised, the butler nodded. "Yes, how did you know that?" Michael nodded. "You're not the first one they've attacked," he said. "For now, we can't do anything." Unlike the incident with Lyra's kidnapping, they didn't have a convenient picture to point them in the exact location of the stronghold. But he had other plans. "Give me the 700 kilograms of God-forged pieces," he said, manifesting the chest back in front of them. "Certainly," Jasper said, hurrying to retrieve the God-forged pieces stored in the mounds of soil. Perhaps Kyo really could help them with the retrieval. "Will you use it to lure them out? Will this help with catching those guys?" Michael shook his head. "No, I'm going to give this to my guys who can." Perhaps it was now the best time to truly turn the shadows of Reborn into a force worth looking out for. 700 kilos ought to be enough. Jasper, with utmost speed, collected all 700 kilos of God-forged pieces in 70 container cubes, giving it to Michael, who stored them in his shadow inventory. Then Michael turned to Jotun. "Meet me in the archery competition." "Really? I wasn't even planning on going there because of the robbery." "They're going to be there," Michael said, his implication heavy. Hearing this, Jotun immediately nodded his head and agreed. "How about you?" "I'm going to deliver these." "You go on ahead." Michael arrived back in the nation of Reborn. But what welcomed him wasn't the sunny, overly bright, usually positive scenery of the paradise in the desert. Instead, he found himself in an extremely dark room. Stygian. The only form of illumination in the room was the lambent light coming from the flickering candles attached to the walls. "Naruto, Sasuke, are you all here?" he asked. And in front of him, the figures of the two shadow orc chieftains arose from the darkness. They kneeled in front of him. "Just as you commanded," they both recited. "Is this an urgent matter, Lord Michael? You usually don't visit our shadow realm," asked Naruto, his werewolf-like fur alert. The shadow realm was simply what they called their hideout, located very deep on the bottom of the nation of Reborn. It was so deep that the only way to get inside here was through the shadow teleportation inherent in all shadow orcs. "Are you having some trouble in New Sparta? We've heard that the Thunderfoot Company that you visited is currently embroiled in a thieving problem," said Naruto, his quill spines ready. Michael nodded, impressed at the orc's information-gathering skills. "Yes, you are right. It involves the Thunderfoot. We are now tasked in helping them find the item stolen from them and demand recriminations." I added that last part. The two orc chieftains tensed their bodies, not letting their excitement get in the way of Lord Michael's words. They furtively glanced backwards, towards the ocean of shadows silently watching from afar. With a single look, they already warned their orc soldiers to be ready for the mission that they were about to partake in. Hundreds of eyes opened in the darkness, nodding. Their excitement was palpable. "I realize that I haven't been making use of your abilities as you would all like to," Michael said, "and for that I am sorry." Naruto started. "Please do not apologize, Lord Michael. It is our incompetence that should be blamed. The world that you currently delve in is something that our shadows cannot overcome." Sasuke grimaced, "But we will do everything we can to help you in any kind of way." The hundreds of shadow orcs behind them grunted, their eyes showing fervent resolve. "Don't worry, I have noticed your efforts, my shadow orcs. And now, it is time for me to reward you with something that I know you all yearn for." Michael raised his hand, a shadow forming in front of his feet. With a single gesture, drops of white, flaming drops appeared in the air. God-forged pieces, The shadow orcs held their breaths, their excitement breaking the silence and solemnity of their hideout. "Lord Michael, are you? Michael nodded with a smile. "That's right, I am bequeathing God-forged pieces." Naruto began slamming his fists into his own chest, shouting his tribe's incinerating roar. And for a second, Michael felt as if a true werewolf was standing right in front of him. Sasuke didn't lag behind. He crossed his arms, reaching into the sharp quills on his shoulders, and began to strum them like a guitar. The two orc chieftains' tribal rituals would ordinarily sound discordant and disharmonious, jarring even. But the zeal, excitement, and fierce loyalty they felt for the man in front of them created a melodic duet that made one's blood boil with excitement and hair-raising anticipation. Michael flicked his hand, and the drops of flaming God-forged pieces shot towards the two orc chieftains. They wholeheartedly received this gift, the God-forged pieces entering into their hearts and changing their lives from here on after. "How do you feel?" "I feel," avoid Lord Michael. "It's dark and lonesome like my shadow." "Comforting," Naruto muttered as he savored the new power beating alongside his heart. "It's the same for me. It's a chasm. But like a dark sea, I can see myself traversing through this space and reaching the power in the distance." Michael nodded, then set his sights on the sea of shadows, just watching them from afar. They were bubbling. He could feel their anticipation from here. "Elite penumbras, come forth," he commanded. And in an instant, 10 shadows formed in front of him. The elite penumbras were a subgroup within the shadow orcs who were considered to be the best of the best, below only that of the chieftains themselves. "You have all proven yourselves worthy of becoming magnetics. Last I heard, you defeated a warlord in their sleep and prevented a war that would have cost thousands of lives." He flicked his hand, bestowing upon them their own God-forged pieces. The 10 elite penumbras staggered as the white, flaming drops shot through their chests. Almost immediately, they felt the sheer power of ability powers now coursing through their heart, making them drop to their knees. They didn't take to the God-forged pieces as well as Naruto and Sasuke, he noticed. "High penumbras, step forth," he commanded. 1,000 eyes looked up at him with surprise. It took them a hot second before they appeared from the sea of darkness in the room and presented themselves in front of Michael. They didn't think they would be called upon. Of course, the chieftains were bequeathed God-forged pieces. They were chieftains not only in name but in ability as well. The high penumbras were a close second. But high penumbras as well. "You are a group of orcs that have shown grit, skill, and power. You are the backbone to the shadows of Reborn. Receive your gifts." A large shadow formed in the ground, before hundreds upon hundreds of flaming white God-forged pieces floated upwards. Then with a flick, these drops shot towards the large group of 1,000 shadow orcs. Immediately, the orcs that received their God-forged pieces dropped to the ground, clutching their chests in pain. It took more effort from them to assimilate this new power into their bodies. And curiously, some of the orcs received theirs, while some didn't. The God-forged pieces seemed to choose their own wielders, ignoring those who they didn't deem worthy. Out of the 1,000 high penumbras in the room, only 300 were able to receive their God-forged pieces. Originally, Michael planned on using 500 of his 700 kilos of God-forged pieces. He would reserve the 200 kilos for him, the Dragonborns, and Fudge. However, even when he commanded the God-forged pieces to randomly shoot towards an orc, they seemed to choose their own path and shoot towards an orc who they deemed more worthy. Why is it? Because they're more talented, while some are not talented enough. He looked through the talents of the chosen orcs and unchosen ones. Most of them were A class, some B class. He would have thought that only the better talented orcs would get chosen, but he was wrong. Some of the A-class orcs didn't get chosen, while a few B-class got lucky enough to be selected. As he looked at the orcs now assimilating the God-forged pieces, it started to make sense. Naruto and Sasuke, the orc chieftains, basically breezed through the process, feeling no discomfort or pain at all. While the elite penumbra orcs experienced some discomfort, it seemed bearable enough to stand. But the high shadow orcs, on the other hand, couldn't bear the pain of assimilating their God-forged pieces. They laid on the ground, feeling as if their hearts were burning from the inside. The God-forged pieces know who can and can't handle it, he realized. If those unchosen orcs were given God-forged pieces now, Michael had a feeling that they would experience a pain unlike anything they've ever faced before. Or worse, death. After a bit more thought, Michael had a theory as to why this happened. It was basically a physical assessment test. Becoming a magnetic is not only a supernatural change, but also a physical one. To advance through the realms, one would have to take on more and more kilograms of God-forged pieces in their heart. Of course, Michael knew that the criteria wasn't just a simple question of how fit you are, but it was a factor, as well as their skill, talent, and their mentality. The orc chieftains easily handled it because of their experience of being a leader. The elite penumbra orcs handled it well thanks to their tremendous skill. They wouldn't be in their position if they weren't. As for the high penumbra orcs, of course they weren't all equal in quality. Some were better than others, and they were the ones that received a God-forged piece. "Rejoice if you have been chosen," Michael announced to the room. "It is both a privilege and a responsibility. The power that you will obtain can change reality itself." After a few more seconds, the high shadow orcs that had been struggling on the ground finally found balance within their hearts. Slowly, they stood up and relished in the new power, just waiting to be released from their hearts. Michael felt all kinds of emotions in the room: excitement, vigor, jubilation, and sadness. The orcs who didn't receive their own God-forged pieces could only silently wallow in their sadness, while their counterparts celebrated. As for those unfortunate, "Do not lose hope," Michael said to every single orc in the room. "You will receive your God-forged pieces in due time. Once you have proven yourselves worthy to the God-forged pieces, to your fellow orcs, to me, and most of all, to yourselves." Michael turned to the orc chieftains. "Naruto, Sasuke, I will leave some God-forged pieces in your care. Once your orcs have proven themselves with great merit, then feel free to distribute it to them as a reward. This includes you and the high penumbra orcs. If you can advance through the stages, then do so without limit." Michael's announcement sent an unprecedented excitement within the entirety of the Shadow Orc organization. The thousands upon thousands of Shadow Orcs watching from a distance could only bellow out their excitement upon Michael's words. They were motivated now more than ever to become a better shadow than before, untouchable and imperceptible. They wanted that God-forged piece no matter what. Those that received God-forged pieces were excited as well. They could feel an entity within their hearts, just waiting to burst out. And they would work even harder to reach the realm that the Dragonborns had long been in. Naruto and Sasuke bellowed out their tumultuous roars. For too long, their shadow organization had been kept to the sidelines, while their peers advanced further than they could even see. They were only a disembodied shadow, a fly on the wall who could only watch everything from afar without being able to do anything at all. Sometimes, they couldn't even be a shadow amongst those talented magnetic monsters. They pained to see the Dragonborns unaided in New Sparta and Metropolis. They pained to see Lord Michael struggling to advance Reborn's cause by himself without help. With this new power, their shadow would no longer be a disembodied spectator in the wall. They would become pillars underneath the light of Reborn. Michael felt a change in the air, a bomb, no, a shockwave of ability power. His eyes were inundated with threads of ability power fraying in the air, connected to none other than the shadow orcs right in front of him. His heart beat faster. The fervent body slamming, quill strumming, and tumultuous shouting only increased the power that was building up within these orcs. The invisible shockwave of power continued to pulse, becoming faster, more powerful. Figures made out of a misty shadow began to form above Naruto and Sasuke's head. The orc chieftains were actually awakening their divas. Right at this very moment. Without premeditation, without warning, and without an emotional release. And it wasn't just them. Shadowy divas began to form above the 10 high penumbra orcs as well. Above the 2 orc chieftains, Michael saw the beginnings of a figure clad entirely in a tenebrous shadow. It bore the same size and shape as the orc themselves, with Naruto's diva as a shadowy orcanine with an intimidating figure, and Sasuke's diva as a Stygian orcupine with numerous quills. Even though their divas looked similar to each other, the power that they were emanating was completely different to one another, like apples and oranges. But like two sides of the same coin, their powers were somehow complementary to each other, one covering the other's backs. Realm First Stage Body Formation. Ability Power, Clap of the Devil Orc. This ability power allows its user to create a booming slapping sound using their body as their instrument. Those who hear this sound will be subject to the user's blinding, deafening, and disorienting effects. Realm First Stage Body Formation. Ability Power, Strike of the Devil Orc. This ability power allows its user to create shadowy quills that pierce through its target and deal tremendous damage. The effects of the quills are enhanced if the target cannot see or sense the quill coming. Poetically, the two frequently clashing orc chieftains had ability powers that perfectly complemented each other. They were powerful if used by themselves, but overpowering if used together. Meanwhile, the 10 elite Penumbra orcs began forming their own divas as well. And just like their chieftains, their divas were made out of a misty, Stygian shadow that almost mirrored their own bodies, but with a little bit more heft. Their ability powers were varied, but all had something to do with their species as either an orcupine or an orcanine. One used their quills, and the other their immense physical strength. So this is what it feels like to be a magnetic, Naruto muttered under his breath. It is a refreshing feeling, isn't it, brother? Today was such a special occasion that both orc chieftains tolerated each other quite well. Maybe even had the semblance of being comrades or even friends. Now normally, I would have advised all of you to work hard and train for a couple of weeks before you started to try and awaken your diva. But I see now that you don't have to, he said with a smile. It looked like the shadow orcs would be quite useful earlier than he thought. In fact, they could actually already be deployed in New Sparta, searching for the strongholds there. But of course, first things first. He needed to find the key that Ersatz stole from the Thunderfoot Company. He turned to the shadow orcs. Get used to your powers fast, he said to them, because you're going on a mission. Naruto, Sasuke, and the rest of the shadows of Reborn immediately kneeled in front of him, showing both reverence and gratitude. For Reborn, they shouted. Michael teleported himself back in New Sparta, into a secluded corner in the boundary between the two quadrants. Immediately, he felt the change in energy of the entire territory. Lots of footfalls coming from excited spectators, to opportunistic vendors, and everything in between. Today was the actual celebration of the lunar celebrations, the archery competition. To honor this joyous day, the Draconians graciously agreed to let the competition take place into their quadrant. An arena was specifically created for the sole purpose of all the inhabitants of New Sparta being able to participate in the celebrations. Eventually, Michael found himself walking amongst large, towering spires that covered the entire horizon. Draconians made these their homes, containing all of their hoarded treasures. Ordinarily, this would have been the perfect place for thievery to flourish, especially with the lax security due to the celebrations, but no one would dare to blatantly rob the infamous Draconians. They would be signing their own death sentence. Michael didn't even think that the Ersatz would dare do that. Look, that arena is huge. I wonder how much they spent to get that made. It must have been in the billions. How are they not broke? With the Draconians helping the funding, that would never happen. A giant, rectangular coliseum stood proudly among the Draconian towers. Massive would be an understatement. By ChatJK5 estimation, it could easily house hundreds of thousands of people at a time. Basically, everyone in New Sparta could find their own seats there. It's made by magic, Michael observed. It must have taken thousands upon thousands of mages to create that thing in so little time. That was where the budget was primarily for, which Michael thought was a little bit inefficient. If they had used cement and concrete instead, the whole thing could have been made with less than $1,000 in total. And in half the time too. Unfortunately, no one knew about his miracle concrete when they first created this coliseum. Hopefully that would change soon. He walked inside the tall archways, jostling through hundreds of people clamping to get inside. Thankfully, he didn't have to tussle with the crowd for long. He found his way towards a secluded staircase by the side, completely devoid of an excited crowd. The guards refused entry to all of them. Michael towards the werewolf guards, presenting his metal nameplate from the soiree. The werewolf sniffed the metal before nodding. Sir Kyo, please head up to your designated viewing area. You will find yourself in familiar company. Permitted, he headed up. How is that guy allowed up there? I actually heard his name. He's Kyo, the professor's protege. Prof. Lichtenstein's only student. Their surprised shouts diminished as Michael reached the end of the stairs, leading to an ornate doorway. He pushed it open, and Michael felt a sense of déjà vu from last night. Multiple eyes turned towards him as he made his entrance, but this time their gazes lingered with amazement and awe. His reputation went even above that of the legacies, almost reaching the conglomerates, who were all already sitting in their seats at the end of the room. "Kyo." Over here, Jotun waved towards him. The seats in the view deck were separated by tables, just like they were in the soiree. At the very front, watching the center of the arena in full view, were the conglomerate representatives, Gabriel, Cedric, and the three others. They took the entire front row, as they had their own company with them, who were all presumably part of their respective conglomerates. The table Jotun was waving him over was just behind that exact table, and curiously enough, sitting opposite him was none other than Una Montgomery. Their eyes met as he walked closer, and she immediately tapped the chair beside her, prompting him to take a seat near her. "Thanks," she said to him. "For the gift, dummy. I really appreciate you creating that by hand. It shows how much you care," she said, leaning her head on her hand. Michael rubbed his slightly reddish nose. Of course. He wanted to say that this should have been natural, for she deserved only the best, but he couldn't quite get those corny words out of his mouth. "Kyo, have you done the thing?" Jotun asked, interjecting the moment between the two reincarnators. Michael nodded. "Yep, don't worry about it," he assured the worrisome Jotun. "I have my people already working on it behind the scenes. Just enjoy the show. That's the best way to catch them off guard." Una turned to him, her inquisitive eyes trying to discern the nature of their conversation. He looked away. He didn't want to involve her in the matters regarding ersatz just yet. "Ah, the prodigious historian." Michael turned forwards, seeing Gabriel Vanderbilt turn towards him. Their tables were very near each other. "I told my family about you last night, and they are very interested in meeting you over a cup of tea." Even though Gabriel's voice wasn't that loud, his voice traveled throughout the entire room. Their eyes were glued to their interaction. Were they witnessing the moment that a historian joined the leagues of conglomerates? But instead of celebrating at the opportunity like most people would, Michael's reaction was quite lukewarm. "I appreciate that, but do they want to meet with me or my professor?" Gabriel staggered. He couldn't find the right words for a few seconds. "I apologize, you're right. Professor Liechtenstein's presence is widely coveted in our circle. We heard he was visiting New Sparta, but he is nowhere to be seen. He's off studying a new artifact," he lied. He is infamous for his disregard for anything except for artifacts. But no matter, our offer still stands. Becoming acquainted with you is still a high honor that I would deeply appreciate." Michael scoffed to himself. He wasn't in the mood to visit the Vanderbilt estate yet. "No thanks." Gabriel nodded. "I understand, but can I ask just one question? Why are you still wearing your mask?" He was the only one still wearing the mask from last night, a mighty lion with a proud mane. "I don't want to show my face," he said truthfully. "The ersatz could be here in this Colosseum." After knowing that they had a stronghold hidden here in New Sparta, he was almost 100% certain that their spies was somewhere around here, watching the spectacle amongst civilians. And just to be sure, he even changed his own facial structure behind the mask just in case. Of course, with his defenses, they wouldn't even be able to get anywhere close to him, but he had to be safe. "Ah, well, that's a shame. I'm sure there are lots of eligible ladies who would want to see your face." Neytiri elbowed him in the ribs before winking to Una. "Instead of worrying about others, you should worry about the archery competition." "It's about to start," Neytiri said, pointing at the center of the Colosseum. Michael peered through the viewing deck, seeing a large open field at the bottom of the staircase-like sitting area. The Purveyor werewolf tribe stood at the center, their chieftain making some announcements to the crowd. Michael couldn't hear anything from all the tumultuous screaming of hundreds of thousands of spectators around the Colosseum. Thankfully, he had his drone. He deployed one of his mini drones to listen in on the chieftain. The rules were simple. The werewolf tribes and their human allies will be going through a single elimination tournament bracket. The seeding for the fights was completely random and drawn by each tribe's chieftain ahead of time. Just like discussed during the soiree, the conglomerates will send their own representatives in the tournament to test the level of capability within the competition. This was what got the crowd going, as this was the first they'd heard of this new addition. The competitors, on the other hand, felt more pressure. If they got the short end of the stick and matched with the conglomerates, they could get eliminated from the first round. Even the winner favorites had to cross their fingers for that to not happen. Our representatives are strong. But there are some great contenders out there, said Cedric. Those legacies have a great chance of giving us a run for our money. Would you like to bet on that? Gabriel asked with a smile. Cedric shook his head. In his heart, he knew they would win. He was just being nice. Then Gabriel turned towards Michael. How about you, Kyo? Do you have a werewolf tribe that you'll cheer on? Michael nodded. The Brownbloods. Curious by his answer, the 5 conglomerates peered down and searched the tribes. I'm not familiar with them, Cedric said. They are not strong in archery, and I don't think they've allied themselves with anyone competent with the bow. They have, Michael responded, the Reborn company. Question marks appeared above their heads. Even the people eavesdropping on their conversation were left confused. The Reborn company, they seem to have heard of that name somewhere. And you're confident that the Reborn company will shore up the weaknesses of the Brownblood werewolves? Why? Kyo turned towards Cedric. Because I'm in the Reborn company. Everyone turned to him, surprised at his revelation. As the only prodigy of the illustrious Professor Liechtenstein, they thought that Kyo would have followed his lead of being unbridled by any affiliation, focusing simply on his studies. And if he did have a company, they would have thought it would have a much more recognizable name. A company just below the level of conglomerates at the very least. The Reborn company. Forgive me, I am not familiar with that name. Do they go under a different name? Are they perhaps a subcompany of another one? Gabriel vocalized everyone's questions. And before Michael could answer his question, someone else did. They are a company based in the Lower Queens region, Alaric interjected. Sir Kyo, I didn't think you were part of that. Are you perhaps acquainted with their leader? He nodded. Michael is currently on a mission. The conglomerates looked towards a certain table in the room. A table filled with companies based on the current reigning top territory, Metropolis. They had a weird energy among them, and it wasn't just them. The other people here also reacted quite strongly when they heard the name Reborn. What's interesting was that the reactions were quite mixed. Some were indifferent, some were surprised, and some were scoffing. Looks like we're out of the loop here, Cedric muttered. He then waved his hand in the air, and suddenly a shadowy figure flashed in front of him. A distinguished, well-dressed butler appeared right in front of Cedric, leaning in to whisper in his ear. Having finished his job, the butler leaned back and disappeared into a blur. I understand now the ambivalence towards the Reborn company. Looks like they made quite an entrance in Metropolis, defeating even the legacies in their own ground in an auction. 4th stage, magnetic defeating enemies multiple levels above his own, even surviving and winning an encounter against Alaric. Gabriel Vanderbilt jolted upwards, his chair falling behind him. What? He defeated Alaric. He was in the nascent spirit realm even then. The conglomerates were the one most surprised to hear this. After all, they knew more than anyone just how large the difference between the different realms were. Sure, in their current realms in the 9th stage body formation, they had more confidence in defeating a 1st stage nascent spirit cultivator. But even in their wildest of dreams, they would have never thought that they could even stand a chance against a nascent spirit when they were only in the 4th stage, especially against someone as skilled as Alaric, who was renowned even in the upper echelons. That's unbelievable, Gabriel said, slinking back down into his seat. Why haven't we heard about this back in the upper echelons? It's not that well known even here in New Sparta, Cedric said. If I didn't specifically ask for my information network to search for it, they would have never found it. Just then, one of the sycophants in the room interjected. Don't believe the rumors, Sir Gabriel, Sir Cedric. No amount of talent could make up for the difference in realms. But before he could even say anything else, he was suddenly engulfed in a suffocating aura. Cedric stared at him, his eyes looking indifferent. Are you saying my information network was wrong? Oh no, sir, it's just that. Gabriel waved him off. It's real. The mere mention of the name Reborn made those metropolitans' eyes widen, as if they're reliving that same moment when they saw the fight right in front of their eyes. If you can't even see that, then maybe you're not worthy of being part of this cohort. The sycophant was utterly humiliated. unable to find the words to get him out of the hole he dug himself into. Being chastised and upbraided by the conglomerates was a death sentence in these social circles. The other people around him turned away from him as if he had some sort of intractable disease. Mortified, the sycophant could only exit out of the room of his own accord. "I would like to meet this Michael person," Gabriel said to Kyo. "I guess I'll have to wait until he appears here in the competition." Michael turned to him. "He's not. Another Rebornian is going to partake in the competition." Gabriel thought that the reason Kyo was so confident in the Reborn company winning the competition was because their leader would be personally competing in this tournament. Even the Alaric and the other legacies were surprised. If Michael wasn't going to fight, then who? Then they remembered that Michael had subordinates that also joined the auction, the Dragonborns, as they called them. But they were demi-humans. Even if they had mithril artifacts, that still wouldn't be enough to cross the gap between mortals and magnetics. In fact, that was one of the reasons why the Reborn company wasn't as popular as they should be in New Sparta. Their entire strength relied simply on one man, Michael. Without him, the only thing that their company had going for them were their innovative products. They had the fortunes, but not the fangs. Well, we shall see what happens in the archery competition. Looks like the first matchup is currently on their way to the arena. For the first 2 days of the competition, the lower tournament would take place. This meant that the competitors would all be in the 5th stage or lower. And right now, the Gold Blood werewolves were up against the Trescian werewolf tribe. The two chieftains first entered the arena, bowing to each other, before sending in their fighter. Each tribe was only allowed a single archer per game. That player could be substituted in other games, but not during one. The Gold Blood sent out a werewolf archer, while the Trescians sent out a human archer, presumably someone from their alliances. Then a woman walked up into the arena. Michael's eyes widened. He recognized her. It was none other than Claudia Montgomery, Yuna's aunt. "That's your aunt. What's she doing here?" he said, looking at Yuna beside him. Yuna looked at Michael as she stifled a chuckle. "Of course she's here. Do you not know anything?" "My dear friend Kyo, for a historian, you sure truly act clueless most of the time," Jotun said with disappointment. "Each battle in the tournament is going to take place in a sanctum, and the only ones able to do that are the Montgomerys." In Michael's defense, he was completely overwhelmed with a lot of things. The ersatz, the antiques, his cell phones. And since this archery competition was going to be led by Chief Lupin, he simply let the werewolves arrange everything for him. With Shayna there, he knew that he wouldn't have to worry about anything at all. "Just listen to what she's going to say," Yuna said. Below the viewing deck, Claudia Montgomery walked in between the two werewolf chieftains. "Please present your arbiter," she said. And shortly after, both chieftains looked back at their camp and nodded. A few seconds later, a human walked out from both werewolf camps, both bearing the same attire and emblem on their chest as Claudia. In fact, even though they were on the opposite sides of the competition, they had a lot of facial similarities with one another. Are they Montgomerys?" Michael asked. "Yes, they are. It seemed that these two chieftains gained an arbiter from our family," Yuna answered. Claudia gestured to both Montgomerys to come closer. Of course, she knew who they were from the same family after all. "Arbiters, present your sanctums," she said to them. Then the two Montgomerys began to discuss back and forth about some technical jargon that Michael had no idea about. They were talking about venues, geolocations, gravitational fields, and some other weird eclectic terminology. "What are they talking about?" he whispered to Yuna. "They're trying to come to a conclusion about what the sanctum is going to look like." Sanctums were private spaces where individuals or groups could fight against each other in a completely controlled environment. Montgomerys could change the sanctum from a tundra to a desert to even outer space. They were tasked in creating a space that both parties agreed to fight in. That was why they were called arbiters, I see. So both arbiters are trying to get a location that is beneficial to their side. Yuna nodded. "Yep, exactly. Some say that a competent arbiter is the difference between heaven and hell," Jotun said. Michael watched the two arbiters down below, and even though they were talking amicably amongst each other, he couldn't help but feel as if there was some kind of unseen, vocal war that was happening between the two of them. With the way they were proposing and rejecting each other's proposition, it almost looked like they were two lawyers fighting against each other in a court of law. Eventually, though, the two arbiters came to an understanding. They then talked to Claudia about their agreement before they walked back into their camp amongst the werewolves. The sanctum has been decided. The seed will be a mountainous forest with high elevation. The dimensions will be a 2-kilometer radius. She began to list out the exact details, painting a vivid picture to the audience. Their excitement was building. It's a fairly equal environment. Yuna nodded to herself, her incisive eyes and ears already analyzing the sanctum. Michael turned to her. Aren't sanctums supposed to be equal? It's supposed to be, she said. But there are times when one company has an arbiter and the other doesn't. Even though sanctums are a neutral ground, there are some loopholes that companies can take advantage of. For example, let's say that both parties agree to an ice biome sanctum because it wouldn't give any advantage to either party. But if one of those companies has an arbiter, they could recreate the sanctum before the fight and practice their strategies there. Or if a company was unscrupulous, they could secretly add an advantageous cave that their company could hide in. Michael frowned. Won't all features in a sanctum have to be properly discussed with absolutely no secrecy at all? She nodded. Yes, everything has to be told upfront, but if you don't have an arbiter there with you to guide you, you won't know that your opponents are planning something unscrupulous. Montgomerys were like the lawyers of this world. If you go into court without one, then you would basically be feeding yourselves to the dogs. If you sign a contract without a competent lawyer overseeing it, then you may fall victim to a very strict contract without even knowing it. That's why Montgomerys are sought after in every corner of the world, Jatan interjected. Michael stayed silent as he digested this information. Only now did he realize how important arbiters were in sanctum duels. But what about us, he wondered. As far as he knew, Chief Lupin doesn't have any resources to hire an arbiter. You're so clueless sometimes, Yuna said, chuckling to herself. That's what I asked you about last night. You know about me being your arbiter. Michael finally remembered. Don't worry, I already contacted Shayna to let her know that I'll be Reborn's official arbiter. Jatan gasped. Wow, Miss Yuna as your arbiter. Kyo, my friend, you are one lucky man. Yuna lightly elbowed Michael. That's right, she said. You're lucky to have me. She's the most talented arbiter to come in 1,000 years. Jatan, you exaggerate. No, it's true, Miss Yuna, Jatan insisted. Your talents are illustrious, of course, not as much as my dear Aerith, but very, very close. Yuna laughed. Well, I'm honored. Jatan then turned to Michael. I can't believe I'm friends with you, Kyo. You're going to make it big with Miss Yuna here beside you. Some say that she's even more talented than Zir herself. It's only natural that she's going to be the successor of the Montgomery family. Michael looked at Yuna. Well, what can't you do? He asked her. She was a global celebrity, an extremely talented swordsman, and also the best up-and-coming arbiter in the world. He was lucky to have her. But it seemed that she didn't appreciate his words all that much. She glared at him with an indecipherable look. He couldn't see it, but she was wondering if he was being ironic or not. Was he so clueless about himself that he wasn't even aware of his own talents? He was the one who seemed to be able to do anything, with God-given talents the world had never seen before. If there was something that Michael shouldn't feel, then it was jealousy. Look, it's about to start. They all looked down as Claudia raised both of her hands into the air, before curving them downwards to complete a circle. Power emanated out of her body, ability power. Michael stared at Claudia through his drone, trying to discern what level of cultivation she was. But when his filter appeared, and everything turned into either red hot or a cool blue, he was flabbergasted to find nothing but a warm orange in her heart, just like the rest of her body. What am I looking at? At the risk of being discovered, he piloted the drone closer to her, hoping that it would give him clarity. But instead, it only opened up a lot more questions than before. After all, Claudia had no God-forged pieces in her heart. Her hands, which were currently creating the sanctum for the archery battle, was emanating an extremely powerful ability power. Yet that ability power seemed to come out of nowhere at all. It didn't come from her chest or any part of her body. It seemed to just magically manifest upon her request. He couldn't understand what was happening. Turning to Yuna, he asked her, "You can make a sanctum?" Right. Michael's eyes turned to her chest, using his drone to verify his guess. She also had no god forge piece. He was so surprised at this discovery that he was completely oblivious to the reddish blush growing in Yuna's face. "Where are you looking?" she said, turning her body away from her with an embarrassed look. You don't have god forge pieces," he muttered. Slowly, she turned towards him. "Montgomerys don't need one," she said, "but how are you able to create sanctums?" "That's what the training is for. Our family has always been special. We are the only lineage with the ability to tap into ability powers without needing god forge pieces." This confused Michael greatly. This was changing the very paradigm of his belief at the very moment. We're like beast folks in that regard. Just like how a werewolf's power is always related to physical strength, our powers are strictly limited to arbitration as well. In order to increase our powers, we only need to practice our craft just like any other skill. Michael turned back to Claudia down at the arena. At this point, her conjuration of the sanctum was finished. It was now a circular hole in the ground, almost as big as the arena itself, leading down into a completely different space. Just like it was discussed, the sanctum was a mountainous forest area. "Miss Yuna, I heard that this power was given to your ancestors by the ancient humans themselves," Jotun said. "That's right, it's an inheritance that was left to us. For quite a while, our unique powers were looked down upon as something merely as an afterthought. It wasn't until my grandmother asserted her dominance in the world did sanctum duels become ubiquitous. If it weren't for her, our family wouldn't even be mentioned anywhere near the conglomerates." Hearing this, Jotun couldn't help but let his eyes dream and wonder. An inheritance. The Montgomerys were able to leverage their inheritance to become a top power in the world. Could the Thunderfoot do that as well? That's what Jotun hoped. He'd do everything he can, but they won't even get the chance if they don't retrieve that key. While Michael and Jotun were observed with their own thoughts, the archery competition was well on their way. The two competitors deployed down into the sanctum, finding themselves strapped with a target on their chest, back, and 4 limbs. Whoever hit their enemies on all targets would win the duel. Both immediately hid in the bushes, drawing their bows secretly. The gold-blood archer shot first, its arrow arcing through the skies before hitting his opponent's left leg. The opposing archer let loose his own arrow, hitting his target's right shoulder. The whole Colosseum cheered, finding the battle exciting. Even the conglomerates couldn't help but be impressed. Sharp eyes. "With a better bow, the gold-blood archer can go places," Gabriel casually complimented. "Yes, he's clearly the better of the two. I think he'll be able to reach the semi-finals with his skills," Cedric agreed. Meanwhile, Michael wasn't paying much attention to the fight. He was too absorbed with the truth to Montgomery's arbitration powers. Inheritance, just like the red lamp with the Thunderfoot. The second antique, it said something about an inheritance as well. "Find it all, inherit it all," it said. Could they be connected? Could the internet tesseract also in the same vein as the red lamp and the Montgomery's arbitration powers? "Keo, did you hear me?" Gabriel asked. Oh, Michael snapped out of his reverie. "Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was saying that you should start preparing your archer soon. One of these guys could face you in the semi-finals, if you advance there, of course." Michael looked down at the sanctum battle. Were they even using the bow properly? "I have full trust in my friend," he said. Just then a raucous cheering erupted from the crowd. Someone just won. The werewolf archer emerged from the sanctum, only having been hit in both his shoulders. His opponent, on the other hand, was mired with multiple arrows on his body. Claudia walked back up the stadium. Up next, the Brownbloods against the Niveus Pack tribe. Everyone turned to look at the arena. Chief Lupin walked up to the stage, with a familiar face facing him on the other side. "Lupin, I apologize for this, but I can't give you any mercy for this competition. My allies want that promotion, you see," said the Niveus Pack chief. Chief Lupin scoffed. He knew that being competitive was part of the celebrations, but did he have to be so obnoxious about it? He wanted to get mad, but then remembered who he was sending. Smiling, he turned back and gestured for Shayna to approach. "I should say that to you," Chief Lupin said to his opponent before leaving the stage. Finally, both archers stood face to face against each other. And instead of tumultuous cheering and excited shouts, the audience in the Colosseum turned uncharacteristically quiet. They mumbled in a confused mess. Is she a demi-human? No, there's no way they're sending a demi-human in this competition. Nobody could believe it. The conglomerates, the beastfolk leaders, and everyone else watching the arena could only wonder why the brown-blood tribe sent out a demi-human. Did they want to lose on purpose? Kyo, are you sure that your company sent out the right person? She's a demi-human. They turned to look at Michael, who simply shrugged in response. So, Gabriel, Cedric, and all the conglomerates looked at him, confused at his indifference. Neytiri furtively glanced at Yuna, trying to see if she knew what was happening, but Yuna simply winked at her with a mysterious smile on her face. Only Michael and Yuna believed that this was the right choice. Claudia looked at the two fighters, before looking up at the stadium, her eyes resting on Yuna and the lion-masked youth next to her. Both fighters are ready, please send out your arbiters. The Niveus pack stayed still. They had an arbiter but chose not to use it. They didn't think they needed to a clear belittlement of the Brownbloods. They choose to abstain their right to an arbiter, Brownbloods. Back at the viewing room, Gabriel and the other conglomerates looked at Yuna. She was clearly an ally of Reborn and by association, the Brownbloods. They even heard her saying that she'd be their arbiter. But instead, Yuna shook her head. It's all right, she doesn't need my help. Her words confused everyone even more. Their company was clearly at a disadvantage after only sending out a demi-human. Why would they not use an arbiter to equal it out? Miss Yuna Kyo, what are you both doing? Jotun asked hurriedly. The Niveus pack are pretty good at. Michael forcibly shut him up. Just look, he said. With both competitors abstaining from using an arbiter, the sanctum will be made in a completely random seed, Claudia announced. Within a second, she created a separate space containing a relatively flat plain, with many rock outcroppings popping out here and there with various heights. Facing the sanctum, Shayna readied herself. Though to others, she didn't look ready. She didn't even have her weapon ready. I suggest you ready a medic, said her opponent. She smiled back at him. We wouldn't want you to accidentally die, would we? Without waiting for a response, Shayna jumped into the sanctum, angering her opponent as he jumped after her. Now, with both participants in the sanctum, the battle commenced. Still incensed, the Niveus archer immediately manifested his diva, showing a mighty eagle with floating feathers around him. Drawing his bow, he released his shot into the open sky. Ability power emanated out of his chest, empowering the arrow. Meanwhile, Shayna found purchase in a tall outcropping overlooking the entire battlefield. A good vantage point, but a bad spot. The arrows found their target immediately. Hundreds of eagle feathers manifested in the air alongside the arrow, each becoming as fast as the eagle itself. It dove down towards Shayna, its speed almost breaking the speed barrier. Despite the perilous situation, Shayna simply took a deep breath and retrieved her bow from her shadow. She looked down at the battlefield, her eyes focusing on her opponent. And for a second, the Niveus archer felt a chill on his back. Something's looking at him from all sides. But it didn't matter. His arrows were about to hit its target. The demi-human had no chance to escape. This was what others thought as well. The audience disappointedly sighed, some already collecting the bets they placed. The Brownbloods were never the favorites, they were dead last. But just then, something impossible happened. Shayna drew her bow and fired. At that very moment, a small white dragon manifested above her head. It shouted a muted screech before disappearing into mist. Gabriel, Cedric, and the other conglomerates immediately jumped out of their seats, startled by what they seemed to see. Then, the Niveus archer's arrow finally reached their destination. They rained down on Shayna. She didn't give it heed. She didn't turn to look at it before moving her head slightly, letting the arrow fly past her. Out of the hundreds of arrows, none hit her. And before the Niveus archer could even wonder how that was even possible, he felt a stinging pain in his body. Multiple ones. He looked down. Arrows pierced his shoulders, his torso, his back, and his thighs. They were lodged perfectly in the center. Bullseye. His knees gave in, dropping into the ground, before the sanctum pulled him out of the space, transporting him back into the arena. He looked down into the ground. Confusion written on his face. He lost just like that. Even his tribe couldn't understand what happened. They stood there, gawking at their unexpected loss. How did he get hit? They didn't even see an arrow. In fact, most of the audience had no idea what truly transpired. Just when they thought the demi-human would lose, the exact opposite happened. She emerged untouched, while the clear favorite returned with arrows lodged in his body. But the more perceptive ones, the ones who were stronger, they knew what happened. Gabriel, Cedric, and the conglomerates had their jaws on the ground, shocked and shaken to the core. It was just a brief moment. A world-breaking moment. But at the moment that the demi-human released her grip on the arrow, a diva seemed to form above her head, taking the shape of what seemed to be a white juvenile dragon. Was it real? Gabriel and the others didn't know. They weren't exactly paying attention when the exact moment happened. They were only alerted by the sudden, but subtle explosion of ability power coming from the demi-human. The fact was clear. Shayna won against her opponent. "Are my eyes deceiving me?" Gabriel muttered, his eyes still focused on Shayna. "It's not." "I saw it too," Cedric said, his eyes furrowed. The diva that they saw was undeniable. However, they were still having a lot of trouble reconciling what they saw versus what was possible. Did a demi-human really become a magnetic? The alternative was just as bad. If she wasn't a magnetic, then it would mean that a mortal was able to defeat a magnetic. They didn't know which one was worse. Now, if Shayna had simply used ability power like that of beast folks, then one may even mistake her for a draconian. But no, the manifestation of her power came exactly from the diva that briefly appeared above her head. Just like that of humans. "This is impossible," Neytiri muttered. "A demi-human can never be a magnetic. Their hearts can't take it. We have a whole war that proves that." At this very moment, the whole Colosseum was embroiled in furious discussions. They didn't know what happened, and those that offered explanations were either chastised or disproven. Did they cheat? How did that archer lose? "She didn't. I didn't know how she did that, but she didn't cheat." Then how do you explain a demi-human beating a magnetic? No explanation could explain Shayna's victory. "What happened?" one of the werewolf chieftains muttered. "A demi-human wielding the powers of humans. Impossible. No kind of magic can explain that. Has someone discovered how to finally turn a demi-human into a magnetic?" asked one of the wizards from the Guild of Arcana. "A bow, that's not normal. A mithril artifact. Better designed than any bow we have in the world. It would even give her a run for her money," said one of the knights from the order. "Yuna, your boyfriend truly is one of a kind," Claudia muttered under her breath in disbelief. She saw it more clearly than anyone else. But even she had to double-check her eyes. It happened so fast that only a few people were able to see it happen in real time and actually comprehend what they were seeing. And it just so happened that those people were the leaders of companies, organizations, and tribes. News of this would quickly spread everywhere. Meanwhile, Chief Lupin had a smug look on his face as he welcomed Shayna back from her triumphant victory. "Well done, Miss Shayna." "For Reborn," she replied with a smile. The werewolf chief nodded excitedly. "Yes, for Reborn." Then he shot a look at his opposing chieftain. The Niveus pack was still frozen in shock, unable to accept their brisk defeat. "Haha, serves you right." Meanwhile, Neytiri couldn't handle her curiosity and immediately turned to Yuna. Yuna teasingly shrugged. "That's one of Michael's closest allies, Shayna." "I don't mean that. I mean, how does she have a diva?" "I don't know. Last I saw her, she didn't have that kind of power. But that's just Michael. He's always finding ways to make the impossible possible." Neytiri stared at her. "Really, Michael did that?" "Yup." "He's special," Yuna said, her feet furtively nudging Michael beside her. After hearing those compliments, Michael couldn't help but awkwardly rub his hair. Meanwhile, this revelation sent a myriad of reactions from the conglomerates and everybody else in the room. It seemed that the rumors about him were all but exaggerated. In fact, it may even be lacking. The fact that he was able to find a way to turn one of his demi-human companions into a magnetic meant that he was able to accomplish something no one in history has ever done before. His reputation within this social circle deepened. The mystery behind him grew ever more tenebrous. Everybody was curious. Of course, they didn't know that he was only a few feet away from them. Soon, the archery competition continued. By the end, half of the tribes were eliminated, and half went on to the next round. And surprisingly, the second favorite tribe ended up drawing the short straw and fought against the conglomerates. The result went as expected. The Thalassic tribe were eliminated in the first round. Eventually, the second round commenced, and the brown-blood werewolves found their next opponent. They were regarded as the strongest werewolf tribe in all the lands, faster, smarter, and wiser than the rest. Against the fanged moon, the brownbloods won't be lucky a second time. Surely, they won't be fighting against someone who is caught off guard. The fanged moon will be ready for any shenanigans they try. I lost my bets last time, so I'll double down on this to earn it back. While the clueless spectators were already deciding on the outcome of this fight, the more perceptive people instead turned to observe Shayna with a lot more scrutiny. Did they really see a diva? Or was it all an illusion? This fight would decide it. Claudia invited both archers to the stage, with Shayna facing off against a female werewolf. Arbiters to the stage. Yuna got out of her seat and stretched. "Looks like it's my time," she said, before jumping down the ledge of the viewing deck, falling down tens of meters in height and landing squarely on the stage. "Hello, Miss Yuna. I'll be relying on your help." The appearance of the famous granddaughter of Zir Montgomery sent another wave of shock throughout the Colosseum. Yuna Montgomery. She's allied with the Brownbloods. No, it looks like she's friends with that demi-human. Is she allied with the Reborn company? How did they land her? Last I heard, she was being primed to be the Montgomery family's successor. Yuna's appearance certainly solidified something in everyone's eyes. Reborn wasn't as simple as they thought. The werewolf chiefs that were disregarding the Brownbloods' choice of allies were quickly being proven wrong. If it led to them being arbitrated by Zir's prized granddaughter, then it may have been the greatest decision Chief Lupin could have made. "Discuss your sanctum," Claudia instructed the two arbiters. Yuna and her very distant cousin faced each other before they began to speak technical jargon that 99% of people couldn't understand. Yuna's words were fast, acerbic. Her opponent was hurried as he tried to catch up to her. When he tried to insert a slight advantage for his archer in the contract, Yuna immediately shot it down and replied with her own attack. And even though they were merely exchanging words, the opposing arbiter felt as if he had just ran a marathon. He was exhausted, sweat pouring from his forehead. "I concede to your propositions," the arbiter said begrudgingly. He could only look back at the fanged moon camp and shake his head in disappointment. He'd been instructed to make the sanctum as favorable to them as possible, making sure the demi-human couldn't repeat that miracle from before. The fanged moon spent a lot of money to hire him, as he specialized in those kinds of lawyering maneuvers. Yet, against the famed Yuna, he couldn't even get a single win against her. In the end, the sanctum they chose was a simple arena, with hay bales constructed as walls and ramparts. Yuna then turned to Shayna. "I did as you asked, a simple sanctum." "Thank you, Miss Yuna, that place will do nicely. You know, I could have made the sanctum a lot more favorable to you." Shayna shook her head. "There's no need to, Miss Shayna. This archery competition is my chance to show the world how beautiful our company is. I don't want to give them any excuses." Yuna nodded. "All right, good luck." And with that, the battle commenced. Both fighters jumped into the sanctum, finding themselves enclosed into an arena as big as the one in the Colosseum. The werewolf archer didn't waste any time. She vaulted over the hay bales and rushed towards Shayna. She wasn't going to make the same mistake as her opponent the last time. A growl escaped from her mouth, her muscles bulged, fur grew out of her skin. Halfway towards Shayna, her opponent turned into a full werewolf. As a female, her form was much smaller, more slender than males. She was weaker than them. Her speed, agility, and finesse made up for that. She lunged towards Shayna. She wasn't going to use her bow. She was going to bite her with it. Above the battlefield, Gabriel and the other conglomerates watched with a careful eye. "A werewolf with a power equivalent to a third-stage magnetic," Gabriel muttered. "This isn't going to be easy." His opinions mirrored that of the other people interested in seeing another miracle happen before their very eyes. In fact, the only way for the demi-human to survive against this first assault is if she had an ability power of her own. Just as they were thinking that, the werewolf charged through a hay bale, sending flakes flying everywhere. It obscured the whole battlefield, the whole giant body of the werewolf seemingly disappearing in the meanwhile. She could appear from anywhere. Shayna held the darkwood in her bow taut, keeping her aim steady forwards. Then she whipped her bow to the left, releasing an ability-powered arrow flying through the cascading flakes of bale. Suddenly, a werewolf's hand swiped the arrow away, sending it ricocheting to the ground. The werewolf frowned, unable to understand how she was seen. Just as she was trying to figure that out, another arrow homed in on her body, forcing her to back away. "Grrr. You were lucky," the werewolf growled. "This time, I shall let you see the powers endowed by the moon." With all four of her limbs squarely on the ground, the werewolf arched her back like a stretching cat. And in that moment, ability power coursed through her muscular system. The ground cracked underneath her paws. Power began to gather in her body, her potential energy growing with each second like stretched rubber. And it was at that moment that Shayna and everyone else realized why the werewolf was put into this competition, despite not using any bows. Just then, the stretching werewolf suddenly disappeared from everyone's eyes. A shockwave followed behind soon after, sending more hay flakes into the air. The werewolf's body turned into the arrow itself, her sharp nails acting as the tip. With ability power coursing through the werewolf's body, her speed exceeds that of reality. It ascended into something more. The werewolf zipped through the entire sanctum, slicing everything in its path. It followed a non-geometrical trail, disregarding the change in momentum needed for the multiple quick change in directions she performed in the span of few seconds. More hay bales exploded into flakes. The intended walls and maze structures were destroyed, turning the whole sanctum into a flat plain. Shayna remained in the middle, unprotected, with nowhere to hide. The werewolf turned for the final time, now its trajectory aimed at the clueless demi-human. Her figure blurred, turning invisible as the wind itself, the flaking hay obscuring her from any point of view. But at that same moment, Shayna raised her bow once again, drawing another arrow. The werewolf frowned. Was she seen? No, impossible. She continued her frontal assault, making a detour just to be safe. She reappeared on the other side, her frontal paws now targeting Shayna's back. Her body spinning, the werewolf shot towards Shayna. Shayna's drawstring grew taut. Small golden lights appeared above her head, revolving, as it formed the image of a juvenile white dragon. It opened its maws, screaming. Then it whipped its head towards the spinning werewolf. The werewolf felt her heart get shaken. It was unnerving. That juvenile dragon felt larger than it was, like an omniscient being watching down from above. But her attack couldn't be stopped now. She committed even further as she spiraled towards Shayna. Her physical body reappeared into reality. Her claws just mere inches away from Shayna's back. Just then, the werewolf felt a stinging pain on her side. An unknown force had struck her, its momentum seemingly enough to throw her off her course. The werewolf's limbs missed Shayna by just a few inches. She crashed, skidding multiple meters across the ground and creating a trench almost a meter deep. She tumbled into the arena's wall with a thud, hay flakes landing on her fur. Aching, confused, and bleeding, the werewolf awkwardly got to her feet and looked around warily. Her fur was spiked like a spooked cat. It didn't know what happened. How could she have missed? Then that stinging pain appeared again. An arrow had pierced through her left shoulder, straight into the bullseye. She looked back at the white demi-human. Shayna remained standing in her place, the compound bow at the end of its rotation after seemingly having shot an arrow. The werewolf didn't even see her shoot the arrow. Perhaps during the heat of the moment, she did hear a slight twang of a string as it released an arrow. But Shayna was aiming at nothing but the air. The werewolf was behind her. There was no way that the arrow could have hit her. Disgruntled, injured, and embarrassed, the werewolf shivered, brushing off her nerves. That was just lucky. A werewolf's physical strength could never lose. This time she was going to see how she did that. The werewolf arched her back again, building up the power in her limbs before she shot off back into the air. As she blurred into the air, zigzagging to obscure her trail, the werewolf kept her eyes on Shayna. She observed the moment the demi-human reloaded an arrow into her bow and drew its string taut. She could see every one of her moves in crystal-clear clarity. Then the white dragon whipped its head towards her. Its eyes were playful and blithe, yet it sent shivers down the werewolf's spine. The demi-human released her arrow. It was unremarkable, nothing special. A simple wooden projectile, fast speed but nothing she couldn't handle. And most of all, its trajectory missed her by a good mile. There was no way it was going to hit her. But a few milliseconds after its release, the arrow disappeared. Then she felt a piercing pain, throwing her off her kilter. She crashed into the ground, limping, as the arrow seemed to have found its way to her leg. The whole Colosseum was drowned in complete silence. Gasps and shocked breaths broke the stillness here and there. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. The fanged moon werewolf, the one famed for their absolute physical strength, was now limping with 2 arrows lodged in their body. The second most favorite tribe losing against the conglomerates was sudden, but not unexpected. But this was a complete upset. In the recent history of the lunar celebrations, the fanged moon had never placed lower than 3rd place. They excelled in every category, so much so that many thought that the format for the lunar celebrations were only made so that the fanged moon could showcase their versatile talents. Now they looked like they were on the verge of exiting the tournament only in the 2nd round. But even this unexpected development was not as mind-breaking as the one seen above Shayna's head. A juvenile white dragon, a diva. Now it was no longer a wisp of an image that disappeared within moments of its appearance. It displayed all of its valor and brilliance for all to see. The white scales on the dragon seemed to be enough to blind people staring at it for too long. A diva on a demi-human. How is that possible? Are we sure she isn't a human or a beast folk? But no matter how much they tried to deny it, the fact was displayed right in front of them. To doubt it is to doubt their own eyes. Meanwhile, to the other conglomerates, this only confirmed their previous guesses. She truly was the first verified case of a demi-human awakening a diva. Her existence alone was destroying previous known paradigms about magnetics. She not only proved demi-human magnetics were possible, but could go toe-to-toe against beast folks of the same level. The werewolf was in the 3rd stage, and from what Gabriel and the others saw, it looked like Shayna was in the same realm of cultivation. What's impressive was that Shayna proved herself dominant, even against those already considered as geniuses. Back in the sanctum, the werewolf ignored the injuries in its limbs and continued to attack Shayna. But it proved futile. With each draw of her bow, Shayna calmly shot an arrow and hit her target with a 100% accuracy. The werewolf zipped through the sanctum at the fastest speeds she could muster, taking routes completely randomly. Yet the arrows seemed to find her body without any problem. One second they were flying straight in the air, and in the next, it magically lodged itself in the werewolf's body. 1, 2, 3, 4. With 4 more arrows, Shayna quickly made work of her opponent and hit all her targets. Efficient and deadly accurate. The werewolf stumbled forwards as the sanctum pulled her out of the space and back into the Colosseum stage. Winner the Brownblood tribe, Claudia announced. It was only after those words were uttered did the crowd finally erupt in raucous cheering. They were celebrating this momentous occasion. When else would they witness a demi-human magnetic beating a beast folk with such ease and composure? Shayna didn't even take a step away from her original position. She simply drew her bow, shot her arrows, and won. Simple. But of course, the more perceptive spectators knew that it was anything but simple. Everyone knew that aiming was the hardest part about shooting a bow, especially against a werewolf whose speed exceeded that of an arrow twice over. But Shayna's ability power seemed to completely ignore that fact and skip that entirely. What a terrifying power, Gabriel said, slinking back into his chair. Truly a dark horse if I've ever seen one, Cedric agreed. It seemed that Kyo's prediction of the Brownbloods winning the whole thing wasn't an exaggeration at all. Shayna proved herself competent enough to be in the running for the top spot. I knew Shayna was strong, but that's just on a whole other level, Yuna muttered. Of course, Michael wasn't surprised. Shayna's ability power allowed her to hit anything she sets her sights onto. The fight was over from the beginning. Once the fight was over, the other tribes went on to battle it out to the next round. But as expected, nothing was quite as exciting or surprising as Shayna's fight. Even when the conglomerate's representatives asserted their dominance, people were still stuck to discussing what they saw during the previous fight. In their defense, seeing a demi-human wield a diva was pretty unforgettable. It made such an impression on everybody that there were lots of people now trying to introduce themselves to Shayna. The Greenstone Patriarch wishes for your presence. We would be delighted to have you over for dinner and discuss some business. Please take this quiver containing 100 diamond-tipped arrows. Think of it as an advance for a potential alliance with our company and your esteemed presence. In fact, even the other werewolf tribes were trying to recruit Shayna over to their side. Grrrr, get out of here. Chief Lupin shooed them away immediately. The gall, they were making fun of him only this morning, and now when they finally realized Shayna's worth, they came crawling over towards them. But that was just how amazing Shayna was. Even the Order of the Heavenly Knights came over and asked for Shayna's presence. Salute, I hail from the way of the shooter. We would like to formally invite you to become part of the Order, said the knight, kneeling. And after seeing an official edict scroll, even Chief Lupin felt awkward shooing them away. I have no interest, thank you. Shayna said it nicely but decisively. She quickly turned away, flustering the knight. I came with an invitation from a heavenly knight herself. You are assured mentorship and guidance in the way of the shooter, the knight said hurriedly. And this time, Chief Lupin couldn't hold his surprise. A personal mentorship from a heavenly knight. No thanks, Shayna replied with a smile on her face. Chief Lupin was flabbergasted. Did she know she was turning down an offer of a lifetime? Meanwhile, back in the viewing deck, even Keo wasn't immune to being swarmed with requests. The conglomerates all wished to converse with Shayna. Of course, they weren't so bold as to ask her to leave Reborn and be with them instead. However, they did say that they really wanted to meet with Shayna, if not for creating a favorable connection with her, then simply to talk about how her powers came to be. Michael could easily fulfill their requests, of course, but there was no incentive for him to do so. So he just went under the guise of Keo, not being influential enough in the Reborn company, as an excuse to decline them. Miss Shayna is busy with her preparations for the tournament, and I don't want to disturb her. Maybe I'll relay your requests after. The conglomerates back off immediately. I see, I'll be looking forward to meeting with the Reborn company after this tournament, Gabriel said. Sure, but I think that you'll be waiting in a long line. They don't really differentiate between conglomerates and other companies, you know. Gabriel and the other four next to him awkwardly squirmed in their seats. Is that so? Well, what should we do to distinguish ourselves amongst the others? Gabriel asked. Well, a tribute or a gift wouldn't hurt. Michael suggested nonchalantly. If it weren't for his mask, people would have seen the sly look on his face. What kind of tribute? Would rare artifacts or opulent treasures be enough? Michael considered it for a second before shaking his head. You know what? I think it would be better if you give them something more practical. Sand dollars could be good. He didn't know if this obvious way of suggestion would work on these guys, but thankfully, they were blissfully ignorant about money like all Nepo babies were. I see, Gabriel said. Then I shall keep that in mind. Cedric then whispered to Gabriel, how much are you planning to give? 500,000, Gabriel answered. What was that? Are you planning on giving more so that they would give you priority, you sly dog? Now I'm planning to give 600,000. Michael watched on with an amused expression on his face. After all, it wasn't just the conglomerates who were falling for his scheme. The other companies eavesdropping on Gabriel's conversation also ended up thinking about offering sand dollar gifts to Reborn in the hopes of getting an audience with Shayna. This tournament ended up being more profitable than he thought. As the bright sun traveled across the skies and hid into the horizon, the first day of the archery tournament soon wound down to a close. The first 2 rounds were done. Out of the 16 teams that competed, only 4 were left in contention. 2 of those teams were from the conglomerates, one hailing from the Hephaestus Company and the other from the Goldstone Company. Meanwhile, the other 2 werewolf tribes that remained were also names that were completely unexpected. One was, of course, the Brownblood tribe. They came out of nowhere, destroying everyone's predictions, and came out on top despite the odds stacked against them. The other was the Eftel tribe, who by pure luck of the draw ended up facing opponents who were quite easy compared to the others. They didn't have to face the tournament favorites, thanks to a certain demi-human dark horse or white horse, rather, nor did they have to face the 2 conglomerate representatives. And it seemed that their luck wouldn't end there. As the night came, the leader of the 4 teams gathered and discussed the bracket for tomorrow's last 2 battles. And even with Chief Lupin praying to the moon above he ended up with the worst-case scenario. The rounds are decided, said Claudia. The Brownbloods are going to be facing the Hephaestus Company. Chief Lupin almost fell to his knees. How could this happen? He hoped that their team would get to fight against the Eftel tribe and let the two conglomerate representatives fight against each other. But in the end, they were the ones who drew the short straw. It was clear from the start of the tournament alone that the incisive archer from the Hephaestus clan was the strongest competitor by a long shot. First of all, he was in the 5th stage of body formation. And second of all, there was nothing lacking in his arsenal. He had the skill, the beautifully crafted weapon, and the resources to triumph against all of his opponents here. Chief Lupin knew that Shayna was strong, but fighting against someone 2 stages higher was a near Herculean task, especially against someone from a conglomerate, no less. This is stressful, Chief Lupin muttered to himself. Compared to the worrisome expression on his face, the Rebornians didn't seem to mind the competition at all. They remained as unbothered as they were before. As the tournament came to a close, and as people began to leave the Colosseum, a small gathering of elite leaders and owners reunited in an undisclosed location. The people invited to this assembly were the big-shot beastfolk leaders like the tribe chieftains, the royal blood vampires, the mermen, etc. In short, these were the people who were in the soiree last night, the soiree meant for the older folks. But this time, even Gabriel and the other conglomerates were invited to take part in the meeting. One of the werewolf chieftains quaffed a glass of alcohol. "What are we here for? Thunderfoot Patriarch, I hope this is important." In front of this gathering stood a short and stout man, thick bushy beard, and muscles that seemed to burst out of his clothes. He was the Thunderfoot Patriarch, Jotun's father. "I'm here for a simple request," he said. "Is it because of the robbery?" Cedric interjected. Despite the rudeness of the question, the Thunderfoot Patriarch humbly nodded. "I knew it wouldn't escape your ears. Yes, it is about the travesty that occurred on our grounds. I need all of your help in retrieving it. Desperate times calls for desperate measures." The Thunderfoot Patriarch ended up asking everybody for help regarding the stolen key. Of course, he didn't tell them the significance of this object, only that it was very important to them since it was a family inheritance. He also neglected to tell them it was an inheritance from the ancient humans. Because of that, many were quite disgruntled that he had to gather all of them for such a mundane request. "Are you kidding me? After losing in the tournament, I thought I would wallow in my sorrows and booze by now. No offense, but this sounds more like a you problem. Is that all? I shall return to our camps then." The Thunderfoot Patriarch coughed. "I am willing to offer God forged pieces as a reward. I would appreciate any kind of information that would lead to the retrieval of our prized possession." As expected, this brought all the attention back to him. Who wouldn't want God forged pieces? Everyone was familiar with the Thunderfoot business. They were famous for having tons of God forged pieces to sell. Coming from them, this reward didn't sound bogus. Of course, a lot of these companies and groups didn't specialize in espionage or detective work. They did say that they would help in any way that they can. But they couldn't promise anything. The Thunderfoot Patriarch knew that. He wasn't trying to get everybody on board. Only the ones who were known for their espionage. "Thunderfoot Patriarch, my name is Cedric Goldstone. It would have been nicer to meet under different circumstances, but it seems that you desperately need help." The Thunderfoot Patriarch smiled, taking the young man's handshake with both hands. "Pleasure to meet you, my boy, Bjorn Thunderfoot. I knew you would be interested in this mission. If there was anyone who could help me, then it would be a conglomerate's information network." Cedric awkwardly laughed. "My capabilities are not that good yet, I'm afraid, but I am pretty confident in finding out who's responsible for the robbery." "That would be great, Cedric Goldstone. I will be looking forward to whatever you find out." The hours passed by, and deep in the night, a small group of shadows flitted around the cyclopean architecture of New Sparta. They glided seamlessly through the cracks, moving undetected despite numerous people walking through the thoroughfare between the quadrants. These people were a group of 5, all bearing the same formal black and white attire that would have been perfect for a fancy event. Sewn onto their chest was the crest of the Goldstone conglomerate. They stopped their journey atop one of the walkways on a rampart, looking down at a specific crack on the battlements. One of the men kneeled to the crack and sniffed it. This was where the trail led to. This was where the thieves ran off with the key. Their leader, the man who appeared in the viewing deck and whispered to Cedric, slowly reached for the crack. Ability power emanated from the man, a power nearly reaching the top of the body formation. Realm. His presence vanished even more as his hand extended forwards. But suddenly, electricity rumbled from the crack, almost zapping the man's fingertips. He quickly withdrew, the four others behind him taking defensive positions. Seeing such a volatile reaction, the man took a deep breath and shook his head. Retreat, he muttered to the men behind him. This crack was a lot more impenetrable than they thought. The only way to get inside was to brute force their way in, which would quickly alert the thieves inside. Sneaking inside almost seemed impossible as well. The defenses set up inside were made by someone above that of a body formation realm. Cultivator. Any entity that entered would quickly alert those inside of an infiltrator. In short, Cedric's information network failed, but it wasn't for a lack of skills. There was a reason why this crack hadn't been found by anybody else after all this time, especially in a place that was teeming with extremely powerful people. Whoever created this crack made sure to make it as impossible to get into as possible. "I apologize, Sir Bjorn," Cedric said, after relaying what his information network gathered. The Thunderfoot Patriarch paced back and forth, nervously biting his nails. If what they said was true, then this meant that they were facing an organization with a lot more bite than he initially thought. They even had their own pocket dimension in the middle of New Sparta. How bold. The fact that they could do that meant that they were an organization that the Thunderfoot Company simply couldn't contend against. "Thank you, young Cedric. What you gave me is still valuable information. At least now I know where to look." Bjorn gestured for someone to come forwards, and half a second later, Jasper came walking towards them. "Please reward our young friend over here some God-forged pieces for his trouble," he said to the Thunderfoot butler. "There's no need to, Bjorn. We failed," Cedric refused. "No, I insist. You must take it or else consider yourself rude." In the end, Jasper awarded Cedric 100 kilograms of God-forged pieces for his help. Soon, the only ones left in the room was Bjorn and his butler. "That was too much, Patriarch." "It's okay. It's a gesture of appreciation and an investment. It's never bad to acquaint yourself with a conglomerate," Bjorn replied. "Besides, you think they don't consider that a paltry amount." Jasper remained silent. He always forgot how obscenely rich conglomerates were. "Anyway, how are our reserves looking?" "Someone recently bought 700 kilograms of God-forged pieces, Patriarch." "What?" Bjorn's eyes almost bulged out of his socket. "Now that's too much. Who did you sell that many God-forged pieces to? We need to keep our reserves last till we get back that key, you know." Jasper pursed his lips. It was a friend of the young master's. "A fellow named Kyo. Even if he's Jotun's friend, you should. He's from the Reborn company." Bjorn's jaws almost dropped to the ground. "Reborn? You mean the Reborn company with that magnetic demi-human?" Jasper nodded. "You mean to tell me that my only son is friends with someone from the Reborn company who, despite their current rise to fame, rejects anyone who tries to make contact with them?" Bjorn emphatically raised his fist. "Yosha," he screamed out, startling the butler. "You sold them 700 kilograms of God-forged pieces. Only 700. Come on, Jasper. I taught you better than that. You couldn't have given them a bit more freebies to go with their purchase." This caught the Thunderfoot butler off guard. Bjorn was usually a miser when it came to God. Forged pieces, always wanting to give out less with each transaction. Now he was talking about freebies. "Call Jotun immediately. I want to let him know the importance of friendship, specifically his friendship with the venerable Kyo from Reborn." The next day, early in the morning, thousands of people were already lining up to enter the Colosseum. The excitement from yesterday hadn't passed and only grew stronger as conversations seminated amongst the people. The word magnetic demi-human was the hot topic for most of them. Those that didn't get to see it themselves touted it as nothing but a lie, but were quickly challenged to see it for themselves. Hence the longer lines for the Colosseum in order to get a better seat. The werewolves in charge of the lunar celebrations quickly had to dispatch more people to contain all the chaos and energy from the spectators. In fact, it seemed that everyone was a lot more lively during the second day. The Brownbloods certainly felt the change. They were currently being bombarded with all sorts of letters and propositions. Of course, Chief Lupin knew that they weren't for the Brownbloods, but their ally instead. The Reborn company didn't have much of a presence herein. New Sparta. Aside from a small tent on the outskirts of the New Sparta walls, there was no other establishment that people could go to satisfy their curiosity about them. That was why Cassell and the rest of the Rebornians were currently experiencing a hectic couple of hours in the morning. They were currently trying to build a bigger camp for the Reborn company, which was quite laborious given all the procedures and paperworks that they had to go through. In contrast to the frantic atmosphere in the Reborn company, Michael found himself waking up with a good mood. "What a nice morning," he said. "You have logged into the Emporium for 4 consecutive days." Yesterday, before he went to sleep, he received his 3rd log in reward, which was a nice but disappointing 5% discount. He actually thought that the system would give him increasingly more impactful rewards as the log-in streak continued, but yesterday's gift disproved that. It was one of the lowest tiers of rewards he could get. So now he was hopeful that the system would give him something a little bit more useful. "Congratulations. You have received an instant drone completion ticket." Michael ignored the visual confetti and lighting, focusing instead on the actual ticket itself. This ticket allows you to instantaneously build a batch of drones that you have ordered. His eyes widened. This was an extremely useful piece of reward. Many drones usually needed about a day or 2 to finish completion. This didn't seem all that bad, but this meant that he couldn't buy mini drones and use them in an emergency situation. He'd have to buy it the day before. But with this ticket, he could easily purchase 100 mini drones and have them appear in front of him within seconds. This was an absolute game changer. And if that wasn't enough to lift him up from yesterday's disappointing log in reward, ChatJK5 gave him a notification that he'd been waiting for what seemed like weeks. "Your products are ready for delivery. Please pick them up at your earliest convenience." Like a kid on Christmas morning, Michael got up from his bed and brought out his drone. The metal artifact hovered in the air in front of him. Suddenly, it released a burst of steam as it released pressure from the inside. A rectangular opening appeared under its frame, before 2 objects dropped out of it right towards Michael's hands. One was a gun and the other was a talisman. Even though he was 99% sure that ChatJK5 wasn't scamming him, he was still a little bit doubtful that he would get his delivery. But with the gun in his hand, he was able to verify it as real. He could feel unity emanating out of the revolver. Specifically, he felt it from the 6 bullets lodged in its cylinder. It was tangible, dense. It was unlike anything he had ever produced before. Compared to these bullets, his Unity saber and his Unity gun was like a child's toy. He could tell that those bullets really packed a punch, enough to kill even a nascent spirit cultivator. He never understood the appeal of guns back in his previous life, but now it felt awesome holding it in his hands. And in his excitement, he almost wanted to pull the trigger to test it out. Of course, he wasn't that wasteful. Next, he looked at the talisman in his left hand. It was made out of wood, with the symbol of the Yggdrasil tree burned and etched onto its surface. Upon a cursory glance, it looked quite simple, nothing more than a quaint piece of jewelry. But that was because it was meant not to look conspicuous. It held all of its ability power contained inside the talisman itself, so that when an attack came, it could release a defensive power to completely negate the damage. A power from a 3rd-stage nascent spirit cultivator, to be exact. He quickly made a simple holster in his belt, hidden underneath his outer garment. Then he tied the talisman into a necklace, hiding it beneath as well. Now he was fully armed and ready. With these 2 items, Michael was in a paradoxical situation where he wanted to test it out and not want to test it out. He wanted to see its capability, but didn't want to be forced to use it. And just at that moment, he felt movement in the ground as a friendly shadow came to visit him in his room. 2 figures emerged. Naruto and Sasuke kneeled in front of him, showing him even more deference than before. They were still grateful for the gift he bequeathed onto them the other day. But Michael didn't really consider it a gift. They were fully fledged Rebornians, ones who have an extremely important job to keep the balance of the Reborn company during their expansion. It was only natural that he gave them God-forged pieces. If they got stronger, then the entirety of the nation of Reborn would benefit from it. Case in point, he could already feel a difference in the 2 orc chieftains' entrances. Before, their presence was subtle, but still emanated dark mana wherever they went. That was how their shadow spells worked. With his supreme talent, this aberration in the surrounding mana would quickly alert him of their presence. But now, that aberration was basically non-existent. In layman's terms, he couldn't feel the ripple in the water as they submerged themselves under it. Of course, with his drone vision and his vastly stronger cultivation, he could still feel their presence even from a mile away. However, the fact that they were already so, non-existent even when they were only in the first stage of the body formation realm, bode well for their future. Lord Michael, Bututu, we come to you to report. Naruto banged on his own chest, the sound itself creating small spikes in ability power. Ratata. As you have instructed, we have made it our mission to track down the thieves who stole the Thunderfoot key. Sasuke said, the quills behind him rattling with excitement. Michael was very glad to hear this. Looks like you're making good use of your new powers. What did you find? Naruto's shadow separated from his feet, before it began to morph and change into the surprisingly high-definition 3D image of a masked individual. We have verified the perpetrators to be coming from one organization bearing this attire. Michael rubbed his chin. As expected, the ersatz is in charge of this. We have made some rudimentary progress in tracking these individuals, and we suspect that they are being led by a person who is a high-ranking body formation cultivator who goes by the name Platinum Leader. This surprised Michael. You were able to track a Platinum Leader. With the difference in cultivation, that seemed impossible. No, Lord Michael, we dare not get close to a person of that caliber. They have a lot of securities in place to make sure that they would not get tracked down, Naruto said. But there is no security that is infallible. They are only as strong as their weakest link. We only needed to wait for one of them to make a mistake to say something they weren't supposed to. That is how we were able to find their hideout, their stronghold. Sasuke's shadow morphed into a much larger structure. He created a wall, New Sparta's wall, and in one of the walkways in between the bastions, there was a crack in the structure that leaked a misty black gas. This is their stronghold, a pocket dimension. It's different from the stronghold that Fudge told me. It's a different one. It made sense. According to Katarina, a man as powerful and as guarded as the Grand Master would have multiple strongholds around his own hideout. That was what made infiltration so hard. The ones the Shadow Orcs found must be one of those surrounding strongholds, given that it was only guarded by a Platinum Leader, a 9th stage body formation magnetic. You did good, he praised them. Now that they knew where it was, they could appropriately plan how they were going to infiltrate inside. Since his opponent wasn't a nascent spirit cultivator, he had more confidence invading. What about the crack itself? What kind of defenses are installed inside? The 2 orc chieftains listed all of the mechanisms they found during their mission. First of all, the crack was made by someone above the nascent spirit realm, so it couldn't be broken through easily. Next, there were ability powers set inside to alert them of any unwanted intruders. This, too, was made by someone in the nascent spirit realm. Then there were the guards stationed inside the crack, just waiting for someone to invade. From what he remembered during their raid to rescue Lyra, there were hundreds upon hundreds of guards stationed just on the parapets alone. He had a feeling that this would be the same case here. In short, it seemed the stronghold was made to be impenetrable. It couldn't be infiltrated nor besieged, unless one wanted an all-out war with 1,000 artifice magnetics. For now, we should gather more information and… Lord Michael, forgive our impudence, but we have already found a way to infiltrate inside. Then what about the impenetrable security measures that they just listed just a few seconds ago? Their structures may be infallible, but their people certainly aren't, Naruto said triumphantly, almost scoffing. We simply found one of their weak members and inhabited their shadow, Sasuke added. Michael was speechless. But then he remembered. You all went into that shadow. The 2 orc chieftains nodded proudly. Yes, Lord Michael. All 300 orcs were contained inside that one shadow. They are now currently inside their stronghold awaiting further instructions from you. If only one of the orcs inhabited the shadow, then his ability power wouldn't be enough to trick the crack's nascent spirit-level security system. But if all 300 newly awakened orcs all pooled their power, then it could easily overcome that barrier. The solution was that simple. The orc chieftains were right. The ersatz defense was only as strong as their weakest link. By choosing a relatively weak member and inhabiting his shadow, the shadow orcs were able to infiltrate the infallible security systems set up by the ersatz. This was perhaps the only breach possible with their kind of defenses. It was only made possible by the fact that the shadow orcs all had ability powers that were of the same type, shadow. That was how they were able to multiply their strength to increase their stealthiness enough to fool even a nascent spirit-level security system. And what's even more impressive was the fact that out of those 312 shadow orcs, including the 2 chieftains, only 12 of them had their own divas. The 300 high penumbras were still pseudo-magnetics for now, as they had yet to awaken their divas. They had the ability power, but none of the control needed to wield it. This meant that Naruto, Sasuke, and the 10 elite penumbras were able to successfully infiltrate the ersatz stronghold all by themselves. They coordinated the unfocused and unawakened ability power from those 300 and molded it to something much greater. Because of that, there was now a metaphorical Trojan horse filled with 300 shadow orcs just waiting to infiltrate their stronghold. The ersatz would have never thought that anyone would infiltrate their hideout in such an ingenious way. After all, there was no organization in the world who had hundreds of magnetics, all with the same ability power, with each other. Our brothers in arms were excited upon the possibility of earning enough merit to get another God-forged piece, Naruto said. We are all eager to prove ourselves worthy, Lord Michael. Well, the shadow orcs certainly outdid themselves. They did something Michael would have trouble doing himself. They defied his expectations in the best of ways. Take your time and gather as much intel as you can on the stronghold, he instructed them. I want the exact numbers as well as the layout of their castle. As you command, Naruto saluted. We shall inform you once the job is finished, Sasuke declared. With the orcs infiltrated inside, Michael could easily teleport himself to the stronghold and get the key himself. But he hesitated. If things went south, he could confidently deal with the Platinum leader, but he was still not confident that they could fight against possibly thousands of ersatz magnetics. Even with the help of the shadow orcs, they would still be at a disadvantage. And Michael hated going into something where victory wasn't assured. He knew he needed something more before attacking, something that could pad up their numbers to match theirs. And the answer was right in front of his face. Right now, he only had 14 mini-drones, which wasn't enough. He needed hundreds more if he wanted to fight an all-out war against their stronghold and come out victorious. And thanks to the ticket that he got from today's login, he didn't have to wait a day before the mini-drones were created. Now he just needed the money. Thankfully, that wouldn't be that much of a problem. He looked into his mind's eye and saw his Unity clones back in the nation of Reborn. They had been creating Unity power sources non-stop. That should be enough to fulfill some backlog orders, as well as new ones. He quickly teleported himself into the dwarven castle, where he was met with excitement. They couldn't stop themselves from praising the phone. They had been tinkering with the ones they received just a few days ago, and were even more amazed by its creation. And when he told them that he was willing to take on more orders, they were beyond exhilarated. In the end, he sold them 500 phones to be delivered in the coming days. And just like that, Michael was up 5 million sand dollars once again. That was equivalent to 500 mini-drones. But of course, this wasn't enough for him. He needed 312 mini-drones just for the shadow orcs themselves. 188 mini-drones were inadequate for this type of mission. He needed more, much more. Next, he teleported himself to Metropolis. One of his most loyal customers was none other than the Duchess Regina herself. And he did promise her that if there was another batch of phones, he would sell it to her first. But when he arrived in their castle, she was nowhere to be seen. She wasn't even in her favorite spa back in the nation of Reborn. He caught up with her twin children, Prince Harry and Princess Elizabeth. Both were in their mansions in the nation of Reborn, already fully migrated. Hey, have you seen the Duchess? I thought she'd be with you guys. The two siblings looked surprised. She didn't tell you. She said she was going out to visit some friends. We thought she'd be visiting you. Michael never heard of this. In fact, he didn't even think the Duchess had any friends at all. Anyway, Michael, are you perhaps selling more of those phones?" Prince Harry asked. "As a matter of fact, yeah. I'll buy 400 phones," said Princess Elizabeth. "Hey, I was going to order first." "Sorry, I said it first." The two dignified, adult, royal siblings began quarreling like little children. "Don't worry, I can fulfill both of your orders." The two calmed down after that. As it turned out, they both had some friends of theirs who were extremely jealous of the phones that they showed off during one of their meetings. So now, they were buying it for them so that they could all communicate with each other with no latency. He sold them both 400 phones each, totaling to 800. This already reached well above the limit of what he could produce at the moment, but he let them have it, or else one would be bitter about the other having more. All in all, he was able to get 13 million sand dollars in total. With that much money, he could purchase 1,300 mini drones. This was a comfortable number to have during the stronghold raid. Now, he just had to wait until the shadow orcs were done with their infiltration. Just then, he felt a vibration in his pockets as a text message came through to his phone. It came from Shayna. The second day of the archery tournament was about to start. The whole Colosseum rumbled in excitement as the semi-finals finally started. Claudia stood at the very center of the stage, watching the raucous cheering erupt even louder. "Brownblood werewolves, send in your archer." Shayna stepped forward, her glimmering white scales creating an ethereal aura around her. The mystery and myth surrounding her as the first demi-human to achieve magnetic status also added to that indescribable aura. The crowd cheered for her like madmen. "Hephaestus company, send in your archer." Despite the tumultuous cacophony of screams in the Colosseum, everyone heard the footfalls coming from the person walking up the stage. His presence drew a sharp breath amongst everybody watching. They almost forgot to cheer. Even with his small stature, everybody could feel a sense of danger within him. His sharp eyes seemed to indicate his awareness of his surroundings. The black eyeliner on his naturally dark skin also added to that effect. The spectators behind him shivered. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Shayna and the sharp-eyed man faced each other on the stage. And interestingly, neither were intimidated by the other. Meanwhile, Michael found himself back on the viewing deck amongst his peers. Everybody was already glued to the arena. "Neytiri, really, you have to send in Ahmed for this," Gabriel said, disappointed. "We are supposed to give the competitors a chance to win," Cedric reminded her. "By sending in one of your most talented allies, you're basically making sure no one wins." Neytiri was indifferent to their criticisms. "I don't believe in weakening myself for show, besides." Then the dark-skinned woman turned her head to Michael. "Kyo, care to make a wager?" Michael finally sat down on his seat next to Yuna. "Neytiri," Yuna hissed. "Shush, friend, can't I play a little game with your boyfriend, or are you too jealous for that? Besides, it looks like he's interested, aren't you, Kyo?" In truth, Michael was curious. He wondered how much sand dollars he could squeeze out of her. "What kind of wager?" he asked. "What else, my ally versus yours. If we win, then you'll allow me to take a look at that demi-human's weapon." Neytiri eyed the compound bow with an ardent curiosity. She noticed its uniqueness yesterday, and her smithing instincts told her that there was something extremely special with the way that bow was made. Even her formal training from the main Hephaestus conglomerate was unable to help her decipher its secrets. That fact alone made it stand out like a glimmering jewel. "So you're interested in the compound bow?" The mere mention of the name made Neytiri's eyes wide, pupils dilated. She looked like a cat about to pounce. "Yes, I just want to look." "But what if I win?" Michael asked. "What do you want?" she quickly replied. Michael had a feeling she would accede to any request he made right now. 1,000,000 sand dollars. The whole room almost gasped at that number. That was an astonishing amount for a mere bet. Even the other conglomerates had their eyebrows raised. "Make that 2 million. In exchange, I want to handle the compound bow with my own hands," she countered. Michael immediately took out his hand. "Deal." She spat in her palms. "Deal." Gabriel and Cedric originally wanted to dissuade Neytiri and Kyo from making that bet. But Neytiri's request was pretty harmless, so when she won the bet, she wouldn't make too much trouble. Of course, Shayna winning didn't even cross their minds. This wasn't the only case of bets happening around the Colosseum. As the two fighters readied themselves in the arena, multiple bettors were already roaming around the spectating area and taking bets. The odds were in Ahmed's favor. Not only was he 2 stages above that of Shayna, but he was also a conglomerate-trained archer. The quality of their education was miles above that of geniuses. In a certain viewing deck, there was a small gathering of about 3 people, all women who looked to be advanced in age, yet still haven't entered the twilight of their prime years. One of them was an old woman wearing a simple robe and a white cloth wrapped around her eyes. Most knew her as her title as the Sword Mistress or the Heavenly Sword Knight, but only a few get to call her by her name, Eldia. Long time no see, Eldia, get it, see, ho ho ho. The old woman, laughing, wore a dirtied and grimed jumpsuit over a white t-shirt. At least, it was white before all the dirt and oil stained it all over. You haven't changed, Rivet. Even being a mystic master won't help cleanse that crude humor of yours, Eldia responded. The meeting of these 2 powerful old women should have caused immense fanfare equal to that of the current archery tournament. It was rare for a heavenly knight and a mystic master to be so close to each other. Now, I didn't gather you all here to bicker, said the last woman sitting on the table. She wore regal attire and bore the mien of one. Eldia turned to her. Regina, why did you gather us here? Duchess Regina smiled. Nothing. I just wanted to catch up with old friends while watching an interesting game. Rivet wiped her nose, staining it with a streak of oil. Well, you are right. We are witnessing a demi-human magnetic right before our very eyes. Lots of potential. Could someday become worthy of the upper echelon. You don't think she's not worthy now? Regina asked. Clearly not. She's just in the 3rd stage. She'll need a little bit more power if she wants to defeat this Hephaestus kid here. Regina smiled. Care to bet on that? Back in the arena, Claudia walked towards both archers. Both of you know the rules. Send in your arbiters and discuss the sanctum. Yuna was already waiting by the sidelines. She stepped up alongside Shayna, facing her opposite. Another distant Montgomery family member, someone older and more experienced in the ways of the Montgomery. We propose a sanctum with the dimensions in the z-axis 3901. Already, there was quite a steep difference in quality from the arbiters Yuna faced before. The level of detail in which he described the terrain was almost maniacal, going over even the most mundane cracks on the ground as if they were an important feature of the sanctum. Most amateur arbiters would quickly get drowned in technical jargon, unable to keep up with such sharp propositions. At the very least, they would miss 1 or 2 critical secret advantages that would get buried under thousands of words. I veto that outcropping section of the sanctum. It would give your archer a head start in spotting their target. I counter that with a similar and mirroring small hill. Her opponent frowned as Yuna attacked with her own flood of technical information. There were even some terms that she used that he wasn't familiar with. The two battled on with their wits and knowledge for a good few minutes. The fans of arbiters, who knew the technical prowess that they had to pull off with each sanctum, appreciated the level of quality between the two of them. Despite being younger and more inexperienced, Yuna proved herself able to contend with the veterans of her family. Many praised her for her talent. In the end, the two arbiters settled for a compromise. The sanctum's terrain would be located in a zero-gravity environment, in which small meteors were endlessly floating in space. This would provide a very neutral environment in which no archer had the advantage. They would have to fight in an arena that both weren't familiar with. Yuna tapped Shayna's shoulder for good luck before returning to the viewing deck. Claudia then waved her hands in the air, tremendous ability power brewing in her body, before a giant circular hole appeared on the surface of the arena. With her words, Shayna and her sharp-eyed opponent jumped into the sanctum. Both fighters plummeted towards the endless dark space like meteorites. Sharp Eye skillfully found his balance while tumbling through the zero-gravity environment. He performed a roundhouse kick. Stopping his momentum entirely, it defied the laws of physics. Ability power, Shayna guessed. It seemed that Sharp Eye's diva related to physical strength as well. Sharp Eye kicked, propelling himself back towards a medium-sized meteor. Landing on its south pole, he brought out his bow and drew up a shot. His arrow flew through space unimpeded. With no air resistance, it was extremely fast. The arrow hunted Shayna, who was currently just a few meters away from her meteor. She changed her plans and brought out her bow. She drew the darkwood, an arrow magically manifesting with it. Her arrow shot forth, its arc coinciding perfectly with Sharp Eye's arrow. The two projectiles collided, creating sparks as one battled the other for supremacy. The weaker will get tossed aside. Sharp Eye's brows raised, surprised by the accurate shot. Indignant, Sharp Eye's body emanated with ability power. Above him, reddish swirls of light gathered to form the figure of the constellation Taurus. Ability power threads extended from the bull's horns like a laser, hitting the point of contact between the two arrows. Suddenly, a shockwave exploded out of Sharp Eye's arrow, propelling Shayna's arrow outwards. It noticeably lost its magical glimmer, with Shayna noticing her connection with the arrow break off. The bullish arrow then shot towards Shayna, its speed twice as fast as it was before. Shayna landed onto her meteor, before using it as a launching pad to propel herself back into the open space. The bullish arrow shot through the meteor where she would have landed. It pierced through the hunk of rock like it was a piece of butter. A moment later, the undisturbed meteorite exploded into thousands and thousands of rubble, each rocketing off into space at speeds seemingly inheriting the same velocity as the arrow that destroyed it. Shayna shielded herself, a prismatic bubble shimmering around her to protect her from debris. Eventually, she landed onto a new piece of meteorite, finally finding solid footing. She looked at her opponent, who was retrieving another arrow from his quiver. His arrows steal and take momentum, she analyzed. I need to watch out for debris. Sharp Eye loaded up another arrow, shooting it directly towards Shayna. She jumped away from her meteorite before loading up her shot. The meteorite exploded into pieces once again, sending chunks outwards at incredibly fast speeds. Shayna ignored it, her unity defense burning off any attacks. She loaded multiple arrows and released it in quick succession. Her arrows flew through space and seemingly disappeared as it passed through the meteorite's debris. Sharp Eye quickly turned around, seeing an arrow about to hit his chest. The Taurus above him roared, flashing its horns. His body shifted ever so slightly in such a fast speed that it looked instantaneous. Shayna's arrow arrived, piercing through just less than an inch away from the target in his chest. His armor helped as well, letting the arrow skid just enough for Shayna's arrow to miss. Sharp Eye frowned. He'd seen the demi-humans' near-perfect accuracy from afar. But experiencing it himself was a new thing entirely. It was scarily good. Just then, Shayna's arrows instantaneously appeared once again, each targeting different parts of his body. His body shifted even more, his Taurus diva taking the velocity from the debris flying around him. Each of Shayna's arrows missed just a hair's breadth away from the target. With his armor made by a Hephaestus itself, the arrows only made a mere indent into the metal. You're good, he shouted to Shayna, but I cannot take it easy on you. Neytiri said not to. A small shockwave emanated from his body, the Taurus above him roaring silently. The power of a fifth-stage body formation cultivator was on full display. And in comparison, Shayna's presence was minute. Her third-stage cultivation dwarfed, and her juvenile white dragon diva blithely yawned, giving her no point of intimidation at all. I shall take that in mind, Shayna replied with a smile. Just then, Sharp Eye released his arrow, destroying the meteor that Shayna stood on. She jumped ship towards another, but with another arrow, Sharp Eye destroyed that one as well. He didn't want to be the one to do this, but he didn't want to disparage the reputation of conglomerates. His arrows chased Shayna through the belt of meteors, each one destroyed and giving her no chance to regain her balance. Not only that, but with each meteor he destroyed, the whole battlefield was getting filled with more and more meteoric debris. They clouded the whole space, for both Sharp Eye and Shayna. Not only that, but because these were debris that he personally destroyed, they were being imparted with his ability power. It was literally clouding his opponent's vision. Sharp Eye didn't know how Shayna used her powers, but he knew the fundamentals. An archer was only limited by his vision. And with this cloud of debris, there was even less chance for Shayna to use her enigmatic powers. I am very much impressed with your skills, so Sharp Eye, Shayna said as she jumped from one meteor after another. The meteorites around her were getting increasingly low. But I hope that you don't take ill will from the Reborn company for what I am about to do. Amidst the cloud of gray debris, he saw Shayna's figure floating in the dark space. She drew her bow, and he quickly obscured himself with even more debris. He looked indistinguishable from the meteorites. But just then, the compound bow in her hands began to glow. It began to glow with even more power than she originally started with. This surprised Sharp Eye was only not that he noticed that she was just not using the entirety of her strength. The bow in her hands was only now being stretched to its fullest. The string in her bow seemed to convert that power into something even more terrifying. But he consoled himself. If he couldn't be seen, he couldn't be hit. Unbeknownst to him, here in the darkness of space, there was something observing him from behind. The compound bow in her hands was noticeably different from the one she had before. It didn't have its aiming reticle. With this vision, Shayna readied her bow, and with a quick release, the arrow shot through the space. And within a few seconds, it immediately appeared behind Sharp Eye and accurately hit its target. Sharp Eye felt a piercing pain in his back before he was sent tumbling uncontrollably through the dark, endless space. Debris pelted his body. It took him a hot second before he was able to reorient himself in the right direction. He closed his eyes. It only confused him. He performed a swift karate punch, completely stopping his momentum. He swung his arms, fanning the space dust covering his body. Once he found his kilter, he opened his eyes and looked behind him. An arrow pierced through the painted target on his back, dead center. 5 more direct hits, and he'd be defeated. Meanwhile, Shayna floated gracefully in space. Unaffected by zero gravity, her aim certainly wasn't. Sharp Eye glared at her. No amount of analysis could make him understand how she was able to hit him. She somehow saw him throughout all the dust, clouds, and smoke. Gritting his teeth, he reached into his pockets and swallowed a pill. Instantly, the wound on his back regenerated, spitting out the arrow lodged a couple of inches into his body. It didn't negate the point she gained, but it at least healed him back to full. This was one of the main advantages of being in a conglomerate. Lavish use of resources. That pill would have cost 100 sand dollars to purchase. And he had more to spare. Renewed Sharp Eye activated his ability power. His Taurus Diva roared. The debris around him turned into a standstill, their momentum completely stolen. His body suddenly rocketed towards Shayna at speeds much faster than his arrows. He now realized the massive gap between him and her in terms of archery. It was as deep as this dark space itself. His only way of victory now was through hand-to-hand combat. Sharp Eye arrived, his body rotating to a front flip kick. Shayna held out her compound bow. She drew her darkwood string. It had no arrows loaded, yet she released it nonetheless. The cumulative power from her bow whipped forwards, allowing her to escape out of Sharp Eye's attack. He shook his head before both of his arms moved to his head in a circular pattern. Ability power emanated from his body, the Taurus above him skidding its hooves. He punched with his left hand, with his right hand pulling back. Masterful use of momentum. The two counteracting forces suddenly coincided with each other, aided by his diva. Sharp Eye chased after Shayna. His body seemed to hunt after her like a homing missile. Shayna finally loaded an arrow in her bow, releasing it straight to Sharp Eye. He didn't falter. He shot towards her, fully expecting the arrow to come towards him. The arrow disappeared, reappearing right in front of his chest. His eyes widened, his upper body blurred as he twisted his arms. Shayna's arrow tumbled away as he punched it away from him. This was another advantage of being from a conglomerate. He trained in every single aspect of dueling. He was an archer who mastered brawls. Shayna shot her empty bow, using its power to fly backwards. She loaded the arrow in her second shot and aimed it upwards. The arrow left the compound bow. It disappeared only an instant later, before reappearing on Sharp Eye's right shoulder. Sharp Eye swerved to the left, simultaneously swiping the arrow away. But just as he did, he felt another piercing pain in his left shoulder. An arrow had lodged itself in the second target. He lost another point. Before he could groan in disappointment, he immediately pushed himself back as another arrow appeared in front of his chest. He punched it away, but not before another arrow on his leg distracted him. Sharp Eye tried his best to counterattack, but Shayna would not let up with her arrows. She pelted him with unavoidable shots. Only his training in martial arts saved him from certain defeat. Anxious, Sharp Eye propelled himself further and further away, kicking and punching arrows away as he did so. Unfortunately for him, no amount of distance could make Shayna's arrows any less accurate. Another arrow lodged itself in his right thigh, 3 down, 3 to go. Sharp Eye swallowed another pill and gritted his teeth. He was being rushed into a corner. It won't be long before he loses completely. He needed a new tactic. He reached forwards and gathered debris in his palms. He crushed it, forming a mini-meteor. He reached for more debris, creating tens of mini-meteors in a matter of a few seconds. Shayna continued to pelt him with arrows. Eventually, another arrow pierced through his shoulder guard, and then another to his thigh. Now there was only one target left that remained, his chest. Shayna readied herself. For the last few seconds, her opponent disregarded defense in favor of creating those miniature meteors. He exchanged those 2 hits for hundreds of mini-meteors, almost reaching 1,000 in total. He was planning something, and it seemed that he was finally done. He faced Shayna. Then he punched forwards in quick succession, creating a flurry of attacks that hit nothing but space. The Taurus diva above him roared. Suddenly, the hundreds of meteorites trembled, slowly inching forwards. As Sharp Eye's punches increased, so did the meteorites' speed. Eventually, all hundreds of them came barreling down towards Shayna, each one imbued with the power of a 5th-stage ability power. It wasn't something Shayna could offhandedly ignore. The crowd above held their breaths. Shayna held out her compound bow. Glowing motes light swirled in her fingers as an arrow's shaft manifested. The darkwood in her hand glowed, power building as she stretched it to its limits. The white dragon diva above her finally shook off the laziness in its eyes. It turned serious and roared at the meteorites. Shayna released her glowing sun-like arrow. Then it disappeared. The arrow reappeared right in front of each meteorite, having seemed to duplicate itself to match its opponent. The dark, endless space turned brilliant, like a sky filled with sparkling fireworks. The meteorites and the incandescent arrows clashed. Their momentums were stopped, something that seemed impossible. A 3rd-stage ability power fighting a 5th-stage ability power to a standstill. That was inconceivable. But just then, everyone's attention was quickly stolen by a blur. Sharp Eye whizzed towards Shayna. The meteoric spectacle above him made for a very captivating distraction. In his hands were his bow, which was strangely oriented in the opposite direction. The drawstring faced forwards, facing Shayna. Under the brilliant lights of the meteorites, the bow's string glimmered. It wasn't something made out of mere twine, it was steel. This was another benefit of having a conglomerate's backing, specifically the Hephaestus Company's backing. The weapon in his hands doubled as a bow and a sickle. The steel string could cut through anything. He charged towards Shayna, swinging the steel towards her. He caught Shayna at the perfect time. She had just released her arrows to deal with the meteorites, no opportunity to load another. Shayna quickly changed her stance, from a straight, archer-perfect posture to a pose that bore a similarity to swordsman raising up his shield. She held the compound bow horizontally on its end, putting its curved part forwards, ready to meet Sharp Eye's attack. Sharp Eye scoffed before their 2 weapons finally clashed. Steel against steel, his ability power imbued into his hands, pushing his weapon even further forwards. He wanted to cut this compound bow, this bow that Neytiri so desperately wanted to see. Was she not proud of their own weapons? His face scrunched as he used all of his power, until he felt his own bow trembling. The string emitted a shriek, a discordant sound that only occurred when something was about to snap. The steel string exploded like shards of glass. Its fragments glimmered in the darkness. Sharp Eye felt the resistance cease, and his momentum forced him to continue pushing his weapon forwards. His bow met the compound bow with another clash, and before he could push it back, the bow cracked at the point of contact. It broke in half, spilling splinters into the zero-gravity environment. Sharp Eye was rattled. He couldn't do or say anything as he fell forwards into Shayna. A glowing arrow manifested into her hands, and he fell chest first into it. She finally hit all of her targets. This was her win once again. Sharp Eye felt his body getting pulled forwards as the sanctum teleported him back into the arena. He fell on his knees, holding the fragmented pieces of the bow in his hands. The Brownbloods achieve victory. They advance to the finals, Claudia announced to the crowd. But instead of the raucous cheering and shouting, this victory was met with silence. The crowd couldn't utter a single cry. Their eyes were still processing what they just witnessed. The Hephaestus company was defeated. That alone would not make sense in any sort of context. But that wasn't the only thing achieved during this fight. All attention was placed into the broken weapon in Sharp Eye's hands. Weapon made by the Hephaestus company, the conglomerate, renowned for their unrivaled smithing techniques. The company who made their money by selling the undisputed strongest metalwork products in the world. Yet it shattered like nothing against that strange bow of Shayna's. Neytiri herself was even more shocked than anybody else. She made that bow herself. It was a product made out of her impeccable skill. Her family even considered it good enough to be sold as a genuine product of the Hephaestus line. And with her skill, she knew that the compound bow looked interesting. She was impressed by the mechanical leverage that it could produce, far more than normal bow designs. That was what intrigued her about the bow. But she would have never thought that its durability or strength would surpass her own by a very large margin. Her bow laid in pieces, while hers remained unscathed. Neytiri's eyes shifted back and forth, her mind trying to understand what happened. That was the only thing that explained its incredible diamond-like durability. But that wasn't the only feature from the bow. Neytiri's mind flashed back to the moment Shayna drew her bow to its maximum limit. That strange dark brown vine-like string glowed with ancient power. It was the ideal combination of elasticity and hardness, perfect for a bow's string. But that was something thought to be impossible without. Darkwood, her head swiveled to face Kyo, her face full of disbelief. If her guesses were correct, then that compound bow was not only made out of pure mithril, but also darkwood. This was more than a perfect bow, it transcended that. Kyo turned to face her, and with a teasing and nonchalant tone he said, "Pay up. Pure mithril and darkwood. I thought I would never get to see the day." Eldia the Heavenly Sword Knight muttered. "Who are you kidding? You can't see," Rivet joked. "But kidding aside, this is truly a myth come to life. I'm sure the demi-human's popularity will skyrocket by this point. A legendary weapon and an impossible magnetism, a perfect storm." "I would have snatched her up myself," Eldia said. "But I can see she is already destined for something else. How tragic. I've seen 2 magnificent talents in my lifetime, but not one of them is destined to walk my path." Rivet raised her eyebrow. "Magnificent talent. High praise, who's the other one?" Eldia stayed silent. She remembered that swordsman back in the Brownblood tournament, a demi-human too. "Come on, tell me, you'll really keep it to yourself." Rivet persisted. She shook the blind old woman's shoulder incessantly. Eventually, someone got tired and loudly coughed. I think both of you are forgetting something. Out bets." Both of them turned to Duchess Regina. Rivet started cleaning her ears. Did we even make that? I forgot." Swordmistress Eldia nodded. "I don't remember seeing an agreement." The Duchess's face scrunched. Then she brought out a metal brick and played a recording. "Okay. I'll bet 10 million sand dollars that the demi-human will lose." The 2 old women looked at the phone in the Duchess' hands. What kind of magical instrument could repeat their voices with such accuracy and stealth? They didn't even feel any kind of ability power or magic used. "Regina, what is that?" Rivet asked. The Duchess proudly flourished her phone. This just proved that our bets are still valid. Now pay up." Rivet got up off her feet and stared at the metal brick. Her eyes glimmered, a magic circle manifesting in her irises. She was a mystic master, one that specialized in metallurgy and constructs. Something like this should be right up her alley. Her senses scanned the screen and the buttons. Nothing fancy. Just well-manufactured products. It was something that she wouldn't have a hard time replicating. She probed deeper. She wanted to see the inner workings of the object, see the magical infrastructure that allowed it to work as it did. But as soon as she reached down into the power source, she flinched backwards. That's mithril." There was a brick of mithril just hiding inside this strange object. She would have never thought that such a precious object would be wasted on something like this. At the very least, it should have been used on the outer frame. Rivet's eyes widened, her heartbeat skipped. Using her immense magical control, she was able to peer through the very mithril box itself. And there, she found out the reason why mithril was needed. This object hid a very powerful source of energy, a power that could destroy all kinds of matter in this world, a power that was thought to have been lost in the passages of time. This metal brick held unity inside it. Rivet's eyes focused even deeper. She began to inspect the flow of energy through this mechanism. And there, she found out that it was this unity exactly that was allowing the object to function as it was. She looked at the screen and saw her face being replayed at the moment that they made the bet. Somehow this object could perfectly create a facsimile of reality like it was a moving painting, and it didn't need magic or ability power to do this as well. It was all based on mechanical and physical ideas that were currently above what she could currently understand. This was a complex use of technology. It was miles above anyone's ability to manipulate physics and metals. Even she, a proud innovator of constructs, struggled to understand even the basics of how to create something like this. Could the ancient humans have created this? Could their understanding about them be wrong this entire time? Were they a civilization with more advanced technology? Where did you find? I bought it for 10,000 sand dollars, the Duchess replied. Rivet wished that she had Regina's luck. She must have bought it from a clueless excavator who didn't know what he had. This should cost way more than 10,000 sand dollars. Why, you want one too? I can buy you one if you like, Regina said casually. That's actually one of the reasons why I wanted to talk with you guys today. I've recently been contemplating retiring from my station, and it has come to my attention that I wouldn't be able to see you too much after I do so. Rivet and Eldia were surprised. Retirement, so that's why she'd been absent for most of New Sparta. Anyway, I wanted to keep in contact with you guys, and this phone will help with that. Of course, you gotta pay your debt to me first. My funds have been running low hoarding phones. Then she eagerly showed her friends all the features on the phone, but it's all worth it. Look, we can call or text each other using this button right here, or we can even send pictures. Wait, Rivet interrupted. You make it seem like this ancient object can be bought like it's some kind of commodity. The Duchess shrugged. Michael is limiting the purchasing of the phones, but I'm close with him. He'll make an exception. I'll tell you all about it later once you have your own phones. Anyway, you can also have sodas and beer delivered right to your doorsteps using this. Her two friends were stunned into silence as the Duchess continued on gushing about the phone. Meanwhile, the only thing they could think about was one thing. Meanwhile, back in the viewing deck, everyone was still reeling from Shayna's victory. This was completely unprecedented in every facet. An underdog defeating the conglomerates, a third stage beating a fifth stage, a demi-human defeating a human. Nobody expected this except for one. Michael walked over to Neytiri. She was still focused on the compound bow as Shayna bowed out of the arena and returned to their private quarters. A bet's a bet, he said. Neytiri turned back at him, an absent-minded look on her face. Finally, she shook her head, getting rid of her reverie. She reached down into her pocket and took out a small metal box. She tossed it forwards, with the box glowing a magical blue as it suddenly expanded 20 times its own size. With a thud, the box landed right in front of Michael's feet. He opened the box, inspected his winnings before nodding in satisfaction. Nice to see you're a woman of your word. Then, without waiting for a response, he took the chest and walked out of the room. He left the entire viewing deck even more flabbergasted than before. Michael discreetly found an uninhabited corner in the Colosseum before descending into his own shadow, teleporting back to the nation of Reborn. A second later, he ascended into a dark room with barely any flickering lambent lights. Two shadows emerged in front of him, the two orc chieftains. We are ready, Lord Michael. You only need to say the word. This was the reason why he left so abruptly. It was time to raid the stronghold. 523 sand dollars. That was how much money he had a few days ago. He was almost completely broke. The two essential items he bought from the Emporium completely drained his bank account. But thanks to the Reborn phone, he was able to easily accumulate 13 million in one fell swoop. Then, add 2 million more to that thanks to his bet with Neytiri, and also 100,000 more from his monthly roller coaster revenue. He had a grand total of 15,101, 523 sand dollars, a staggering amount. Michael stared at his inventory with a lot of satisfaction. He almost didn't want to buy mini drones just so that it would stay in the 8-figure range. But no, he couldn't let his vein get the best of him. All of those sand dollars would be used to buy mini drones so that they could finally siege the stronghold. Without an army of magnetics or a nascent spirit cultivator like Katarina by his side, mini drones were the only thing that would allow him to invade Ersatz and live to tell the tale. It was the great equalizer, and with 15 million sand dollars, it would do much more than equalizing. Boo-2-2, we have made our analysis of the stronghold, Naruto announced proudly. Kika. Those plebeians didn't see it coming. They have completely let down their guard, solely relying on their impenetrable entrance. We have made quick work of their weakness, Lord Michael, ra-ta-ta. The other orcs cheered with their orc chieftains. Their morale was currently at their peak. They couldn't be more excited to finally have some action in New Sparta. Show me the entire layout, he said. Naruto complied. His shadow morphed to create a top-down 3D topographical view of the entire stronghold. The entire thing was surrounded by bulwarks and towering ramparts that made it impossible for mortals to scale. Above those tall walls were guards and soldiers patrolling around the walkways, occasionally looking down the battlements for any kind anomaly. They have 20 soldiers always stationed at these 6 walls, and there are hundreds more waiting on the bastions constructed at the connections of these walls, Naruto reported. The orc chieftains gave a rundown on what to expect, where the guards were stationed, when they would be rotating their shifts, how many they were at a time, their lines of sights and everything else. Michael was even surprised that the shadow orcs even considered what kind of lunch these guards were eating during the day. It's important, Lord Michael. Food is one of the great indicators of when someone will excrete their wastes. Michael regretted he asked. Anyway, although the guards stationed on the walls were numerous, they weren't too strong. Most of them were in the 1st to 3rd stage of the body formation realm, which was very much manageable. Orcanines, we will strike this wall first and fight our way through to the entrance of the castle. Kill any enemy you see. Boo-2-2. Naruto's fiery words certainly lit up motivation within his group. He began assigning missions to his shadow orcs, giving them all specific operations to fulfill. We will not fall behind, Orcupines. We will focus our forces on these entrances. Eliminate all stragglers. No one will come in or out of the stronghold. Even though the shadow orcs were an organized group, they couldn't help but let their innate cultural differences create a little bit of tension between the two groups. The Orcanines wanted to prove themselves better than the Orcupines, and vice versa. Michael didn't mind. Somehow, this little rivalry only made the shadow orcs more focused and motivated. But he was a little bit concerned to find out that it wasn't just the magnetic shadow orcs who were involved in this task force. Even those who didn't receive their own god forge pieces had their own missions. They need to be forged by the flames of war, Lord Michael. This is the only way that they will finally be accepted by the Holy God Forge, said Naruto. It's their rightful test. They need this to grow, said Sasuke. Michael was a little bit worried about sending mortals to a magnetic war, but seeing the looks on everyone's eyes, it seemed that he would only make it worse if he intervened. They were ready, their eyes were focused and sharp. The rejection they felt a few days ago galvanized them to work even harder. And now was the time for them to show their hard work. Just make sure not to fight magnetics one-on-one. Use numbers to your advantage. If you're isolated, run. It is not cowardly to retreat. They all nodded at his words, but he had a feeling that these orcs would still fight till the very end rather than retreat. He inwardly sighed. Thankfully, that's what his mini drones were for. With hundreds of them patrolling the area, he could make sure no shadow orc would get cornered. How about the inside of the castle? He asked. Naruto nodded and shifted his shadow, now zooming into the castle in the middle of the hexagonal walls. Once inside, he saw a jumbled and convoluted connection of rooms and tunnels. It was like he was looking at a bisection of an ant hill. We have mapped out most of the rooms, Lord Michael bar a few. The kitchens, private rooms, and public areas were clearly shown, with even the furniture mapped out. However, there were some rooms that were completely darkened. These were critical rooms in the castle, ones that Michael guessed housed the important assets of Ersatz. The one in the very middle, located in the darkened throne room, was where Michael guessed the Platinum Leader was supposed to be. We couldn't go anywhere near that, Sasuke said dejectedly. He consoled the Orcupine chief. It's only natural, he's a 9th stage magnetic, I'll deal with him. And with that, the plans for the stronghold siege was finally settled. It was time for Michael to finally buy his mini drones. Michael teleported himself out of the orc's shadow realm, still feeling the highs of their rejuvenating shouts. He was back in the Merman Lake, and this time he didn't wait for the merman to give him a bubble. He dove straight down into the sunken ship, letting his absolute unity defense take care of the depths. He immediately located Serena, who was wandering around with the other mermen. "Oh Michael, it's great to see you. Have you seen the second filter you installed? It's done amazing." He immediately stopped her. "Sorry, but I kinda have something else in mind to do today. Can I exchange for more Su drops?" Hearing his urgency, Serena nodded. She waved her hands, creating another vortex in front of her. "Can you make it a little bigger?" he asked. She raised her eyebrows before complying with his request. The vortex grew to thrice its size, towering over Serena herself. Michael thanked her before using his shadow to access his inventory. And then a second later, sand dollars began pouring out onto the vortex. They became a blur. They were going so fast that the whole thing looked like a solid pillar, endlessly shooting towards the vortex. Serena could only hold her breath as she watched the scene unfold. Tens of thousands were passing by with each second. How much was that? Just as she was about to explode in shock, the vortex suddenly trembled, creating mist and bubbles all around. "What's happening?" he asked her. Serena turned her attention to the aberration. She'd never seen her vortex act like this. Nothing in the world could disrupt this process, the same as how nothing could stop the sun from rising in the morning or setting in the night. This was made by the Ocean King himself. It wouldn't be disrupted unless. Just then, the vortex suddenly constricted, as if something or someone was squeezing it through a different space entirely. Michael could even see a hint of a hand's indent gripping the water. An object shot through the top of the vortex, landing squarely in Michael's hands. It definitely wasn't the Su drops he was promised. It was a conch shell. It fit squarely on the top of his palm and had a little bit of iridescent coloring on its ridged surface. He turned to Serena, who was currently laying almost face flat on the ground, her tail curved upwards. "What are you doing?" But then he noticed that she wasn't the only one who was doing this weird pose. It was every single merman in the vicinity. The mermaids curved their tails upwards, while the mermen retracted the fins on their back. They are currently performing obeisance. As it turned out, Serena was performing the equivalent of a bow or a curtsy in merman culture. "Father," she muttered. Michael was surprised. "Father, the Ocean King." Immediately, he tried to sense his surroundings to search for that presence. This was perhaps the first time he would come in close contact with an actual supreme being. The very pinnacle of strength and power. A ruler of the world, and not just any world but the entire oceans themselves. Unfortunately though, aside from the vortex, he couldn't see anything else. "That was my father. I can feel his control on the vortex. He did this. He gifted that to you," Serena said, rising up to take a look at the conch in his hands. Michael weighed the conch in his hands. "For a gift from the Ocean King himself, I would have thought he'd be a lot more generous. What is it?" Serena put her hands in akimbo. "It allows you to create your own vortex. You can now exchange for Su drops anywhere you want, as long as there's water around." After hearing that, Michael was a little bit more appreciative of the Ocean King's gift. It was a lot more convenient, that's for sure. But there was still something that he was disgruntled by. "This gift is nice and all, but where's my Su drops?" Just as he said that, the conch in his hands trembled and shot away from him. Then a vortex appeared from its hole, before shooting out a large jug towards him. Michael caught the jug, and immediately he knew that it contained Su drops. The jug contains 1,600 drops of Su. "Thank you, Ocean King. Father must really be taking a liking to you," Serena said. "I've never seen him dote on someone like this before. He's practically giving away Su drops." Perhaps the Ocean King was just a really good salesman. Only by giving away freebies will he ensure that his greatest customer would keep coming back. "Anyway, thank you, Serena. I'll make good use of these drops." She nodded before giving him a wave. The other mermen and mermaids, on the other hand, performed their cultural obeisance towards him just like they did earlier. It seemed that being graced by the Ocean King's presence upped his credential with the mermen by a substantial amount. But what use would that be? If he could exchange that with Sue drops, he would. Michael opened the jug and immediately splashed its contents onto his drone. The mithril artifact became engulfed in a large bubble of transparent and very viscous water. The Sue drops was so voluminous that the drone took a good 10 minutes before it was able to fully absorb everything. Finally, Michael turned to his mind's eye. Mithril artifact drone. Spirit of old, 1,600 drops. Pocket dimension, 8 rooms. How satisfying was it to see a 4-digit number in the Sue category? Euphoric. Of course, he was going to use everything to buy mini drones. New isolated rooms would be good for business, but not for this current problem. He needed all the help he could get fighting against an ersatz stronghold. Besides, he could always earn more in the future. Michael pushed the button and watched as the number of Sue drops plummet to 0. His heart ached. But soon after, he was healed by the vision of nanoparticles suddenly swarming out of the mini-drone's surface. An entire ocean. A literal cloud of bee-like nanoparticles emerging from out of nowhere and beginning to morph into condensed forms. He was very glad he did this in an open space back in the parched lands. Otherwise, the whole room would get drowned by these gray nanoparticles everywhere. Estimated time of completion, 7 days. Creating 1,600 mini-drones wasn't an easy task. 7 days was fast by any other context. But Michael couldn't wait that long. Heck, he couldn't wait another day. The ersatz stronghold stole the Thunderfoot's inherited key. They were planning something with that. No way did they steal that for nothing else. Michael promised that he would do everything in his power to completely destroy ersatz and all that they stood for. The faster he disrupted their plans, the better. Mithril artifact drone. 1x instant delivery ticket. 1x 2 days off delivery ticket. 1x drone completion ticket. Breathtaking magnum revolver. 6-round revolver cartridge. Branch of Yggdrasil talisman. He clicked on the last delivery coupon, the one he received only earlier today. It would be ideal if he didn't have to use this. But at least he would be using it with 1,600 mini-drones, instead of only a few hundred. Immediately, he saw the surrounding cloud of nanoparticles around him shake and tremble. They suddenly started jittering, their speed becoming so fast that they were blurring in the air. It almost looked like they were being fast-forwarded in time. It only took a few seconds before the numerous condensed pellets in the air solidified into a solid mass. The nanoparticles surged towards it, creating the familiar grooves and edges of a mini-drone. It wasn't long before Michael saw an entire armada of mini-drones austerely lined up in the air around him. 12 rows of mini-drones spanning across the lands, 12 more columns further away from him, all rising up 12 more times upwards, creating a cube-like formation of 1,600 mini-drones. It was a true sight to behold. Michael felt elated seeing so many mini-drones. Each one could shoot their own unity gun almost at the same level as he could. He was an entire army by himself. The eventual splitting of his brain finally caught up to him. He was so caught up in his own fascination that he completely neglected to remember this crucial step in creating a new mini-drone. It was quite interesting. Maybe some part of him purposefully makes him forget so that it wouldn't traumatize him from creating more. About an hour later of groveling on the ground, squeezing his head like a watermelon, and regretting all of his decisions, his brain finally stopped aching. His consciousness was now split into 1,600 different parts, all in charge of maintaining a mini-drone. The feeling was indescribable. With the added visual and sensory information from all mini-drones now available to him, he felt like he wasn't a person anymore. He was a place. He was the piece of space where his mini-drones were currently in. In credit to Chat JK5, there was a burst of dopamine in his mind after this grueling process. It made him think that the hour of pure hell was all worth it. He didn't even mind going through that once more, although he was pretty sure that once he was actually experiencing it again, he would quickly regret that decision. But it doesn't matter. Now he had 1,600 mini-drones ready for use. With a mental command, He ordered all of his mini-drones to return to his main drone. All 1,600 of them simultaneously descended back down into a single point above the main drone's frame, their figures shimmering as they all slowly coincided inside each other without problem. And if he so chose, he could easily deploy all mini-drones anytime he wanted. So after a little bit more practice with controlling his mini-drones, he finally felt ready and returned to the orc's shadow realm. Michael gestured for the orcs to stop kneeling. Now was not the time for niceties, now was the time for war. Magnetic orcs stepped forward. The orc chieftains, the 10 elite penumbras, the 300 high penumbras all presented themselves to him. And with a gesture, his drone dropped its invisibility. Then, the rectangular bulge at its top frame shivered as 312 mini-drones deployed out into the open. You will be in charge of your own mini-drones. They will follow you and support you in your missions. He taught them the basics. If they wanted the drone to shoot something, all they had to do was use their shadows to mark their target. Next, he deployed the rest of his mini-drones out in the open. The orcs gasped in shock at seeing the armada. I will assign hundreds of mini-drones for our mortal shadow orcs. Do not stray away from them, as they will serve as your main weapon and your main defense. He taught them how to control the mini-drones as well, and they quickly learned the basics. We are incredibly grateful, Lord Michael. We can feel your presence with these mini-drones, said Naruto. We will not fail you, Sasuke said decisively. Orcs, you all know what to do not disappoint our lord. The Orcanines slapped their muscles, the Orcupines strummed their quills. The anticipation for battle was quickly growing. Yawn, are we too late? Everyone turned to look at the side. There, 3 figures emerged from the tunnels of darkness. The shadow orcs kneeled. Lord Jaku, Lady Yumisu, and Lord Zion greeted Naruto. You have just come on time. Of course, the Dragonborns were a part of this siege. They had a big responsibility, for they were the only ones that had a higher cultivation realm than the others. They were in charge of dealing with the stronger opponents, the ones that the orcs couldn't deal with on their own. Jaku and Yumisu were both only in the 3rd stage of the body formation realm, but he knew that their effective strengths were way above that. Shayna's performance during her last battle proved that. What are we waiting for? Let's ride. Zion shouted with the orcs. Michael crossed his arms. I don't think you should come. The youngest red-scaled dragonborn was the only one amongst his siblings who had yet to awaken a diva. He was barely a magnetic. But this wasn't actually the reason why he was hesitant in sending out Zion. It was because of Shayna. Her absence was sorely missed. If she was here right now, she'd already be swatting Zion's head for being so overly excited. Without her, there was no one to reel the reins before Jaku went too overboard. Don't worry, Master. Violet slime appeared from the ground and jumped up to Zion's shoulders. I'll be sticking with Zion for the majority of the raid, Fudge said. This was the opposite of reassuring. Michael inwardly instructed more of his mini-drones to keep an eye on the two. They weren't just double the trouble, they were a catastrophic multiplier. Did they brief you in on the mission? He asked Jaku. I just need to enter through here and defeat anyone I see, right? Jaku replied, pointing at the shadow map. Michael massaged his head. You also need to guide the other orcs so that they can infiltrate some of the treasure rooms here and there. Right. Sorry, boss, I forgot, hee. Okay, I have to add more mini-drones to keep an eye on Jaku. Knowing him, he's too lazy to look over the map itself. He'd get lost. So Michael, what do I do? Yumisu asked, nervously gripping her spear. You attack the other side of the stronghold. You'll be attacking at the same time as Jaku. She knew all of this stuff beforehand, but her nervousness was getting the better of her. Hey, I heard you and Selun are getting close. How is she? Yumisu's eyes widened, and the stiffness in her body slightly melted. She's a good friend. She's taught me a lot. I never knew that werewolves like her also hide a lot of uncontrollable emotions within them. After a few seconds, Yumisu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Selun and the Brownblood's teachings were slowly coming back to her. Her posture changed, slowly gaining more confidence and control. Then she turned to look at Michael. I'm ready now, Sir Michael. Surprisingly, it seemed that Yumisu would be the most reliable out of the bunch. Allying with the Brownbloods did wonders for her. I'll still send a few mini-drones to aid her. Eventually, the preparations were done. If they lingered any longer, then they would just be stalling, and it would only increase the chances that ersatz would move. It was time to strike. "Make these bastards know the comfort of Reborn," he shouted. As they readied themselves, Michael reached down into his shadows, revealing his stash of God-forged pieces ready to be consumed. The ersatz stronghold, one of the most secretive locations in New Sparta. Hundreds of men strolled through the parapets, guarding the castle with a casual attitude. In their entire tenure, no one had ever attacked their stronghold and lived to tell the tale. The walls, only 15 meters in height, yet if one tried to climb it, they would suddenly find themselves scaling an impossibly tall mountain. The creator of this stronghold, a nascent spirit cultivator at the very least, made sure that the walls did its job, even against an all-powerful magnetic. The only way through inside was the drawbridge that would allow people to cross the moat, as instead of water, it was an endless abyss that would welcome its trespassers. 2 guards were stationed at the drawbridge, both in the 3rd stage, specifically chosen for their alertness. Yet they were clueless as a shadow emerged from the corner of their station room. This shadow slithered through the cobblestone ground before reaching the first guard. It assimilated into his shadow, now bearing a sinister smile like that of a devil. The soldier jolted up before he immediately walked over to the metal chains and began yanking it downwards. Wood creaked as the drawbridge slowly lowered over the moat. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" screamed the other guard, shaking his companion. His companion turned to him absent-mindedly. "He said that we should open it." The absent-minded soldier pointed at the empty space over the moat. This was unnerving to say the least. "What are you talking about? There's no one there. Stop opening the drawbridge or you'll get us both in trouble." He touched his companion's soldier, suddenly feeling a cold sensation on his back. Ability power, he was being controlled. But as soon as he touched his shoulder, a devilish shadow suddenly engulfed his own shadow, creating the same absent-minded look on his face. Violet slime popped up from the ground, watching as the 2 soldiers both lowered the drawbridge. For the first time since its creation, the stronghold was forcefully opened. It was only a few seconds later did the guards patrolling the area notice the cold breeze blowing from the lowered drawbridge. But his warnings were far too late. Thousands of shadows burst inside the stronghold. Shadow orcs began emerging from these shadows, thousands, tens of thousands of them, all landing into the different parts of the stronghold. They scaled the walls from the inside, reaching the parapets and battlements. They flooded the entrances to the castles. They infiltrated the barracks, taking the resting guards completely off guard. The hell, where did these orcs come from? Groans and shouts of surprise came all over the area. Their stronghold was supposed to be impenetrable. They would be immediately alerted if anyone tried to forcefully enter into their territory. But the stronghold made neither a peep nor a screech. They didn't even know a raid was happening until it was already too late. And now, there were currently thousands upon thousands of orcs now swarming their quarters. Despite being trained for all kinds of scenarios, the ersatz guards were caught with their hands completely tied together. Some were even caught in their sleeping attire. The shadow orcs moved past these blumbering guards, their shadows flitting past them and reaching the critical areas that no one should ever enter. "You bastards, you can't enter." One of the guards rushed towards the orcs, only to see them pushing an inconspicuous brick on the wall, causing a secret room to open up. That wasn't the only secret room being opened up. The mortal shadow orcs had one simple job: use the chaos of the initial siege to open up all the entrances and exits in the stronghold. And with their deft lockpicking skills and the added advantage of surprise, the shadow orcs were able to quickly turn the well-guarded stronghold into a sponge, full of holes. They lowered drawbridges, they opened doors, they unlocked secret tunnels. They methodically made quick work of the stronghold according to their plans. They didn't spend hours surveying the stronghold for nothing. Not only that, but some of them took this chance to lower their opponents' numbers. They attacked prone ersatz guards, assassinating them in their sleep. At the very least, they disrupted their ability to fight by stealing everything in their weapon racks. With thousands of orcs running around, it was total mayhem for the stronghold. But of course, it didn't take long before the ersatz guards regained their composure. "Kill them, they're just mortals." Hearing this, the thousands of shadow orcs began to retreat. They turned into shadows, retreating into the recesses and cracks on the walls. "You won't get away with attacking ersatz so easily," shouted one of the guards. He reached forward, grasping the shadow in his hands. Then, he yanked the orc out of the tenebrous realm and into the open ground. The shadow orc skidded back, crashing into the wall behind him. "What did you think would happen? You're just mortals fighting against magnetics." The guard raised his sword, but just as he was about to bring it down onto the helpless orc, a shadow appeared behind him. Then a vertical light glimmered in the guard's neck. A second later, his head slid off his shoulders. His body slumped onto the ground, revealing another shadow orc behind him, an orc who bore a violet crest on his chest, a high penumbra. Back in the open quarters of the stronghold, the ersatz guards started their counter-attack. Their first-stage cultivators chased after the shadow orcs. The mortal shadow orcs tried their best to fight back, but ability power was too much to overcome. They had to overwhelm each first-stage cultivator with 20 shadow orcs at the very least, just so that they wouldn't get massacred. They surrounded them with shadows, sporadically attacking and retreating from random sides. But their attacks were completely useless against these magnetics. The ersatz guards was starting to gain momentum. And it was at that moment that a different shadow slithered through the tenebrous shroud of mortal orcs. It was darker, more dense. The first-stage guard smiled, parrying the shadow orc's shadow tendrils with only his hand. But a new shadow tentacle emerged. The guard offhandedly parried, only to find his hand cut off from his elbow. His head plopped off his shoulder. The shadow orcs rejoiced and made way for the newcomer, an orc with a violet crest. And it wasn't just him. Hundreds more emerged from the darkness, assassinating the first-stage guards. The high penumbra members finally showed themselves. All 300 members dispersed into the crowd. And suddenly, the tides of battle swung back onto the orc side. Even though the high penumbras had yet to awaken their divas, their innate power was still able to hold their own against first-stage ersatz magnetics. Their moves were ever so slightly imbued with ability power, allowing them to hurt the magnetic guards. They turned into untouchable shadows, striking from all sides, coming from nowhere, using their numbers to their advantage. But it was at that moment that new ersatz guards suddenly jumped down from the walls into the open court. These guards were in the second stage of body formation, stronger, their armors heftier, stationed in the walls as a deterrent to invaders. But since the orcs didn't have to scale the walls, their jobs were moot and was delayed in entering the skirmishes. It was only now that they could join the fight. Kill these invaders. Above these new guards was a two-dimensional figure of a golem, their divas. Some were made out of water, some air, and some earthly minerals, but the general design and theme of these golems remained the same, animation-like. Despite the banality of it all, these divas emanated the same genuine shockwave of power. The shadows shivered, the mortal orcs retreated. This was a battle they couldn't fight. Finally, one of the second-stage guards charged towards the high penumbras. He slashed his sword onto the high orc, who turned into a shadow before the attack hit. This was an unfair fight. The guard pursued the shadow. He was relentless. His confidence was born from the fact that he had a diva and his opponent did not. The high penumbra orc was outmatched. Without a diva to fight with, his attacks and defenses were like paper against steel. The chase ended when the orc was cornered against a wall. The guard swung his sword. But at the very last moment, his weapon felt great resistance. A new orc appeared in between them. His knife clanged against the guard's sword. This orc faced his opponent with an equal ferocity. Their weapons clashed, creating a shockwave as their powers engaged with each other. The guard's eyes widened. His ability power was rebuffed. He looked up, finally seeing the tenebrous figure above his new opponent. A shadowy physique, a diva. Before the second-stage guard could even take it all in, the elite orc pushed the knife and stabbed it towards the guard's neck. The guard frowned, unnerved at seeing a demi-human wield a diva, but he defended. The wind golem diva above him moved, creating a breeze that shielded his body from the attack. The orc thrust his knife into the wind wall and pierced through the ability power shield like it was nothing. The guard's eyes widened with panic. How could his second-stage defense be defeated by a first-stage demi-human? Unfortunately for him, he would never get to hear the answer to his question. The knife struck his throat, killing him instantly. And suddenly, the ersatz guards felt a cold chill on their backs. They witnessed an abomination. Orcs wielded their divas, assassinating their men left and right. One by one. The second stage, ersatz guards fell lifelessly to the ground. The elite penumbras were showing why they were called elite. The mere shock factor of seeing multiple orcs wielding a shadowy diva above their heads was enough to make anyone pause for a good few seconds. And in a life-or-death battle, that was essentially a lifetime. The elite shadow orcs wouldn't waste an opportunity like that. Terrified, some of the ersatz guards began running away from the fight. They scrambled, jostled, and crawled their way out of the battlefield containing these monstrous orcs. This only caused further chaos within the ersatz defense, making it a lot easier for the orcs to divide and conquer. Just then, they heard a booming sound, echoing throughout the 6 walls of the stronghold. Dun dun dun. It sounded like gigantic drums were being banged repeatedly, causing there to be such a deep and intimidating tone to permeate the battlefield. One of the surviving ersatz members smiled maniacally. Ha ha ha, finally, reinforcements have come to save us from these ungodly invaders. And true enough, the main doors to the castle suddenly burst wide open. 5 figures emerged, each one donning an elaborate dark armor that denoted their clear difference from the ordinary. Guards in the ersatz organization. They walked forth, scanning the battlefield with their sharp and unforgiving eyes. And without warning, their bodies emitted a shockwave of power, causing even the elite shadow orcs to stagger backwards. This was accompanied by the manifestation of their artifice divas. Above them was a different depiction of Hanya masks, each as demonic and sinister as the other. Some had horns, some only had one, some had open eye holes, some depicted hellish irises. As with all divas born from an artifice, these divas didn't look realistic at all. They looked like they were painted by hand, with brush strokes still visible on its dark outlines. The guards walked forward, their very presence changing the atmosphere in the battlefield. An elite penumbra member slithered through the shadows, before striking with a well-placed lunge at the last one behind them. But the guard simply turned around and drew his sword, cutting down the black tendril that tried to assassinate him. The elite penumbra orc turned into black mist before retreating. The guard scoffed, raising his hand in a taunt. "Come on, is that all you can do?" The elite penumbra orcs held their knives in hand, eager to prove these guards wrong. But just then, 2 shadows blurred past them and rushed into the open fray. 2 humongous orcs emerged from these tenebrous shadows, their stature towering over all the other orcs, not just in physicality, but aura as well. "Do not fear, for I have arrived." Naruto angrily turned to his side. "That was my line, you buffoon." Sasuke coolly shook his head. "I thought of it first." The ersatz guards watched these 2 orcs argue with a frown on their face. Were they treating this as a joke? "I'm done with this. The ersatz will not be treated as a joke," shouted one of the guards. Red flame emanated all over his body, the red Hanya mask diva above him engulfed with the same fire. Their ability power allowed them to increase their physical prowess by a very substantial amount. Pound for pound, they could easily overpower any monster they fought against, including these orcs. As soon as he disappeared, Naruto and Sasuke turned serious. "After you," Sasuke said, facetiously bowing at Naruto. The Orcanine chieftain growled, before spreading his arms wide. His muscles and werewolf-like fur was in full show. Above him, the figure of a shadowy orc appeared, mimicking his movements. Naruto slapped his chest, a shockwave permeated through the air. The attacking ersatz guard suddenly heard high-pitched noise assaulting his ears. His vision doubled, with blackness starting to erode his eyesight. He stumbled forwards, unable to discern his current location. The red fire in his body flickered, his confusion leading his diva to be staggered as well. At that same moment, Sasuke finally moved. He hunched his back, flexing his lat muscles. The quills on his skin started to shake and vibrate, caused by the shadowy diva above him pounding its own chest. Quills shot forth like bullets all around him. It seemed arbitrary, random, but at the sharp end of these quills a black shadow tendril emerged. They pulled the quills into a different direction, towards the staggered guard. The disorienting effects of Naruto's shout created a shadow mark on the guard's body. and the shadows on the quills chased after it, like they were magnets attracted to metal. The quills pelted the guard, showering him with an ability-enhanced needle. A few seconds later, the guard fell to the ground face first. The quills dug deeper, but he didn't react, he couldn't. It was at this moment that the other third-stage guards stopped in place like a bunch of rattled cats. They were alarmed and disturbed. They all charged after the two orc chieftains. The Hanya masks above them exploded into a raging fire. Their third-stage cultivation protected them. One of the guards reached Naruto, and with a swift sword strike, he decapitated the chieftain. Blood splashed onto the guard's face. His vision turned hazy, only for the orcs in front of him to change into humans. The Urset's guards were horrified to see one of their own leaders decapitate another one of their own. And before he could even understand what happened, the wind whistled beside him. Quills shot through his entire body, before piercing through and hitting the other soldiers around him. He fell to the ground, confusion forever painted on his face. "Be careful," shouted one of the Urset's leader guards. He turned around to warn the others, only to find himself alone in the darkness. Then a few seconds later, he saw blood staining his clothes. It was only a few seconds before his death did he finally see the quills that dealt the final blow. The Urset's leader guards fell into their trap before the battle even began. Just hearing that shout "Bu-tu-tu," it was enough to sign their death warrant. They were overconfident, thinking that they could defend against a first-stage ability power through their own defenses. But the darkness of Naruto's shadow was far too deep. Any who heard his song would feel their whole being shaken. Then Sasuke finished them off. His quills were stronger and more effective against staggered opponents, thanks to his ability power. With this, the two orc chieftains proved themselves a power to be reckoned with. The shadow orcs slammed their chests and strummed their quills. In celebration, they had completely taken control of the stronghold's open quarters. The only thing they had to take care of were the stragglers, the deserters who were too cowardly to face them. As Michael instructed, they were quickly apprehended and brought to chains. Surrounded by ferocious orcs and fettered with iron chains, the Urset's guards trembled in fear. You won't get away with this," shouted one of the guards. "You think this is over? It won't be long now until the rest of us hear about this. There are even more monsters awaiting you in the castle." They were telling the truth. Defeating hundreds of first-stage Urset's guards was merely a drop in the bucket in their mission. According to their estimates, their organization held more powerful individuals inside. Those that went above the third-stage body formation realm. "It's too late now. Once they come out here, you're all dead. The drum has been rung." Naruto approached the apprehended guards. They cowered. "What? Killing us won't grant you mercy." Then the orc chieftain reached into his shadows and retrieved a metal brick. He clicked on a button. Dune, dune, dune. The Urset's guards were startled. Those were the drum beats they were talking about. This was the very beat that alerted everyone in the castle of an invasion. How were they able to replicate the sound? "Show them," said Naruto. Shadow Orc emerged from the crowd before throwing something in front of the apprehended guards. The item clanged on the ground. It was none other than the drums they used for the alert. The orcs had already taken care of this problem long before the invasion started. The guards' eyes widened with a realization. The orcs purposefully rang the bell. It was at that moment when footfalls rang out into the open quarters. Everyone turned their attention to the castle as hundreds upon hundreds of soldiers began walking out. These Urset's guards were well dressed, fully armed, they were ready. This was the stronghold's main force, the one containing cultivators ranging from the 4th stage and higher. "Surrender now and your lives may yet be spared," shouted out one of the main soldiers. Meanwhile, the group of apprehended guards struggled against the orcs' grasp. They couldn't warn the soldiers that they were walking into a trap. The Urset soldiers sauntered in perfect formation. The ones at the very front, considered to be the cannon fodder in any battalion, were filled with 4th stage artifice magnetics. The weakest among them were multitudes times more stronger than anyone that the orcs faced earlier. And right now, there were hundreds more marching out of the castle grounds, ready to face the invasive orc forces. Naruto and Sasuke stood at the forefront, the elite penumbra and the high penumbras behind them. The mortal orcs were forced to retreat safely at a distance. Their job was done. Joining into the fray would only make them a liability. "Who are you? Present yourselves," said one of the Ursat's soldiers. He rode a horse behind a battalion, flag bearers supporting him from behind. He was a leader, a major. Just his presence alone made the orcs tremble. Not in fear, but because of the sheer mammoth difference in cultivation between them. Their bodies signaled retreat, like how mortals shivered when faced with an insurmountable cold. He was in the 6th stage of the body formation realm, the orcs barely at the 1st. But despite the difference, the orcs remained. Shadows never retreated from their target. Who would dare invade an Ursat's stronghold? The major slammed his massive glaive into the ground, cracking the cobblestone floor. "You have successfully launched a secret invasion against a stronghold. That is unprecedented. Do you not dare claim this achievement?" The orcs remained silent, their eyes watching as the Ursat's soldiers slowly closed in on them from all sides. "Are you a part of the consortium?" the major asked. But a few seconds later, he shook his head. "If you are, then this is a massive failure on our part. Would have thought that those old-fashioned bastards have finally cracked the ability to turn demi-humans useful." His insult was sharp. "No matter, all will be revealed once we capture every single one of you," the major said. He looked around at the castle, seeing his men now stationed around the walls. Archers positioned themselves in the battlements, ready to rain down their arrows into the orcs. He raised his hand, the soldiers tensed. It was at this critical moment, when the Orcanine chieftain slammed his foot onto the ground. The major stopped and observed. Naruto slammed the other foot down onto the ground, like a sumo wrestler ready to brawl. Then he looked up at the major, his eyes burning with shadows. "Bututu," he screamed. A shockwave of power emanated from his scream. It reached the major. His natural defenses rebuffed it. But his eyes twitched. Naruto slammed his chest, then his thigh. With each slap, a booming sound echoed out into the battlefield. The elite penumbras behind him rallied. The Orcanines among the group slapped their chests and thighs in accordance with their chieftain. Their resonance further deepened the rhythmic drums. The quills on Sasuke's back rattled with his shout. He was like a snake about to pounce. This high-pitched sound created another layer within the booming effect. It only grew stronger as the elite penumbras followed. And suddenly, the soldiers in the Ursat's army shifted their feet. They were unnerved at the strange ritual happening in front of them. Sasuke's strumming of quills created a constant beat that supplemented the rhythmic pattern of Naruto's slaps. They became melodic to the orcs' ears, invigorating them, galvanizing their blood to boil. But to the soldiers, it was nothing less than horrifying. The rest of the shadow orcs followed after their leaders. Ability powers be damned. They might not be magnetics like their chieftains, but they were still orcs. They still had their culture to uphold. Thousands upon thousands of orcs slammed their chests and strummed their quills. The whole stronghold was engulfed in their shouts. Now the soldiers couldn't help but feel their nerves starting to act up. They backed away, causing confusion within their ranks. It wasn't long before one of them tumbled, creating a domino effect as an entire battalion suddenly lost their footing. No ability power was involved in this phenomenon. It was all purely through the spectacle of the orc rituals. "Enough of this," screamed the major. Immense pressure boomed out of his body as a figure of a full-armored demon appeared above his head. The presence of this 6th-stage diva immediately neutralized the chanting orcs. They staggered, breaking the building momentum. "You all have nothing to be afraid of," he shouted to the Ursat's guards. "They are mere fledglings of magnetics, demi-humans." The major stepped forward, glaive at the ready. Then he pointed his blade at the cornered shadow orcs. The army he commanded immediately charged with no fear. They brought out their divas, further solidifying the massive cultivation differences between the two groups. "Get out of the way," Major said as he jostled his own soldiers. He wanted to be the first to strike down this group of orcs. He wanted glory, and most of all, he wanted to get rid of that unnerved feeling in his heart. There was no way he was afraid of them. A few meters away, he raised his glaive. The armored demon above him did the same, but this time, its weapon elongated up to the very skies itself. This effect created a semi-translucent aura around the major's weapon, giving it the same overreaching effect as his diva. With one swing, he would decimate this entire army of orcs. In the middle of his swing, something flashed above him. Thousands of twinkling lights emerged from the skies like a constellation of stars. Yet these were neither stars nor heavenly bodies. They were flying only above the stronghold itself. Finally, these stars shimmered into reality. They were mini drones. But before the Major could even decipher their origin, thousands of Unity beams rained down on his body. Unity guns rained down onto the Major, battering him with enough energy to level an entire city itself. The armored demon diva above him tried to power through with its ability power, but the Unity tore through it nonetheless. With a body full of burning holes, the Major plopped into the ground, weapon clanging right beside him. His corpse still emitted smoke, and for a good few seconds, the entire battlefield turned silent. The Ursat's soldiers simply couldn't comprehend what happened. They didn't know where it came from. Only a few were able to notice the brief moment that the mini-drones dropped their invisibility to unleash their Unity guns. But they had never seen such a creature before. And before they could even take a good look, the mini-drones shimmered and disappeared from their sight. They appeared and reappeared faster than a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke felt rejuvenated after seeing the mini-drones completely destroy the Major. They felt Michael's reassuring and overpowered presence through those flying metal objects. With him here, there was nothing to worry about. The orc chieftains shouted to the top of their lungs, completely shocking the Ursat soldiers. Naruto and Sasuke both descended into the ground, turning into an amorphous shadow. They slithered through the darkness and reached the nearest battalion. They emerged out of their shadows, knives lunging at the nearest soldier. Startled, the soldiers tried to defend themselves. They parried with their swords. The difference in cultivation saved them from a beheaded fate. Angered, the soldiers' diva emerged and empowered their entire body. An armored demon, less endowed than the Major, but still powerful nonetheless. They slashed at the orc chieftains. But at the last second, two beams of Unity rained down behind the soldiers, staggering them forwards perfectly in place for the orcs' knives. Naruto's hand turned into a shadow as he decapitated one soldier and rushed to the other. Despite the overwhelming difference in cultivation, Naruto kept his aggressive attack. He disappeared into a shadow, only emerging at his target's blind spot. The soldiers were still soldiers. They reacted swiftly, defending themselves and using their cultivation to their advantage. But without fail, at the critical moment of their counterattack, a Unity beam would shoot them in the back and completely leave them vulnerable to be attacked. Naruto and Sasuke distracted the soldiers, the mini-drones ready to shot. And the orc chieftains took the coup de grace. It was a simple tactic, yet completely unguardable. The two orcs went on a complete rampage, killing their way through a whole battalion. Behind them, the elite penumbra did the same. They turned into a shadow and ran up the ramparts and walls of the stronghold, taking the archers in complete shock. They fearlessly attacked, the archers attacked. With the difference in cultivation, even a simple punch could prove fatal for the shadow orcs. Undaunted, they attacked. They knew that the mini-drones would save them from harm. And even if it didn't, they were assured that their enemy would die killing them. Thankfully, that is yet to happen. After all, there were more than 1,000 mini-drones currently roaming the battlefield. They were there from the very beginning, watching, waiting. The shadow orcs made the first invasion, killing as much as they could before they purposefully attracted more soldiers out of the castle and into the open grounds, all for the sole purpose of the mini-drones having unrestricted line of sight to the most amount of targets. And now, the entire army of the stronghold were being torn asunder by these invisible metal machines that shot unavoidable lasers. They had nowhere to hide, nowhere to retreat. The castle doors and the drawbridges had been closed thanks to a handful of orcs. The high orcs did their job. All 300 members followed suit to their chieftains, fearlessly attacking soldiers and gaining their attention. Even without an actual diva to protect them from harm, they surged like an insurmountable wave. By marking their target with a shadow, the mini-drones knew which to target, which deserved death. And even though they were demi-human, even though they had yet to awaken, they were able to kill magnetics multiple stages higher than their own. As the fight wore on and the fight continued, the beating of drums and strumming of quills grew stronger and stronger. The ersatz soldiers couldn't even hear their own heartbeats. They died, hearing the orcs beheading them while screaming those 3 words. With thousands of mini-drones gunning down soldier after soldier without rest, it didn't take long before it became less of a fight and more of a massacre. Soldiers deserted their positions, abandoning their battalions, all in hope of escaping this hellish nightmare. But before they could even get close to the walls, they would get shot down relentlessly. Even if they did escape, they would get tormented by those orc chants till they turned insane. At this point, even the mortal shadow orcs joined in on the fight. They were like ants meddling in a fight against elephants. But with the elephant prone and injured, the ants could do a hell of a job tormenting them. The battlefield became a sea of shadows, with no boat or island to stand on. The ersatz soldiers drowned, becoming fodder to the growing monsters under the water. Naruto and Sasuke watched their shadows with satisfaction on their blood-stained faces. They couldn't believe that they triumphed against an entire army of magnetic soldiers with not even a single casualty. Who would have thought? With the powers bequeathed by their lord Michael, they were able to achieve what no orc has achieved before. But this was just the start. They would grow their shadows to the point where they could cover the entire world. The orcs shouted in a euphoric cry as they killed the last soldier in the battalion. Jaku casually strolled through the tunnels of the stronghold, whistling as he did so. "Where am I going again?" he asked out loud. While the shadow orcs were dealing with the majority of the army, the much smaller task force consisting of the Dragonborns and a few orcs continued on inside the castle. Just as they planned, they separated into 3 teams, each one in charge of going into the stronghold's treasure room and finding the stolen key. "This way, Lord Jaku," said one of the elite orcs accompanying him. Right, lead the way," Jaku said, letting the shadows continue onwards. "Just tell me through your shadows if you found the treasure room, then just teleport me after." The dark blue-scaled Dragonborn found a private sleeping quarters in one of the tunnels. He immediately made himself comfortable and let the orcs do their job. About a couple of minutes later, his small power nap was interrupted by a shadow orc appearing beside him. Jaku opened one of his eyes and peered at the orc. "We found it, Sir Jaku." "Good, did you find the key?" "We haven't, sir. We couldn't enter the room. It's guarded by a soldier. He's in the 7th stage of the body formation realm." Meanwhile, sitting in a stool beside an ornately designed wooden door was an ersatz soldier, yawning as he stretched his muscles. Shadows began to surround him. The 3 tunnels in front and beside him soon lost their light. Someone extinguished the flickering fire lamps. "I knew something weird was happening," said the soldier. In front of him, an amorphous shadow emerged. Jaku jumped out of the shadow, landing right in front of the soldier with the same nonchalance as before. The soldier looked at him weirdly. "I would have thought you'd try to attack me from the dark," he said, holding his scimitar to his shoulder. "That was actually better. Whatever, I'm too tired for tactics," Jaku replied. "You should have used surprise to your advantage. That was the only way you could have survived against me." The soldier's entire body emanated with power, creating a visible shockwave that made the surrounding shadows shiver. Above him, the image of a fiery, demonic horse appeared from smoke. His diva looked to be painted with watercolor, vivid and bleeding. His power as a 7th stage body formation magnetic was simply too much for the surrounding orcs. There was 1 elite penumbra and 10 high orcs, but the power difference was far too much. Jaku was the only one who stood still, undaunted by his opponent's show of power. This earned him an interested gaze. But in truth, Jaku was simply too lazy to be afraid. He'd just be wasting energy. "Well, come on," shouted the soldier. "Attack." But instead of drawing his sword, Jaku did the complete opposite. He lowered his sheath onto the ground and laid right beside it. He looked like he was on a picnic right now. This was an absolute insult to the soldier. "That's it." The fiery horse diva above him neighed silently as it raised its hooves into the air. As the horse dropped its stance to charge, the soldier moved. He lunged at Jaku with his scimitar. His blade was aimed directly at the demi-human's legs. He wanted to injure Jaku enough to incapacitate him, but not enough to kill him. The guard wanted to probe him for information later. But at the moment that he charged towards Jaku, static lightning rumbled above his scales. Jaku was disgruntled, having his nap disrupted once again. Powered by nothing by annoyance, ability power lightning imbued his entire body with ultra-fast speed. The world slowed in his perspective. The disappearing soldier now became a simple blur. Jaku was still slower than the soldier, but the difference in their velocities were much closer now thanks to this blue lightning. He drew his katana, just in time as the soldier's scimitar swiped at his leg. The two blades clashed. With the Jaku's cultivation being 4 stages lower than the soldier's, his katana was quickly rebuffed by the scimitar. However, his move altered the scimitar's trajectory just enough for it to no longer carve through his entire leg, but just barely graze his skin. And just as it was about to cut a half-inch into his scales, a prismatic shield appeared in the next instant. The scimitar and the shield clashed. The soldier pushed his weapon with more power, but the unity defense was infallible. The blade slid past the prismatic shield, completely shocking the soldier. The soldier jumped back. He looked at his weapon. The blade was slightly chipped. How is this possible? Jaku, on the other hand, could only click his tongue in disappointment. He waved his katana, not satisfied with his speed. Arg, is it really just a difference in cultivation? He asked, disgruntled. What are you? What organization are you from? Ghastly expression was written on the soldier's face. That invisible shield created an ominous feeling in the artifice in his chest. You must be exterminated, the soldier shouted. He no longer cared about taking the demi-human as a prisoner. He wanted to destroy him. Jaku frowned as he felt the power of an angered 7th stage magnetic. He had a feeling that this fight was going to be a lot harder than he thought. The fiery horse diva skidded its hooves on the non-existent ground, ability power, wrapping around the soldier's arms and legs. The soldier charged. His scimitar was pointed directly at Jaku's heart. I'm too lazy for this, Jaku grunted. Can you stop? Suddenly, a low growling voice came out his mouth. An invisible tremor permeated around him, traveling as fast as sound itself. The soldier felt something clutching his heart. And in the same instant, the ability power threads wrapping around his legs suddenly snapped. His speed vanished. The blurring environment around the soldier stopped to a complete standstill. The ersatz soldier tripped from his own momentum, shocked by the instant change in speed. He couldn't move. That deep, growling voice seemed to bring up an instinctual fear into him. He felt like he was transported into the primeval era, and he was standing right in front of a monstrous beast, just a short distance away from its disastrous maws. And if he moved even a single bit, the monster would bite down on his chewy carcass and swallow him whole. This instinctual fear seemed to not just be a mental problem, but a physical one as well. The artifice in his chest refused to supplement his legs with any ability power. Was shaken and traumatized by that voice. Jaku, on the other hand, simply shrugged at his own feet. He didn't know how he did that, but he sure as hell was going to take advantage of it. He pointed at the soldier, and suddenly 10 mini-drones manifested into the air. The small cannons on their underside glowed with prismatic power. Before the soldier could even plead for his life, the drones shot their unity guns directly into the man's torso and one into his head. Jaku didn't take a second look at the smoking corpse and walked towards the room. He didn't care about sharpening his sword skill like some honorable samurai. As long as the job was done at the fastest time possible, then he was fine with it. He just wanted to sleep. So he walked through the ornate doors and found himself inside one of the stronghold's treasure rooms. Yumisu found herself in a similar situation as Jaku. She and a couple of other orcs took the right side of the castle, intending to reach the unmapped treasure room there. And even though most, if not all, of the soldiers were outside fighting the shadow orcs, Yumisu was still checking the corners to see if there was anyone still there. She nervously peeked through the tunnels, and once she found it unoccupied, then she walked ahead with the shadow orcs. She was only a 3rd stage body formation magnetic, after all. Her only job in this invasion was to act as a distraction. She would take the attention of the guards stationed at the treasure room and let the mini-drones bombard him with unity guns. Then her job was done. All she had to do then was to find the treasure room and hope that the stolen key was there. Please tell me it's not there, she muttered to herself. As selfish as it may seem, she didn't want to find the key. If she was the one who found it, she'd have an additional mission to protect it. Please tell me the guard isn't there, she prayed. Please tell me the guard isn't there. Unbeknownst to her, they finally reached the last tunnel leading to the treasure room while she was in the middle of this chant. Completely taken by surprise, Yumisu felt her heart stop for a second. Kaya, she screamed, completely taking the 7th stage guard by surprise. Whoa, settle down, the guard said, plugging his ears. Somehow the situation between them became completely reversed. Yumisu was supposed to be the one trying to silence the guard from shouting and alerting the other soldiers. Yet now the soldier was the one feeling as if he was the one who did wrong. If you aren't going to stop, then I'll have to silence your head, he said, taking out his falcata sword. Mist emanated out of the soldier's head, forming the image of a metal-like hippopotamus Frankenstein monster. The appearance of his 7th stage ability power created a shockwave of aura. But strangely enough, Yumisu remained unbothered. She was still screaming, holding her chest as if she was in pain. Or holding something back. Unnerved, the soldier raised his falcata and attacked Yumisu. His body disappeared, only to reappear directly in front of the screaming demi-human. Get away from me, she screamed, pushing her hands forward. This looked accidental. She wasn't even paying attention to the ersatz soldier. Yet it affected him nonetheless. The high-pitched shriek rang through his brain, completely disrupting his train of thought. It was like his brain short-circuited. He couldn't think, and most of all, his body couldn't think. This included the artifice in his heart. The soldier, with his mental still unstable, forcefully continued his swing towards Yumisu. His sword swung through the air before he felt a great resistance stop its momentum. He looked down, seeing a green spear shaft clashing against the blade of his falcata. His 7th stage ability power was being rebuffed by a 3rd stage magnetic. Even with his mental state staggered, he knew that this didn't make sense at all. But then he noticed his arms felt normal. The ability power threads that imbued his physical body with an immense amount of strength equal to that of a hippopotamus was completely gone. He couldn't access his greatest ability. Get away, Yumisu screamed. She swung her spear with great force. The soldier tried to defend, but found his falcata slipping away from his fingers as if he had the grip of a baby. Before he could even understand what happened, he felt the force of nature strike him directly in his chest. He flew backwards, hitting the ornate wooden door behind him and causing it to crack. Dizzy, the soldier looked up. He saw 10 sparkling lights hovering above him. He raised his hand to defend, but realized that his sword had already slipped away from his fingers. Before he could say anything more, the mini-drones unleashed their unity guns. Prismatic beams shot through his body, killing him instantly. Yumisu opened her eyes cautiously, wary that the danger was not over. But it was. The corpse was still smoking from all the burned holes in its body. OMG, that was lucky, she said, heaving a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the shadow orcs behind her shivered in fear. They vowed then and there that they would never be on the bad side of Miss Yumisu. Michael sat in a dark corner of a room. His eyes closed, hands at his knees. He observed the entire battlefield through the different eyes of mini-drone scattered around the stronghold. With 1,600 total eyes in the skies, he practically had full control over the entire area. Nothing could hide from him. Just as he thought, one particular mini-drone caught sight of a secluded tunnel smack dab in the middle of one of the basements. He turned on his drone vision, the world turning into a hue of orange and violet. Finally, he muttered to himself. Beyond this tunnel was someone who emanated a pretty strong ability power, a 9th stage cultivation realm. The Platinum Leader, the strongest defender of this entire stronghold. Once he defeated him, there would be no one else left to stop them from completely invading this ersatz hideout. And as he observed the battlefield, he noticed a discrepancy. He moved his mini-drone further, taking a different perspective than before. And just as he suspected, there's 2 of them. He now saw 2 different orange flames flickering inside the room, 2 magnetics. 2 cultivators at the very peak of the 9th stage. Realm just a half step away from the nascent spirit realm. This was an anomaly. According to Katarina, an ersatz stronghold of this level should only contain 1 platinum leader. was very unlikely for there to be two of them stationed in the single stronghold. This shouldn't be too much of a problem, he thought. It's good that I abstained from using this. He looked at his own cultivation realm, 7th Sage. With hundreds of God-forged kilograms in his possession, he could have easily advanced to the 9th stage of the body formation realm, thereby evening the gap between him and the Platinum leader. But he didn't. As much as that would have been the safer option, it would also be a gigantic waste. Advancing to the next realm created a euphoric reaction within his own heart, an adrenaline-filled advancement, if you will. This was the slightest edge he needed going against two Platinum-level leaders. Finally finding himself ready, Michael stood up and let himself be engulfed in his own shadow. A second later, he emerged behind his mini-drone, just a few meters away from the mouth of the tunnel. He walked forward, entering the throne room. Michael's footfalls echoed into the throne room, alerting the two people inside. They turned towards him, wide-eyed. Michael showed himself to the two Platinum leaders. The one on the left, a man, wore a grungy, unkempt ponytail and had two katana sheaths at his waist. On the right was a woman with straight, long hair and wore a tied-up ribbon on her forehead. They both had the distinct black attire of ersatz members, restrictive and gave away no distinct features. The two Platinum-level leaders looked alarmed when they first saw Michael. Clearly, they'd heard the commotion around the stronghold and were sure they were getting invaded. However, when they saw Michael appear by himself, their guards lowered by the slightest bit. "The consortium sent someone like you here," the man asked with disdain. "Do not be deceived. There must be a trap hidden within that youthful stature," said the woman. Michael walked forward, letting the lambent light of the surrounding oil lamps finally illuminate his entire body. He was there for them to see, to scrutinize. "My eyes must be deceiving me. It's just a kid." The woman rubbed her eyes, yet nothing changed. Michael shrugged. "I'm Michael from the Reborn company." The two Platinum leaders looked at each other, confused. They would have never expected such an obscure company to come up this deep in their stronghold. But one thing was finally clear for the ersatz leaders: the consortium wasn't here. "And I thought they finally caught on to our scheme," said the man, taking a deep breath. "As it turns out, we did a pretty good job stealing the key without the consortium knowing. But not good enough, apparently. Some chump company was able to find your stronghold," laughed the woman. "You're right, this is embarrassing. I'm gonna have to discipline my guards for sleeping on the job. Sorry you have to see this. I'll give you the key after this. And please keep your mouth shut to our superiors," the man said. "Don't worry, I know just how hard it is to manage a stronghold," she replied. As it turned out, the woman was only here to retrieve the key from the man after his stronghold stole it from the Thunderfoot Company. It seemed that this key was important enough for them to send a Platinum-level magnetic just for a delivery. Then the man turned to Michael. "Listen, kid, you just stumbled into your own death." But Michael interrupted him. "So the key isn't here," he said out loud. Finally, the two leaders looked at him with surprise and suspicion. It seemed his appearance here wasn't as accidental as they thought. "He was here for the key." "You just signed your own death warrant," said the man, his face darkening. The woman turned serious as well. They treated the key with absolute importance. It was a responsibility thrust upon them by the highest power. They couldn't mess this up. "You and your group of invaders will experience a fate worse than death." Michael raised his hand and mimicked his mouth. "Yada yada yada, come on, let's just fight." The two ersatz leaders couldn't believe it. Such pompousness, yet so young. They didn't know where he got the gall. From the looks of it, the boy seemed to only be in the 7th stage of the body formation realm. Michael sighed. "Erg, this is frustrating. I'll lose the bet because of you guys." Before this fight, he made a bet with the Dragonborns about who would get the key first. After seeing Jaku and Yumisu find nothing within their assigned treasure room, he had a really bad feeling that Zion and Fudge would end up finding it themselves. Them winning would be a recipe for disaster. The male leader exploded in anger. Smoke appeared above his head, forming the visage of a large, hunching skeleton monster with blades for its hands. He shot towards Michael, his speed so fast that his body turned completely horizontal as he charged. He unsheathed his sword, a freezing chill smoking off of its blade. From his perspective, Michael looked like his eyes haven't even responded to his move. The man swung his identical swords. Visible chilling wind slashes appeared in the air, before flying off into completely different directions. Some of them completely missed the mark, they hit the walls. But instead of cutting through them, the chilled wind slashes bounced off back into the fray. The man continued to create wind slashes. Each one of them bounced all over the room, seemingly gaining momentum with each ricochet they achieved. Meanwhile, the woman remained silent, suddenly moving her head just in time as one of the slashes came towards her. She could barely even see the slashes. The boy certainly couldn't even react to them. Michael finally moved. He reached down into his pockets, retrieving multiple iron switches inside. Then he threw them into the chilling wind slashes with complete accuracy. But as soon as the switches hit the slashes, they suddenly stopped in place. The man stumbled forwards as he felt his own power get cut off from his artifice. This was an unfamiliar and unnerving feeling. Michael continually threw his switches, hitting a wind slash. It wasn't long before the entire room became filled with stagnant wind crescents in the air. Finally, they looked up above at the boy's head and saw the image of a headless mechanical structure. It was his diva, incomplete, and only at the precipice of the upper stages of the body formation realm. Yet, the boy could somehow stop the man's ability power just like that. And in their shock, Michael raised his hand, pointing his index finger at the staggered Ursat's platinum leader. His fingertips glowed prismatic. Then the unity beam shot straight towards his target's head. The man instinctively ducked away, but the prismatic beam still shot through the side of his head, completely obliterating his ears. "Arg!" he screamed, holding his bleeding head. The woman finally realized the dire situation they were in. The boy was not as simple as they thought. She took out the ribbon bow from her forehead, straightening it in her hands. Above her, the image of an animated giant anaconda appeared. The rest of its body was coiled, hissing, and ready to pounce at Michael. She whipped her ribbon towards him, hoping to give her counterpart enough time to recover. The ribbon slithered in the air, extending magically towards Michael. It wrapped around his entire body, constricting him like a snake who caught its prey. She tightened her grip. He won't be able to use that weird power he used any time soon. Her snake diva constricted his bloodstream and his ability power threads. But unbeknownst to her, a prismatic mote of light appeared behind her. The mini drone materialized in a split second as it shot its unity gun straight at the woman's back. She staggered forwards, her grip on the ribbon loosening. Michael shrugged it off. Just then the man appeared behind him. His double sword emanated a cold chill. As the sword swung to his neck, his body turned into an amorphous shadow, slithering away from harm. The man chased after him, but behind him, another mini drone appeared and shot him in the shoulder. "Be careful of those invisible creatures," the woman warned. The man turned back, swinging his swords mindlessly into the air. He bombarded the entire area with chilling wind slashes, hoping to catch one of those creatures off guard. And somehow one did. A cold wind struck the mini drone, dropping its invisibility for a brief second. But before the freezing cold permeated into the metal, a protective bubble protected it from harm. Against this protective shield, the man's wind slash disintegrated into mere mist. Not only was his attack ineffective, this also caused him to become vulnerable for a brief second. Michael raised his hand, aiming for another unity gun. Just then, the woman's slithering ribbon wrapped around his wrists. She tugged on her ribbon, trying to pull Michael towards her. Michael staggered for a bit before he reached into his pocket and retrieved something made out of carbon. He plopped this new block onto the woman's ribbon, and suddenly it began to shiver and recoil back into the woman's hand. "Snake, what are you doing?" Her ribbon was completely reversing its movements, and now it's wrapped back into her hands. This was the power of the reverse block. With his hands free, Michael shot his unity gun at the man straight into his chest. The man winced, pinching the hole in his chest to prevent it from bleeding out. On the other hand, the woman finally took control back of her ribbon snake just in time as a mini drone manifested above her. Just as it was about to release its unity beam, she whipped her ribbon towards it, wrapping it around the cannon. The unity beam shot its prismatic bullet nonetheless. It hit her ribbon square, making her wince, but since it was still a mithril relic, the bullet didn't pass through it. Ignoring the pain of her snake, she pulled the drone towards her. She finally grabbed it with both her hands, triumphant. Michael appeared behind her. Her eyes widened before she looked down into her stomach. A solid prismatic beam burned through her torso. Feeling the weakness from her body, she fell on her knees. The giant anaconda snake above her lost its color, disappearing back into mist. Her ribbon plopped lifelessly into the ground as her life began to fade away. "Damn you," the man screamed towards him. Michael retrieved his Unity saber, meeting the man's dual swords head-on. Mithril and Unity clashed, and a second later, beams of prismatic light shot down towards the man, killing him instantly. Michael took a deep breath after killing the two platinum leaders, but he didn't let down his guard yet. After all, he knew that defeating these ninth-stage magnetics wasn't going to be the hardest part of this stronghold invasion. It's just the start. Just then, he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, as an overflow of ability power surged out of these two corpses. To be exact, it came from the fluttering object on their necks. Michael disappeared into a shadowy figure and reappeared at the opposite end of the room, making as much space as he could away from the source of that strange power. He watched carefully as the objects finally slipped out of the platinum's collars, hovering slightly above their smoking cadavers. The chains themselves were ordinary, but the gem at its center was anything but. Dark and crystalline, the centerpiece of the ornate jewelry looked like it was carved straight out from an iceberg made entirely out of obsidian. Michael had seen this type of necklace before, and he knew what it contained. As if sensing the deathly state of its owner, the two necklaces pulled themselves out of the corpse's necks, snapping its golden lace in an instant. The black gem slowly hovered above, shadowy mist slowly gathering to form a vortex. Michael felt a heavy feeling in the air. Ability power was slowly being unleashed, a tremendous amount, something that far surpassed even the platinum leaders themselves. This was definitely something from a nascent spirit realm. He knew that it was only a small sliver of the real thing, but it was still intimidating nonetheless. His right hand lay near his right thigh, ready to retrieve the gun from his holster. His left hand reached for his chest, finding solace in the wooden talisman that protected him. These were just his last protective measures. He didn't want to waste 2 of his 6 bullets after all. Beside him, a woman emerged from his shadow. Alpha, she was his only weapon against these nascent spirit pieces. She couldn't kill one herself, but she could sure as hell occupy them enough so that he could deal the final blow, or vice versa. "Charlie, come here," he said. And on his right, a new figure emerged. It was another one of his Unity clones. In comparison to Alpha, Charlie's power was completely non-existent. He was basically immortal at this point and completely of no use in this fight. But that doesn't mean he couldn't. Contained on those 2 ninth-stage corpses were artifices that could be used for the ascension of Charlie to become the same level as Alpha and Beta. Of course, he had to retrieve the artifice first. Finally, his opponent showed themselves. The 2 black gems hovering in the air exploded into a million pieces, their shards slowly turning into a black mist. A vortex spawned in their place, slowly gathering the dust and mist of the black gem and coalescing them into one cohesive figure. 2 ghostly horses emerged from the wreckage. Their skin was a ghostly black, with a slight tinge of a bluish-green coming from the cool, fiery mane on its head. These horse divas had an air of superiority around them, supplemented by the ornate golden armor that they proudly showed off. They looked like a steed worthy only for a mighty general. So it's not from the Grandmaster, that's good. The Grandmaster's diva was a shadowy soldier. This was from another nascent spirit cultivator in the ersatz group. I have to get around these 2 horses, Alpha distract them. He needed to steer the horses away from the corpses so he could take the artifice for himself. She nodded at his instruction, completely disappearing into her own shadow. The 2 ghastly horses snorted derisively as they felt Alpha's presence approach them. They felt disdain for the diva that was pretending to be a nascent spirit. One of the horses scratched the ground it stood on before charging towards Alpha at top speeds. A bluish fire was left in their wake as it circled around the shadow flitting on the ground. Alpha tried to escape from the bluish fire, but found herself being burned as she did so. She emerged from her shadow, facing the horse diva up front. It looked at her, neighing with mirth and scorn. Alpha didn't react. She simply tucked her hair behind her ears and took on a low stance. She assumed the posture of an elite runner. And as she did so, a bluish fire burst out of the soles of her feet, completely identical to the ghastly horse's ability power. Its eyes went wide, seeing a carbon copy of its fire. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Michael stared at the two corpses on the ground. The horse diva trotted around them casually, not even paying him any attention. "Charlie, I'll distract the horse. You get those artifices." His Unity clone wordlessly nodded, before turning into a shadow and keeping his presence to a minimum. Michael, on the other hand, looked down into his shadow inventory. In the dark chasm at his feet, he saw hundreds of glistening god-forged pieces floating aimlessly like sunless planets. "It's time to use you," he said. He reached out his hand, letting his natural magnetism attract the drops. Silver liquid began to emerge out of his shadow, immediately bursting into a white fire as it made contact with the air. Its speed fastened as it got nearer towards Michael's heart. They got excited at the thought of becoming one with him. The ghastly horse diva finally paid him attention. It stared at the drops of god-forged pieces and let out an angry breath. These genuine god-forged pieces were anathema to these diva born from artifices. It reminded them of their own inadequacies. Its hooves scratching the ground, the horse diva charged towards Michael in an attempt to destroy those flaming drops. Michael felt his heart pumping with excitement and energy as it finally received new reinforcements. Right now, over 70% of his heart surface was covered in a liquid metallic substance, the god-forged pieces. With 30% more, he'd finally reach the end of the body formation realm and finally get the chance to ascend to the next one. The drops shot towards his chest and fervent speeds. 5 kilos, 10 kilos, 15 kilos. More and more drops shot to his chest as it began to saturate with God Forge. But in the next instant, the ghastly horse diva appeared right in front of Michael. It rode straight on, intending to run over him like a raging bull, the bluish-green flame on its mane billowing with power. Just as its head was about to collide with Michael's body, the last drop finally merged into his heart. Suddenly, a huge influx of ability power exploded out of him, from the 7th stage all the way to the 9th stage of body formation. Such a drastic change created a much more potent and palpable pressure that rebuffed even the nascent spirit horse backwards a few feet. Its flaming hooves skidded into the ground, and its fiery mane flickered as its natural defenses fought against the pressure of Michael's advancement. It looked on with wide eyes at this human boy. This power, despite only reaching the end stage of the body formation realm, was already showing the signs of a nascent spirit realm power. The ground underneath Michael's feet cracked as his ability power began to turn tangible. It was no longer just an invisible power that was influencing reality. It was now becoming reality itself, replacing it with something that fit more with Michael's very essence. This was something that only nascent spirit cultivators achieved. Yet, Michael was showing wisps of that power even though he had barely even reached the gates to the next realm. The fact that he had transcended 2 levels in an instant only added to this surge of ability power. Instead of adrenaline pumping through his veins, ability power threads now began to weave itself around his body. It was euphoric and intoxicating. Mickey felt like he was on top of the world. It was euphoric and intoxicating. Mickey felt like he was on top of the world. But he knew that this wouldn't last forever. He couldn't relish this feeling. He had to take advantage of it. He reached into his shadow and took out 2 objects, the iron switch and the reverse block. Combined together, they created one of his most useful tools. He pushed the battery on his chest, directly above his beating heart. And as soon as he did, he felt that euphoric feelings starting to wane. The battery was siphoning off the excess energy coming off of his double advancement to the 9th stage. It didn't take long before the first battery was saturated. He immediately took out another battery and stuck it into his chest. His chest was still beating with ability power, overflowing. If he hadn't siphoned it off, it would have manifested as a visible aura that disrupted everything around him like a shock blast. This time he put 3 batteries simultaneously. It didn't take long before those filled up too. This time he put 5 of them again. Finally, as those batteries reached their saturated charge, he felt his beating heart starting to slow down. The excess ability power of his advancement was fully siphoned off. It didn't become a waste. A few moments after that, the ability power in his body plateaued. It thumped in a steady rhythm. And surprisingly enough, Michael still felt a tremendous amount of power in his heart. The threads of ability power were now as thick as a rope, enough to moor a giant ship into shore. It was a substantial difference to his previous ability. Power, multitudes of difference. His threads before were only as thick as a few strands of hair. So this is the 9th stage of body formation. But before he could fully appreciate the new power in his body, his senses alerted him of an incoming threat. The 2 ghastly horses finally turned their attention towards him. Their eyes burned with a vehement hatred for his very existence. Who could blame them? The power of a 9th stage body formation cultivator showing wisps of a power nearing the nascent spirit cultivator would make anyone wary. They disappeared from sight, leaving only a bluish-green fire in their wake. Anything that touched or crossed over this boundary of fire would burn and get incinerated. Alpha immediately moved, disappearing from sight as well. She clashed with one of the horses, her hands pushing against the bullish head of the flaming diva. And surprisingly enough, her facsimile of the horse's flames were able to fight against the real one head-on. But despite that, there was still another horse barreling towards Michael. This time he smiled and reached out his hand and grabbed the space in front of him. Reality warped around his wrist as he pulled himself into a completely different location of space. His body disappeared just as the horse diva was about to run through him. The horse's charge destroyed everything in its path, creating a deep hellish ravine on the ground. But Michael was not affected by its destruction. He reappeared behind the horse, completely unscathed. This was unprecedented. A body formation cultivator was able to dodge against a nascent spirit piece without any help. This certainly incensed the ghastly horse as it pawed the ground aggressively towards him, its nose smoking from anger. It disappeared again, charging straight towards Michael. But by grabbing reality itself like it was a tangible fabric, Michael yanked himself into a completely different space in an instant. The horse's charge created an X pattern on the ground, further heating up the room. This would leave Michael not a lot of room left to escape. The ghastly horse was aware of this as it charged towards Michael a 3rd time. But instead of running, Michael flicked the switch in his hands, creating a solid unity beam as a weapon. Weapon in hand, Michael faced the charging horse head-on. A suicidal act on most cases, but not this time. With multiple charged batteries in his chest, he had a lot of ability power ready to be used. This included his most powerful technique, taught to him by Harbinger himself. He poured ability power onto his sword, reality starting to warp around its very edges. The increased gravity within these rifts in the fabric of reality created an incandescent glow around the Unity saber, making it look otherworldly. It became a weapon worthy to slay celestial bodies in half. With this monstrous technique in hand, Michael swung his Unity saber just as the ghastly horse charged towards him. The unstoppable force met the all-destroying object. A shockwave of ability power exploded out of the clash, sending everything flying outwards. Michael felt his grip on his unit's saber shake. Even with his increased cultivation, his body still seemed ill-equipped to handle such a powerful technique, especially if he was fighting against a bullish nascent spirit diva head-on. But he persevered. His face twisting in pain and pure defiance, he pushed the Unity saber against the ghastly horse's face. Its abhorrent face grimaced as it faced the space tearing. Effects of the quantum slash. Its indomitable skin began to break. Ability power threads started to unravel from its forehead. Shock and pure disbelief flashed across the horse's face as it realized that it couldn't take the Unity saber's force any more than this. It exhaled sharply before it disengaged Michael and retreated to the far ends of the room. In an instant, Michael felt no resistance against his weapon. However, he couldn't stop his own momentum as the Unity saber completed its swing, unleashing a space-tearing slash in front of him. It shot through the room, reaching the cobblestone wall. A huge dust of debris burst out of the wall as the quantum slash created an explosion that shook the very foundation of the stronghold itself. As the dust settled, rubble filled the room, some completely extinguishing the fire left behind by the horse's trails. A childish smile escaped from Michael's face. He looked at the ghastly horse diva in front of him, who looked the exact opposite of him at the moment. Its head was almost split open, its injuries fraying with ability power threads. Its countenance was a mixture of anger, shock, and fear. The human boy was proving to be a tremendously dangerous opponent. It was at this moment that the other ghastly horse diva broke off from its stalemate with Alpha. The destructive quantum slash completely changed the situation on the battlefield. The horse diva knew that their victory depended on the human boy's death. They skidded their hooves on the ground, ready to attack him from opposite sides. Now Michael could defend himself with his quantum techniques, but he knew he couldn't pull it off indefinitely. He didn't have enough batteries for that. Thankfully, he didn't have to. With his words, a new shadow emerged into the battlefield. Unbeknownst to the two horses, an insignificant Unity clone had snatched away the two corpses and ripped out the artifice from their chests. Charlie held a chunk of anthracite iceberg in his hands, and with one swift move, he pushed it towards his chest, taking on the artifice. The horse divas watched as a new transformation took place within the Unity clone. Black tendrils emerged out of Charlie's chest as the artifice tried to corrupt its host. But in the next second, a prismatic light emanated out of the Unity clone, incinerating the lucifugous black tendrils. They winced and retreated back into the artifice. Unfortunately for them, even that couldn't save them from Unity. Ability power emanated out of Charlie as his cultivation soared from the first stage to the second, all the way to the 9th stage, and even surpassing that entirely. He reached a new realm, a pseudo-nascent spirit cultivator. The ghastly horse divas snarled at the new addition to their opponents. Charlie wasn't powerful enough to kill a genuine nascent spirit diva, even if it was only a piece. But it was enough to turn the tides of this battle. Charlie and Alpha arrived right next to Michael, their powers surging out of their body. The ghastly horses disappeared into a line of flames, charging towards Michael. But it was at that moment that Alpha and Charlie intercepted them, clashing head-on with the beasts. The Unity clones created a brief stalemate with the ghastly horses. It wouldn't last long, but a few moments was what Michael needed. He raised his Unity saber and teleported to the side, lining up the two horse divas in front of him. Reality began to warp around his blade, its edges turning incandescent. The battery in his heart spooled out ability power towards his Unity saber, empowering it with enough energy as a nascent spirit. But he didn't stop there. He reached down into the rest of his batteries and even continued to source more energy directly from his God-forge-filled heart. And this time, it wasn't just his blade that reality began to warp around. Even his wrist began to twist and morph. Taking a deep breath, Michael readied himself to do something he'd never done before. He was going to combine his two quantum techniques. A quantum slash supplemented by a quantum step. He didn't even know if it would work, but he knew he had to try it. This was the only way he was going to kill two nascent spirit divas in one shot. With Alpha and Charlie starting to slip against the raging, inexorable force of the two charging horse divas, he knew he didn't have time to hesitate. He had to do it now or never. He raised his Unity saber above his head and used all of his energy to slash it forward. As the blade cut through reality itself, his body suddenly disappeared, reappearing at the other end of the room having completed his swing. At his wake, a complete slashing of reality cut through the two horses. This giant rift in reality began to cut through the ghastly dark horses. Their bluish-green fire tried to eat burn through the slash, but alas, it couldn't fight against the sheer destructive capabilities of this quantum power. Their bodies began to unravel into threads. The mighty presences of these nascent spirit pieces deflated, becoming nothing more than a wisp in the wind. Michael watched as the loose threads flew off into the air, dissolving into pure energy. The last vestiges of this nascent spirit piece released a gust of air, then completely disappeared forever. He won against two nascent spirit divas. The stronghold has officially been invaded. Taking a deep breath, Michael calmed himself. Even though it was a pretty harrowing fight, he came out of it even more refreshed than when he first came here. Ascending to the 9th stage of the body formation realm injected him with a surge of energy. He felt rejuvenated, not just in body, but in mind as well. He felt his heart, its beating thump was tangible, he could feel its power. He knew that with one last push he could finally transcend into the next realm. And that excited him to no end. Not only that, but the fact that he was able to pull off that last move gave him even more confidence. From here on out, the combination of both quantum techniques was the most powerful move he had ever pulled off. And as proven just a few seconds ago, it worked wonderfully even against nascent spirit divas. If he could do that more consistently, he'd have no worry facing another one of those amulets. However, it all depended on his ability power reserves. He got lucky that he had an excess of energy from his advancement, that he was able to spam as much quantum steps and quantum slashes as he wanted during that fight. But on a normal occasion, he could only do that a few times before his heart was exhausted. Of course, Michael was happy with that. Before, he couldn't even reliably pull off a quantum step before he charged up his batteries. Now he could do it reliably just through his own power alone. He just couldn't do the quantum slash and the quantum step together. Although powerful, it was extremely inefficient. Since it wasn't an actual technique, he had to forcefully combine the two quantum moves, thereby needing a lot more energy to successfully pull it off than both combined. Still, it was an ace in the hole. A Hail Mary, if you will. Something that would save him in the direst of circumstances. "It's over," he said with a smile. He looked to his two Unity clones, Alpha and Charlie. Both were kneeling towards him with reverence. They didn't reply. Nonetheless, their contribution was immeasurable. Without them, he wouldn't have been able to do this in the first place. He looked down at his shadow. "Naruto, Sasuke, how's the situation up there?" Two blobs of amorphous figures emerged from his shadow. Naruto and Sasuke kneeled and bowed towards him. They looked serious, but he could see the elation in their faces. "We have fulfilled our duty, Lord Michael. Bututu, Ratata, the entire stronghold army has been neutralized." They proudly reported the success of the invasion, barely able to contain their giddiness. "None," they shouted. This was very good news. It looked like his investment of 1,600 mini-drones were very valuable after all. "Sir, we are also happy to report that the 300 high penumbra orcs have finally awakened their divas, sir." Michael raised his eyebrows, so this was the reason why they were so excited to report to him. "Now that is great news." "Ahem, that is not all, Lord Michael. We have also found ourselves starting to reach our limits. We hereby request more God Forge pieces for our advancement," said Sasuke. One fight was all it took for the Shadow Orcs to reach their saturation levels in terms of advancement. This was crazy good progress. Not only did they finally have 300 genuine magnetics in their midst, but Naruto, Sasuke, and the other 10 elite penumbras were now ready to advance to the next stage of their cultivation. Going by this logic, he wouldn't be surprised if there were now new Shadow Orcs who were ready to receive their first God Forge pieces. The crucible of tonight's invasion to the stronghold was probably enough of a catalyst to finally make at least a few orcs worthy of becoming a magnetic. With just this one fight, the Shadow of Reborn became a legitimate organization that could contend even against the best of them. Just the fact that they had hundreds of magnetics meant that they were already better than 80% of companies out there. Coupled that with the insane progress in cultivation that they were making, it was truly exciting to think about. But of course, he didn't let himself get carried away. Invading the stronghold wasn't their only goal. They still had to retrieve the stolen key. "Did your Shadow Orcs find it?" The two orc chieftains looked at each other, a silent understanding underneath their gaze. "None of our Shadow Orcs found the key when we scoured the entire stronghold, Lord Michael. But we did find it. So Zion reported to us a while back that he retrieved the key from one of the treasure rooms they ransacked." Michael smacked his own forehead. "Jaco and his team didn't find it. Yumisu and her team didn't find it. Of all people, it had to be that group. Erg. Not only did I lose the bet, I'm pretty sure those two are up to no good." Meanwhile, in a secluded part of the stronghold, a group of Ursat's soldiers sat on their knees with their hands up in surrender. In front of them were a motley crew of 3 distinct individuals: red-scaled demi-human, a violet slime monster, and a man who they affectionately called Bravo. Everyone was experiencing a tough battle during the invasion. This peculiar group of 3 individuals were having a very casual time. With Bravo guarding them, they could steamroll through any enemy inside Stronghold. No one in the body formation realm stood against the Unity clone, which Zion and Fudge definitely took advantage of. Thanks to their luck, or Michael's misfortune, they stumbled upon the treasure room that actually contained the key. It was guarded by a few high-level Ursat soldiers, 3 in the 6th stage, 2 in the 7th stage, and 1 in the 8th stage. With such a tough group of opponents, this should have posed a pretty tough situation with the group. Zion was immortal, and Fudge was only in the 3rd stage, leaving Bravo as their only fighter. In no circumstances could Bravo lose against this group, but there was always a chance for Zion to become a casualty in the struggle. So the safest option for them was to send out Bravo to kill every single one of the guards before the other 2 could enter the treasure room. But that's not what they did. Fudge, in his ever-so-chaos-filled mind, found it a good idea to simply incapacitate these Ursat's guards instead of killing them. With Bravo's insurmountable strength, he achieved that goal and defeated the guards without killing them, leading to the current situation they were now in. This was what Michael saw when he switched his perspective to the mini-drone following closely behind the motley group of 3. Fudge, Zion, and Bravo faced the Ursat soldiers who were holding up their arms in surrender. That mischievous little prick, Michael exasperatedly sighed. He immediately descended into his shadows and teleported himself in the treasure room before something happened. As soon as he ascended, he immediately faced the group with a disappointed face. He nudged his head to the elephant in the room. "What's with them?" he asked, tapping his foot on the ground. "Fudge, I don't want to hear your excuse. I told you to not risk." But before he could even finish his sentence, he suddenly heard movement from the Ursat soldiers. He raised his guard, but realized that they never attacked. Instead, the captive soldiers bowed even deeper towards Michael, their foreheads bumping the ground itself. "Are you the Overlord?" they asked him. Michael was utterly confused. "The what now?" "The Overlord," one of the soldiers shouted. "Lord Fudge has told us about you. We have been instructed to greet you with the utmost respect." These Ursat soldiers, these high-level Ursat soldiers, were actually treating Fudge as if he was their leader. Michael massaged his headache. "Master, I have enlightened these misguided individuals to the truth. Yes, the truth of Reborn shall set everyone free." Somehow, this mischievous little violet slime was able to undo all the brainwashing mindset that the Ursats instilled into these people, and replaced it with an entirely new one centered on Reborn. Michael didn't know if that was good or not. "We have seen the light. For Reborn," shouted one of the guards, which was quickly echoed by the others. This was something Michael completely neglected. For Fudge, realms in cultivation didn't matter when it came to conniving, scheming, and brainwashing. The little slime was simply uncontrollable. "Master, you have to hear what they have to say. This Ursat's group has a lot of schemes and plans." Michael looked at the converted Ursat's guards, who nodded their heads. One of them crawled forwards and began leaking information out of his mouth. By pure chance, this stronghold's platinum leader, the pony-tailed dual-sword guy, found out about the Thunderfoot's ability to produce God-forged pieces. Immediately, he arranged for a robbery which succeeded. Now he was in possession of the key, but he didn't know what to do with it since he didn't know exactly what it did. So, in a bid for a promotion to finally ascend past his platinum level and reach Emerald, he contacted his superiors about the key and offered to give it to. His superiors then sent in the other platinum leader, the Ribbon Woman, to retrieve the key so that they could test its veracity, which explained why this female platinum leader, is her stronghold also somewhere in New. They all nodded their heads. She is a part of the conspiracy that is intended for. This caught Michael's attention. Michael listened intently on this very critical new information. And by the end of it, he was very shocked to say the least. As it turned out, the Ursats had big plans for New Sparta. He didn't know what, but he knew that they were making their moves, starting with the lunar celebrations and the archery tournament. And when he checked in on the shadows he left behind on the Colosseum, his guesses were proven correct. Back at the Colosseum, the entire audience and spectators were incomplete. And for once, it wasn't because of Shayna and her impossible magnetism. It was because of the other semi-finals game currently Happening, the Crimson Heir werewolf tribe against the conglomerate representative of. Now, the Crimson Heirs weren't exactly the weakest of the 12 werewolf tribes, but they certainly weren't one of the favorites. In fact, it seemed that they reached the semi-finals through pure luck of the draw. Their opponents were always on the lower side of the bracket. But now that they were up against an actual conglomerate, everyone thought they'd immediately be outmatched. However, that was not what happened. The Crimson Heir's archer, a human ally hailing from an unknown company, unexpectedly came out on top. And in convincing fashion to boot. The man defeated the conglomerate archer in complete record time, hence the complete and utter shock from everyone's faces. How this was achieved, no one knew, but Michael knew. According to their converted ersatz soldier, this unknown archer was actually one of their own. Somehow, the ersatz were able to ally with the Crimson Heir tribe and infiltrate their forces, gaining their trust enough for them to be able to participate in the archery tournament. Michael frowned as he realized this. He didn't know their end goal. To win the tournament, is it the promotion? They want a legitimate company in the upper echelons. That was the only worthwhile prize from this archery tournament. But that could only happen if they won multiple times more tournaments in the lunar celebrations. And at that point, he was sure that Katarina and the consortium would find out what they were planning. It didn't make sense. What's the point of participating in the tournament? He asked the converted soldier. They looked at him, embarrassment showing on their faces. They were regretting something. It's because they want to show off the power of the artifice. The soldier revealed. Michael's eyes widened as he came to a realization. It's an advertisement. With such a public event, it was inevitable that the consortium and some of the high-leveled companies find out about their participation in the tournament. But that didn't matter. If they won, they would prove that the artifice was a genuine replacement for God-forged pieces. Once that information was disseminated throughout the entire New Sparta, there would be plenty of people tempted to become a magnetic. It was only a matter of time until they approached ersatz all on their own. They would willingly enlist themselves in ersatz just for a chance to become as powerful as that warrior in the tournament. Even if the consortium waged war on them because of this, it would have already been too late. They'd have gathered more cannon fodder, turning the tides of battle in their direction. I have to stop this. Dangerous rhetoric such as this would completely cause chaos and destruction in the lives of everyone here in New Sparta. But thankfully, it wasn't over yet. They still had Shayna. Michael immediately teleported himself back to the Colosseum. He immediately sat back on his chair. "Kyo, my friend. Where'd you go? You completely missed this upheaval," said Jotun. Michael turned towards him and pushed something on his chest. "Here, don't lose it again." Confused, Jotun looked at the item now in his hands, and as soon as he saw the ornate and ancient design on the metal key, his heart stopped. It took all of Jotun's self-restraint to simply not scream out that he had the key back in his hands. This heirloom was so important that his father never even let him touch it, and now it's back in his hands. Kyo casually returned it back to him like it was nothing. Jotun couldn't believe, but before he could even ask any more questions, Michael turned away from this stunned Jotun. What could be more important than this? Michael turned to Yuna. She gazed at him, noticing the slight differences in his countenance. "What's wrong?" He pointed back at the Colosseum arena, where the dark horse archer was making his triumphant return to his camp. Then he leaned into Yuna and whispered to her about what he found out. He didn't tell her the whole thing, only the bits that were important to what she, for example, their tactics in the upcoming Sanctum duel. "And you know this how?" she asked him. He stayed silent. "Trust me on this," he said. Yuna pursed her lips, disappointed. "Fine, but you better be ready with my vanilla ice cream this time. I've been waiting for far too long." Michael smiled with relief as Yuna jumped down into the arena. He felt really guilty that he hadn't given her that ice cream yet. But this time, he won't delay it any longer. Once the semi-finals was finished, it didn't take long before the last battle of the tournament started their preparations. Claudia Montgomery beckoned the arbiter for both camps to step forward, and Yuna greeted her aunt, whose attention wasn't available. Claudia stared at the arbiter opposite Yuna. "You said you were a half-brother to one of our family lines?" Claudia asked. The male arbiter nodded but offered no other explanation. Claudia's eyebrows raised, but didn't ask any more question. "Discuss your sanctum," she announced. Immediately, Yuna's opponent started with a simple request. "We want a desert seed with no obstacles." Yuna furtively glanced up at the viewing deck. Her eyes meeting with Michael, it was exactly what he said. Her opponent was going to request a sanctum that was very open, a place that was easy for the audience see. Not only that, but there were a few hidden mechanics within the sanctum that wasn't exactly an advantage or disadvantage for the archer. The arbiter requested for the possibility of a voice amplifier with the sanctum. This meant that the conversation with the two archers would be clearly heard by the audience watching from above. These were very strange requests, especially for a game in the finals. Thankfully, Michael already warned her about this beforehand. She skillfully navigated through the arbiter's request. After all, if she vetoed one thing from their proposed sanctum, then this meant that they would be able to eventually. Yuna showed off her skills with perfect precision. Her opponent had no other choice but to concede to a compromise. The sanctum was still going to be a desert, but their voices weren't going to be projected during the fight. Only after. The winner had the chance to give their final remarks. She could have easily removed this aspect of the sanctum duel. But Michael asked her not to. He had something planned about that. And so, with the sanctum decided, both archers stood against each other as Claudia created the sanctum. Game start, she announced. Shayna's opponent dove right in. Meanwhile, she gave a little curtsy towards Michael before diving down as well.